is fly ball to left field. Pages toward the line. He makes the catch, and that's a win for LA. It took 11 innings and an innumerable amount of gray hairs.
It really did. Tough series, tough way to end the series for the Orange and Black as the Giants fall in extras yesterday. Final score 5-2 as LA eventually snaps their long losing streaks and takes 2 of 3 at Oracle Park. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast, and it is officially All-Star Week in baseball. And, you know, Joe, a lot of people like to say, oh, this is the downtime in sports. You know, you don't got no football to react to, got no basketball to react to unless it's summer league. You got no baseball now with this week. But there's still a lot to dive into, especially with this series, and that's what we're going to start with. Obviously, the totality of the season up to this point we'll get to. And obviously, we got some fun stuff happening all week long. We got some giveaways we're going to do. But overall, and after being on the game on Friday, and we'll react to every single game because it was his own entity and it was high stakes and you felt it. First and foremost, that's what I want to get to. This felt like the biggest series of the season. And the games on the field, like Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, Teoscar Hernandez, Chapman, Adames, Devers, high leverage situations all weekend long. Doval, right? We were talking about on Friday. Will he have a chance? Well, he did immediately on Friday night. It just felt like a big-time series. I know Giants fans are a little down on themselves because they felt like they let this series get away from them. But I was impressed the hell by a lot of people over this weekend, and we're going to get into it. Good morning, sir. Good morning.
You know, I have certain baseball truths that will, for me, in my life, will forever be the way to play the game. All right? And one thing that you'll always hear, whether it's Little League, high school, college, professional, throw strikes and put the ball in play and play catch. Okay, the game is a game of catch. Pitcher with catcher, infield with first base, outfielders with their cutoffs, etc. Putting the ball in play, it's very important. Small things, you know, small little things, throw strikes. Yesterday, I thought in the extra inning situation, everything was on full display of what the Giants, the little stuff that they don't do well. Number one, putting the ball in play, all right? You saw the Dodgers in the 11th inning hit a couple of flares and a soft ground ball to first base. And the fact that Bivens actually pitched well in that situation. Putting the ball in play, putting pressure on the defense. Yeah, it's a couple of Texas leaguers, but that's baseball. That is baseball. And when I look at what the Giants failed to do in the bottom of the 10th inning, giving them that opportunity in the 11th inning, not putting the ball in play and fouling multiple bunts, not tagging up on a fly ball that Devers hits, which was scalded, not being able to get the big 2-out hit as the Dodgers get not 1, not 2, but 3 2-out hits, which feels like 3 months worth of production with runners in scoring position and 2 outs for the San Francisco Giants. And then throwing strikes in the bottom of the 11th is what the Dodgers do. And right now, the Giants have, and I'm going to start right here. When I look at their offense, this is the number one problem with their offense right now. They do not slug well enough to be bad at the little things. If you're going to strike out a ton the way that they do, and they strike out a ton, you better hit bombs. You better be able to situationally get runners over. You better be able to tag up in certain situations, be able to bunt, chop a ball over to the right side to move a runner over. And they're failing to do any of those. Right now, at the break, Willie Adames, 107 strikeouts. He's on pace for well over 160, 175. Elliot Ramos, who's kind of fallen off the cliff in the last few weeks here, 98 strikeouts. He's on a pace well above 165. Patrick Bailey, who failed to get a bunt down in extra innings, which could have set them up to win that game. Just straight up. 2 sliders down. Those are the pitches you want to bunt, and you just got to put it in play. You have to, especially when you're a guy who's struggling at the plate, and I know you hit a line drive, even though it was an out, you've got to be able to execute. If you're going to be batting in the 180s, or right now you just got over 200, and he had a good weekend offensively, you have to get that ball in play. Right. That's situational baseball. That's October baseball. Mike Yastrzemski on pace for 140 strikeouts. We know Matt Chapman, because he was injured, was going to be on pace for over 150 or 160 strikeouts. How about Rafael Devers, the big acquisition, on pace for 160 to 175 strikeouts. This team doesn't execute well at the small stuff and doesn't slug the ball well enough to offset not putting the ball in play as much as they did. And what sucks is that you had an opportunity to take this division and at least have a chance. You would have been 4 games back. You would have sent the message to the Dodgers, we are not to be trifled with. We're in this. Instead, you gave them life, and you squandered 2 excellent pitching opportunities from Robbie Ray and Landon Roop. And it sucks. It feels like we're stumbling into the break, and this could have been a real way of hanging our hat before we walked into that All-Star break door.
I still feel like there's a lot of positives to take away over the weekend, albeit it's a game of wins and losses.
I hear you.
Take that for what it's worth. But I feel the frustration. I hear you. But as you just said, Roop, highly encouraged from that start on Saturday. He was incredible.
He was awesome.
You know who else looked awesome? Shohei Ohtani.
Shohei might be one of the best athletes on the planet.
He's incredible. You just have to laugh at some of this stuff this guy's doing right now. I was there Friday night when he just absolutely, it was so effortless when he hit it out of the park, hit it into the water.
I hate him so much.
He's just so damn big. He's bigger in person. Like, that's what I see too. Like
the legs.
He's just a massive individual.
Yeah.
I saw Freddie Freeman hitting balls in the cage just next to Mookie Betts, by the way, who you saw too on Thursday. And Mookie, yeah, not the biggest guy, obviously, but Freddie Freeman looks like a giant in comparison. And what does he do yesterday? It wasn't a giant home run. It was just a little bloop. I felt for Bivens yesterday. It felt like he was just snake bit out there, whether it was the bad throw to first from Flores, the bloop, another bloop after the Flores debacle there. So Spencer Bivens tagged with the loss there. After Ray, I thought pitched pretty well for the most part. Again, quality start, right? 6 innings, 2 earned runs, just a couple walks, 6 strikeouts. He pitched well. Logan, of all people, who's pitched the best against the Dodgers in the past, got tagged up, got roughed up on Friday, and we'll get into that, the Jung-Hoo Lee game, right? And the Jung-Hoo Lee series, potentially. I know you have some thoughts on that. So we'll dive into this series as the show goes on. We'd love your participation. Shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. You want to dive into yesterday's game first, Joe?
Yeah, it's just, like, overall, like, you're right there with them. And their lineup is significantly more relentless than yours.
You're 6 games back still, so it's not like it's all doom. You're not 10, you're not 15 back. It's like the division's not lost. It just felt like had you won it, like that's back-to-back against the Phillies and the Dodgers heading into the break, the confidence would have been an all-time high. I'm still confident in this team going forward, though. I am. I thought this was a great weekend for them. It was.
Don't you think they're a good team?
Yes.
But they're maddeningly frustrating, and I feel like I've had the same conversation with myself for 20 years. Like, so literally since Kent left and Moises Alou left, and it was just Bonds by himself. Like, it's been the same thing. Boy, we could sure use another hitter or two. Boy, we could sure use some more balls in play here. Like, it's been the same conversation, and it's just... Like, I watched their lineup, right? And Betts is clearly having a down year. This might be one of his worst years of his career.
Yeah, he got tagged in the thigh on Friday night, too. He did get pulled out for, I forgot Ruiz was on their team.
That's where his first start of the year was yesterday.
I know,
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
But, like, I look at their lineup, and I'm like, okay, it's relentless. It's like, you start the game off Ohtani, and then Mookie Betts. Now, you could say, Joe, Mookie's having a terrible season. He is. He's still a threat.
What's funny, you say that he's having a terrible season, and he'd have like one of the highest batting averages on the Giants. I feel like,
but that's the problem, right? And then you got Will Smith, who's having a great year, and I thought you held Will Smith down this weekend for the most part.
And he's what? Is he still leading the National League, or he's one of the top ones in hitting? He's batting .323. He's been incredible.
He's an absolute stud. Freddie Freeman. in a big funk right now. Comes through with the huge blooper yesterday. Teoscar Hernandez, we know that, like, once you kind of take a deep breath in this lineup, here comes Teoscar Hernandez, and he's a guy that's a feast or famine guy. He's going to go up there swinging out of his shoes. Pages having a hell of a year. Made a great diving catch in yesterday's game. Tommy Edman, solid little player. Nice guy to have off the bench. Ho-Sung Kim, who was signed to a 3-year deal. I mean, over 3 years, he's making less, and I probably mispronounced his name.
Hai-Sung. Yeah.
Sorry. Then what Jung-Hoo Lee is making right now. Estuary Ruiz, who they brought up. They have Michael Conforto, who hit a monster bomb against you. The point that I'm getting at is this team has a lot of different parts and relentlessly attacks you if you're at pitching staff. And I thought the Giants pitching staff did a really good job holding them down. But conversely, Joe, like, Ramos feels like he's hit a wall. Devers is hurt right now. And I want to have a conversation about Devers in a second. Adames had a rough weekend, I thought. A big hit Friday night and just couldn't seem to get anything going after that.
I thought that was going to be like the tone setter of the series with Adames on Friday night. I was like, this is what we were waiting for. I interviewed him after the game. He was all smiles. I see now, being up close and personal with this guy, I could feel the charisma there. It's palpable.
You could see what he brings to a lineup.
Yes. And in a locker room, quite frankly.
Absolutely.
Him, Devers, and Chapman were all kind of playing catch and shooting the breeze on Friday. It was actually cool to see just the camaraderie with this team overall. And I thought that night, even with Jung-Hoo Lee's mistakes, he had some big at-bats. Adames with some big at-bats. Devers getting a couple walks, getting the line moving, right?
Matt Toast with the at-bat of his career yesterday.
Are you kidding me? After I wrote him off,
we all did.
Well, we had the Spinelli Circle of Trust on Friday, and you brought up Luis Matos. And I was like, don't even mention that guy's name again in the show.
I think the problem
felt so disrespected.
No, right? But I think the problem with the Giants right now is they have so many redundant parts. Your entire lineup cannot be filled with guys that are streaky and are 160 strikeout guys a year.
Like, you need consistency at the plate.
But
sure.
Think about this. Like, what is Ramos right now? He's kind of a streaky player. Like, I thought he was more consistent. I think he hit a wall. I really do. I think he just hit a wall. I think he needs a week off. I'm willing to just give him a pass.
God, I just keep seeing that average dip and deep.
He's tired.
Yeah.
He's tired. And since Devers got here, it's actually gotten worse for him. They don't have a leadoff guy, right? They have zero leadoff guy. They don't have a lot of speed. Adames, high strikeout, streaky player. Chapman, kind of the same thing. Now, Chapman, better plate discipline because he draws more walks, but he's very close offensively to Willie Adames. Devers, swinging at everything. Now, he will draw walks, but he swings at everything. Yaz is who he is, kind of a fourth outfielder. You like him if you have two stud outfielders, but he's always going to leave you wanting more. Jung-Hoo Lee, I think he's a fourth outfielder right now, and there's a whole conversation about him. I just think he's a problem right now in their lineup. Casey Schmidt, I don't know what to make of Casey. He's so up and down, very streaky. He strikes out a lot. Pat Bailey, he strikes out a lot. Barely puts the ball in play. It feels like he's coming around, but even then, like, Joe, their lineup is nowhere near what the Dodgers lineup is. And the crazy thing is they have the prerequisite pitching to be competitive.
Well, that was what was frustrating over the weekend. It's not like the Dodgers and their big bats like blew you out.
No.
That was the recipe and the blueprint for winning these kind of games and series for this Giants team. It's keeping it close, relying on your pitching. Roop did that. Robbie Ray did that. Logan Webb didn't, and your offense carried you, and then you almost tried to choke that away, but you didn't. Shout out Camilo Doval. Very clutch save. I do not want to forget that. After losing his last 2 games, Camilo Doval going up against the big beef of that lineup to start the bottom of the ninth. Ohtani, Betts, you got Ruiz on the base pads, then you got Freeman and Smith, and he gets the double play to end it. Not a ground ball pitcher, but he gets it. I know.
Chapman, it looked like it button hooked him, and I was like, oh my gosh.
Well, it was hit pretty hard. Yeah, it was hit right at him.
Look, the margins in baseball and in any sport, but in baseball, it's like they're so razor thin. You could have gotten swept. You could have won 2 out of 3. That's... Think about the differences here. And so, I get so frustrated. I mean, go back to the 8th inning of Saturday's game. You had the bases loaded, and I thought Devers hit a grand slam.
Yeah.
I mean, he just golfed that one to center field. And then, you watch the replay, and it's not even close. But everybody thought the same thing as me. Like, oh, my God, he just hit a grand slam. And I'm waiting and waiting and waiting for that. This is the Devers moment. And it just hasn't materialized.
By the way, I don't shoot the messenger. Red Sox have won 10 in a row. They've got rid of Devers and not looked back. I don't know if there's anything to make from that. I'm just saying. By the way, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And as always, this segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com.
It was a 2-3 game Friday night. Dom Smith hits an absolute bomb to left center field. I'm super fired up. And I tweet out Friday night, look, I know everybody loves Wilmer Flores, and I like Wilmer. But again, going back to the redundant parts on this team, he's a DH. We've watched it for 4 years. He has no defensive position.
God, I would have liked Dom Smith in that situation yesterday over Flores.
Let me defend Bob Melvin. And you know, I'm here for the Bob Melvin criticism. Let me defend Bob in that late game situation yesterday. You're down 2-0. Yeah. Had you been up 2-0 and the game got tied in the 9th inning, I think Dom Smith is in the game.
For sure.
But because you're down, you keep Wilmer's bat in the lineup. And because Rafi can't go to first base right now, you're forced to play your better, combinations, and you need to have Wilmer's bat in the lineup. So you don't have Dom Smith, who's clearly the best defensive first baseman on the team, at first base, and there's just a little chopper, and Wilmer is throwing like he's Patrick Mahomes on the run. I'm like, Wilmer, stop and throw. That was not on Bivens. That was just a terrible play.
That was bad
by Wilmer Flores.
I felt bad for Bivens yesterday. He got like a couple bloopers and that little grounder.
He was
fine, yeah.
And look, let me also defend Bob Melvin in that 11th inning, the top of the 11th. You start with, I think it's James Outman at second base as the ghost runner.
Yes.
And here comes Shohei Ohtani. Well, let's walk him. So now we have a 4 set up. There's no outs. And I got 2 righties in a row. I believe it's Betts, then Will Smith, because they switched their lineup on Sunday. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so he gets the first guy, Mookie Betts, to fly out to Mike Yastrzemski, and then he strikes out Will Smith. We got 2 outs. And then you got Freddie Freeman stepping to the plate, and I don't know where Jung-Hoo Lee is playing. Now, I don't know if that's coming from the dugout. I don't know if that's coming from, hey, we're going to pitch this guy away, so we're expecting him to go away. I don't know. I didn't get, some of the press game, the post-game sound from Bob Melvin.
So if anybody, don't worry, we'll get some.
Like, if anybody knows, I would love to know, why the heck is Jung-Hoo Lee on the other side of Triple's alley against the lefty and so deep and so far away? He got a bad jump. It looked like he was lollygagging after the ball. Even if he gets a good jump, I don't know necessarily that he catches that ball. But his positioning, he had no chance.
Yeah, no, you got to, as soon as that guy turns around, Outman in this case, you got to make sure you're on the back.
Oh, you're talking about the Casey Schmidt play?
Yes.
The inning prior.
Yes.
I was talking about Jung-Hoo Lee's positioning defensively in the
correct.
11th inning.
Apologies. Correct. Continue.
No, it's these are all the little things, Joe. And, they interviewed Matt Chapman during the game, and they were talking about, how do you position yourself in the game? And he goes, well, pitch by pitch, I'm moving based off what Willie's telling me. And so my question was, and I don't know, Rizzo, were you at the game yesterday? I know you're behind the glass today.
He was.
I was there.
Okay. Did Bob Melvin explain why Jung-Hoo Lee was playing so deep and so into the left center field alley?
He did not explain it.
It made no sense to me.
Well, that's coming.
Also because nobody asked about it.
Why? Again, I'm not trying to be that guy, but what are we doing?
We need Shasky in Rizzo's ear as soon as he gets into the podium with Bo Mel,
against the
feeding
lefty,
him the questions.
Against the lefty, were there? Because I think there's some fair rebuttal here. Hey, Bob, why was Jung-Hoo Lee playing so far on the other side of center field, so deep? Okay, and then Bob says, hey, we were pitching him away. We were, that's where his stuff. Okay, I'll listen to that. I want to know. Or was Jung-Hoo Lee just positioned way too deep?
Well, that's coming off that Friday performance where, my God, this could not be more polar opposite of what he did at the plate and what he did defensively. Now, luckily, they got the win. Otherwise, had they blown that big lead that they got on Friday night, Jung-Hoo Lee would have been enemy number 1 coming out of it.
I'm going to let you know right now. My tolerance level for Jung-Hoo Lee right now is very minimal. He is frustrating the hell out of me. He looks like a 4A player. He is so predictably trying to pull everything on every pitch he's trying to pull. And then if you're going to make mistakes defensively like he did not once but twice Friday night, again, we're looking at another defensive first, light hitting fourth outfielder type in the outfield. That's not good.
Well, I felt like this series was kind of like a microcosm of the last month or so. It's like, man, you're right there. You could see how the blueprint of everything could work, right? You got all your guys healthy, quote unquote, but they're in the lineup because I know Devers is struggling mightily right now.
There's a conversation there.
There's absolutely. I was telling you last week.
I'm coming around.
I was telling you, man. Like,
no, you're right.
You might have to just put this guy on the IL for a little bit, even after the All-Star break, just to get him fresher. Because it's one thing if it's the groin, then the groin turns into something into the back. Then if you're messing with the back, that scares the hell out of me.
I got a report bulging disc. Joe,
that's what I'm saying.
ESPN was like bulging disc, and right when I saw it, I said, you know what? Joe might be onto something.
I mean, thank you. I appreciate that. You thought of me, buddy.
I did. I immediately thought of you, and I said, all right, bulging disc. Now we're talking something very serious.
And I say that because I want to protect your investment. Like, if there's something going on with Steph Curry, if he breaks a big toenail, you're keeping that guy out for like a week or two. You got to treat Devers the same way. That is the future investment. Yes, Adames. Yes, Chapman. But Rafi Devers was your big acquisition. Like, there's a big possibility you don't make another big move at the deadline. Maybe you make a move or two, but nothing comes close to Rafi Devers. And going forward, you have a lot of money tied into him. Yeah, you got to be careful. And more importantly, you just need his bat going forward if you're going to make a big playoff push.
He had multiple opportunities this weekend to really cement himself
the amount
into
of
the
texts
legacy.
I got from Sam Hill, this is it. This is his moment. This is his moment.
And he just missed both of them.
I know.
I mean, he did. He just missed both of them.
And you got to think, had he been a little healthier, maybe he has a little more oomph on one of them. I don't want to, I'm just speculating here, but maybe, just maybe, that's a home run yesterday. Just saying.
Look, had Bailey got a bunt down, we're talking. I
know. Coming up tonight, though, Joe, I said there's no games this week. I actually lied. Because the Valkyries are taking on the Phoenix Mercury, and you can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX Plus. Pre-game starts at 6:30. And as always, it's brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. This segment is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We're going to be reacting over this series loss against the Dodgers. In a weird way, I'm actually feeling better about the Giants going forward, even after a series loss to your hated rivals. I'm going to tell you why on the other side, Joe. And again, it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
I actually don't jerk it as much as Steiny does.
It makes me very uncomfortable.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
You already got to play that one. You know, it's All-Star Week. I'm happy. Yes, the Giants took the series L, but God, a lot of people stepped up over the weekend that I had question marks over. So going forward, I actually, in a weird way, feel better about the Giants. But you play that drop, and you know what? It makes me feel like I'm a crazy person.
Oh, who cares?
Oh.
You know, Joe, what's frustrating about like yesterday, the weekend as a whole, is like I think you zoom out, right, and you say to yourself, like, a loss like yesterday is one of those ones when you look back at the end of the year, and if you miss the playoffs by a game, you're going to look at the White Sox series. You're going to look at the Marlins series. Yeah. You're going to look at like an A's game here, or you know what, the Rockies losing one game to the Rockies, or losing to the Dodgers. Right?
I would rather be the White Sox.
I would not rather be the White Sox. But think about this. Saturday, you know, you lose on Saturday, you're 4 back, okay? And you're thinking to yourself, like, all right, like, or whatever they were, 5 back or whatever on Saturday.
Right. And
you're saying, all right, we're kind of like a half game up on the Padres here. If we win on Sunday, we cut it to 4. We're in this wild card, you know, top 2 or 3, and it feels like we send the Dodgers reeling into the break. It really does. You know, multiple series losses in a row. Freddie Freeman's not feeling good about himself. Mookie's not really feeling good about himself. They have pitching questions. They waste a Yamamoto game. Ends up, you know, Luis Matos' biggest swing of his career.
Yeah.
Even though he had like the 8 RBI game down in Atlanta last year. But I think about all the things that woulda, coulda, shoulda happened. And then you wake up this morning and not only do you lose the series to the Dodgers, you fall back behind the Padres in the division, and then I look at the wild card standings, and I know, look, it's
right there.
It's
Half
July.
game back.
Yeah, but Joe, you got to jump the Brewers, the Mets, the Padres.
No, you just have to jump the Padres, and I'm very curious about the Padres still. I'm not sure about them again. They have a really good offense. We'll see what the pitching does going forward. The Giants still have to make some moves, and they're going to be, you know, in the conversations to do that. Buster Posey and co. But just like every other team in the National League that feels like they're a player or two away from just making a run, they're going to be in those conversations. The Cardinals, the Reds, the D-backs, as I mentioned, the Padres, Mets, Brewers right there. Got the Phillies, got the Cubs. Like, the NL is stacked. I'm not here to tell you it's not,
no
Joe,
doubt.
But that's why I actually feel good about the Giants. Because for the first time in a long time, I feel like the NL, top to bottom, better and more deep player and talent-wise than the American League. I haven't said that in a long time, but I truly feel that way. And the Giants are a part of that conversation. I feel great. I know. Webb, he got the decision. He got the win. He didn't pitch his best stuff. I have no problems with him going forward. Robbie Ray, zero problems with him going forward. He is shoved against the Dodgers. Roop, like, what a bounce back for him on Saturday. Given what took place, couldn't even get through 2 innings at Dodger Stadium just a few weeks ago, Joey. And for him to do that,
he looked great.
He looked incredible. And he was going up against Shohei too. It was just the atmosphere. I'm going to keep going back to it. I felt like the big winner of the weekend was Oracle Park. And I know there's a conversation to be had about the Sea of Blue. That was there. We talked about it on Friday leading into it. I called out all the Giants fans. It was a PSA message. I wanted to see orange and black selling out that place left and right. And yeah, the Beat LA chants at times were really loud and it was impressive. But when you ask Willie Adames, when you ask Logan Webb, when you ask Elliot Ramos, and they all say, yeah, the atmosphere, but a little too much, you know, blue and white for me. That's 3 different players, 3 of your star players that's saying that. And there's a conversation for that because I don't want it to be this thing and it turns into a conversation of burying Giants fans. I just am genuinely curious why there's not more Giants fans going to these kind of rivalry games because it felt like just a decade ago in the heyday of the orange and black, there's just no chance there was that much blue and white. There just wasn't. And I get the Dodgers are, and I think you made this reference yesterday, they're kind of like the Warriors were with their dynasty. Not to say that the Dodgers are on the level of Steph and Clay. They're not. But
they've won the division every year since 2013.
Sure. And they've won the World Series now, what, 2
Twice.
of the last 7 or 5 seasons, something like that? Yeah. So, like, Shohei, Mookie, Freddie, they got names left and right. Clayton Kershaw still. they are the best show in baseball right now, and the fans are traveling accordingly.
There are certain brands that are, they have a national fan base in any sport that when they're good, they just take over. Steelers fans, right? And the Steelers haven't been like really, really good for a long, long time.
Right.
I think about Packers fans.
Yeah.
They always invade locally. The Niner fans, for the last couple of years, have been great in terms of showing out. Laker fans obviously do this. Celtic fans obviously do this.
Warriors fans. Yeah.
And the Warriors obviously did this. And they're a traveling circus right now. The LA Dodgers are. I think Yankee fans, do this. So I don't think this is anything new. I also think this is what happens when your organization is also coming off of a championship. Let's also remember that they beat the Yankees in the World Series last year. They're the reigning World Series champs. They have the best player maybe on the planet in Shohei Ohtani. And they're stomping into their rivals area, which is proximity much closer than any other, team in the area. San Diego's being another one. So there's a lot of factors all into one. That being said, what they do right now that the Giants fail to do is that they knock in runs with 1 and 2 outs when the situation presents itself late in the game. And it just feels like the Giants have been searching for that big hit. I go to the 8th inning on Saturday, and they hung on for dear life on Friday. They finally got that big hit from Willard Dibs, and it felt huge, didn't it?
That was massive.
And then you got another hit, and you're scoring all these runs. It was great.
Adames and Lee combined for 6 RBIs.
You end up getting the bases loaded, and here comes Rafi Devers with 1 out, and he kind of golfs one. This is Saturday in a 2-0 game, and he kind of golfs one to center field, if you will, and you're thinking, or I guess right center, and you're thinking oh my God, did he get it? No, he didn't get it. All right, you score a run.
Get a sac fly, yeah.
All right, so now it's 2-1, and here comes Matt Chapman, and it's just this elusive big base hit with runners in scoring position and 2 outs. It's just evading them right now. Chapman grounds out to Tommy Edman to kind of end the threat, and they go down kind of weak in the 9th inning. And then I think about yesterday's game. You have a runner in scoring position to start the inning, and Pat Bailey has got to get that bunt down.
There is nothing more demoralizing right now in sports, for me anyways, as a fan, when you shut out the team that starts off the inning in extras.
It's huge.
And it's like, oh, we got to win now. And it feels like if you don't walk it off in that bottom of the 10th, you squandered your opportunity. Especially against the Dodgers, who at some point, one of those big guys are going to have a clutch hit.
I know.
And it was Freddie Freeman, and it was a bloop. And that's what hurts even more. It was that was the hit. At least just put me out of my misery and hit a home run. The bloop, honestly, it's like salt in the wound. Because it wasn't hard contact. And then it was just a series of just unfortunate events after that for Spencer Bivens. Obviously, the misplay from Wilmer Flores there, throwing it at
Another
Bivens' shins.
Another
blooper after that from Hernandez. It was just a trickle-down effect. And then it ended up a 5-2 victory for the Dodgers.
Well, what do you make of this, Joe? In the NL West, the Dodgers are 19-7. Okay, that's pretty obvious.
Pretty good.
Okay, second best team in the NL West in terms of against each other. The Arizona Diamondbacks 15-12. Third best team against the NL West within the division. Padres 14-12. Giants fourth best in their own division right now, 12-14 against the NL West. And then the lowly Rockies are 5-20. And they got a couple wins against you.
They did. I'm going to tell you what I think about that on the other side because we're up against it. But that is an interesting stat that I have not looked at when it comes to the NL West. That being said, the D-backs, a couple games out. They got a lot of injury problems with their team. I do think it's going to be a 3-team race towards the end here. But will the Giants and Padres make it a true division race, or are they just going to be battling for the wild card? That's going to be a conversation as well. 888-957-9570. And that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Oh, no.
Oh, heck yes.
Oh, yeah, Roasters, what's happening? It's Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. I got you covered every afternoon from 3 to 7. And you know my boys Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Well, they got you all morning long right here on the Morning Roast. Take it away, Spadoni.
All right, Chewy, breaking news. Per Adam Schefter, ESPN, 49ers wide receiver Jauan Jennings, who is scheduled to make $7.5 million this season in the final year of his deal, wants a new contract or a trade per sources. 49ers extended Jennings' deal last year, but that does not change how Jennings feels about this year. I mean, can we just go in off-season? I thought we were close. We were so close. I feel like Director Krennic from Rogue One, we were this close for greatness. We were this close to having a full off season of no drama, of no holdouts, of none of that. And then we get this. Your best wide receiver last year, bar none, Jauan Jennings, 77 receptions, 6 touchdowns, 975 yards, would have had 1,000 if not for getting ejected in that last season. Now he wants a new contract, Joe, or he's going to get traded. Basically what he's saying right now.
I told you what my setting is. As long as Kyle Shanahan is the head coach of this team, from here on out, any issues with wide receivers and money, unless it is the next Justin Jefferson or Jerry Rice, I'm passing on them. I like the player a lot. Love Jauan Jennings, his physicality, what he brings to the table. Obviously, the guy had a monster year last year, came out of nowhere. But I'm not paying any wide receivers in this offense ever again, unless it is the best player on the team. I'm not doing it anymore.
Well, what if he's making $7.5 million. What if he wants to make, 13, 14? Is that a lot? Is that too much for you?
It's not even about it. I just don't want any problems. I just don't want any problems.
Well, you have problems now if he doesn't play for this team, because you're literally going to be relying on a second-year guy and Ricky Pearsall that can't stay healthy. I don't even know if he's healthy now. Obviously, Brandon Ayuk, is he going to be there to start the season? I don't think so.
Joe.
Marcus Robinson, he's suspended. You don't have anyone.
What
Jacob Cowing is going to be your number one?
It's not. But this team doesn't rely on number ones. That's not how they play football.
Yeah, but you got to rely on someone.
No. I know, but we've watched Kyle Shanahan long enough. Again, say this over and over. Kendrick Bourne led the team in yards in the playoffs in 2019. Nobody knew that. I know you're shaking your head, but that's what happened in the playoffs.
Skillet hands.
Dude had a fire rap song, though. Look, I like Jauan Jennings. He's a baller. I love him as a 2 or a 3. He's not a 1. If he wants to get paid big money, if you're going to be a huge distraction and a huge headache, take a hike. I'm just being real with you, Joe. This is a run-first team. I love what the player brings to the table. He's super physical. I love, what he embodies in terms of a 7th-round pick, just proving at every single turn that he belongs. And he is a great fit for what they want to do. Trust me, I hear you. But, I'm not going to play. I'm going to hold out. I'm so over it. I'm just over it. I'm exhausted. And yeah, is Jennings paying the penance for having gone through this with Debo and having gone through this with Brandon Ayuk? Yeah, he probably is. And that's probably unfortunate. But you know what? Them's the breaks. And I've hit my limit on 49er wide receivers demanding more money.
Well, here's some names that are still out there. So maybe you hit the veterans. Amari Cooper, still out there. Keenan Allen, still out there. Maybe a Gabe Davis, Nelson Aguilar, just some names.
All guys who will drop a huge catch wide open.
Hey, Nelson Aguilar balled out in a Super Bowl. That's all I know. He was. When it mattered most, my guy Nelson Aguilar balled out, all right?
His biggest detriment is the jugs machine.
Well,
geez Louise, what are we talking about?
In fairness, we're talking about a one-year wonder of Jauan Jennings, a career season where Debo obviously probably should have been the number one guy. It was more of it spoke to Debo in his season than it did to Jauan Jennings. Look, but Jauan Jennings was the number, he truly was your number one last year. Now, I get it, Joe. It was a lost season. So what does that mean to be a number one wide receiver on a season that you didn't do anything? But for Brock Purdy, I think it means a lot. You just signed Brock Purdy to the highest contract in the history of the organization. You got to make your quarterback happy. He's not going to be happy about this. I mean, you got George Kittle. Obviously, he's like your number one receiver.
Who's the number one target in this offense?
Yeah, it's George Kittle.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not. It's whoever's wide open on the given play. Okay. That's how they play football, is it not?
I guess, but you still have to have talent out there.
No,
like if you're going into this season and your number one wide receiver potentially is Ricky Pearsall, yeah, I'm stressing about that. I am. I don't care how good the rest of the team is. And if I'm going to be relying on Christian McCaffrey staying healthy going forward, then yeah, I would like for my wide receiver room to have some depth to it. So I just mentioned some free agents right there. Go get an Amari Cooper. Go get someone, for Christ's sake. This is not a good thing. I like
Jauan Jennings. I want to be totally honest. I like him. If you can, find a way to keep him on a multi-year deal, like I'm here for it. It is the easiest position in sports to find value from. The college is giving you more of this position than any other position on the planet, period. And I look at this team, and they are not wide receiver reliant. They're just not. They are a run-first team. If I told you Christian McCaffrey was 100% healthy this year, it wouldn't matter if it's Jacob Cowings, if it's Ricky Pearsall, if it's Jauan Jennings. I bet they'd have a really good year. I'm just calling what it is. Like, their season is not going to be made or broken whether they re-sign Jauan Jennings. I
can't sit here and say that the season's going to be fine if you're relying on Jacob Cowing, Ricky Pearsall, DeMarcus Robinson. I'm not going to take you seriously as a team.
And a guy who just had a brand new baby this weekend.
Who's that?
Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, he had a daughter.
Congratulations. He had a daughter. That's awesome. Good for them.
Look, he's a great scheme fit. We all agree. The guy's super physical. He's one of their few big body wide receivers who physically can catch a contested ball, which is an important thing for a quarterback. Like, he is a chain mover. I love Jauan Jennings.
He was clutch last year.
He is nasty. There's no doubt about it. Nasty. But, I mean, he just signed a 2-year deal.
He did.
Play the year out, dude.
And he's looking at the rest of the team and saying, yeah, you know what? You guys need me more than I need you. Like, you guys desperately need me going into next year.
At some point, you got to put your foot down then if you're an organization, because, like, what are we doing? Like, okay.
Does he not deserve a pay raise after balling out last year, though? Like, if I'm him, I absolutely feel like I deserve a raise.
So wait, are we doing that at every position every year now? Is that what we're doing? We're just going to go through the whole, all right, you were better than the amount of money we gave you. No.
It's not my fault, you guys, if I'm Jauan Jennings in this case, it's not my fault you guys signed, Brandon Ayuk to a massive extension, then he got hurt immediately. It's not my fault. I carried the weight last year for the wide receiver room. When Deebo Samuel wasn't showing up, I was the one showing up.
Look, no one's giving money back. So as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to Jauan Jennings, like, he had a great year. He had a great year last year. Do it again. Treverius Ward just played on his final year of his contract. Okay? Like, I just watched other players come out and do this.
But he got a fat paycheck is the difference with Treverius Ward.
He was a free agent.
But
he signed with the Giants. Look, Jauan Jennings was a free agent multiple years ago, and he came back on a 2-year deal. That was his choice.
By the way, what we're reacting to right now, why are we talking about the 49ers? And we'll get back into the Giants-Dodgers series, I promise. But this per Adam Schefter just moments ago. 49ers wide receiver Jauan Jennings, who is scheduled to make $7.5 million this season in the final year of his deal, wants a new contract or a trade per sources. 49ers extended Jennings' deal last year, but that does not change how Jennings feels about this year. Niner fans, you give him the new contract, or do you want him gone?
This is where I draw the line. I draw the line on Jauan Jennings, like, demanding to get a new deal or I'm going to get traded. Like, this. What are we doing?
I mean,
do you remember how the year ended for him?
He kind of has a good argument, though.
What's his argument? That he averaged 66 yards a game?
I mean, that he was your best wide receiver last year and that you don't have your number one healthy at the start of this next season. You traded away Deebo Samuel. Your number one pick last year, your first-round pick, Ricky Pearsall, can't stay on the field. He gets hurt all the time. Yeah, I think I actually have pretty good leverage.
His other argument is that everyone that has done this on the 49ers has gotten paid.
And they've all had Pro Bowls, all pros, or first-team selections underneath their belt. This guy, I'm just asking you guys, like, how many wide receivers in the NFL are you naming before you get to Jauan Jennings?
Exactly, but right now,
what, like 60?
Sure.
I am dead serious when I say that.
You don't have any of those 60 other wide receivers on your team.
So
that's
why
the
doesn't
problem.
he just shut up and play football?
Because he balled out and wants to get paid.
Oh, do you remember how the year ended for him?
Yeah, he got suspended.
No. He got kicked out of an Arizona game when he was a couple of yards away from getting 1,000 yards.
Yeah,
Couldn't control himself. I was watching that happen. We all saw it happening. Like, Jauan, what are you doing? Why are you going at it with
Fans
this guy?
did love it at the time. You're right.
I thought it was stupid. And I said it was stupid in real time.
By the way, this segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com.
The guy just got a 2-year deal a year ago.
I know, but he wants more.
But what?
Pivot, don't panic. He's like, you know what?
Look,
we're reacting
for
to
a first ballot
You
Hall
like
of
to say
Famer?
reacting to new information. Well, the new information's right there. I was your number 1 wide receiver last year. I deserve to get paid like it. And I know I'm going to be the number 1 wide receiver this year. Ricky Pearsall's not there yet. And Lord knows what version of Brandon Ayuk we're getting. Yeah, I want to get a bump. I don't blame the guy. I don't. But I also don't blame the 49ers if they're like, yeah, I don't want this distraction. Maybe if you want to get traded or want to hold out, good luck. Like, if I'm the 49ers here, I do play hardball and say, okay, well, we'll just hang on to you.
No one is trading anything.
No, I agree.
For Jauan Jennings and then paying him. So as far as I'm concerned, it's very straightforward. Jauan, we love you. I want you to be here. Why don't you have a great year this year, and we will come back to the table next year, and we will give you whatever it is you're looking for, period. It's pretty straightforward. I don't know why the 49ers have to feel like they're bent over a barrel here on Jauan Jennings. This is right where I draw the line. No, sorry. Love you. You're a great dude. Love you as a player. You know, if I can give you $5 or $10 million extra guaranteed, fine. But this thing of like trade me or pay me, like, give me a break.
I think that's all he's asking. Probably a couple $1 million pay bump. And you know what? Maybe the Niners do that just to show some good faith. And what we talked about all offseason, Joe, is this thing. No drama. No drama at all. And we got halfway through July, and I thought we were in the clear. Everything was great. And again, it still might be. I'm not here to say this is on the Brandon Ayuk, Nick Bosa, Deebo Samuel level. It's not. It's Jauan Jennings. So we have to have some perspective here. He is not, as you said, he's not like a top 50 wide receiver in the NFL, probably. But he's number 1 on this team right now. And that's what he has going for him. What version of Brandon Ayuk are you going to get? Is he going to be healthy to start the season? I don't know. What are you going to get with Ricky Pearsall in year 2? I don't know. Are you relying on Jacob Cowling? Who's the guy they drafted? Jordan Watkins? Is he going to be anything? I don't know. So, yes, I would like to appease and keep Jauan Jennings if I can. A guy that knows this offense, knows the system, could block, is a big body, not the fastest guy.
Can I ask you this?
I would like to keep him.
If you're playing, let's just throw this out. The Chiefs tomorrow. Are they game planning for Jauan Jennings?
No.
Okay. What about the Rams?
But you know what? The Rams didn't game plan for last year, and he torched them.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. Yes.
And which one of those games did the Rams win? Both of them.
Okay. But
the Niners went 1-5 in the division.
Is that his fault? Is that Jauan Jennings' fault?
No, but I'm just saying, like, let's be real here. Like, there are difference makers, and then there are guys that are solid players, and they have to play their contracts out.
Ronnie Bell makes a play last year, like they win the game. Like, and then if you can cover a punt, your special teams.
Brandon Ayuk was also wide open, and look, I like the guy. I really do, but this is right here is where I draw the line. You've never even been a Pro Bowler. You couldn't even finish the season out last year without getting into it at the end of the year. Like, I like you. You're a really good player. Play your contract out. I'm not bending over for every guy because they had a nice year.
I'm just legitimately shocked you think they could go into next year and then with like no one at wide receiver and be fine. I'm shocked that's your take. By the way, you're listening.
What are you shocked about?
Hold on. Well, I'll get to it in a second. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Real quick before I get to that, Joe, I got to say this, because this is big. This is huge. We were teasing it all last week. We're getting into it starting today. It's the first day of our All-Star Week prize blowout. Every day this week, each show will give out one of our awesome prizes. Today, we're giving one lucky listener a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop. Listen at 7:30 to learn how you can win. So that's 30 minutes from now. Be listening to learn how you can win. And again, listen at 7:30, 12:30, and 4:30 for your chance to win every single day this week. Every show, every day. It all starts today. Jauan Jennings, either pay me or trade me. This per Adam Schefter. What are you doing, Niners fans? 888-957-9570.
Saying, hey, I like you. I want you on the team this year. No one's trading for you and paying you. I'm sorry. Like, no one in the league. No one is.
All right. That's the same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, by the way. Carter, you have something to add to this?
Yeah, Shasky, do you really think the 49ers are in any position just to let him walk, though, honestly?
They're not. He's under contract. Where is he going, guys? Where is he going? He's going to not play?
Hold out. Yeah.
So he's not going to, okay, we're going to play. He's not going to show up. He's not going to, so this, other teams in the league are like, yeah, that's what I want. A guy who's never been a Pro Bowler, all right, who has never had a 1,000-yard season, all right, who was a 7th-round pick, and in Kyle Shanahan's offense, got 950 yards 1 year, which is a great accomplishment.
975.
At the first sign of adversity, he's going to not play for Shanahan and those guys when he's set up to be the number 1 this year and bet on himself. When I watched Jamar Chase, who has been a first ballot Hall of Fame level production player, basically say, yeah, I'll go out and earn every single penny and bowl the hell out on a Cincinnati Bengals team that's been cheap for decades and come out. Yeah, I have very little empathy for Jauan Jennings. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys.
Was also
what are we talking about?
Jamar Chase already got paid, too. He's gotten paid multiple times in his career. He was a first-round pick. Jauan Jennings, as you mentioned, was a 7th-round pick.
He wants
to maximize as much money as he can right now because he knows if he gets hurt next year, his career's probably cooked.
Okay, he just got paid. Bet on yourself, dude. He just got paid. And Jamar Chase, 26 years old, or whatever he is, 25 years old. He got a first-round pick money, which is decent money. I'm not going to scoff that. He got generational money in this last contract that he got. Why? Because he bet on himself and played on it when all these other divas refused to play on it. And so, to me, nah, man, go out and play. And if you play really, really well this year, we'll handsomely reward you. I don't think that's some egregious thing. You've never been an impact player like that. You're a really solid player. I like you. Most teams would view you as a 2 or a 3 in their system. And because of where we're at, you're kind of a 1, but we're not allowing you to do this on the heels of what happened with Debo and Ayuk. Yeah, and unfortunately, you're paying the penance for some of the past stuff. So I like you as a player. Find me the trade partner who's trading for you and paying you. I have a hard time seeing it.
He was 28th in total yardage last year and 26th in total receptions, so that would go against your narrative of saying 60 other wide receivers are better than him. He was top 30 in both of those categories. And 35th in 6 touchdowns amongst wide receivers last year. Scott is in Fairfield. He wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. Jauan Jennings, this per Adam Schefter, the 49ers wide receiver, wants a new contract with the team or wants to get traded per sources. He's scheduled to make $7.5 million this season. Scott, Fairfield, you're on the Morning Roast. What's up, man?
Hey, Scott.
What's happening, fellas? Happy Monday to you.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing you was. We were going to get through this offseason without any drama, but, to be honest, I think it's somewhat of a play on words, based off of Jauan Jennings last year when he wanted to get a new contract, and he said, yeah, I'll just take it. I want to be here, right? I don't know. I don't see him as a diva or anything like that. I think he's a stand-up guy, good body of work. I think he's saying to whoever he spoke to about a source, like, hey, I want to get paid, or if you don't, let someone else pay me. But I don't think it was so blunt as kind of how Adam Schefter put it, right? So he's paraphrasing clearly. But at the same time, we've waited before to pay guys, and it kind of bit us, right? Because all of a sudden they go out, they do have a great season, the wide receiver market goes up, now we're paying extra. Let's just get it over and done with before that happens, because if he goes out and he does ball this year on this contract, he's going to want $18, $19, $20 million a year next year, So why not just give him a 3-year extension, close to $14 million per year, call it a day before it gets too expensive, right? He's a good wide receiver. He's a threat on the field. I just think it makes sense. And, yeah, we want a bulldog like him out there on the field. Yes, he got suspended in the final game, but, I don't want to see him go, given what the rest of our wide receiver room looks like. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? I don't think we need to pay him crazy money, but 3 years, I think that would be a solid steal.
Thanks, Scott. Scott in Fairfield. Listen, I don't think he's asking to be, a new 3-year, $70 million extension. That's like something like Stephon Diggs got with the Patriots. I don't think Jauan Jennings is asking for that. I think he's just saying, you know what? I'm just looking at the landscape around me on this team. You need my veteran presence. You need my size, first of all. I'm 6'3". All your other receivers are tiny. Ricky Pearsall, 6 feet tall, soaking wet. all these other dudes you just drafted. Jordan Watkins is under 6 feet. Got a lot of small receivers. I know I have trust from the quarterback. I know Ricky Pearsall and Purdy tried to get on the same level last year. They just didn't have enough time together. We'll see if it could work next season. Brandon Ayuk, I don't know when he's coming back. He's just looking at the landscape around saying, you know what? You guys need me. I'm going to try to capitalize on this, make some more money. And you know what? I'm not going to ask for the world. And again, I don't know the situation. And Scott was saying, I don't think he meant about that. Well, this probably came from someone in Jennings' camp, obviously. Someone close to Schefter and shot him the message. And this is what you do. This is what we do. We go on social media. We let it be known. We got training camp coming up. Let me know when the first official day of training camp does start, Carter or Risotto. But I'm just looking at this situation and saying a couple million here for Jauan Jennings to make him happy. Sure. Why not? He was one of the leaders of this team last year, and I do think he deserved somewhat of a pay raise. I don't think that's egregious to say. I don't.
Again, so are we just going to go around the roster? Is this what the NFL is going to be? We're going to go around the roster. I was better than the money you gave me last year. So, I mean, if you don't pay me, I want to be traded. Is that how we're just going to go up and down the roster from here on out? And anybody that outplays the contract that they're on deserves an automatic couple of mils. Is that how it works? I'm asking.
I think all situations are different. I don't think it has to be black and white. You're making it black and white, but it's really gray when it comes to these situations. I think there's a lot more to it than just say, we're just going to rip up that contract for every new person here. No, Jauan Jennings balled out last year in a season that was lost. He was one of the leaders of that season. I came away from that season with tremendous respect for Jauan Jennings. And you know what? You didn't double down. You didn't get a lot of wide receiver depth. And you're going into a season now which you need to rely on Jauan Jennings to be your number one again. So yes, all credit to him for realizing the situation and saying, pay me a little bit more. I'm not asking to be the highest paid wide receiver on the team.
Just got money. So I guess what I'm saying is like, look, he's a good player, but this is right here is where I kind of draw the line of where we jumped the shark. Just the whole like, pay me a little more. I've been better. Dog, you weren't even close to the Pro Bowl, which everyone goes to the Pro Bowl.
Rookies are reporting tomorrow, by the way. Rookies reporting tomorrow.
It's DK Metcalf, who is an excellent player and a headache, but an excellent player, all right, wanted to get a third contract, and they traded him for a second-round pick. Guys like Jauan Jennings are more close, not to DK, but to like Deontay Johnson-type trades where you'd swap a fifth and a sixth to get rid of him. Like, we're talking about a late-round swap here for someone. That's what his value is to other teams. Would you agree with me?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it right now.
So you hold all the cards.
Darius Slayton, 3-year, $36 million contract. If I'm looking at that, like I can't.
He was a free agent.
Again, re-signed with the same team. He's stuck with the same team. Like
you signed a 2-year, $7 million deal last year where changed. You were the 3.
I'm not the 3 anymore. I'm the 1. He is. You can laugh. Is he not the number 1?
Is it good business? Is it good business?
It's business at the end of the day. I don't care if it's good or bad. But
so you're giving him whatever he wants.
Yeah, there's limits. I'm not giving him $20 million a year, Joe. If he wants like a $3 or $4 million pay bump per year, I will do that for Jauan Jennings. I think he's earned that. By the way, coming up tonight at 7 o'clock, the Valkyries take on the Phoenix Mercury.
Absurd.
And you can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX+. Pregame starts at 6:30, brought to you by San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Plus, again, I mentioned it earlier, today is the first day of our All-Star Week prize blowout. Every day this week, each show will give out one awesome prize. Today, we're giving one lucky listener a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop. Listen in the next segment to learn how you can win. And that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Good morning, Bay Area. It's everybody's boy, Zucci Man. And you're listening to the New and Improved Morning Roast with everybody's boy, Joe Shasky, and my boy, Joe Spadoni.
What up, Zooch? He's going to be listening today because it's the first day of our All-Star Week prize blowout. Every day this week, each show will give out one of our awesome prizes. And today, we're giving one lucky listener a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop. Keep listening. Oh, major. I cut that drop, by the way. Keep listening in just a few minutes for your chance to win. All right. You know who else is trying to win this offseason? It's Jauan Jennings. Because according to Adam Schefter, ESPN, if you're just joining us, 49ers wide receiver Jauan Jennings, who is scheduled to make $7.5 million this season, is in the final year of his deal. He wants a new contract or a trade. Per sources, 49ers extended Jennings' deal last year, but that does not change how Jennings feels about this year. So, do you pay him or do you trade him? 888-957-9570. Or do you not pay him and do you not trade him and you say, get over it, Jauan? Do you just do that? 888-957-9570. You can call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Real quick, Joe. So last year, Jauan Jennings, 975 yards. All right. Good for 26th in the NFL in receiving. I'm just going to name some of the other wide receivers in front of him. Okay? All right, I'm just going to name them.
Okay.
People that beat him out ahead of him. Puka Nacua, DK Metcalf, Darnell Mooney, Jamison Williams, Mike Evans, Nico Collins, Calvin Ridley, Jacoby Myers, Zay Flowers, Devontae Adams, A.J. Brown, Terry McLaurin, Garrett Wilson, Cortland Sutton. Those are the 10 or 15 in front of him. And he beat out guys named, Tyreek Hill, T. Higgins, George Pickens, Marvin Harrison Jr., Devontae Smith, Travis Kelce, a wide receiver, not. But, it's a receiving stat, so it is what it is. Roma Dunze. That was supposed to be this huge hot shot. Oh, he beat him out. Jalen Waddle, amongst others, Rashad Bateman. So he's in the conversation last year with those guys, not saying he's those players, but I don't think it's egregious to say, hey, let's give this guy a bump from $7.5 million, 10, 11 million, whatever, 2-year, 3-year extension at that price. Sure. There you go, Jauan.
Well, that's a reasonable thing that you're talking about. A couple million.
That's probably what he's asking for. I don't think he's trying
when
to
you
do
come out and you say
20
that,
million.
Okay, but when you kind of say pay me or trade me, that's a pretty severe stance to take.
Well, he has to. That's just listen, and it's calculated because rookies report tomorrow. This is a calculated thing. This is why he's doing it. 49ers training camp officially starts tomorrow with rookies reporting, and then the veterans are going to start going in a week on July 22nd. So he's getting this done right now. He wants to get it done right now before he has to report.
You don't think he's overplaying his hand a little?
No, I don't. I think this is well calculated from him. I think he has a lot of leverage in this situation. I do.
What's his leverage? I would love to hear it. He's under contract for one more year. What exactly is his leverage?
His leverage is I'm the number one on this team, and you're going to be going to Ricky Pearsall as your number one next year?
No, the number one is whoever's open, but continue. That's how they play offense. That is how they play offense.
And why'd you pay Brandon Ayuk? Why'd you pay Deebo Samuel?
Well, those are mistakes. And part of how I view the Jennings thing is through the lens of what happened with Deebo and what happened with Brandon Ayuk. Now,
this
Deebo,
is a lower
here's the
risk
other part on
thing,
Deebo. People have kind of failed to remember this. They paid Deebo at a time when he turned into the wide back prior to Christian McCaffrey coming here, right? So there were about 2 or 3 different ways that, in retrospect, they mishandled the Deebo contract and the negotiation and the utilization from day one. Like the Deebo thing was mishandled. And then the Brandon Ayuk thing, I think we can all agree, all parties mishandled the timeline and the way they went about business. Did they not?
Sure.
All right. So to think that just because they did it a certain way, now me, Jauan Jennings, who's a lesser player than both of those guys at the time that both of those guys wanted to get paid, who had more leverage than what Jauan Jennings had, I don't think that he's playing his hands properly.
I like when you reward leadership on a team, and Jauan Jennings was a leader of this team last year in an offense that desperately needed someone to step up and be a leader outside of George Kittle in that wide receiver room. That was Jauan Jennings last year. It was not Deebo Samuel. Ricky Pearsall was a rookie. Jauan was the guy that stepped up and was that safety net for one Brock Purdy. I think you reward guys like that who's been, by all accounts, a really good person on and off the field. And by the way, don't take my word for it. Take George Kittle's word for it. This is when Jennings got paid last year. Kittle talking about it.
For a guy that does it all, he runs the routes, he does the run game, he shows up every day, loving the game with a great attitude every single day. And then you get the game day and he makes all those plays. That's someone that you want to be in your building. It's someone that you want to pay. That's someone you want to reward because he's just going to keep bringing that every single day and he's just going to raise the standard of everybody around him. So when you have a guy like that does everything, it's great for us.
And it was great for them last year. Again, when he was producing, didn't translate to the wins. It's not his fault. It's a team sport. And the defense wasn't hold up its end of the bargain. Brock Purdy wasn't his best season. And Christian McCaffrey, your best offensive player, was out, obviously. So, yeah, I'm heading into this year with some higher expectations of Jauan Jennings, rightfully so, because he was a baller last year. We'll see if Brandon Ayuk is going to come back at all to the start of this season, how he's going to look. I don't know. I'm not going to risk that gamble of him looking like Brandon Ayuk again. And Ricky Pearsall, God love the guy. Right now, it's been a bust. It has. So, yes, his team desperately needs Jauan Jennings. Give him a couple more $1 million. Let's move on. That's it. I think that's as simple as that.
Yeah, but when you say, pay me or trade me, it comes off way more harsh than just give me a couple extra $1 million. I think that's the part where I'm like, no, like you're overplaying this. Like, reasonably, does he deserve a pay increase? Yeah, and I bet if I went through the roster, and I've got it here in front of me, if I went through and we did a year by year, do I deserve more than what I'm being paid today based off what I did last year? We can make an argument for a half dozen to a dozen players on any given year, but this year in particular, when it comes to the 49ers. And I'm sorry, that's not how business works in the NFL. And here's where I draw the line. If you have never been a Pro Bowler and you have never been game planned for by another team,
In
okay,
fairness,
I pump the brakes.
Everyone gets Pro Bowlers as being a Pro Bowler.
Except Jauan, right?
He could have been if it was like a 10th alternate, because that's what everyone does these days.
To me, let's think about what happened with Jordan Mason. Jordan Mason was going to be a restricted free agent. And I think Jauan's year was better than Jordan Mason's.
I would agree.
But both had really good moments last year. Both were really good players. Both outperformed their contracts. And, that doesn't mean that I want them as my feature player. And just because of the situation that you happen to have, not knowing where Brandon Ayuk is physically, not knowing where Christian McCaffrey is physically, those guys were thrust into roles that they're probably miscast as. So just because you're the number one on this team doesn't mean, A, that I bend to you and I give you number one money or whatever you're looking for. And B, doesn't mean that I also can't say, oh, well, congratulations, good for you. You had a great year. You are important, but here's where I draw the line. And, let's see what your market is outside of here. What it ended up being for Jordan Mason was, I believe, a 6th-round pick, and they traded him away to Minnesota. And they said, here you go, Minnesota, figure it out. I don't know what Jauan Jennings' value is. I don't think it's what he thinks it is. I think he's more valued here than he would be elsewhere. I want him on the team. If I could throw him a couple bucks, sure, let's make it work. But if he's going to hold out or hold in or become a distraction, then you know what, Jauan, have a nice day. You're a good player. I want you. You mean a lot to the team. You play a physical brand of football. I really like you. You're not the difference of the 49ers going 12 wins or them going 7. You might be worth a win or two here and there. I don't think you're dropping them off a half dozen games. You're just not that kind of impact player.
Well, it's a wide receiver in a run-first offense. I hear you there, and you were missing your greatest weapon last year for most of the season in Christian McCaffrey. But that being said, I just think you reward guys like Jauan Jennings, who are good people, who are consistent, who stepped up last year. In an offseason of rewarding the leaders on this team, Joe, whether it's Brock Purdy, making him the highest paid player in the history of the franchise, leader of the offense, alongside George Kittle, who was second-team All-Pro last year, could have been first-team All-Pro, Hall of Fame kind of a guy, Hall of Fame kind of a leadership role last year, and how he handled the whole Devondre Campbell situation. I thought hats off to him. Fred Warner, another guy who you rewarded this offseason, the leader of that defense, right? Again, I don't think it's crazy to reward a guy that was a leader in his own right last year at times.
You cannot be a leader on this team if you had one good year. All those guys you referenced had multiple all-pro level seasons under their belt. Did they not?
They did.
Okay, that's why they're rewarded. In the NFL, I pay premium players a premium price tag, all right? Now, had Jauan put together another year like he did last year, again this year, I have no problem coming back to the table and negotiating with him and putting him in that scenario. All those other guys, their body of work is significantly more comprehensive than Jauan Jennings.
Yes,
it's just totally different.
Jauan Jennings in comparison, but Jauan Jennings in comparison to the rest of his peers on the team in that position, infinitely better than anyone else. He is a tier above or 2 tiers above everyone else on that roster.
So was Mike McGlinchey when they had a right tackle. Wait, time out. When they had Mike McGlinchey going into free agency, was he not the best right tackle option at the time on the team?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
And what did they say? They said, hey, Mike, $50 million guaranteed is way too much for your caliber of play. Good luck. We wish you well. I'll see you later.
I'm be shocked if Juwan's asking for as much as Mike McGlinchey was asking.
No, but I think
in that matters.
You do the thought exercise very similarly. It's like, hey, what's the drop off between whatever you think Jauan Jennings is worth, and the next guy up? Like in this offense, I think a lot of guys can get 700 yards. I do. Could they get 1,000? I don't know. I think it's hard to get 1,000 yards in the NFL in this system, considering how they spread the ball around. But I don't know. I'm drawing the line on Jauan Jennings here because you just got a contract extension last year. Like, it'd be one thing if you were still the 7th round pick and you were coming in, you had no guaranteed money whatsoever. Hey, come on, man. Come in and play.
888-957-9570. Jauan Jennings wants to get traded or a new contract. Do you trade him or do you pay him, Niner fans? 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line.
Do you remember after the Super Bowl when he had the historic run in the NFC Championship game? Raheem Mostert came into I think it was the 2020 season. It might have been the 2021 season. And he was like, basically, hey, I want a new contract or trade me. Do you guys remember that?
Yes, I actually
yeah. So like Raheem Mostert was really important coming out of that of that playoff run.
Yeah, Shanahan with running backs different than wide receivers in my opinion, though.
Running backs in general.
Just running backs, like he is just other than Christian McCaffrey. Like, and he's
had a different leading wide receiver. It feels like almost every year.
But he kept trying to pay the wide receivers that he liked.
No doubt. He's also drafted at least one wide receiver in every single draft.
Yes.
So I actually think he's actually
wide
closer.
Receiver himself. Yes.
Yeah. I'm telling you, man, that this team is not wide receiver reliant. They are not spending, and I think it's horrible money in the modern day to be spending $25 million on guys that are 2nd and 3rd tier wide receivers. And I don't even know where Jauan stacks up. Look, you're under contract. If you want to seriously play that game of I'm going to sit, well then, good luck. I hope you sit your 6 weeks out. We'll see you week 7, and we'll go from there.
All right. It's 7:30, so let me get this out of the way here. This is important because we're going to be doing this all week long. It's going to be that time right about now that $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop is going to be given away. And here's how it's going to work. All right. Sometime over the next 30 minutes, we're going to give you 3 clues. After that, we're going to play a sounder. Oh, play it again.
Big summer blowout.
One more time.
What?
Big summer blowout.
There we go. That's the sounder.
Big summer blowout? Is
there
that
you
what
go. That's what he's saying.
Okay.
Big summer blowout.
And at that time, you'll have to tell us which former All-Star that donned the orange and black we're talking about. So, again, sometime over the next 30 minutes, we're going to give you 3 clues. After that, we're going to play that sounder. And at that time, you'll have to tell us which former All-Star that donned the orange and black we were talking about. So stay tuned and listen for those clues. We'll get back to the Giants. We'll get back to the Dodgers in just a second because that was a massive series heading into the All-Star break. This is the latest in breaking news. We were talking about Jauan Jennings. And to put a bow on it for now, Ozark is in Missouri. Wants to join the conversation on Jennings. Ozark, what do you do with Jennings? Good morning.
Hey, I say we keep him and we pay him the amount. I mean, I don't think he's going to ask for a ridiculous amount. Maybe $2-3 million extra. Even if it's a 3-year contract with 12 million, 3-year contract, that's something suitable. He's been one of our most clutch, our most reliable receivers that we had in the last couple of seasons with Ayuk and Debo both in the roster. That's just my take.
I think everybody agrees
so,
that, like, if they could find a reasonable, way of going about this. Like, clearly the Niners are like, no, play under your deal. Like, that's what it feels like to me. Like, play under your deal, and you have a great year, and we'll be more than happy to come to the table and negotiate with you down the line.
There you go.
Like, look what Diamanor Lenore did. Does anyone remember that? Diamanor Lenore went out on making a fraction of what Jauan was set to make, and balled out, and then after about 11 weeks or so, signed this big extension. And it was a great deal for all parties involved.
He did.
Simultaneously, other guys in that secondary, Talanoa Hufanga, obviously, Charvarius Ward, were in the final years of their contract, and they had to play it out, right? So, no, not everyone is just, I'm going to sit, and you got to pay me what I'm worth, and this, no, it's okay. You can go out and you can earn your money. And then, look, Joe, if he plays 2 months this year and he's balling out, who's to say John Lynch doesn't have a multi-year extension ready to go for him?
He might. Are you going to look at Jauan Jennings going forward a little bit differently?
No,
after
I think it's a bad look in general. I just think that this fan base is probably more exhausted by player holdouts than most.
Shasky, I have a question for you. Do you have more of an issue with the money or with the actual drama?
When I hear the trade me or I'm out, it's like, come on, what are we doing? You're not good enough to ask for a trade. Like, this whole trade me thing.
But he's good enough on this team to do it. And I think that's just the difference. If he was just a free agent.
So you're exploiting the situation. It's like
But like, he kind of like has to play the game. I hear you, but if I'm in his position, I just saw Brandon Ayuk get hurt.
You're not as
and he
good
made
as
all that
Brandon
money.
Ayuk.
Yeah, but that's the problem.
I mean, come on.
No, he knows he's not as good as Brandon Ayuk, so that's why I need to make all this money right now and capitalize, because if I get hurt next year, I'm effed. I'm screwed. No, you're laughing, but that's the reality.
Remove the names. Diva, number 2 or number 3 wide receiver on every team in the league, right? That's what Jauan is. Diva wants to be paid or traded away.
Doesn't matter what every other team. I'm the number 1 on this team. That's what he's saying.
Have we not proven it? Like, really, the last Hall of Fame, elite, through the roof level wide receiver to win it all. It feels like Jerry Rice, like 20-something years ago.
And by the way,
they never work out. These wide, and I love wide receivers. I was one of the people like, you got to pay Debo, and I ended up being way wrong. All right, I was one of these guys like, the Ayuk thing. Like, I'd probably pay him, but I was fretting over it. Like, most of the times, these wide receiver contracts play out very poorly. They really do.
By the way, we're going to get back into the Giants and Dodgers, because actually I wanted to pivot in a way that was like, who do you think has the most leverage right now if they wanted a new contract on the Giants? Like, if the season, because we're at the All-Star break. So I actually was kind of thinking about that.
Robbie Ray. He's got 1 year after this year.
That's exactly where I went to.
Robbie Ray would be the guy. And I would say that pitching is as delicate as playing in the NFL, because one pitch could be your last if you're a pitcher.
And his age is an interesting factor in all this, right? Because at least the Jauan, like, this is the time, and I understand Juwan's perspective. He's 28. So, like, this is probably, he's looking at it.
I totally see it from his perspective.
Yes, absolutely. And his game, if he gets hurt, it's not going to age gracefully. Hell, he can't get any separation right now. He's just a big body with big hands, and that's what he's using, right? But Ray is 33. He's going to be 34 at some point this year. I don't know when his birthday is, but it says he was born in October 1st. He'll be 34, Joe. So, like, that's going to be an interesting one to monitor as the season goes on, as he pitches pretty damn well yesterday in a loss in his own right. 6 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, as the team ends up falling in extras 5-2 and losing the series to the Dodgers. I do think it's a little interesting to start looking at it as we're talking about the contracts a lot with this team. The Adames signed to a major deal. You traded for Rafi Devers, signed for a fat contract. Why does it get frustrating when you start looking at Devers, Adames, and Lee in this series after an explosive Friday night and these last 2 days were stinkers? It's because they're making all that money. So it's like, you want your guys to succeed, right? And that's why it felt good finally on Friday. The guys that were making all that money were producing like they were. But for most of this season, I think that's the most frustrating part, is they haven't been producing in the biggest moments against the biggest teams, against the big boys. And who ended up producing in the big moments for the Dodgers? Their highest paid class, right? The Otanis, the Freemans, right? It was frustrating.
But, like, okay, so all those, like, top-notch guys, like, there's all-star status and equity with all of those guys. I would tell Jauan Jennings, if I was in his camp, like, hey, look, we all know what you want. You want to get paid. And the door isn't shut just because we report to training camp and just because we start playing games. Now, is there this, hey, I could get hurt on any play, could be my last play? Of course. I acknowledge and I recognize that. But your play to this point has not put you in the status of you're able to sit on the sidelines and still get whatever you want. Bosa can do that. And we can argue about whether it's the right thing to do, but like Bosa can do that because 25 other teams will line up to pay him whatever he's asking for. Trent Williams can do that because 25 other teams would line up to pay him whatever he wants. I don't know if 25 other teams would line up to trade for Jauan Jennings and then pay him whatever he wants. So I would recommend to him, show up, dominate a camp like I know you can against a bunch of random DBs and Diamond Lenore, and then prove yourself every day for the weeks leading up that you are that top dog with Brandon Ayuk sitting on the sideline rehabbing. And then let your play do the talking for you. And now that's 2 back-to-back training camps where you went out there and dominated because he did it last year. And it's like, yeah, I'm sure that the team, the coaches, the players, the front office will be like, all right, let's reward this guy for all the hard work. He's a hard hat guy of a guy. That would make a lot of sense. To say, trade me or pay me before everything, your status isn't there. I just think it's unbecoming of where he is, pecking order on this team and in the league.
And we don't know if he's going to hold in or out yet. That wasn't made clear in the Adam Schefter tweet, if you will. And if you're just joining us, it's Spadoni at Shasky. It's the Morning Roast. Obviously reacting to a massive series loss by the Giants with the Dodgers in town heading into the All-Star break. We're going to be discussing all of that, I promise. But this was the latest per Adam Schefter. 49ers wide receiver Jauan Jennings, who is scheduled to make $7.5 million this season, is in the final year of his deal, wants a new contract or a trade per sources. And that's the question right there. Do you trade him or do you pay him? 888-957-9570. That's the same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. If he does hold out, Joe, who do you think that's a worse look for? The Niners or Jauan himself? Like, if he's just asking, we don't know. And
I
don't know. If it's like a couple
want
million,
more context.
If it's a couple more $1 million, I think this thing gets done within the week, and it's whatever.
Yeah,
right?
It's a big nothing burger.
Yes, I think let's say
the guy who gets the small end of the stick here is Brock Purdy.
Yeah,
like that's who gets the small end of the stick. Who's he going to be throwing to in training camp?
I think this is what it works out to: 2-year, $25 million extension, $12.5 million per year. There you go. $5 million pay raise basically per year.
You're throwing those numbers out. Does that sound like a guy who has the equity to say, trade me or pay me? I mean, what are we doing?
No, but you know what?
But you get what I'm saying?
This is his agent.
I roll my eyes when I hear that.
This is the agent in his ear, and this is what they're telling him to do. Not that, and listen, Shanahan, Lynch, they've played this game. They understand it. And you know what? Quite frankly, who do you think he learned all this from? He learned this from seeing what Ayuk did. He learned this from seeing what Debo did with Bosa. Now, you're going to say, yeah, those players are infinitely better than you.
Well, did you learn a lesson when you watched firsthand what happened? Fans turned on those guys, and
they got paid. That's what he'll like, I just want my money.
Is that what it's all about? It's all about getting paid?
For some guys, it matters, yes.
Well, yeah, I'm in the business of trying to find which guys want to actually play football and make a lot of money.
By the way, Joe, it's time to give out those clues that I mentioned about 10 minutes ago. In regards to our contest that's going on. All right, here's the clues. All right, it's the All-Star Week, big summer blowout, if you will. All right, and these are the clues. Orange and black All-Star. Clue number 1. I was an All-Star last season. Clue number 2. I was born in Puerto Rico. And clue number 3. I play the outfield, mostly left field, but I had to play a lot of center field last season. All right, hold your guesses until we tell you when it's time to call, okay? And you're going to hear, don't play that sounder, you're going to hear it, and at that point, you can call in to guess and try to win the $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop. I heard you down the line when I was giving out those clues. I was like, do I answer it? No, you do not. All right, because it's up to the listeners to answer it. All right, when we play the sounder, that's going to be your cue to call in. In the meantime, we can get back to the orange and black, though, because that's really what I thought we were going to be talking about most of the show. Then Jauan Jennings and Adam Schefter kind of dropped that mini bomb on us. All right, but we were talking about our takeaways over the series as a whole, and it was an incredible series. And there's a lot of blue. There was a lot of blue over the weekend, and that it bothered me. But again, I'm not here to harp on that because I feel like that's just been a topic of conversation for the last 4 or 5 years. Dodgers, they're kind of like the dynasty of MLB right now. They're the hot show. They got Shohei Ohtani. They got Hae-Sung Kim. There was a lot of Korean people there to watch him, get autographs with him, take pictures with him. A lot of Japanese media over the weekend to watch Shohei pitch on Saturday. I thought that was incredible, by the way. Him, Roop going head-to-head against him. Think about the pressure real quick of Landon Roop on Saturday, going back to Saturday's game. You couldn't even get through 2 innings in Dodger Stadium just a month ago, Joe. Couldn't get through 2 innings. What does he do on Saturday? 6 innings, 7 hits, 1 earned run, 8 Ks on 104 pitches. That's pretty freaking incredible. That honestly, even in a loss, he might get my game ball over the weekend. What?
It's funny you bring up Landon Root because my mind immediately starts thinking of, well, he's only on a 1-year deal, making $765,000.
Hold out now.
He's the most important third starter on the team. Maybe he should hold out or demand a trade.
Real quick.
Like that, but it's
not during the season though. Let's make it clear.
I know, but
Juwan's not doing it during the season.
that's the equivalent of what we're talking about here, where a guy steps up who kind of came out of nowhere and is really, really good, and that's the eye roll from the fans. As most of us can barely afford to take our family of 4 to a Giants game, or to an NFL game. I think that, and I understand there's a business aspect of all of this, but I would just say it's best to try to conduct this business as quietly as you possibly can, because what ends up happening when these things get leaked, I don't think you get an extra $5 million because you make it ugly and send it straight to Schefter. I don't. I think you're going to get about what you're going to get. And I think the depreciating aspect of all of these things, when you make it so ugly and so public, is fans turn on you. What do you expect them to do? We're all broke. Everybody's broke. Newsflash. Old sports fans are having a tough time paying for their family to make ends meet.
Yeah, I don't know about that comparison. I really don't think about athletes, and I rarely, if ever, compare it to my personal life.
No, but I think that it lands in the lap.
Would that be nice?
I disagree. I think it lands in the lap of a lot of fans where they're like, "Come on, you guys, come on."
I think of it as fantasy land. I'm never going to touch those people. I'm not a sports athlete. I'm not producing the numbers and generating the clicks. I'm not doing anything like those guys are doing on a $1 billion industry level. I'm not doing that.
You walk into the 49er team store and you won't even see Jauan Jennings. This is the last 3 years. You will not see a Jauan Jennings jersey for sale. So I love the guy. But
this year, I don't know who else you're buying. Are you buying Brandon Ayuk's and Jerry Rice's? That's even going legacy only. Ricky Pearsall buying his jersey. I might want to buy Jauan Jennings' jersey in front of him. I might. He was their best wide receiver last year. Why not? Support the guy. All right? Support him. That's all I'm saying. And why he's doing this now is maybe he already tried to do negotiations and it didn't work. And he said, you know what? If I got to do this, I got to do this. And we'll see if he's going to hold out. We'll see if he holds in, if this thing bleeds into next week. But we can continue the conversation. If you want to call or text at any point today, do you trade Jauan or do you pay him? 888-957-9570. Same number to call or text. The Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Back to the series this past weekend, Joe, as it is officially the All-Star break, as Logan Webb, Robbie Ray, Randy Rodriguez, they're all going to Hotlanta. Are they all making the trip? They're all making the trip. They're just going to be, none of them are pitching except for maybe Rodriguez.
But Webb's pitching. Webb is going to pitch in the early innings.
Really?
I believe the 3rd inning.
That's actually kind of crazy. I did not expect that at all, actually.
If you pitched on Sunday, you're automatically ineligible to pitch in the game. So Robbie Ray will be there, but he will not pitch at all. That is a league rule.
Well, I just thought because he pitched Friday night, that wasn't that much time off. So I was just like,
that's a good point.
Today's pitching, maybe they've wanted like a week or 6 days, but 4 days, 4 nights. It's like, all right, well, that's cool though.
I'd rather him not pitch, quite frankly.
Well, that's what I was thinking of as a fan. It's like,
I mean, because most Giants fans, when you think about, Giants guys pitching in the All-Star game, you do think of the Atlee Hammerkers, the Rick Rushells, those moments where guys just served up something.
Did Logan pitch at any point in last year's All-Star game? He did.
Yeah, he came in for a whole inning, I believe it was.
Inning?
It wasn't a partial inning. It was an entire inning.
He was really bad, too.
Yeah, not good at all.
He was really bad. So, thanks. But maybe that's the thing, because he was really bad in that, but he was really freaking good for most of the year. So that's fine. The voice you hear, by the way, is Steven Risotto, Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys pod here on Odyssey alongside Slam Lubman and occasionally you.
Was it Vogelsong? Who started in 2011 when Bochy was the manager?
It was not a Giant, but Matt Cain did start in 2012.
2012, Matt Cain started. I know Vogelsong was on the team one year. Matt Cain started 2012. Okay, there you go.
Ooh, 2011. I'm going to see if I can guess who did 2011's All-Star game. And the NL who started that one?
Well, it would be
Bochy
Ron,
was the
Ron
manager,
Washington
right?
was the manager of the
AL.
Yes, because the teams that go to
Yes.
the World Series are the managers.
I'm going to go Adam Wainwright. How about
That's
that one?
not a bad guess.
He was,
actually.
I feel like he was like the top guy for a couple of years.
I'm going to go
there.
like not Cole Hamels, Roy Halladay. I'm going to say Roy
Ooh,
Halladay.
that's a good one.
It was Roy Halladay, and then for the American League, it was none other than
it's C.J. Wilson.
No, it was former Angels righty Jared Weaver. How about
Jared
that?
Weaver with the hair.
He was good.
He was good.
really good.
He was
no
good.
relation to Luke Weaver, by the way. I thought they were like brothers.
I do believe, and I know tonight is the All-Star Home Run Derby, and people could roll their eyes at it, whatever. I think it's a lot of fun because I love seeing all the kids running around in the outfield, and I do get a kick out of it. I still believe that the All-Star game is the baseball one is the best of all the All-Star games.
Ooh, yeah, because we just had the NBA version, and even though Steph Curry won the MVP, it was all kind of over the place. It was The NHL one was kind of cool, though, this past season, right?
Yes.
When you had all it was USA versus like all the
When you
Europe
throw
or
the
world.
flags in there,
It makes it cool.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
And that's what they're going to try to do going forward. I think in the NBA, that's what they should do because there's so much international talent now. Let's just do Team USA versus the world, right? Let's see Wemby and Jokic on the same team with Steph and LeBron. Let's just do that going forward, right? And I'm still saying Steph and LeBron, they're damn near 40 years old, just tells you all I'd say about the American talent right now.
If they just cared a little, I think it would be just totally different.
They just care about not getting hurt. And that's just, I know. I will say this in Bud Selig's defense. I get what he was trying to do at the time. It's stupid, but I get what he was trying to do with the World Series home field advantage. Whoever won that league, I get what he was trying to do. Make it matter. But at the end of the day, it's an exhibition. And who's my guy that everyone was freaking out over the weekend about this? We can get into
For
it
the
if you want.
Brewers?
Jacob Mizorowski, right? That's his name. Did I
It's
pronounce that
ridiculous
correctly?
that he's in it, though.
Why?
He's pitched 25 innings.
I mean,
see, there's two problems inherent with the All-Star games the way they are. They reward you for this year, but the season isn't over, right? Like, had the season played itself out last year, I'm not sure that the Giants get Ramos as the All-Star player last year, right? If they had played the whole year, you're going through like half a year. So you're rewarding people for half a year. That's number one. And then number two, like, you've got to be in the league for quite some time, to establish yourself. I don't think it's fair that you put a guy in with 25 innings of performance into the All-Star game right away on a team that Bud Selig used to actually run and own and manage, and his family still does.
So for those of you who don't know, obviously All-Star game tomorrow, but Jacob Mizorowski is a rookie pitcher with the Milwaukee Brewers who's had 5 starts, 4-1 record.
Oh, they're incredible.
And he's been electric. It's been fun to watch. He did it against the Dodgers. He shoved, and it was great. It's been awesome to watch, but it's been 5 starts. And a lot of people are like, wait, 5 starts? But we have actual relievers that have compiled a boatload of innings.
Tyler Rogers.
Okay, there you go. Perfect.
Who has had just an unbelievable season. Look at the numbers, people.
But this is also an exhibition that's a national broadcast that's trying to sell itself. And is Jacob Mizorowski going to outsell Tyler Rogers nationally? Probably, because he's kind of like the young phenom of the bigs right now. I know Paul Skeens was that guy last year, but Paul Skeens, I think, had how many more? 11 starts, something like that. He had double the amount.
He was the number one pick in the draft.
And he
too.
was.
Double the innings.
Double the innings is what it was. Okay. So he doubled the innings, basically, of what Mizorowski has done right now. I don't have a problem with it because I just view the All-Star game as, yes, the best players, but also some of those rising stars. And you'll say, no, that's the Rising Stars game. But the Rising Stars one is really just the prospects in baseball, right? It's not really...
Yeah, Whisenhunt and
it's
then
not
the
what it is
pitcher,
in the NBA.
The other pitcher who came out of nowhere, the righty for the Giants, were both in it on Saturday's game.
Exactly. It's not like what it is in the NBA where it's actual rising, rookies and sophomore players and some of the G League talent, right? But with Mizorowski, I don't have a problem with it. I personally don't. If people do, if they're feeling some type of way about it, should Tyler Rogers have gotten there in front of him? I think, who was it? Castellanos of the Phillies was really pissed off because the Phillies have had an incredible amount of pitching this year. So you feel like some of the guys that haven't even been elected, Suarez, I think, was one of them, correct?
How many games?
Yeah.
Tyler, I'm going to look it up right now. Tyler Rogers has been in, I bet he's been in 25 games this year or close to it. Let's see. Games right now.
48.
Jeez. Tyler Rogers has been in 48 games this year. All right. He has a 0.78 whip. Guys are batting 193 against him. He is about to break Sergio Romo's all-time Giants hold record, which is incredible in itself. He has been one of the great relievers, not just this year, but for how many years in a row. He also throws in a very unorthodox way, and if you were presenting that on television, I think it would look kind of cool because it's unique. He's so different than everything that's out right now. It does kind of suck for a guy like that to not get represented. But again, I step back and I say, okay, well, let's say I'm a Mets fan. Do you think I care about who Tyler Rogers is? Right. No. But he does look more unique than anyone else out there. And I feel like those guys need to be represented, especially when, if I was going to write the story of the Giants season, them winning, there's a direct bloodline right through Tyler Rogers and his impact on that team. So I do get the sense of frustration of having a guy who's only had 5 starts go out there and be an all-star.
Big summer blowout.
Oh, there it is. It's time to win the $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop. The first person to call our contest line and guess the former all-star player correctly will win. And that's the first person to call at 415-523-4652. Again, 415-523-4652 and guess the player correctly. You win. Thank you to the Valkyries for providing us with this great prize. Steiny and Goo will give away the next prize at 12:32. Dave, you think there should be like a minimum going forward? Maybe they do that and start instituting it, because I got the quotes right here from the Phillies players themselves. And first of all, just miss me with the amount of players that are really going to be that like pissed off about it, that get a bunch of players to go to the All-Star game anyways. Like, again, Trey Turner saying, what a joke. That's effing terrible. I mean, that's terrible, dude. That's the quote. JT Real Muto. That's just how the MLB does it now. Nothing against the Mizorowski kid, but Suarez and Sanchez are deserving of being on that team in the first place. There's no doubt. And then you got Nick Castellanos saying Major League Baseball is really just focusing on the most marketable players. So the fact that they can have somebody in the game that is going to basically blow out one inning and throw 103, 104, they're going to get more eyeballs on baseball. They're going to think it's getting more popular. And yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like that last quote from Castellanos is what they're thinking, and I don't blame them for it. I don't.
Yeah, but that's why you have Kershaw. Like, you have these legendary selections that you can add onto the roster. I don't think you need to do it on the other end of the curve regarding the rookies and the young players. Like, allow, because the way they do the selection process, the fans are involved, the managers, the players themselves are involved. It's not just, and the commissioner has a good imprint on it, it's not just coming from the fans. A lot of people have influence on these picks, and so I don't think you need the young guys. Like, allow it to happen. There's already, Paul Skeens is already representing all the young guys. Yeah. Is he not?
Well, that was him last year. Now he's already a grizzled vet after a year, Joe.
You know, and so we're doing too much.
Are you so excited? Like, does the All-Star game?
Oh, it does.
It pumps you up?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I love the pomp and circumstance.
When are they going to get back to San Francisco? We had Larry Bear on a couple months ago, and I was asking about that. When are we going to get it back here in San Francisco? Well, I think they're supposed to be in the rotation pretty soon.
Here's my one beef. The celebrity softball game. Oh, God. I don't know anyone who's in it. And I'm like, what are we doing? Who are these people?
You know who I knew only because I follow, because I think you do, is the John Boy guy, Jake. That's the only guy I recognize from John Boy
really
Media.
Short.
He is, but he was the only one I recognized. Him and Nicky Cass,
the comedian who does all the baseball TikToks that I like.
Oh, is he the funny guy that does like the accent and stuff?
Yeah.
He always has a character's name. Yeah, from Jersey, but it sounds like my last name. Everyone always like tags me in it. It's Spadini. I was like, he's like, hey, are you related to this guy?
Hey, Spadini, you paying attention over there?
Go. Hey, Carter, you paying attention to the injury report?
Oh, man.
I gotcha.
We're humming.
The long-awaited update on Gerard Encarnacion is here. He was seen running the bases pregame at Oracle Park over the weekend as he continues rehabbing a left oblique strain. Encarnacion is set to head to Arizona for rehab. He'll participate in rehab games in the rookie-level Arizona Complex League during the All-Star break before moving to AAA Sacramento, according to Major League Baseball. All right. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California Premier's workers' compensation law firm, helping other workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right, what's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. More of your calls, more of your texts, halfway home here on a Monday. Let's dive into, I always hate that it's not the first half exact, but I'm just going to call it the first half of baseball. And this Giants team heading into the All-Star break. What do you like? What do you not like? Positive, negatives, All of that. Are you feeling good about their chances heading down the stretch here? Tough series loss, but you know what? There are some positives to take away. We'll get into that on the other side. Plus, Jauan Jennings going forward, he wants to get traded or a new contract, according to Adam Schefter of ESPN. Are you trading him or are you paying him, Niners fans? 888-957-9570. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. It's 95.7 The Game.
I hate them. No, I really do hate them.
You know what that's from?
Rob Manfred giving them the championship in 2020 when Justin Turner had COVID on the field. And it was at Dodger Stadium or was it at Houston?
Or it was Texas.
Yeah, you're right. It was Texas. The new warehouse.
Well, yeah, it always looks huge on TV when you're watching it.
Oh, speaking of a weekend.
Oh, Clay, hey. Talk about stock rising. Yannick Sinner, shout out him, by the way, new Wimbledon champion, taking out Carlos Alcaraz, right? And shout out Iga Swiatek going double bagel on the women's side. 6-0, 6-0 against Anisimova. Tough for the American. Yeah, that was tough scene. By the way, shout out Chelsea, the first ever club FIFA World Cup champions, taking out the Champions League winner Paris Saint-Germain, PSG as it's also known. President Trump going onto the field during the celebration for the championship trophy at MetLife Stadium. We also have the Dodgers taking out the Giants here locally to snap their high losing streak. What did they end up being, 6 or 7? 7-game losing streak they snapped on Saturday and took the series yesterday in extras. And we would love your participation talking about that. We're also talking about Jauan Jennings, who all of a sudden the Niners kind of makeshift wide receiver one last year after Ayuk got hurt. Debo had a disappointing year. It was Jauan Jennings being their number one guy. Well, according to Adam Schefter, he wants to get paid. And per sources, trade me or pay me is basically what Jauan Jennings is saying now, just a day ahead of rookies reporting to training camp in Santa Clara. So a lot there, Joe, as I say good morning to you on a Monday. And where do you want to start?
It's just so funny to trade me or pay me. You imagine, like, I had gotten my first ever radio contract was in 2020, October of 2020, and we created a show.
Wow.
Imagine if like a year later we won our first month, our first book or something like that, and I pay me or I'm walking. Like, that's like boss would be like, take a hike, dude. Right. You kidding me? We are a run first team. We do not flow through Shasky.
You're saying as I signed mine a couple months ago after that first month of we just dominating the Luka and Jimmy Butler deal. All right. I don't need to work another month. It's just
there is an element of that. And it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. It's sports. Let's get back to the Giants though, because I thought this was just a huge series for them this week. Let's start on Friday night. Friday night, it's going to get forgotten. What a wild game. The Giants go down 2-1, and I don't know about you, but I'm thinking, oh God, we're going to be regretting this one for a while. Then they battle back and they score 2, and so now they have a 3-2 lead, and you get Dom Smith hitting that home run, and Willie Adames gets that elusive 2-out home base hit with runners in scoring position that they've been waiting for what feels like all year.
Well, I thought you were going to start there. Was Adames the second inning of that game, kind of setting the tone for me? 416 feet, dead center.
He crushed that.
That was no cheapie. Yeah, like that
crushed that.
You needed to do that in that moment against that team, and that team that has lost, I think, heading into it 6 in a row. You needed to do that, and he did it, and it felt like it was a tone setter for that night.
It really did, and they got May knocked out of that game early.
Ginger guard.
Yeah, and so they drop a nice 5 spot in that inning, and then the very next half inning, Logan Webb gets banged around, and I actually thought that he got unfortunate breaks from the team as a whole. Joe Hooley just completely misplays the ball in center field on a line drive. He took a horrible angle directly at it, and went right by him, set up the whole inning. They score 4 in that inning. So now you're looking at an 8-6 game. They hit another dinger later on. So it's 8-7, and you're hanging on for dear life. And what do you have facing you in the 9th inning, Joe? What? Who was it? Come on.
You had
Camilo Duvall coming out to face
Ohtani, Betts, Freeman. Did I not call it on Friday?
It was unbelievable.
I said, what I want to see this week, because we were talking about Circle of Trust, we were doing Spinoni Circle of Trust. I was like, how big of a confidence booster would it be for a guy like Camilo Duvall, and quite frankly, the fan base watching Camilo Duvall, if he has a save opportunity, up 1, bottom of the 9th, and he faces the beef of the Dodgers. And as Risotto's doing the sign of the cross in the background.
Oh, we were all doing that.
And then as soon as Will Smith hit that ground, he was like, oh boy, he kind of hit it kind of hard too, but it was right at Chapman, who you wanted to hit it to. Double play, night, see you later.
Well, and Mookie Betts gets on, and
Ruiz, the speedster, who we all thought Steiny Ruiz, the guy that has like the A's like single season rookie record for steals a couple seasons ago. He's on the Dodgers. Yeah, and then he gets on base, and what does he do? Steals a base immediately.
Yeah, exactly. And like Bailey, I thought called a good pitch to throw on because he knew he was going. But then you get that double play after the Freddie Freeman walk, and it worked out great. And I didn't think they were going to get that double play. No. So to win that game Friday night, you're just feeling electric.
I got to say something about Camilo Doval and Risotto kind of like brought me onto this, and I was feeling the same way. And I was listening to it. The closer song when you're at the ballpark. Not quite Enter Sandman. I'm not disparaging the song itself.
What do you mean?
I just don't feel pumped up about it.
Well, he's this whole Cameo thing that they do.
It fits his persona because he's a calm, cool, collected cat. So it works there. But when you're doing it with the light show.
Yeah, I don't like the light show.
It doesn't. No, I like the light show, but it can't be that song that Camilo's picking. Nothing against the song.
It's not.
Just not that one.
He doesn't do I'm Coming Out Hot anymore.
No, he needs what he needs.
What is it now?
No, if he did Hot in Here by Nelly, I'd be all in on the light show doing it. That's what he needs to have going forward.
It's getting hot in here.
With a little bit of and a little bit of Townie used to do that all the time.
The girl in the music video was stunning.
You can say that for a lot of girls in music videos.
No, but there's one in particular. Everyone knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. 5-year-old Joe, whoever that song came out, was loving it every single second. That just aged you pretty well, didn't it?
Yeah,
what is going on here?
I was a grown man.
And then Saturday, if you win Friday night, I mean, I'm feeling electric Friday night. I don't know how you were feeling.
How could you not? Like it was
unreal.
Real quick, I'm going to take you because I went to the game. Sam,
what was it like?
Risotto. It was awesome. We had a bunch of the producers there. Grandy was there. Evan, New York Kenny, producer Ken was there. We actually were standing in standing room only because we were walking around on the.
How many laps did you do?
Couple laps. I did a couple.
It's the best stadium, isn't it?
It was great. And you know what? I'll say this. For as much as has been made about the Dodgers and the Giants and like the hatred and the rivalry and like, punches being thrown at games like this and nastiness, I didn't see a lot of that. I just saw
civil.
I just saw two fan bases, a lot of Dodger blue, maybe too much for Giants fans' perspective, but it was very civil and everyone was having a good time and they were enjoying ourselves and there was not a lot of knucklehead behavior. Not to say there wasn't any. I'm sure there was because that's every single, sold out venue and any sporting event. Doesn't matter where you are. There's going to be knuckleheads everywhere. But for the most part, when I was doing my laps, Joe, very civil. And we were in standing room only. And we actually had two of these guys standing behind us that were kind of eavesdropping our conversation. We were just kind of shooting the breeze. And then these guys were like, wow, you guys kind of like know a lot about sports. And we were just talking about Wimbledon, talking about everything.
You
and
guys know a lot about sports.
We were just like name dropping everything. And they're like, oh yeah, we talk about sports for a living on Sports Talk Radio. Like,
we know only a fraction of what this other guy knows at the station. His name's Joe Shasky.
We did not say that, but we kept talking. And the guys' names, by the way, I'm going to shout out Baker and Cody. And they were from North Carolina. They actually worked NASCAR pit crew.
No way. I don't believe you.
No, they were there because it was Sonoma Raceway this weekend.
Yeah, I was on 37, yeah.
So they were there, and we were just kind of talking.
I had to beat the traffic.
The guy was showing me the video of like what all they do and stuff like that. I was like, dude, that's incredible. I was like, what's a good time for you guys to just, get the tires all changed and the gas? Oh, under 12 seconds. I was like, are you serious? Like, that's incredible. I can't even change a tire.
Marcus in Fremont. Or what was the guy's name? Marcus in Richmond. 12 seconds?
You can do better, right? That's so good. But no, we were talking about that, and I thought that was so interesting and fascinating because I guess Patrick Bailey is homies with a guy that has won in the past. Tyler Reddick, I want to say his name is, who races for NASCAR. Pat Bailey and him are homies. So, again, just long story short, cool memories that I had over the weekend, meeting some guys that work NASCAR pit crew. So there you go. You never know what you're going to find at the ballpark. And that's what I found.
So Friday was fun.
Friday was incredible. And those guys were actually complaining about the weather. They're like, God, and they were all hooded out and everything. Is it this cold all the time? I was like,
it's actually a warm night.
It's actually a warm night. It felt great.
There's not a lot of wind.
It was like 62 degrees. And they're like, really?
Yeah.
Like, yes, feels great.
So you guys were making a lot of you're making fun of me because you're like, you're not going to go to this weekend. It's like, dude, I only have so many weekends during the summer to be able to go swimming with the little guy and go up north. So we went up north, and then Saturday we were at the pool. Now they have the bar area where you get food and you can watch the game, but I was watching also on my phone, right, from the little the picnic little mat that Michelle puts down, the Pendleton.
Yes.
And so we're sitting there and we're eating chicken nuggets, and Shohei Ohtani on Saturday looked incredible.
Oh, he that home run he had on Saturday, but on Friday, the home run
the Friday was ridiculous.
He just golfed that one out into the bay. The guy fell out of the kayak. It wasn't McCovey Cove Dave, but it was this other guy just like ran into there. And I guess that made the rounds because everyone was telling me, "Did you see the guy jump out of the kayak?" I was like, "Yeah, I saw the guy come out." Everyone jumps out of the kayak over there. But it's specifically for Shohei, that's a player I understand jumping out of the kayak for.
Look, there's a conversation at some point this week. He is the guy that was worth $1 billion.
Oh, yeah.
I know that some of you can't pay anyone. No, there's literally...
Well, you defer it first, and then you'd be fine, but yeah.
Well, forget the deferment. There are like a handful of players. I don't care what you pay them. It's not enough. Mahomes.
Yeah, Patrick.
Steph. I think for the longest time, LeBron. He might still be there in terms of, bang for the buck.
By the way, the latest of that over the weekend, can he legitimately get traded? I'm starting to feel like LeBron's going to get traded. Like, that's a conversation for another time. Continue, though. But as Warriors fans are monitoring the offseason, just keep that in the back pocket. Continue.
Oh, I got my eyes on the king. And
oh my God.
What?
You're so... You know what I want to say? You're full of you-know-what right now.
Here we go again.
I swear to God, the pivot and
gearing
panicking,
myself up for it.
The pivot and panicking from
I
you
would
was
much rather talk
unreal.
about LeBron coming to the Warriors than Jauan Jennings holding out. I mean, give me a break. I mean, geez Louise. That being said, Saturday, I'm watching this guy, Shohei Ohtani, and I'm saying to myself, the Giants should have started the bidding at $1 billion. Anybody that said that is right. He is worth that much. I'm dead serious.
Way more than what Juan Soto got. I'll tell you that right now. Like, Juan Soto's a good player. He's not Shohei level. He's not bringing... Do you know the amount of media I saw?
Yeah, how many was there?
The Japanese media just taking over for Shohei. Oh, like half the press box, Risotto?
Yeah, there was a lot there, TV and print.
I don't say this lightly. He is a physical freak.
No, he's a specimen.
I don't think people understand. He is 6'4.5", runs like the wind, has legs that are... I mean, he looks like he could be in the Kentucky Derby. His legs are so big.
And you look at just his presence, nothing phases that guy.
He's
calm,
unreal.
cool, collected.
He's unreal. Unreal. I mean, like... I know we talk about these like, oh, he could play any sport. I am convinced Shohei, had he trained to be ready, could play in the NFL. I don't know where, but I think he could run on that field with them somewhere.
It's funny you just said that. I could absolutely see him being like a tight end.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
he is an unreal freak.
So pay him and not Juwan.
All right. Well, I bet he'll catch a ball in the end zone with the Super Bowl on the line.
Oh my God.
He's unreal. He is unreal. And I was blown away. I'm sitting there watching as I'm like, LJ, I'll take you in the pool in a second. Shohei's pitching. And I watched him the entire time. I'm saying, this guy is unbelievable. Then the Giants' bats are just silent. It's like we're up there swinging, a noodle instead of a wooden bat, and it's 2-0 in that game, and they draw a nice little rally late in that game. Bases loaded, and I think we're all thinking the same thing Saturday. Here we go. Yeah. Rafi Devers' moment. 8th inning, bases loaded, Giants-Dodgers. It feels like a beautiful day in the city, and he steps to the plate, and he just golfs one. And I don't know about you guys. I thought he got it off the bat.
It was a hot day. It was a warm day. You think that's going out. And again, I mentioned earlier, for a guy that's battling a groin and now a bulging disc in his back. Shout out Steve Levy, who once said another thing on ESPN once upon a time. That might have been out had he been healthy. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. And Bob Melvin had a great line, and here it is after that happened. Baseball can be cruel sometimes, you know?
Yeah, I mean, baseball can be a cruel game. Hit the ball 106 off the bat there, and they hit balls like 40 miles an hour in the last inning. So, it's just the way it is sometimes. Unfortunately, it didn't work in our favor.
I think Nahegan had a great point because, Bob Melvin, he threw up his hands. Hell, Devers looked shocked when he just was running the base. He's like, "Are you freaking serious, dude? Really?" I thought he had it. And then yesterday, Devers did too with Outman. He ran around. He's like, he caught that. Devers must feel snake bit right now. And I think Bob Melvin is feeling that frustration too, putting his hands up in the presser saying, I don't know.
I think a couple things can be true all at once, right? First one is boy, this team needs Devers and they can ill afford to have him sit. That being said, boy, I really need to get him right.
Right.
I'm watching him over the weekend and I was really paying attention to this, and I'm thinking to myself, is it worth sacrificing a week's worth of games in the middle of a pennant race to just give him a full 2 weeks off? I'm dead serious on this. I don't think he's going to make it to the end of the year. I was making the argument, hey, 70% of Devers is better than 100% of all the other guys that they have on the team.
He's 70.
I don't even know, man.
What would you see percent he is right now? It feels more like a 60 than a 70. I don't know. Like
Joe, he doesn't have any drive in his legs.
No.
Would you agree? Like
that's
the
what I'm
bat
saying.
looks quick, but
I think he was healthy. He's like, that's a home run.
I mean, he scalded that ball yesterday, but it's just too few and far between, I think, for me overall. And I need him to play first base defensively. So that's why I need his body to get right. And maybe that's just too aggressive. I also think the Bryce Eldridge injury has really kind of thrown a monkey wrench into whatever their projections were going to be, on how to handle the roster on the last 9-10 weeks of the season. Now, I don't know, man. I would really look into exploring trading Wilmer Flores.
Ooh.
I know.
We had Pavlovich on last week, Giants insider for NBC Sports Bay Area, covers the team. It was nice to chat with Alex on Friday, too. But he was saying he'd be shocked if they traded Wilmer Flores because what he means to the clubhouse and just as a bat and being kind of just that part-time player. But what else is out there right now? I mean, you saw the play yesterday. And again, he's not a defensive prowess at first base. We all understand that. But it just goes to show you that they just need the complete player at first.
Yes.
And you know what? It was nice to see Dom Smith do his thing and get that home run on Friday. That was pretty freaking cool.
I'm a Don Smith fan.
I'm a huge Dom Smith fan. I actually chatted him, me, Risotto, and Lubman on Friday. We kind of shoot the breeze a little bit. And just,
good dude?
Yeah, no, really good dude. And him just talking about his experience, because he had a huge Instagram live in a long one, like 2 hours, like talking with Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
Like, and just being able to lean on Barry Bonds. And he's like a kid in the candy store, just talking about like, dude, I get to talk to the greatest hitter of all time and just learn from him. And it was just really cool, just kind of just shoot the breeze with the guy. Really nice guy, really cool.
Well, he made a bunch of nice plays
too, by the way.
He's made a bunch of nice plays at first base defensively. He is your best defensive option at first.
Yeah.
But you are taking a little off because, look, right now this team fails to hit lefties. Wilmer's one of the few guys that traditionally has hit lefties better than Dom Smith. So, like, you want to keep Wilmer, but you want to get the bat in the lineup. I think you might have to just visit moving him.
Well, and this is where the Devers thing really hurts you right now, because you want to shift him to first base, but you can't do that.
I don't think you can.
You just can't. Not with his back the way it is, not with his groin the way it is. Like, say what you want about first baseman in there, being like physical and like the prowess. No, you have to be like, you have to have some athleticism. You can't just be, even Albert Pujols, when he was like 38, 37 years old for the Angels or whatever, he still somewhat had to move around on first base. Like, you can't just be that bad defensively and you can't have no athleticism. So get him healthy, take this week, see how he is. And you know what? If you have to take another week after that, so be it. Just do it. Get him some rest, right?
Right before the deadline.
But now you're talking about like a disc in the back, Joe.
I know.
Is that even going to be long enough to do that?
I don't know.
Leroy's in Oakland, wants to join the conversation. Leroy, your thoughts on the weekend series?
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning. Always a pleasure to be on. Hey, look, I talked to you guys last week, and, I was like, man, I'm looking like forward, like after the All-Star break, to what the Giants are going to do, because it just seems like, they cannot beat the Dodgers on a consistent basis. Like going into this series against the Dodgers, I was like, okay, if we get one game, I was okay. So I'm okay. I'm happy with that. I'm looking going forward, and I think we can beat up on other teams in the National League. But beating the Dodgers, I don't know. But can we make a run at this division, beating other teams in the National League? We'll see. I think we can. We're good enough to beat all these teams going forward, as far as beating them in series, right? Winning series. And I was looking at the Dodgers. They have like a similar schedule going forward. So I remember talking to you guys last week. I said August 8th, let's see where the Giants are. And that was my kind of target date to kind of judge this team. So I wasn't like, hey, this is a massive, massive series with the Dodgers. I was like, okay, if we can get one, we're cool. So, hey, we are where we are, and go Giants.
Yeah, that's Leroy in Oakland. I feel Leroy on that, because let's not get it twisted. The Dodgers are the best team in the National League. They're 58-39. They're the second most wins in all baseball. Only the Detroit Tigers are above them. But if there was a 7-game series right now, who are you taking, the Tigers or the Dodgers right now? You're taking the Dodgers. Like, they're the best team in baseball. Joe, you gave them all they could handle over this weekend, and you could have easily, swept them. You easily could have. Now, conversely, maybe you could have gotten swept. But you know what? The fact that you're coming out of this series saying you're right there with the Dodgers heading into the All-Star break, listen, 6 games, sure, feels like a lot, and it could have been 4, could have been like, I know. I'm actually kind of positive about this Giants team coming out of this series because of how it looked, Joe. How they gotten blown out. Like, how deflating was it just almost a month ago now? A month ago when you had that huge win Friday night. Casey Schmidt gets that grand slam at Dodger Stadium. You get that win. And then the next day, Lana Roop just gets destroyed. Couldn't even get out of the second inning. It felt deflating.
Yeah.
It did. I didn't feel that sense heading out of this weekend.
But here's the part. Okay, I hear you, and I would like to discuss this more.
Yeah.
But my thought was, oh, man, this was the time to get the Dodgers. Max Muncy out with a knee injury. Blake Snell still not in the rotation, right? Like, they are clearly at their low point of the year right now.
I mean, Yamamoto's still sick.
No, he's ridiculous.
Shohei, I know, like he was like the opener field, pitched 3 innings in total, but he's
and the Sheehy guy was awesome.
Yeah, he was.
But they had opportunities late in Saturday's game and in Sunday's game, and the failure to execute did them in. I would like to revisit the 10th and 11th inning.
And we will do that on the other side. By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube. We are streaming on YouTube all day long and all week long, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. It's Spadoni and Shasky, and we're always coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And check this out. All right. It's All-Star Week, so you know what All-Star Week in baseball means, right? It's like, all right, well, we don't have any football to react to. Don't have any NBA action. We don't have baseball until Friday when the Giants are going to be in Toronto. Well, you got to be locked into the WNBA, brother. All right? Because coming up tonight, 7 o'clock, Valkyries are taking on the Phoenix Mercury.
Yay!
And you can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game. That's right, Steiny. And on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX Plus. Pre-game starts at 6:30, and that's all brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. And that's what's coming up with the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good. voice of that, by the way?
Oh,
I know it was Hunter Pence, but I couldn't remember the guy's name.
What's the guy's name?
But the sound was courtesy of Roku. Exactly. Well, it tells you all you need to know. You don't even know his name.
Well, there was at one point where I took a screenshot. We'll get into Luis Matos. That might be the biggest moment of his career thus far.
Which
I know
sucks that he didn't win it.
7 or 8 RBI game. There was one point, and I have the still shot.
David Nelson? Yeah. Okay. David Nelson's the guy's voice.
Got it. There's a still shot that I took of the television screen, and this is on Rogan. This is not. I'm not blaming Roku. This is baseball.
Steven Nelson.
This is baseball as a whole. On the screen, let's count the advertisers. Ace Hardware has an advertisement on the mound. Okay.
Yeah, I saw your post. I did.
Chevrolet has an advertisement on the screen behind the batter. That's 2. MLB.TV has an advertisement on the right-hand side of the screen to the right of the plate.
Number 3.
Okay. The fourth one, there's a Mercedes-Benz logo in the little side.
Number 4.
Area to the side there on the brick wall. Then there's the Audi, the car.
Number 5.
Okay. Those are on the seats. Then you have Blue Shield logos in between the 2 sections of seats, separating them. That's 6. Then you have the Roku channel logo. That's number 7. Then you have the patch on the Giants jersey. What is it now? It's not Waymo. Who is is it Master?
Chevrolet?
It's Chevrolet. So you have another Chevy patch on the logo. Then you have the Dodger logo. There are 9 sponsorships alone in this one shot. And you know what I was thinking was, I don't even notice them. I'm numb to it. There's so much advertisement going on. It's like a Where's Waldo photo.
Oh, okay. Steven Nelson. I found out who that guy is. He used to be on MLB Network. He used to do it with...
Glad you closed that loop.
Well, he took over for Chris Rose immediately after, was it Intentional Talk, right? Or whatever it's called.
He was on Intentional Talk, and now he's the play-by-play voice, one of them, of the Dodgers.
You just
so he's a Dodger... So they had the Dodger play-by-play, not Joe Davis, with one of the Giants color analyst guys in Hunter Pence. That's kind of cool how they did that. Oh, that's cute. All right. Joe Davis, taller in person than I thought, by the way. Well, yeah, a little bit. He's like my age. It's kind of wild that he's that incredibly successful and that young still, and he has that job with Fox. That's not Joe Davis.
And you have a morning show and he doesn't.
That's, you know what? When you put it like that, it's a great point, Stephen.
One thing I'll give Joe Davis, unlike all you young whippersnappers here, the thing he saw last night isn't the greatest thing of all time. He has a little bit of perspective.
He does hit the moments, though. He does. And it sucks that he has to be a Dodger, right? Because he's so damn good at his job. But when you're a really good broadcaster, I think we've learned this. Like Troy Aikman, it got to a point where it's like you just appreciate him on the broadcast. Sure. He was no longer a Cowboy. Now him being retired helps in that regard. But he's one of those guys. Vin Scully. He gets to a point where it's just like, and it helps that he's synonymous with one of the greatest plays, not the greatest play in the history of football for the 49ers, the catch, right? So him calling that on the NFL side is incredible. But the fact that he's a Dodger guy, it's like, it's Vin Scully. We'll look past it. And I did think it was actually kind of cool over the weekend. I don't know if you heard Kruko, Mike Kruko talking about Fernando Valenzuela. You're just speaking with such reverence with him on the broadcast, saying he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame.
He does.
And what he means to the Dodgers. I always actually like those moments when, whether it's a Dodger guy or a Giants guy, just speaking with reverence about the rivalry. And just, gassing it up and having that mutual respect, right? It's pretty cool.
Fernando Mania is one of the, whatever Lincecum was, times 5, because it was nationally. It was huge.
Internationally.
And also you have to understand what it meant to Mexicans and Mexican Americans to see someone like that be as good as he was. And just, I guess, the Latin culture in general and the influx of players. I mean, he was a phenomenon. He was the guy who started that final game against Bill Lasky, 1982, Giants-Dodgers, game at Candlestick, where Joe Morgan hit that home run.
Man. And here's Willie Adames on Friday, Joe, because we were actually asking about these guys all week and about the rivalry, right? And Willie Adames now being a part of it. Here he is talking about it on Friday's win.
Oh, that nobody is giving up. Everybody's trying to, beat each other and try to be better than the other team. And like you say, we had a really good lead, and then they fight until the last out. And I feel like that's what makes this rivalry great and intense. It's just both teams are playing great, and the energy that they show to on the field is just immaculate.
See, the rivalry is always going to be there because NorCal, SoCal, all the way going back to New York and what that means. I don't think the hatred is there, though, on both of these teams. What I mean by that, and Joe Davis, voice of the Dodgers, actually spoke to this, I believe, on Friday. And he was saying on a radio station, basically, the animosity is only there from the Dodgers within division against one team, and that's the Padres. They don't like each other. Like, they will try to fight each other kind of a thing, whether that's the Machado angle, Tatis, their players, the Cronenworths of the world. They, like, legit don't like each other. I don't think there's any hatred and animosity with the Willie Adameses, the Matt Chapmans of the world, Devers just got here, right? There's just not that. Not to say it's not a rivalry, because it obviously is. But there's not that level of hatred that is there right now. Not that it doesn't take away from what the series is, but it's just, if you're looking for these guys to be angry at each other, just that's not what it is right now. Hell, I think Risotto and I were talking about it when the game was starting on Friday. You could see all those fielders kind of like dapping up each other, giving each other hugs and say, "Hey, what's up, man? What's up, dude?" Like they're all hanging out and just chilling. I was like, "Oh, that doesn't really feel like hated rivalry, right?" It just is what it is.
But I think with the Dodgers and the Padres, this is important. They've been battling for, supremacy in the division for 5 straight years.
Yeah.
They've faced each other now 3 times in series in the playoffs. 2020, 2022, 2024.
Yeah.
Right? So the Giants right now have not been battling for the supremacy in the division, but outside of that 1 year in 2021, they don't have the proximity in terms of how the distance and how small it is between San Diego and LA. And they've only played the 1 series in 5 years, and really the 1 series in their entire history against each other. Whereas Dodgers, Padres have been going up against each other. So I just think that is very similar to me. Padres, Dodgers reminds me a lot of Niners, Seahawks in that it was forged in a very short period amount of time because of specific hatred on both sides of the line. And I don't think it has the generational historical cachet. We will see where it's at years from now, but it is the hot thing right now. But that doesn't mean it's greater than down the line.
No, that's a great point. And sometimes it's going to be the Cowboys for the Niners. Sometimes it's going to be the Seahawks, right? And actually, it turned into a point in the 90s where it was always going to be the Cowboys because of those playoff games. And then you'll have a cup of coffee recently. It's probably the Eagles, right? And they obviously just won the Super Bowl. But they've had some massive games against each other, whether it be in the playoffs or the regular season. Deebo Samuel having that high moment, snatching their soul a couple years ago, and they never really recovered in the regular season. And then now, obviously, they're the Kings, and we'll see what happens next season. Maybe they'll face each other again in the playoffs. That would be something. And maybe Jauan Jennings is going to be a part of that. By the way, just real quick on the Jauan Jennings things, for those of you who are just listening, just tuning in, the latest from Adam Schefter of ESPN, Jauan Jennings looking for a new contract. He's currently slated to make $7.5 million this year. This, according to sources, new trade or new contract or trade for Jauan Jennings. So trade me or sign me. We'll see what happens. Training camp starts tomorrow with the rookies, and then a week veterans will report. So is this going to be much ado about nothing? We'll see. What say you? 888-957-9570. But in the meantime, we're talking about the rivalry that is, and all the Dodger fans that showed up this weekend. There was a lot of blue. There was a sea of blue. And Webb and Adames spoke to that on Friday.
Every time we play these guys, it always seems like it's a great atmosphere. Probably a little too many Dodger fans in the stands, but yeah, it's always fun playing against them. Always a great energy.
Not gonna lie, I feel like we had too many Dodgers fans today here. So maybe tomorrow we get more San Francisco fans. But no, the energy was intense. I loved it. It felt like a playoff game, to be honest. That's how high the energy was tonight. But like I say, I loved it, and I love playing games like that. So.
Wait a minute. So Lubman put out an Instagram video chastising fans for not showing up?
Yeah, he had a lot of expletives in that too. He made sure to block out his face, by the way. Did you notice that on the Instagram story? Sam Lubman, who's taking the week off. He's on assignment and hanging out. Like how they do that when they say on assignment for certain broadcasters. Sam Lubman on assignment.
Here's who I blame for if we're going to put the blame anywhere. The tickets for Giants-Dodgers.
Akon, put the blame on me. Mm-hmm.
The tickets for Giants-Dodgers is through the roof, right? And you're not taking your kid to a weekend summer Giants, Dodgers, like all your kids, and your family, is just too expensive. I'm calling it what it is. It's too expensive. So if you're going to go out there, you're going out there with the boys, or, I'm looking at you, the youngers, the millennials. You're the ones who need to be filling that stadium.
You're a millennial too. Continue.
Right, yeah, I know. I'm not. I am not. Not the family. The families aren't going to be able to do it. So I think people like losing their minds about people not showing up, and they say that, like, A, the Dodgers, their time is now. B, if you are in this region from LA and you are a Dodger fan, this is the games you're going to go to. These are the games while your team is the reigning champs.
No, absolutely. And I have to, just to peel back the curtain, I have to pick and choose my own spots. I have 2 kids, single dad guy. Like it's very difficult to find the time to go. Baseball also with a 5 and 2-year-old, much different than a basketball game. It's a lot. They're not going to sit in their seats. It's a long day.
Yeah.
It was hot over the weekend. These are excuses for my own life. I'm also in the East Bay driving over, and there's going to be games that we go to, absolutely. But I went solo as a media member on Friday, and I even have to pick my spots then because, Joe, Monday through Friday, we can't go to night games. We just can't. It's impossible. Am I going to stay up till 10 or 11 o'clock at night? Hell, even when we're just watching playoff games during the regular season at home, it's a grind for us to watch that and get up the next day. Again, these are first world problems. We love our job. We get to react to sports. If I have to go off 5 or 4 hours of sleep, so be it. We'll have a game to react to, right? Is what it is. But I have to pick and choose my spots. If it's a day-week game on a Wednesday, like at 12 or 1 o'clock, great. I can go to a game like that. Or a Thursday, if you will. Or in this case, a Friday or a Saturday night. But pick and choose my spots.
This is like, so there's the realistic, like, hey, people have stuff going on in the summer. I'm not trying to cape up. I'm being real. So, like, for example, me, you guys were, hey, why are you there, Shasky? We were going to go up to the cabin. I wanted to swim with my kid. I only get so many summers and so many weekends in the summer where we can go up and enjoy the sun and go swimming. So I had that prioritized. And for me, it just takes precedent. The other part of this is what happens when your team has been to the playoffs one time since 2016.
Yep.
And the other team has been in the playoffs every year since 2013. Like, this is what happens. So this is their time. It's not the Niners. It's not the Giants' time. And there will be a moment in time where things start to flip a little. We're just not there yet.
Well, I thought we were heading there, though. That's what it felt like, at least this season. It felt like a turning of the tide. We kept talking about how the vibe felt different at the ballpark. Hell, we're seeing like Tuesday nights, Monday nights against God knows who. Wow, the stadium's actually pretty freaking full. That's the first time in a long time. It felt like we were turning a leaf here when it came to the Buster Posey regime, right? Ahead of Farhan Zaidi. It felt like a lot of people were turned off by the brand of baseball.
No question.
Now, you have some big signings. Chapman, Adames, you make the Devers deal. Wow, they're going all in. And it felt like, okay, we're going all in on this season and this whole new regime change. Something's happening here. And it feels, you kept saying, you brought up the word at some point this season, magical, special. I've heard that term a lot this season. So I guess how I'm feeling about it all is like, if we're going to say those terms and we're going to use that terminology and feel that way, well, then we got to show up against like the big boys and the rivals. Like, that's what we got to do.
But let me
right?
defend the Giants. Yeah, yes.
It's another thing to do it against the Rockies and their like that fan base, which is non-existent. But when the Dodgers come here, it's like I expect Giants fans to show up for those games for sure.
Yeah, but as a season ticket holder in football, there are certain series or games, if you will, where you're like, yeah, I got to make some money back on this, and I get it. Like, I get it. I think it's a lot easier. Don't sell your tickets. No. Part of having tickets is you can't go to every game. And if there is an opportunity to make some money back on these tickets, because you eat so much losses, so many losses, I get it.
I would never fault people. The economy is hard for a lot of people.
Yeah.
You're trying to make your money back. I am not going to fault people for selling their tickets.
The Giants right now are 7th in overall home attendance. 1.7 plus million people.
It's pretty good.
All right. Now, we know the Dodger Stadium's bigger than where the Giants are, but they're at 2.5 million. I mean, they're far and away number one. San Diego is at 2 million. The Giants are only a couple 100,000 behind them.
Right.
Behind the Padres. And that's coming out of the abyss of the last 5+ seasons of Farhan.
By the way, good for the Padres for just turning that whole narrative around their organization. The last decade plus, has an organization had a better facelift than the San Diego Padres? I think they're on the seriously, like on the short list of
Think about this. SoCal, almost 5.5, 6 million people in SoCal between the Angels, Dodgers, and Padres have gone to games.
And I guess the Padres are actually decent this year. Some people go to those games. Never been to that ballpark. Secretly one of the oldest ones in baseball still, the Big A.
I mean, that's pretty impressive to have all of those people coming out of that particular market. Is it not?
No, yes, it's great. That being said,
$1.5 million for the Angels.
God, it just, and again, I know you're saying this, and I'm viewing it through the lens of, prior to 2016 when they're doing their run, winning all those World Series. It just felt like the Dodger fan was the minority, and they felt like the minority in the stadium, and now they're feeling like at times the majority, at least on the television side. And hell, not even in the press box I was feeling that. Like the amount of times I was like, wow, look at the bleachers. Look at the right field. Look at everywhere.
But they're a traveling circus.
They are.
You have 3 Hall of Famers at the top of the lineup. Shohei, Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman. You have an MVP candidate in Will Smith. You have, the World Series MVP, if I'm not mistaken, Teoscar Hernandez from last year.
Yeah.
You have Clayton Kershaw in the rotation. You have Yamamoto, a $340 million pitcher. Right? They have a team that is closer to the 2017 Warriors than it is the 2010 Warriors, if that makes
Freddie
sense.
Freeman, by the way, won the World Series MVP last year.
Was it Freddie Freeman, not Teoscar?
Yeah.
Was Teoscar the NLCS
I think
MVP?
So. I think so. And then Freddie probably got a hell after that Grand Slam game one,
okay.
right? It's pretty incredible.
You get where I'm going.
Yes. No, I wasn't trying to be that guy. To correct you.
Their team is loaded.
But
they
that speaks to it. Teoscar Hernandez on the Giants would be what? Their second or third best hitter?
Yeah.
Hell, at times he might be your best hitter.
So I keep coming back to these questions, right? You're talking about I feel like we're turning the tide. Why is it I've had this same thing in my head where I feel like they're right on the precipice of turning the corner, the Giants, and becoming one of the halves, and I still feel like they're one bat away.
But they're
just one bat away.
But this team feels different than 2021.
No. It's totally different.
It feels like everything feels like, and albeit you lost this series, but the stock is still up on the Giants going forward. The stock is not neutral or down. Stock is up on this team right now.
Yeah, that's true, but you're still really far away from the Dodgers.
Are you really far away?
And yes, and this is why. It's because they have the relentless lineup. Like, look at Michael Conforto, who hurt you over the weekend.
He did on Friday.
He'd be a starter on your team, even though I wouldn't like him as a starter. He is a clear platooner for the Dodgers. But that's the difference.
He's
between
also
them.
kind of stunk this year. If you ask like the Dodger fans or people on the team, he's been awful.
No, he does stink.
But like 176 or something.
But when you're able to pay someone $18 million a year to be a bench player, that's something that a lot of teams can't do.
Which is why the Devers, the Adamises, the Jung-Hoo Lees of the world.
Well, Jung-Hoo Lee right now to me is the biggest question mark on the entire roster.
Why?
Because I'm not sure he has a Major League Baseball bat. I know his glove is good. I like his glove, although he made some horrific angles, took some horrific angles, dropped the ball. I don't understand some of his positioning at times. He is a plus defender. Not a great defender, but a plus defender. Offensively, he's just a predictable out machine.
What did you think of him heading into last year in his rookie season?
I didn't know what
Major
to
League
make of him. He played 38 games.
I'm still viewing this as a rookie season for him.
Okay, have you seen any adjustments?
Not yet. Again, this is a rookie season for a guy that came from a totally different league. And maybe you're saying this is a cop-out for him in this case, and maybe it is, but I'm still giving him the benefit of the doubt, learning basically a rookie season for him in Major League Baseball. I get it. He's been an adventure at best at times. He's batting 250 for the season, but hell, he's batting like 300 for the first month, and he's really cooled down. He's been ice cold basically the last 2 months. It's been really awful. And hell, even when he does well at the plate on Friday, it's the outfield is an adventure. And that wasn't the case for most of the season, but as of late, it's been kind of the base paths and the outfield that is on top of the bad discipline at the plate. I hear you. I do question, though, are we kind of being a little more hard on Jung-Hoo because it was a Farhan signing? Because it was Farhan, that's the guy that pulled the trigger. So reviewing it like, this isn't a Posey guy. We can move off from him.
Well, no, because I just don't.
Had Posey signed him, maybe we view it differently.
Well, I think we've given him an opportunity. So, like, what does he hang his hat on right now? What are his tools?
I guess plus speed.
See, I don't think he is plus speed. I think he's
in comparison to the rest of the people on this roster. I think you would say he has plus speed.
So,
which isn't saying
Michael
much about
Conforto threw him out on a deep fly to left field the other night, and It was the most
I thought he was safe, but
god-awful slide I've ever seen.
I still thought he was safe.
Took a bad jump. It looked like he wasn't like running fast at all and got hosed by Michael Conforto, for crying out loud. And then slides right into the tag. And I guess in the postgame, Bob Melvin saying, well, we don't want him to go head first. I'm going ballistic on the group thread saying, guys, 12-year-olds wear the sliding mitts for a reason. Every player in baseball would have done either the hook slide past home plate, circle their left arm down, and try to get it on the outside. They would have slid to the outside, the dugout side of the base, or slid in head first. They lose that game Friday night. We are talking about Jung-Hoo Lee defensively and that play where he should have scored ad nauseum this morning had they got swept.
He is considered, and again, I know you're going to scoff at these, but the numbers are numbers. He is above average on Baseball Savant, so they track all this
For
stuff.
what?
Base running. His run values is at a 75, which is above average, which the league average is 50. So again,
Okay.
fielding run value, 69. It's above average. Getting towards the great. A great would be like 100 out of 100. His sprint speed, 72. So like these are all above average numbers across baseball. Not just the Giants, across baseball.
Yeah, okay, but 72 is not like in the 80s or 90s, right?
It's not. But again,
right now, this team desperately is missing a leadoff guy, a table setter. I thought he would be that guy, and I don't think he'll ever be that guy. And I think that's fair. Like, look, he brings stuff to the table, but is he worth a guy? Like, for example, Kim signed a 3-year, $12 million deal with the Dodgers, okay?
Sung.
He's been a better bang for the buck than what we've got with Jung-Hoo Lee. And Jung-Hoo Lee's contract goes up and up and up and up. And I'm not seeing the adjustments. I'm not seeing a guy who puts the ball in play enough in certain situations. He did get a big hit down the line the other day, which was nice. It was rare. He pops up too much. He hits weak ground balls to first and second base time and time again. He doesn't walk enough for me. And it's the lunging at bats. I just think he's not a very good ball player. That's my belief. I'm willing to be wrong down the line. I'm just thoroughly unimpressed with him. And I don't think it has anything to do with Farhan. I've given him a fair shake. I want to like him.
888-957-9570. And I'm not saying you are. I do think some people still view him.
No, I think you're right. I do think you're right in that.
I think people are like, oh, this guy was a Farhan signing. I'm so done with him. Let's just turn the page. Let's just eat the money a la Dame Lillard in the NBA, Milwaukee Bucks, right? Let's just cut him right now. But again, I'm still going to be, give him the benefit of the doubt this season, which is basically a redshirt season for him in Major League Baseball. What about a guy like Willie Adames right now, who again, Friday, God, it was awesome. It was a coming out party. Yeah. It felt like for the season series against the Dodgers at home. They really want to win the series. You get the win, 8-7. Wow, Willie was a big part of it. We were talking after the game, and I was seeing him after the game, and just the charisma was there for one Willie Adames. Real quick, I wasn't talking to him one-on-one, but he was talking to the media. I was a part of that, and I could just see the way he jokes around, the way he smiles, the way he is. I
want to ask you questions. So you went into the scrum?
I was there. The scrum.
Okay, so the scrum's here, and where are you, back rowing it?
I'm back because I'm listening to what he's saying, and if there's anything that I pick up on, I will ask a question.
Did you have a Buster Brown notepad?
No, I didn't need to. because Risotto was there and Sam, so I was the one with
curious.
my arms folded, just listening intently,
like a father.
A little bit. I think not that I was intimidating, but like Logan Webb kept looking at me. I was like, "Is this guy gonna do anything? Who the hell is this guy out there?" And I wanted to he wasn't available after that, but I would have walked up to Logan and be like, hey, you've hopped on the pod a couple times in the past, because he's a big Raider guy. So I was just gonna be like, oh yeah, talking about Pete Carroll, just like shooting the breeze, But Willie, I made eye contact with the guy, and he just was smiling, just looking around, like waiting to answer questions, kind of a thing. I was like, yeah, this guy's pretty cool. This guy I kind of want to hang out with, kind of a thing. But I just felt that through his presence, and I'm rooting for him because I could see his positivity in a clubhouse being important. So I scoff at that early on, and now I'm kind of seeing the importance of that. But I also need it at the plate, at the bat. And he's been hot lately, so I'm going to give him, heading into the break, I actually didn't want the break to start. He was one of the few guys I was like, damn, this might suck for him going forward. But the last two games in particular, Well,
one thing that was evident early in the year is the first month of the season, you could make the case the outfield was carrying the team. Yes. Ramos, Jung-Hoo Lee, Mike Yastrzemski. Since then, I would say beginning of June, that has not been the case.
No.
Now, Yaz has had moments Jung-Hoo Lee has just not been the same player. He's not driving the ball as well. And obviously Ramos has really hit a wall right now. So I'm just up in the air on everybody. I think we crushed Adames rightfully early in the year because he was awful. I mean, he wasn't good. He was awful. And then making mistakes defensively, he shored that up. We praised him. And I feel like his at-bats have been significantly better. And we know that he's bringing a lot of stuff to the table. But I go back to center field and I say to myself, like, man, we need more from Jung-Hoo Lee right now. And I'm not sure he can give it to me.
This is another guy I want to bring up as we're talking about kind of where we're at right now. It's the All-Star break. The Giants are 52-45. They just lost the series to the Dodgers. I'm not saying it's the end of the world. It was frustrating. It felt like you could have had the series in your hands, if not for an Outman catch there in center field yesterday, but it is what it is. Giants lose the series, 52-45. They're just a half game out though of the wild card, 6 back of the Dodgers in the West. Another guy I wanted to bring up that I heard a lot of criticism over the weekend. I'm starting to hear more of it now that he's been back for a little bit. Matt Chapman. Where are you on with Chappie? Made some big defensive plays. I'm going to give him there because I know what I'm getting with the glove. But at the plate now, Joe, we know he's a streaky guy, but man, like, if we're going to be streaky, can we get you to be streaky during the series? That matters the most, especially against the Dodgers.
So the 10th inning yesterday, he had an opportunity to come up and do something, and
he
did what?
Well, he got the what was it? The 10th inning where he got the hit up the middle, or not? What am I thinking of?
That might have been like a different inning.
The ninth. Yes, I'm saying the ninth. Yes. Correct. He did.
10th inning, he came up after Devers, who had hit the fly ball to center field. And then he also came up in the 8th inning after Devers hit another fly ball with the bases loaded.
He was at the 9th yesterday, when Matos got the home run.
Yes.
So there you go.
It's just he's had a couple of opportunities to drive runs in with runners in scoring position late in games, and he's just failed to do it. They're just, as a team, I don't think it's on just Chapman. Just as a team, the 2-out runner in scoring position base hit has been so elusive for them. And it's just, I don't know what it is, man. Like they cannot buy this hit. I just think overall, Ramos, Adames, Chapman, Devers, Bailey, Yaz, that's 6 guys. They all strike out way too much for me. All of them. And I think like 3 of those guys can be 150 plus strikeout guys if they're giving me 25 plus homers. They don't put the ball in play enough, this team, overall. And they're really frustrating. And so you get weak ground balls, you get pop-ups, and you get strikeouts, and you're not getting those gap hits. And sometimes these things are contagious. Right now, it's contagious in the other way. It's infectious.
Ooh. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios at Spadoni and Chasky. 3 hours down, 1 more to go here on a Monday. We've been talking a lot of Giants v. Dodgers. We're also going to get into the Warriors at some point today because Kevon Looney had some interesting thoughts over the weekend in regards to the Warriors' future, the current player development, and all of that. And I wanted to get into it as Kevon Looney is now a member of the New Orleans Pelicans. So maybe he feels like he can speak to the situation over there now. Also, we're talking Niners as well because Jauan Jennings, if you have not heard the latest with Jauan Jennings, 49ers number 1 wide receiver, some might say, who was definitely number 1 last year. He's making $7.5 million this season. According to Adam Schefter of ESPN, though, Jauan has asked the Niners for a new contract or to trade him if he is not going to get that new contract because he wants to get paid accordingly. Do you pay him? Do you trade him? What do you do? 888-957-9570. That's the number to weigh in. Via call or texting the Boxster and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. There's a lot happening right now. I know it's All-Star Week. There's a lot happening in the Bay when it comes to the sports, man. There's a lot.
Yeah, it's just the Giants' deflating loss to the Dodgers. I know they beat the Phillies, and that was really nice, and that was a nice series win. I really wanted this one because I think it cuts it down to 4 games. You close going into the break on a high note. It feels like you send the Dodgers reeling. Now the Dodgers have just enough momentum. And you know this is going to come down to a game or two, and we're going to look back at the Marlins series, the White Sox, the Arizona series where they split recently. We're going to look at a Rockies game here and there. All these games that they've lost where they had opportunities to win or they just needed that one extra hit, and it's just the tail of the season right now.
And having said that, you are right there with all those problems. You are right there. And again, you don't take any solace in the fact that you lost the series, but I mean, Ohtani, Betts, Smith, Freeman, Hernandez, Pages was a borderline all-star. Like, after all that, you were right there hanging with them. So, like, do I sound like a loser if I say that? Like, coming out of this weekend
both
saying,
are true.
I feel like you're right there with the Dodgers. If you were to play them again, like, I still would get, like, Roop shoving the way he did against them was impressive. Ray, I know what I'm going to get. I know it was an off game for Logan Webb, but I've seen Logan in the past shove against them, so I'm not worried about Logan in the grand scheme of things, who is an all-star, as him, Ray, and Rodriguez are all heading to Atlanta. Hell, they might even already be there right now. But like, I'm coming away with this still slightly encouraged. If I was to tell you at the start of the season, Joe, like, you're 6 game back of the Dodgers, heading into the All-Star break for the division, and you are a half game back of the Padres for a wild card, I think you'd sign up for that, right? Right?
Yeah, but like watching the way it's kind of gone down, it just hasn't looked as good as we hoped. I think they're better than what they're doing. Like yes, I'm happy with where they're at, but aren't they a better team than even their record, or at least they have the capability of such?
I think so.
Their pitching is really good.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think they're a streaky bat away from one of their big boys from going on a little bit of a winning streak.
See, they need 2 or 3 guys streaky at one time, which they haven't really had since the first month of the season.
Well, the guy that, like, you want to get hot right now, and this is the big, bugaboo of the season, though, like the last month, is Devers and his health. Like, that is the ultimate question mark for this team. If they are going to go on a run, he needs to be a part of it, and he needs to be somewhat healthy. Way more healthy than he is right now, because it's clearly, it's affecting everything. It's affecting his power. It's affecting his speed. It's a trickle-down effect when you trade for a guy like that you expect to be at some point, not immediately, but at some point, because we're a month into it now, Joe. The training wheels are off. Like, I gave him his grace period. I gave him that, and clearly the guy is hampered. It's one thing if it's the groin. If the groin leads into the back, and then now there's a bulging disc, like, now we have to start talking about IL stints if it's still going to be affecting him after 5 days off here in the All-Star break. By the way, we got this or that coming up in about 6 minutes. Have you guys thumbs up, this or that? Do we know what it's going to be? Do we know what it is?
We're discussing.
Okay. All right. We're fielding questions about it in the back. This or that, 6 minutes. It could be sports related. It could be non-sports related. You don't know what it's going to be. That's the beauty of this or that. But Devers is the ultimate question mark for me as we head into the second half, and we'll discuss all the big storylines heading into the second half as the week goes on. But that's going to be the guy. If he can get somewhat healthy and that bat going, Chris Rose was talking about last week. We've had a lot of different insiders talking about it. He's a guy that could legitimately carry an offense. And we've seen it in the playoffs for the Red Sox.
Yeah, but right now there's no drive in his lower body, right? And that's the back, the groin. That's clear.
Yeah.
He's kind of lunging on a lot of stuff, and he's arming a lot of his swing, and his plate discipline feels to be erratic right now at best. All that being said, he is one of your best hitters, and it's so obvious. So even at like a depreciated, injured version of him is better than so many others. But like watching it, and he's batting .202 for you right now, and watching the strikeouts to me is the part that's really frustrating. I mean, he's been here about a month, and he has half as many strikeouts as he has had all year with the Red Sox, and that's not good. So he's got to put the ball in play more. He's got to be a little more discerning, and I don't know. This might be something he battles all year. I don't know if like a week off on top of the All-Star break, like let's say you IL him 7-10 days. I don't know if that gets him right. There's a larger question about the rest of the contract and him getting his body up to where it needs to be. And I think that this should all be, and I would point to this month, and I would say to him this offseason, regardless of whether you sit him down for a week or two in the regular season now, I would sit him down in the offseason and I would say, hey, Rafi, you don't want to look like this for the next 5 years, do you?
No.
Like we got to get you losing some weight around the midsection, and that way you're strong and healthy, and all these flyouts to the warning track turn into balls off the wall or over the fence.
And it's interesting how big of a difference in mindset changes had they won yesterday, and had he got either a double or a home run right there to win the game. Because now we're talking about, wow, you win that series against the Dodgers, you're right there, the division, you don't feel like you could like go up against these guys and it's going to be a losing effort. No. I know we could beat this team at home. Just give us an opportunity. Our big boys can shove against them. Wow, we did it. But instead, squandered opportunity. Outman makes a play, and Freddie Freeman gets a bloop single, and night, see you later. The rest was history. Bob Melvin talking yesterday after the game on the offense being better. in the second half of the season.
Be better offensively, I believe that. You know, we have some guys that are coming around a little bit. We have some guys that will come around a little bit more. We have some guys in the middle of the lineup that are going to do more damage. I do. I think our offense is going to be better in the second half. I don't, obviously trying to handle the fastball sometimes, but I like our group. I think we have a really good chance.
Well, he says something right there, Joe, the fastball thing. Like, they're just one of the worst hitting teams in baseball hitting the fastball. Like, I don't know if, like, you've watched baseball recently. That's what people are throwing these days. Like, high 90s fastballs everywhere. That's what they're doing. So if you can't hit that, it's a problem.
Well, and if you can't get a bunt down in a late game situation, like, you're in a big trouble here.
I was watching that, and I was realizing, I was like, Patrick Bailey, because he did it right-handed, right, as the bunter at that, but I was like, he usually bunts left.
Well, he's a switch hitter.
I know, but he that's a rare time, I'm saying, in his career. I know he's a switch hitter. I'm saying he almost always exclusively bunts from the left. I could be mistaken on this. Maybe Risotto could check me. But, like, when's the last time he bunted from the right-hand side? He doesn't usually do that.
Well, I would say this. Any player hitting around 200 with one home run better learn how to bunt.
Yes. Well, he's
from the
better.
right or left side. Doesn't matter. Like, that is a mandatory thing. And the situational baseball. And it was 2 sliders down. Those are the kinds of pitches you want to bunt. Or pitches low in the zone, because then it automatically gets down and it's not a pop-up. I'm sorry, those were really bad attempts.
The whole thing was just demoralizing yesterday, how it went on, because it felt like you were a big Devers. It came down to Devers twice this weekend, Joe. Twice. You were begging for it. Sam Loveman was begging for it. Risotto, Carter, Giants Nation was begging for that Devers hit. No, seriously. And it just felt like you were snake bit. What's up, Carter? You got something?
No, I was going to say we have the Bailey at bat for the bunt attempt here.
Play it. Why not? Shout out Roku.
Corner's ready to crash. And Bailey bunts his strike foul into the net. Shows bunt again in the air. Foul again. Strike 2. Now he'll swing the 0-2. To center field. Outman has a read on it. Schmidt tacks from second, and he's going to hold.
There's an art to just putting the ball in play and getting it down. How do you bunt twice up in the air on sliders down? I just, for the life of me, cannot understand it.
Risotto got my ear. 4 bunt hits in his career and 5 bunt at bats, you were saying?
Yeah, it's a weird stat to figure out. 5 at bats where he was trying to bunt, I guess, and then 4 hits.
Okay. So 4 in his career.
No, well, so 9 total is what you're getting at.
I have 0 clue.
Okay. As a former pitcher.
Now I'm more confused.
As a former pitcher, the ball that's low, isn't that usually the one that guys want to bunt?
That's just the one that you miss. The ball that's low is the one that you want to bunt, but
That's
one
what I'm saying.
that is that low is the one that you just miss.
Well, yeah, or you let it go by you is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yes.
And I think the one high is the one that usually pop up. So I don't understand how he got air under that
Twice.
one, but it didn't make a whole lot of sense. It's just a rough at bat all the way around.
The fact that your catcher is going out there and you need a bunt from the guy, and they got Will Smith on the other side batting .330, it's very demoralizing at times. It's just, you're talking about it like that.
But even if you don't get a bunt there, like a slapped ground ball to the right side gets the job done too, right? These are the little things. Like, and I know he hit a line drive. He eventually, or it was deemed a line drive, but like a chopped ground ball to the right side is as effective as laying down a really well-placed bunt. All you want to do is get that guy over to third base with 1 out. That's all you're trying to do in that situation.
Do we got the this or that, Carter? Do you know what it is?
We do have a this or that today, gentlemen. This or that today is very Bay Area related. Our this or that for the day.
The hell was that? You just turned off your
Steven's
mic?
on the phone. He's being a little loud in here, you know.
Well, he's screening stuff. He just got to power through it. Go, continue.
Today's this or that is, do you prefer fog or sun?
Okay, well, I need more nuance on that. I need a little more nuance on that. No one's going to pick fog, but I will say this.
I will camp up for fog. I'm a big fog guy.
That went quickly. The person next to you picked it.
Yeah. I will.
Anytime you are anywhere where it's so hot for weeks on end, there's nothing like driving across the Golden Gate Bridge and seeing the layer as I come through the Robin Williams Tunnel and I see the air conditioner that is the fog. There is something awesome about that. Go play a bunch of baseball in Modesto, and then you come into the city and it's like, Or you fly in from Arizona and you land in SFO and you come out and you got that cold fog. Oh,
all right.
It's the best.
This or that, 888-957-9570. Call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. You taking fog or you taking sun? That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What's up, Roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Spadoni, you better hit those brakes, buddy.
I think I'm batting 100. That's not good. Batting 300? 200,000? Am I batting anything good today, Carter? Well, he's the producer in the back. I think I've hit most of my breaks, Sam. Shout out Laughing Monk. Maybe that's where all the Giants fans were this weekend, Joe. They're at Laughing Monk. You know what? There's the explanation right there.
How about this? How about the Giants just do their job and get a hit with runners in scoring position, and then eventually fans will do their job and show up to the games? How about that? How about that?
Well, then just don't tell me the season's magical or special if you're not going to show up to the game. I don't want to hear that from Giants fans again. Don't use the word something magical or special is happening if you're not going to show up to the magical and special rivalry.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean, what are you talking about? The amount of times you, Goo, other people at the station have said, this season, it's feeling a little magical, feeling special maybe. Well, if it's that special, then why aren't you showing up?
When was
to
the last time I said that? How many weeks ago?
A couple weeks ago.
Okay. Okay. And what are we at right now?
You think it's okay that there's no Giants fans over the weekend at Oakland Park?
There were Giants fans. We act like there was no one there. How about the Giants stop complaining about who's not at the game and start like actually doing their job, getting bunts down, delivering hits with runners in scoring position, stop making base running mistakes. How about they play a little defense? How about that?
You have a problem with the players calling out the fans?
Yeah, I do actually.
Why?
If the player's doing it. Why?
Yeah, Logan Webb hasn't earned the right to call out the fans.
Well, Logan Webb's different. Logan Webb's
Willie
awesome.
Adames hasn't earned that right yet?
Again, these fans have supported this team, have they not?
Those are the messengers, I'm just saying. Those are the messengers over the weekend.
Seventh best attendance in baseball. It'd be one thing if they were like 21st. I would listen to you. Like this year of all years, saying we haven't supported them. Yeah, I'm calling cap on that. I think that's completely unfair. And number two, like what does it matter if a fan is there or not? If Casey Schmidt can tag up or not? And I'm not even trying to say like we shouldn't be there. Of course we should be there. But there's also like the reality of like stop worrying about us and you just worry about your at bats.
Every time we play these guys, it always seems like it's a great atmosphere. Probably a little too many Dodger fans in the stands.
Okay.
But yeah, it's always fun playing against them. Always a great energy.
Not gonna lie, I feel like we had too many Dodgers fans today here. So, maybe tomorrow we get more San Francisco fans. But no, the energy was intense. I loved it. It felt like a playoff game, to be honest. That's how high the energy was tonight. But like I said, I loved it, and I love playing games like that. So
I don't know. Last big 49er playoff game at home. Do you remember it?
Last big 49er home playoff game, that was the NFC Championship.
Yeah, against the Detroit Lions. There were tons of Lions fans there. Tons of Lions fans there.
Eminem was there.
Yeah,
flipping the bird.
Were we mad at Niner fans? How dare you not be there? We're there all the time. They're one of the best. The Giants as well are one of the best road attended teams, meaning like the Giants actually draw on the road. Every time they go to Arizona, they go anywhere. They were even at the White Sox game. There were tons of Giants fans there. So like, okay, yeah, the Dodgers are one of the couple of brands across sports where they have a lot of fans.
I would like them.
They have a lot of fans.
I would like for them to also take over the Giants. That is, take over Dodger Stadium. That would be nice. I would like to see that.
There always are a lot of Giants fans down there.
Not as many as the Dodgers come up here. Is what I'm saying.
LA is also a bigger region than the San Francisco, number one. You're talking about like whatever 11, 10 million people versus a city of less than a million.
I don't look. The Giants are global. They're a global brand. They're California.
Joe,
they're the United States. They're Ireland. They're Italy.
Come on.
They got fans everywhere. They're an entity. New York. There's still a lot of fans from New York over there. R.I.P. Grandma Irene. She was one of them. She loved the Giants. Loved Willie Mays. You know what else she loved? This or that. All right, this might be the greatest this or that in the history of 95.7 The Game. Maybe. Or maybe not. Maybe it sucks. We'll find out soon. This or that. Would you rather... And where did this come from, by the way? Hey, why?
Back of my head.
Okay, just in the back. Carter was just thinking about it when he was scootering in this morning at 3 a.m. This or that. If you had to live in one of these climates. All right? Is that the right phraseology here?
Sure.
Would you rather it be foggy or sunny? 888-957-9570. You could call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Joe, native San Franciscan, Fog City, USA. What are you taking here, the fog or the sunshine?
Well, you're asking me today, so today I miss the sun.
It's sunny out right now, by the way.
No, real sun. I mean, this is 61 degree sun is not real sun.
It's sunny.
You're asking me today, and today I'm yearning for a little heat. I'm yearning to go up north and feel a little heat, go play a little golf in the heat. So I'm gonna say the sun today. But 9 times out of 10, like once there's too much sun, I'm like, get me back into the fog.
Okay, so you're sun sometimes, but fog the other time. So you're taking both answers.
Today, I'm taking the sun.
Okay, you're taking the sun. What is Deli Boy and Pacifica taking? We'll have the Giants take as well. But Deli Boy, before we get to your Giants, are you taking the fog or are you taking the sunshine? You can only pick one.
Well, I think it's context. You know, I mean, there's some days where I like to golf in the sun, and there's other days where I like to golf in the fog. Now, I like to go on vacation to the sun and then come home to the fog. I mean, one of the best feelings ever is going up to the river, and it's hot as heck up there, and then you cross the Golden Gate Bridge, and you go down Presidio, and it's just foggy, and you just feel, it just feels so good to come home to the fog. That's what I take. I think I'll do fog. I mean, I live in Pacifica, so I see fog all the time, so I'm used to it. So I'm going to take the fog because I can control myself a little better. When it's too hot, you know, you can only take off so many clothes before you're in your birthday suit. And with the fog, I kind of feel like, okay, a little light sweater, and I'm feeling fine. I might even be able to wear some shorts. So I'm a little bit more comfortable in the fog. So I'm going to take the fog.
Okay, there you go.
And when it comes to the Giants, I think this weekend needs a little context. I mean, I think it was the first weekend that the Dodgers were playing up in the city. So, you knew that they were going to travel coming up here. The Dodger fans have been traveling for years now coming up here. So I don't think there's any shock to that. I think also pricing at the ballpark is outrageous. And for a family like myself, a family of 5 to go up there, I mean, I'm spending $300, $400 just to get into the doors, not alone food or getting a foam finger or a hat for the kids or whatever. I mean, it's just too much. And also, the Giants haven't really shown me that, do we need to come out there and support them? Now, if they took 2 out of 3 or swept the Dodgers, I'd have been like, all right, now I want to go and support this team. But this team just shows me that they're kind of, we don't really know where they are. But when you're talking about a magical year, this year is kind of giving me that 2009 vibes. Now, I don't remember 2009 that we were coming off the post-Bonds era. We didn't know what it was going to be. 2009, we kind of were fighting to kind of get a playoff spot. We just came up short. And what happened the next 4 or 5 years? We went on this great dynasty, So I think this year it's kind of a let's wait and see. We just got Adames. Let's see if Devers can kind of get healthy. I mean, that's the other thing. Devers has been playing hurt the last couple of weeks. I'm surprised that we haven't put him on the 15-day IL and just said, hey, just rest. We need you for the stretch, Also, we just don't do the little things right. We just don't. We don't put the ball in play. Bailey can't bunt the runner over in the 10th. That was huge. Casey Schmidt not tagging up when Devers hit the line out. I mean, I thought that was just do the little things right, Try to scratch and get these runs, especially against the Dodgers. I mean, we hung in there. I mean, that is something that, Joe, I know that you were saying earlier, Spadoni, that you're saying, hey, we got to look at the positives. We were right there. But right there is the difference between a loss and a win. You got to do the little things right to play. And this team doesn't show me that they're doing anything the little things right.
Yeah.
Show me that. Show me as a fan that I want to be there. Show me that, hey, this team is going to be hanging in there and do all the little things right and beat these big teams. I mean, they were coming off a little bit of a slump. We were going on a little bit of a winning streak. We were feeling good about ourselves. I think we took 2 out of 3 out of Philly. So it's like, yeah, we should have taken 2 out of 3 out of the Dodgers. That would have been huge to push it back to, 5 games, 4 games behind. Now we're 6 games, and now we're going into the break, and everyone's going to get a little bit of a reset. I mean, now it's wait and see. Now it's kind of, all right, Giants, let's show me what you got. Come back and let's see it. Let's see if we can close this gap. I'm excited. I like this team. I got a lot of faith in them. But, again, show me to go to the ballpark. Show me that you're going to give me a product to see on the field. But
see ya.
There he goes. That's Deli Boy in P-Town. We got Jan in Mountain View who wants to join in this or that as well. Plus, in just a moment, we have some Kevon Looney sound over the weekend that you are not going to want to miss, and it is Warriors related. But I will say this. If I would have told most Giants fans, like if you play the Phillies and Dodgers heading into the All-Star break and you take the split 3-3, I think you take that. Those two best teams in the National League, you absolutely take that. 7 days out of the week.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, we would. But you had opportunities in the Dodgers series to win a couple games, right? More.
Yeah, you were in every single one of those games. The only game you were not in this week was the one you got blown out against in that third game against the Phillies. That was the only game.
Yeah, I mean, look.
And I thought Justin Verlander had his best stuff in that game, too, so there was at least some positive takeaway from that one. Continue. You scoff at it. That's fine.
I mean, like, I'm just not in the moral victory phase of the season currently.
That's fine.
They started 8-1. Okay, this team started 8-1. Since then, they're 500. That's what they've been. They've been a very mediocre 500 level team where every time I get really excited about them, they fall back down on their face. And so this is the ebbs and flows of a regular season for a team that's not great.
They're a half game out of the third wild card spot. They're right where they need to be at this point of the season. They are right where they need to be, and they have all the destiny in their hands. They'll play the Padres. They'll play the Dodgers again. They'll play the D-backs again. They'll play the Rockies again. You will play all of these squads going forward, and you will have an opportunity to gain some ground. And you had that stat earlier, and that's going to be the tail of the tape this season. What do you do in the NL West? It's a tough division. Might be the toughest in all of baseball, quite frankly.
I mean, they're right now, you just look at the records overall, they've been feasting for the most part on that early start of the season. That's what they've been hanging their hat on, the Giants. Ever since then, they're either under 500 versus, really good teams, right around 500. Obviously what they've done against the AL Central has been horrible, getting destroyed by that entire division.
Pesky Royals,
they don't hit
ya.
lefties. Right now, they're 10-16 overall against left-handed starting pitching. So that's an area that they can upgrade. And there's a lot of teams that are bunched in the middle, and they're one of them.
Jan, Mountain View. Jan, before you get to your Giants thoughts, this or that, do you prefer foggy weather or sunny weather, Jan?
Well, I'm in between, but I prefer fog because it gets a little too warm down here, but sometimes it gets a little too cool, and maybe partly cloudy is good for me. But I like the fog. I used to work in San Francisco years ago, and I used to enjoy, going up there and seeing that fog. And then, I'd come home to the sun when I'd come back, and I just kind of enjoy, the sun, and especially on the weekend and during the summertime. But it gets a little too warm. But I enjoy the fog.
Jan, I enjoy you. What are your Giants takes over the weekend? Tough series loss to the Dodgers.
Well, I'm kind of like with the last caller. I mean, you got to do the small things to get those runs across. If it means a bunt to get the, advance the runner, bunt or whatever you have to do. I mean, you should know by making that kind of money that, we need to win this game, and how are we going to win this game? And before you even step in the batter's box, you should have an idea of who's on the base and how many outs there are, and what your job as a hitter or an advanced hitter should do, and not just get up there and swing for the fences, but kind of take a basketball approach and do the, instead of hitting the home runs, go for singles, don't, try and hit the 3-ball if it doesn't go in. Get a bunt or something. You've been up a couple of times, you didn't get a hit, so try something else to advance the runner if there's a runner on. I mean, try to help the team win instead of, getting an out and we lose another, game we should have won, like yesterday, and I was surprised that it went into extra innings. But again, you have that ghost runner at second. You should advance them when you don't have any outs. I mean, what's the excuse? Come on now.
Wow. Jan Unfiltered in Mountain View. That was fired up. You're darn tootin', Jan in Mountain View. Just go for the small ball. Go for the little things. It's okay. And she had a 3-ball analogy in there. She was going cross-sport analogy on your ass, Shasky. It's Jan in Mountain View. By the way, what's her poll at on this or that when it comes to fog or sunshine?
62% prefer the sun.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I will say this, and I'm going to be a foggy weather kind of a guy. I grew up in foggy weather down in the Central Coast Peninsula of Pacific Grove and Monterey. A lot of fog there, and I appreciated it. It's easier to warm yourself up than it is to cool yourself down. So that's what I like. That's how I always think about it. Put on a sweatshirt, put on a little hoodie, little beanie action. I'm fine. When it's hot outside, we don't have air conditioning around here. You're screwed. You're screwed. And I'm not spending extra on the AC. I'm not. I don't need to when it's only hot like 2 weeks out of the year. And of course, we get the Indian summers, and are we allowed to call that anymore? Did I just get canceled? I don't even know.
Why? What's wrong with calling it that?
I don't like that anymore. I don't know. It's just people get mad these days.
I didn't think it was derogatory. I thought it was just what it was called.
Well, did Kevon Looney say something derogatory over the weekend in regards to the Golden State Warriors? That's the question. Did you hear what Kevon Looney, former Warrior, had to say, Joe?
No, I guess I didn't.
You want to hear it?
Sure.
Where was this on,
I
by the
can't
way?
remember one line from Kevon Looney that felt controversial.
Well, you're going to wait for this. Where did this come from, first and foremost, Carl?
This is from the Plus Minus podcast with Kawakami and Marcus Thompson.
Oh, let's take a listen on one Kevon Looney talking about the season he went through last year.
Most was the last straw. That's where you like, I'm done, I'm out.
I guess what is I wouldn't say that Quentin's my guy, but it was anybody but me. It seemed like at this point.
Who hurt the most? Which move hurt the most?
I don't know. They all seem the same. I don't put nobody there.
Really?
It was not one moment. It was not one moment. It was more of a like even this year prior to the playoffs. Like we blowing against Steven Adams. This is what I do. And I'm still not really. They're not giving me the chance to really let me do what I do. It's kind of like, all right, y'all don't trust me. I thought y'all trust me. Right? They put me in that at the end in Game 7. All we had to wait to get to that point. That's what kind of go like, all right, y'all really don't think I'm not good no more? What's the problem? But
I mean, that's kind of how it's always been, right? When you in trouble, turn alone. That's your calling card. You ain't like that no more?
Nah, you get sick of that at some point. Like, all right. When you prove yourself the first 4 or 5 years, cool, but at the 10 years of it, it's like, all right. Either you either trust me or you don't.
It was anybody but me. They went to Quentin Post before me is basically what he was saying. And that was the right, but that's basically what that was the writing on the wall for him. What did you make of Kevon Looney in the Plus Minus podcast basically saying, yeah, once you're going to Post, it means you don't trust me anymore?
I think it lacks a little self-awareness. I mean, Post has a different skill set than Kevon Looney completely. It was not about we're going to Post because you're done or whatever. It's like, no, he does things alongside Draymond as a stretch shooter that enables us to be able to play in a different way. Whereas, Kevon really, I mean, if he was aware, and I'm sure he is, it's him alongside Draymond that really forces some spacing issues offensively and defensively. So I didn't think it was that derogatory, but I also think that it lacked a little self-awareness. I like Kevon Looney a lot. I will always cherish his time here. He was a very trusted individual. But if he can't see that he was getting bodied the last couple of years by certain physical freak big men, which a lot of guys get bodied by, well, then, I mean, come on. Like, I guess the mirror's the last to know then, man, because everybody else saw it. Like, I love you, buddy, but you couldn't stay in front of Steven Adams either. Like, no one could. So I don't know. I disagree, I guess, to a sense, but I didn't think it was that spicy. I think we're not you. No. If people are running with that on the internet, I think you're kind of searching for something that doesn't exist.
If people are looking for this to say, oh, Steve Kerr, he's losing this, I was like, no. I just think this was a guy that realized the writing was on the wall during the season. That's basically what he's saying there. It's just like, oh, after 10 years, you're not going to trust me to do this anymore. It's like, all right, well, I'm going to go somewhere where I am trusted. And the writing was on the wall then with Steve Kerr, with Quentin Post. And Quentin Post clearly gave him a jolt, and he's what they need going forward. Now, that being said, I think Quentin got very humbled in the playoffs, as young players do. I don't think, hell, if you would have told me at the start of the season I'm a Warriors fan, you're going to be relying on some Quentin Post minutes at times in the playoffs. You're like, wait, what the hell's going on, right? And then, he came up short. Now I would hope he takes a step forward this year, and that's what the Warriors are going to be relying on as we're still waiting. By the way, do we have our Kuminga crisis? Is that still happening? Right, we're going to play that at some point. We got to play it. It's every single day, 90 seconds or whatever it is, the Kuminga update of the day. But you're going to hope that Post takes a step forward. You're going to hope that Moody takes another step forward, if Podziemski could do it. And if truly Jonathan Kuminga returns, if he could take a step forward as well. But we got more from Kevon. If you want to finish this up real quick.
No, it's just I don't want to crush the guy because I love Loon, but it's like, dog, Şengün was destroying us. Zubac was destroying us at the end of that year. Like, what did you watch? Like, did you watch the film?
Oh, he watched the film, Joe. Here's more from Kevon Looney talking about last season.
Right. Did that make this time easy to just pull a Band-Aid off and dip and take the money?
Yeah, for sure. Especially not knowing, in the years past, you kind of could bank on your role. I kind of could bank on, kind of know what it was going to be like when I came back. The last few years, everything's been changing. Everything's been kind of up and down. So it's like, all right, well, they're telling me to wait. My minutes are always up and down. It's like, all right, what's really going to happen? I don't know how they really view me, what they really going to offer. It can vary from with the Warriors. It can vary from, the tax-free mid-level to the minimum. So I'm like, I can't really, that's a big difference. I can't really wait on that. Kind of want to control my own destiny. So that kind of made it easier because I know how they like to negotiate, how they like to, do business. So I knew it was going to be a low ball probably to start. And if I couldn't find nothing else no money out there nowhere else is going to be, I'll just have to take it. So I ain't want to do that again.
Okay. It baffles me. Like, they drafted Trayce Jackson-Davis a year before they drafted Quentin Post. So you're telling me in back-to-back years they drafted centers, correct?
Yep.
Uh-huh. And you couldn't see the writing on the wall?
He was still relatively young. He thought he was going to be useful still for this team going forward. Maybe at a certain price he would have been willing to come back, but he wasn't going to be waiting around for it. So there is something to be said about taking a discount and staying with an organization that's taken care of me for long and I've won with and I've won championships with. But once that time gets diminished and then the money gets diminished on top of it, then yeah, I'm going to start moving elsewhere. So, but no, there's something to be about. He was still getting minutes though, even over those guys at one point. And then, that stopped happening and then the writing was on the wall. So again, as you mentioned
Trayce
earlier,
played better than him against the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yes, I would agree with that.
I think. Look, if Kevon was still a highly productive player defensively, forget the offense for a second, just defensively against all of these bigs that were destroying them down the stretch, I think he's back. But he's not. He's physically limited. Like, this happens. I mean, it's a reality. And I really like Kevon Looney. He helps a lot. But if you're going to be married to Draymond at the 4, you have to be more dynamic either offensively or defensively than to have Kevon Looney alongside Draymond Green. It's unfair. But those are the circumstances.
888-957-9570. Carter, I got to be honest. When you told me this was the spicy sound of the weekend, what exactly was spicy to you in both of those responses from one Kevon Looney talking about last season and the negotiations?
Yeah, I think it's just more the type of person Loon Dog is. Like, I just wouldn't have ever expected him to kind of look back and, I guess, poo-poo the Warriors and kind of the way everything's gone. I just thought he would be a clean move along and go on to his new role, and that's it.
I felt that was pretty clean, though, for the most part. I don't think he said anything negative. I don't think he crushed the organization. I don't think he crushed Steve Kerr. I don't think he crushed Quentin Post. I think that was basically him saying, okay, yeah, I knew the writing was on the wall, this, that, and the other, and I'm not going to wait around during offseason negotiations when clearly I'm not a priority anymore. I'm going to go someplace else where they view me a little bit more as a priority. And in this case, I can get paid more. I'm not going to wait on that. And let's go to the New Orleans Pelicans.
You know what this has taught me? Once again, I'm reminded, everybody, it's a business. It's a business. Yet all these guys take everything personal, like I would too. Like I'm raising my hand. I'm not hitting him in the back in any way. Clay took it personal. Dre's taking it personal. Jordan Poole's taking it personal. Wiggins took it personal. Loons took it personal. They all take it personal. Anytime I hear from another athlete on one of these podcasts, hey, it's business. It's the business of sports. The business. Every one of these guys takes it personal.
I always think Michael Scott said it best in The Office, where he's just like, it's nothing personal, it's just business. He's like, no, business is the most personal thing there is.
I agree with him.
I was like, I actually kind of agree with that.
That's human nature.
Yes.
Human nature is to take these things personal. So I again, love Loon, but like all these guys on these podcasts, all these stupid player podcasts that are everywhere, everyone's got a microphone now. It's business. This is just the business. This is how the business is. And yet we all take it very, very personal. And I get it. It is their career. It is personal to them. They're in there every single day. The fact that Loon was with the Warriors as long as he was is what should be celebrated.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And he always did with a smile on his face. He was one of the leaders of that team. Nothing but respect for one Kevon Looney, as he is now a New Orleans Pelican, which brings us to what the Warriors are doing right now. And it's, the Jonathan Kuminga saga. And there was another update over the weekend, which leads us to this, Carter.
Kuminga crisis.
Oh, Sam Loveman somewhere. I'm imagining somebody like right now in Inverness on the river, and he's just got the paddle and he's pushing up current as he's going, and he's just yelling at his phone about Kuminga crisis.
Well, if he's not like shouting expletives at Giants fans for not showing up, it's shouting expletives about Jonathan Kuminga. And this via Brett Siegel of Clutch Points over the weekend report. Jonathan Kuminga is expected to re-sign with the Warriors with the understanding that he'll be traded before the February deadline. I mean, what the hell does that even mean?
And then come
What
deadline.
the hell does it- no, seriously.
Let me play this out. In about 4 months, when's February? 5, 6, 7, however many months,
7
their
months,
best package might just be trading Jonathan Kuminga in the offseason next year, the 2026 offseason, which Shams is saying is the biggest offseason ever. And then we're going to get to the offseason in 2026. Their best option might just be to wait and hang on to JK until after the trade deadline,
That makes the whole thing makes zero sense to me. So if they re-sign him with the expectation to trade him, but if he's really good and it's contributing to Warriors wins, why would they trade him in these hypothetical? It just makes no sense to me. Absolutely zero sense. And thus concludes our Kuminga crisis.
Hey, look, we all
Kuminga crisis.
It's the Jonathan Kuminga for me. God, it's so good.
It's just
this Kuminga crisis.
It's Brett Siegel of Clutch
You know what
Points.
this
He's
is,
not
though?
Shams. I'm not going to believe until Shams says it.
Well, he's here until he's not.
Yeah, exactly.
This is that toxic relationship of one of your friends that is like, it's like, hey, every time they start feeling good about each other, they're going to have that drunken argument in front of everyone at the bar at like 1:40 in the morning.
It's the Ronnie and Sam from Jersey Shore relationship.
Exactly.
There you go.
Like we all know that is the Kuminga Warrior relationship currently. It is just, whoo, fireworks are coming. I just don't know when.
The whole thing is it's so funny how he thought it was going to be explosive, and it's just, he's just coming back to the team. There you go. It is what it is.
I need Draymond to tweet through it a little more and put some stuff out there like, this CBA, you can't even trade players anymore. I'm not talking about Kuminga, though.
Dear Diary. Are we going to have that as a segment next year, by the way, Draymond Green's diary? The diary of Draymond. When something bad happens, if he gets ejected or gets fined, we got to write it in the diary of Draymond. But we need to do it on like a Chat GPT voice.
Dear Diary.
Where it's Dear Diary. Like, what show was
Stop
that?
it.
There was a show that always started with Dear Diary. Risotto will get on that in the back. In the meantime, is it time for Fast Five? Is that what it's time for?
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
All right. By the way, to start off this Fast Five, I'm going to preview the Valkyries taking on the Phoenix Mercury tonight at 7 o'clock. And you can hear the game, Joe, right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel via the Odyssey app. Download the app, search Valkyries, and you can watch the game on KPIX Plus Pre-game starts at 6:30. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. And begins with Fast Five. What's your final thought?
My final thought is this. I went down the rabbit hole over the weekend explaining to my little nephew about Göbekli Tepe. I don't know if you guys know about this place, but it's way, way older than any of the earlier civilizations that we have uncovered over the world. And I'm not saying that aliens built it. That's not what I'm saying, because I don't want to sound like some lunatic. Okay, your mic's not on.
Oh, sorry, I pulled a Ray.
It has flipped upside down our understanding of hunter-gatherers and when they created civilization, because a sophisticated civilization, and believe me, I'm butchering this, I'm not pretending to be some historian, we thought that agriculture meant that you were settling and you were sophisticated and you would have downtime to be able to create language and art and all these different things. Mm-hmm. And it's uprooted our thoughts on when society and where society began in modern civilization. And it's dating back to 11,000 BC. It's just incredible. And I bring these things up, and all I'm saying is, hey, I didn't know about this, and now I'm aware. And I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, isn't this fascinating? And when I bring that up, everyone starts going, oh, boy, this guy coming with the conspiracy theories. And I'm not. I'm just saying, it's fascinating. Göbekli Tepe, and if I'm pronouncing it improperly, I apologize. It could be the Ark of the Covenant landing spot where we created this civilization, then buried it. It's just fascinating, and I want to know more about it. That's it. I just want to know more about it, and I find it to be a very cool piece of history that's been unearthed, and it's flipping upside down our knowledge of hunter-gatherers and what they were able to accomplish in the 12th century BC.
I think it's Göbekli Tepe. I think that's what it is, Göbekli Tepe. And it's in modern day Turkey.
Yeah, Turkey.
And this is pretty fascinating.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
It's pretty
cool. Anything
dude.
that it was alien related.
I know, but when I bring these things up, people are like, whoa.
No, it's pretty cool. I'm all into archaeology, all that stuff. I find that very fascinating. And again, I think we underestimate just, even the 9500 BCE. Like, you weren't dummies forever, people. Like, we could do things even all the way back then. Now we've advanced a lot, or we like to think we've advanced in society, and clearly we do, because we have these things called iPhones and all these computers, all the Wi-Fi and everything. But don't underestimate the will of the people. That's all I'm going to say.
Cleopatra was closer to our time than she was their time. That's crazy.
It is pretty nuts.
That's crazy to me.
It is. You know what else was crazy? Yannick Sinner taking out Carlos Alcaraz in a rematch of the French Open final when Sinner blew 2-0 lead over Alcaraz. He now gets the revenge he needed and gets his first Wimbledon win. Shout out the Italian, the Northern Italian, some say Southern German, Yannick Sinner. Shouts out to you, buddy. And shouts out to Chelsea for the first ever FIFA Club World Cup Championship, taking out Champions League winner Paris Saint-Germain. Cole Palmer, ice cold, and he has the greatest celebration where it just does this. Well, cold. Oh. You get it, Cole Palmer, cold, Palmer, ice cold. He does a little,
I get it now.
There you go. If you're seeing me on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, it's a little chilly in here.
Most famous archaeologist of all time.
Indiana Jones.
100%.
Thank you. I'm glad you answered that properly.
Junior, or you can know his father. Yeah, it was Dr. Jones as well. I don't know what his first name is. I don't even think they ever say his first name, but Dr. Jones.
Yeah, I don't know if they say his first
name.
Sean
Connery, rest in peace. One of the great actors of all time. Carter, you got a final thought?
Yeah, I want to shout out Yannick Sinner as well. I think it was time to win Wimbledon for him. I'm really happy he did, frankly, and I know that people are going to say he should have lost to Mirkov or whatever that guy's name was, but forget that.
Dimitrov.
Congratulations. And second of all, I need the Giants to start hitting, man. This is getting insane. Up until the bottom of the ninth yesterday, they had 6 hits through 2 games. And it's just like, can we wake up, for God's sake? They only got 2 in the bottom of the ninth, which brings them to 8. But it's just like, come on, for God's sake.
After the 5 runs in the 1 inning on Friday night, it just felt like, pull out the noodles. Let's swing the wet noodle at the plate.
Do the noodle dance.
Gosh.
Shout out Peanut Butter and Jelly Otter, Disney Channel, circa 2000. Risotto, wrap it up.
Yeah, this kind of got lost in translation. Maybe a guy that could help the Giants offense down the line at some point, but they selected Tennessee infielder Gavin Keelan with the number 13 overall pick in the draft yesterday. He was a Louisville commit, and then he ended up going to Tennessee instead. He's a shortstop. He hit .357 last year, 53 games with Tennessee, And they have a few more picks today, but he is their first-round pick in 2025.
And they forfeited their second and third, I believe, because of the free agent signings they've had back-to-back years.
Wait, that happens? They take away your picks?
Yeah, when they got Blake Snell. That's why I was losing my mind. Yeah, you didn't know that?
Why?
And Willie Adames as well.
Wait,
Yeah.
why?
When you sign certain players during certain thresholds, it's a way of balancing it out to where, the Yankees and the Sox and the Dodgers and the Giants.
That's BS.
What do you mean that's BS?
It's ridiculous.
And by the way, the high school seniors that are getting drafted now were born in 2006.
It caters to the cheap owners is exactly what it does, and the people that aren't willing to spend in free agency. So then those other teams that aren't going to spend get to use those picks. I really want to say something else.
I think the picks just go away. Right?
They better, because I would hate that if someone else would get those picks, like if they get rewarded for
this goes
like a
back
Nationals team or something like that.
Today's the day. I mean, everybody yelled at me. I was like, Blake Snell, you have to deal him at the deadline because you're losing a second-round pick, and we didn't get anything for him. He left and walked in free agency. You got nothing, and you don't have a pick.
And he's about to make his re-debut with the Los Angeles Dodgers at some point in the coming weeks. And that was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny Guru next. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. Go on. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Flores, fly ball to left field. Pages toward the line. He makes the catch, and that's a win for LA. It took 11 innings and an innumerable amount of gray hairs.
All righty, courtesy of Roku. That's where the game was on yesterday, Goo.
That bothered me, but I'll let it go. Shout out Hunter Pence. He did a good job. But how do you lose that game and welcome back? And we were hoping Friday because you were at a golf tournament that you won, but you told us you hadn't.
No, I didn't win.
Did you come close?
No, I don't think so.
You in a good mood?
I'm not in a bad mood.
I've been testing you. Okay.
No, congratulations to our very own Dan Daly of Lawton Skilled Nursing.
Yay! I thought you were about to say Dibley.
He won a few years back, Dibley.
We're talking about this year.
Yeah, Daly.
Okay,
Dan Daly.
Shout out Dan
Lawton
Daly.
Skilled Nursing. So if you're over at Lawton Skilled Nursing, they're one of our sponsors. Dan Daly takes home the jacket in our tournament that nobody cares about. Okay, Giants. They lose 5-2 yesterday. They lose 2 out of 3 to the Dodgers.
Just gave one away yesterday.
Well, they were up 2. They were down 2-0.
And you got a gift from the baseball gods from all the hitters. Matos ties it up 2-2. You stopped them from scoring an extra, and you can't score, Steiny. And you got Patrick Bailey with the torpedo bat trying to lay down a bunt. I didn't like that. Put himself in a hole, and then they walked. They walked Adames to get to Devers. Ramos, excuse me. That's the one that bothered me.
Well,
or should bother Giant fans. And we'll get to all the Dodger fans that were out there because, Steiny, I went with Evan Friday. Good Lord.
What? A lot of Dodger fans?
More than a lot. When did this shift happen? Because I know we talk about and we clown the Rams when the Niners go down south and play them because it's Levi South. But Steiny, I couldn't believe all the blue in that stadium. Went to get a pizza, a little drinky drink, and then I hear roar. And I'm like, who did it for the Giants, Devers? And it was something that happened for the Dodgers. But you don't want to hear about that. But it was a spectacle, man.
I listened to a good chunk of yesterday's game on the radio, and it was coming through. The Dodgers.
Oh, so you heard it.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. Patrick Bailey's their best bunter, isn't he? Maybe not from the right side, but
it didn't look like it yesterday. Steiny, they tried to give it to you, man.
I mean, you got to get the runner over.
You do.
You have to, especially if they don't. I mean, particularly when they don't score. And I'm talking about the Dodgers in the top of the inning.
I felt like, real quick, Steiny, that was a microcosm of the first half for the Giants. You couldn't get that big hit. And the Dodgers did. And I know it only went 2 feet, but it didn't matter. It counted. And to lose that game after having that magic in the 9th inning, that home run we talk about from all guys, Matos, Steiny, you got to step on the throat. They're 6 back, and they still can accomplish whatever they want. But I just like, man, you telling me this is how the last game of the first half is going to be, that feeling. But it is their reality.
Giants are 11-16 over their last 27. 11-15 since Devers got here.
So he's not having he's not having the Jimmy Butler like impact.
No,
early on.
No, I just think it's very interesting. When the trade was made,
I went crazy.
Most people thought that the Red Sox gave up too much and got too little. And since the Devers trade, the Giants are 11-15. They're 11-16 overall in their last 27, but they're 11-15 with Devers. The Red Sox, they're 17-9.
Oh man,
they're 17-9 since they made that move, and obviously they've won 10 straight now. So, no, Devers has not given the Giants the lift. that everybody was hoping for.
And Saturday, we didn't even talk about that game, Steiny, where Ohtani pitched. I thought he'd hit a grand slam. And I wanted, just for the theatrics, like, when are we going to have the Ralphie Devers welcome to San Francisco moment? And it was there Saturday, and I thought he hit a granny. He didn't. And then yesterday, you walk Ramos to get to Devers, Steiny. He hit the snot out the ball, but it don't count if it doesn't drop. And that's why I'm sitting here. Norm sent me a text. Pops, you think the Red Sox were on to something? No, it's too early for that.
Well,
but if he's not going to get healthy, Steiny's batting .202 in a Giant uniform. So all you can do at this point is hope and bust or add at the deadline, because Steiny, it looks like they still need some oomph with their bats.
Yeah, I mean they're still not scoring. That's apparent. I'm looking to see Devers has now played 25 games with the Giants, hitting .202. He's got a couple homers, but he doesn't look healthy, and
the impact has not been there for everybody else either.
I guess we just got to wait to see if these 4 days off for Devers make him look a little bit different when he comes back. Any problem out there, Giants fans, with Casey Schmidt not tagging up on the Devers rope to center field?
I thought he should have tagged, Steiny. You were okay with – no, that was Evan saying he kind of understood it.
I mean, I was kind of joking with Evan saying, okay, you go halfway, then you see Outman's got a beat on it, then maybe you go back and tag up. But Evan says if Outman then drops that ball, maybe then he doesn't score. So,
but you're still sitting pretty, and you're at third base.
Yeah, it would have been 2 outs. It would have been 2 outs. I actually
pass ball wins the game. Maybe the pitcher gets lemon.
Well, Bailey wasn't behind the plate for the Dodgers, so that probably wasn't going to happen. But
man,
yeah, Giants, and they go into the break now having lost 3 of 4. So if the playoffs ended today, they're out.
Now I thought I was in the lab. That I omitted. Are they out?
Well, they're half game behind the Padres.
And then that's not good enough.
So
James Ingram, if I gave you my best, it wasn't good enough. But yeah, Steiny, I don't know what to do. All you can do right now, Bob Melvin looked like he was at a loss of words at the post-game presser yesterday. All you can do is hope that guys turn it around and get going.
Yeah, Bob Melvin says he thinks things are going to change in the second half.
Be better offensively, I believe that. We have some guys that are coming around a little bit. We have some guys that will come around a little bit more. We have some guys in the middle of the lineup that are going to do more damage. I do. I think our offense is going to be better in the second half. I don't, obviously trying to handle the fastball sometimes, but I like our group. I think we have a really good chance.
All right. I would suggest.
I get it.
Because this is baseball. If you think their hitting's probably going to be better in the second half, then I guess you got to assume their pitching may not be as good in the second half.
Yeah, no doubt. So we hadn't reacted to the Verlander start. I don't believe we had. And if we have, I apologize. But, Steiny, they need an arm and they need a bat. And I don't know where they're going to get it. But Buster Posey, I thought, delivered with the trade that had come out of nowhere, something so fierce and forceful in regard to Ralphie Devers' bat that I thought the offense was good. Like, you didn't even have to think about adding something at the break. But I don't know if he's injured, how much you want to put that on Devers' struggles. I heard the Morning Joes talking about it. Steiny, he's a little bottom heavy, but this is who he's been his whole career, and it's worked. But if he's not going to get any more than 4 days on this break and something's going on health-wise, then I think they're in trouble.
888-957-9570 is the number. Giants 52-45 at the break. They're in 7th place in the National League. Half game out of the last wild card. 11-16 over their past 27. What do they have to do, Giants fans, in this second half of the season? We're also going to talk about Jauan Jennings, 49ers wide receiver. He wants a new contract or else he wants to be traded.
Steiny, that's more drama.
Well, when you invite drama will usually show up. Today is the first day of our All-Star Week prize blowout. Every day this week, each show will give out one of our awesome prizes, and today we're giving one lucky listener a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merchandise shop. Today you listen at 12:30 to learn how you can win. 12:30, your chance to earn a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merchandise shop. How you feeling about the Giants in the second half of the season? Are they going to be a better team overall than the first half? 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
It was a great atmosphere, and again, I was shocked by all the blue. Giants got off to a monster start and had to hold on. But as far as activity and being out there with all that energy, it was playoff-like. And I'm a little shocked that I didn't know coming in here, Steiny, they were out of the offs right now. Nothing to see here. They got time. But, man, they were up. They had that game Friday. They were up 8-2, and the Dodgers put up 4 runs on Logan Webb, chase them out the game. And you win that game 8-7, and then come back. Ohtani 3 shutout innings, throwing 100 miles an hour. He hit a bomb into the water Friday night. But yesterday was just, again, Steiny, not to be a one-trick pony, it was a microcosm of the whole season.
Well, it's
like you held him. You did your job in the top of the 10th, and you got a runner on second. I'm just saying, if you want to send a message, you'd be 4 games back.
When you play games like that, you're going to lose games like that.
Damn.
You just are. You can't win a game in the 9th inning all the time. They lead the league in walk-offs. And one of the reasons they lead the league in walk-offs is because they play so many tight, low-scoring games. So you're going to, ideally you win a lot of them, but you're not going to win them all. And look, this team doesn't hit and they pitch. It's pretty easy.
But they should hit after adding a guy like...
One guy doesn't change an entire lineup.
You kind of were slow to that altar when it happened. But Steiny, you just said he's batting .202, right. and the alarming thing, I'm being real, and then I know it's 3 true outcomes, but he's striking out too. Like you could strike Devers out. And I know it was Barry Bonds' bobblehead day Saturday, and you just think about him, and I'm going to put a rat on the table early since you've been back, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Steiny, the Dodgers, a shocker. The Giants have nothing like Ohtani. That's what I thought Devers is in.
No team does, do they?
Well, but how close can we get? And, man.
You got Devers. That's your best offensive player right now. But, look, I got to give Evan a little credit here because when they got Devers, they hadn't had him long, and Devers. And
what'd he say?
He said one bat's not enough. One bat's not enough on this team. They just, you look at what happens with what's happened with Ramos.
Man,
he's struggling.
Yes, he is.
Lee. What's he hitting? 249. They just don't have enough guys who hit for average on this team. So I don't know what you do if you're the Giants at the deadline. You get another arm?
I think you need one.
So, then you get into, okay, so you're telling me they need another arm and they definitely need another bat. You're
saying that's a lot.
Yeah, I am saying that's a lot.
Well, it's a lot when you got guys underperforming, and all you wanted, I'm in the lab on the couch yesterday, just like, good God, the greatest Hollywood writer couldn't script Devers up with the place packed against your rival. The baby's got to be delivered. It's got to come at some point, right, Steiny? And that was the moment. And again, he hit the snot at the ball, hit the snot out of the ball, but it was for an out. But if we just throw yesterday out and just look at what's going on with Devers in totality since he's been here, and you talk about the 202 average, that has been lackluster. So I hear you, Steiny, and I'm saying, yes, if guys were to get on their horse and start performing like they should, then maybe they don't need a bat. You could just focus on adding an arm. I'm not out on it. We got 4 guys. I don't know what's up with Ramos. And I told you he's my favorite Giant, and that's the guy I relate to. But I told you the guy that had been here before then.
So you have 2 favorites.
Yeah. And I'm just like, man, he's in a slump. Stein, we're talking about 60 at bats. He don't look like Ramos.
Can we really look at this lineup and think it should be a little bit better? I think we know that.
No doubt.
But
Robbie Ray pitched his ass off yesterday, and again, Steiny, I know you got no run support, and then Webb, who all this first half, we know he's been Matt Cain. He gets no run support. He gets a 8-2 lead, and then, they get to him to where it's back to a close game, and they chase him. So they got 3 All-Stars pitching tomorrow in the game, Steiny, but at the end of the day, they need guys to get hot with the bat. That's bottom line.
This was Bob Melvin on Devers' line out into center field that if it's put somewhere else, maybe they win this game.
Yeah, I mean, baseball can be a cruel game. Hit the ball 106 off the bat there, and they hit balls like 40 miles an hour in the last inning. So, it's just the way it is sometimes. Unfortunately, it didn't work in our favor.
Devers was hitting 272 before he got here, Steiny. You think it's the park?
No.
Because he ain't playing every game
I think
here.
it's part of it.
I think he's hurt. I hope he's hurt. Because if you just continue, we're past 81 games, partner. If I'm sitting here like, he's got time. Boy, if he doesn't turn it around, then what?
Then you got you traded for a player who played a little more than half the season for you, who didn't look like the guy that you traded for.
And would you have a problem?
Kind of like Adames.
Well, no, he's
hitting 220.
No, Steiny,
but this is what you can't do. You can't.
But the last month he's been in fuego. You got to
check the numbers.
Okay.
Because
Mike Kruko's telling us every time he's up at the plate, Steiny,
But this is what we do.
He's been coming out of it.
Great. He's had three good weeks of baseball.
Oh,
what's
right.
he hitting?
No, I'll give you
220.
Yeah.
I mean,
but that was because of a slow start. At least you're seeing the lights on. Howard Johnson, the lights are on with Adames. That dude to me right now is who you want up at the plate. I know he had an opportunity yesterday, but the bottom line is I wish Devers was showing those signals of what Adames is doing, and maybe that's down the line. But the fact we're here at the break, you had that game, or you got blessed to be in that game, stop them from scoring in extra innings at home, the last game of the season, to send a message, take 2 or 3 and feel good. Now I'm sitting here telling you, and you tell me if I'm wrong. Ask me what the biggest moment for Ralphie Devers in the Giant uniform has been thus far.
What?
The Will Clark drama.
I mean, I think we get caught in this trap a lot. And Willie Adames was hitting 200 for 4/5 of the season.
You're right.
And now he's up to 220, which means he's hit 260 over the last month.
But how about the power numbers, Donnie?
This is what I mean. You can't.
All I'm asking you to say is he's improving. He's playing better.
That.
Adames?
Why? Because he's had 3 good weeks? Seriously, that doesn't cut it in baseball. And I'm not saying he's not hitting the ball better than he has all season.
Because that's all my point is.
But he's still hitting 220. I mean, it's like when Jonathan Kuminga has a couple good games.
Yeah.
Okay, but what about the other 8 out of 10 for Adames? Devers the same way. I mean, we got one guy hitting 220 for the entire season. God forbid you take away the last 2 or 3 weeks. We got 2 guys hitting 200.
And that was my point.
Adames and Devers.
I'm not telling you 220 is 320 and he should be an all-star. I'm not. It's disappointing, but he, again, Steiny, it's like a worker here at the job. The history is, it's been bad, but you can't ignore the improvement or what looks to be him locked in at the plate.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, locked in at the plate. I don't know that he's been locked in all year, but that's, Chapman, what's he hitting? 237. I mean, look at these numbers. And I get it. Batting average is not the name of the game anymore, but I mean, if you're not a home run hitting team, you're not a base stealing team, you got to figure out a way to manufacture runs, and they don't have enough good hitters.
Right. And Jung-Hoo Lee, Steiny, I know his year got shortened last year. If you ask me right now, Goo, the Giants offense, everyday player, he would be at the top of my list more than Devers. And he's that guy that I thought, or we were told, he's got some speed, Steiny, to steal bases, turn a walk into a double. All that Ricky Henderson stuff or Ichiro, but we're not seeing any of that at the plate.
Patrick Bailey can't hit. Tyler Fitzgerald's having a bad year. Willie Adames is having a terrible year. Matt Chapman is so-so. Ramos has been good, but bad the last month. Jung-Hoo Lee's been below average.
Yeah.
Yaz has been Yaz. I just don't. And Devers is hitting 200 as a Giant. I don't. I believe their offense is going to be better in the second half. But it's not going to be dramatically better. They're not going to go from a team that scores 3.5 runs to a team that scores 6. I just don't. I don't see it. So if you this is who you are. If you don't make any more moves by the deadline, you're a team that's 7 over 500, and let's buckle up for the second half of the season because we're going to try to earn a wild card spot. That's really what it's come down to, whether they make a move or whether they don't make a move.
Yeah,
it's wild card or bust this year, and right now, if the playoffs were to start, they wouldn't be in it. They wouldn't be in the postseason.
That's bothersome. You just want to end it. It's all upstairs, right? It's all mental, but you don't want to end this half when they were in that spot and had a little cushion, and then you're trying to send a message to the Dodgers and go into the break 4 games back. Like, now that you sit here and can say that, like, that's bothersome. That's not how you drew it up. Again, the season's not over, but I'll say this. I hope I don't sound like I'm putting all of their offensive impotence on Rafi Devers. They had problems hitting the baseball before he came. So I wonder what he's saying, Steiny, to his interpreter or anybody that'll listen. Like, since I've gotten here and put this uniform on, I'm batting .202, and I don't look like myself. So the Giants were not hitting before Devers. Now he's a part of it. So it's like, what else do you want, Steiny? But what Bob Melvin said at the podium yesterday, at some point we got to snap out of it and get hot. These pitchers cannot have this thin of a margin of air. Let them breathe a little bit. Jesus.
As it relates to Devers, man, this is where, I don't know. I always feel like it's easy to say things, and I need to see them manifest itself, but I thought when we got Devers, Adames is going to hit, and everybody's going to hit.
I said that.
And if Adames isn't, if Devers isn't getting pitched around and they're getting him out, then I don't really know how he has an impact on the rest of the lineup.
Yeah, I'm sitting there, and you can say, "Oh, good, that's just one game," but kudos to Roberts and the Dodgers for saying and having the audacity to be like, you know what? We think you're struggling, Devers, so much, we're going to walk Ramos to get to you. And it worked.
Yep.
Oh.
Are the Giants better than the Milwaukee Brewers?
I want to say yes.
Okay, Brewers are 16 over right now. Are the Giants better than the Mets? Are they better than the Padres?
I believe they are.
Okay.
But they're not playing better they're not playing like it right now.
Because I think if you take the first half, you got the Dodgers, Cubs, Phillies. I don't think the Giants are in their league. And then you got the Brewers, Mets, Padres. You're going to have to beat one of those teams out. And
you're going to have to hit to do that.
Well, right. And maybe they will, and maybe they won't. But the reality of the situation is I'm not looking at the standings saying, man, the Giants, they should be the number 1 wild card right now, or they should be right behind the Brewers. I don't feel like they've been noticeably better than the Mets or the Padres.
They got 65 games left, not 81. 65. So we're in the home stretch, Steiny. And again, I just don't understand why collectively they have not hit the ball. And I hear Kruk and Kipe all the time talk about Giants baseball. It's torture. But it's just like, it's uncanny how all these games seem to come down basically like this series, all down to the wire, regardless of who they're playing.
But that's their style. Like that's their
is
identity.
By default, though, their style? Because that's not how you want to do it. The bullpens,
they don't have a good hitting lineup. Like they just don't. They're a hell of a pitching staff. So like they play in a tough ballpark. They don't have a lot of hitters on their team. Offensively, obviously. Their pitching is outstanding. They're going to be in a lot of 3-2 games. They're going to be in a lot of 4-3 games. They're going to be in a lot of 2-1 games. They just are. And if you could go out and get 3 power hitters, you'd probably go out and get 3 power hitters. But I'm not convinced that they're out there. So, I don't know. It's the Dodgers and then a toss-up. Oh, okay. So, all right. 925 says that sounds like he says the Giants could be the second best team in the NL.
Well, when you
What's
talk
our
about
head-to-head
hitting,
record
Steiny,
against
the
Philadelphia?
Phillies, the Phillies got bats. The Cubs got bats. Like, they take offense to some of their problems. But, I mean, if we're going to sit here in the next 67 games, expect this giant bullpen not to slip, because that's the one that'll break your back. If there's any slippage, and you think there could be because they set the bar so high, if Webb or Ray take a step back, then what are we talking about? Roop's he's been phenomenal, right? But, man, Verlander has not been it, but it's almost like you, I, or Risotto, or Evan on the bump, Steiny. It doesn't matter. This team is going to score you 2 to 3 runs a game.
And that's who they are. I mean, that's who they are. And I'm looking at the run differential. Where are we now for the Giants? They're still plus 17, which is better than the Padres, but the Cardinals are plus 17. Cincinnati Reds plus 31, but they're 2 games behind the Giants. So, I mean, I hear the frustration, and I know that the team's not obviously hitting great, but when I just look at the rest of the teams in the National League, right now the Giants have the 7th best record in the National League.
That's disappointing to me.
I mean, I don't see that they're better significantly than a team ahead of them. Like, you know, they're still, man, they're
and that was disrespectful. You asked me Milwaukee 16 up, but I feel like if the Dodgers and if the Brewers and Giants got into, I wouldn't be like, oh my gosh. But I got to give credit to they're 9 games better than the Giants. How can I sit here and tell you and anybody listening that the Giants are better than the Brewers, and they have not shown it?
And the Giants right now are what, 52 and 45?
Yeah,
that's an 85 or 86 win pace. And I just think that's about what we had them before the season. And
when you left, it was 90, though, Steiny. They were on pace. I know it's only 5 more games. They were on pace. You did this exercise. They were on pace to 90. Like, is 85 going to go to 81? You know?
I mean, all they've done is lose 3 out of 4. I mean, you know, they beat the Phillies twice, and then they lost 3 out of 4. So they even went 3-3 against, you know, the two division leaders. Which,
but those games, like, if you want to talk about the ballpark that I haven't forgot, that road trip to Chicago and that carcass of the White Sox, and they take 2 or 3 from you and you can't score. Like, stuff like that it's bigger than just a park. And if I can't bring up Melvin or I can't mention Pat Burrell, then all you can do, Steiny, is hope that these guys turn it around. And there's like 4 or 5 guys right now that I'm concerned with at the plate.
Yeah, I don't – like, when I look at the Giants, and I get it, I think their pitching is better than we thought. Their hitting is not as good as we thought. Their relief pitching is better than we thought. But all in all, I don't think the Giants are underachieving, I guess is what I'm saying. Now, they may have to overachieve a little to make the playoffs and get to 88 or 90 wins. But again, I'm looking at this team. There are a lot of close games, and they're going to play a lot of tight games, but we know they're not going to score.
Well,
they're just not going to score. This is who they are, and they're
right
7
now,
games over.
This is who they are now.
Yeah,
but Steiny,
exactly, which is more than half the season.
Your 2 acquisitions are underperforming.
Well, I don't understand what – I know they're underperforming, so and we can hope they can be better.
Right, and if they're better, then you get better results and more runs, right, and maybe more wins.
Yeah,
but Adames and Devers right there are underperforming.
Okay, so what do we do with them? I don't get it.
I'm not a hidden coach. If you do what Melvin said, you hope. But to me, this is going to sound crazy. At least you know where your problems start with your 2 big bats that you brought in. If you look at it in totality and not the last month in regard to Adames, I'll give you that. They have underperformed too.
Well, has Bailey underperformed? Lamont Wade certainly underperformed. Tyler Fitzgerald's underperformed.
Yeah, you got me all.
Ramos, now you look at all his numbers.
He's in a slump, man.
But if you look at all his numbers, he's fine. Jung-Hoo Lee. Yaz, same old guys. Chris is in San Jose. Hey, Chris, how you doing?
Hey, morning, gentlemen. Long time no talk.
Yeah,
yeah. So I was actually at the yard yesterday. You know, it was pretty boring, right? Typical Giants baseball for 8 innings there, and I loved it. The place absolutely erupted in the 9th. Luis Matos' bomb. You know, right when he hit it, I stood up. The stadium erupted. It was big time. But, you know, going back to Giants baseball in the fine line that it always has been, right? You know, when they win in 10, 12, 14, it's all about defense, pitching, you know, starting pitching and the bullpen and getting that timely hit. Yesterday, you know, I thought a perfect kind of example that encapsulated most of the season is we get back into the ball game, right? You get 3 hits through 8 innings. You look abysmal against Yamamoto. You tie the game in the 9th, 2-2. You find a way to get the Dodgers out of the 10th inning, right? Unscathed.
Man.
Shohei is left. I believe Shohei is still on deck at that point, right?
Yep.
So then you start the bottom of the 10th, and Patrick, I have no clue. If this was high school, Patrick Bailey is running polls and working on sack bunts for 2 hours today.
That was bad.
Because that was horrible. And I'm sitting there watching, you know, you want to have hope, but I knew the second he didn't get that bunt down, and we in that second out, you know, to relatively shallow center, I knew the game was over.
Damn.
I knew the Dodgers weren't going to come back. I knew they weren't going to come back in the top of the 11th and get nothing. You know, and I know Bivens, sure, he got some unlucky hits there, a lot of soft contact, but that's who we're bringing in to face the heart of the Dodgers lineup in the top of the 11th. We're bringing in Spencer Bivens. Really? So, I mean, again, I guess to try to tie all this together, the Giants are walking an extremely fine line right here. You don't that is a perfect example. You don't get the sack bunt, you lose the game. If you're able to get that sack bunt down, you win that ball game in the 10th inning. Period, point blank, no two ways around it. So, again, Steiny, it is like you said, that text message, the guy who texted, it is the Dodgers and it's everybody else. Mm-hmm. Because you can't sit there and tell me that the Giants can't compete with Philadelphia. I think they have a winning record against them this year. You know, you can't tell me that with their staff on, I hate to use a football quote, but any given Sunday, you can't tell me that look at what we did to the Dodgers this weekend. We're right there. We're a sack bunt and a fly ball away from taking the series. You know what I mean? So you just got to believe they're in it still. So I'll take your comments off air, but I mean they gotta listen. They gotta execute the rest of the way if they hope to get a wild card spot. But hey, if they get in the dance, everyone has a chance, kids. So just stay with it.
No,
love you guys.
Yeah, love you too, Steiny. And I'm just real quick. I love the heart, but if you want to do that, I could make an argument they almost got swept. They were up 8-2 Friday, and the bullpen did their thing. Duvall got them out of it. But if we want to do that, you could have got swept because you were inept yesterday. And tell me if I'm wrong here, and I mean this. Evan Risotto, help me out, Steiny. I mean this. Patrick Bailey earlier this week had one of the most memorable plays, walk-off inside the park home runs ever. I guess, Steiny, if I'm the skipper, just swing away, dude. I'm not going to ask you to bunt.
With a runner at second and nobody out
just
in a
swing
tie
the bat.
game.
You're a major leaguer. You might get a hit, Steiny. You might get a bloop. But to go up there with a torpedo bat with those 2 bunts that looked like he was trying to home run derby bunt style, like, damn, Melvin, let him swing away. He earned it.
I disagree. It's 2-2.
I know I'm on the ice.
It's 2-2.
With no outs.
With a runner at second.
Well, hit it.
Bunt it. And he did end up hitting it. Fly out to center field.
Shocker. I hear you. But what if that – all right, Steiny, he was down in the count too. I'm just saying.
I hate to agree with Steinmetz.
All right, today is the first day of our All-Star Week prize blowout. Every day this week, each show is going to give out one of our awesome prizes. Today, we're giving one lucky listener a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop. Listen today at 12:30 to learn how you can win. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. This segment was sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
Stop striking out. Advance the runner. Gee whiz.
corner's ready to crash. And Bailey bunts his strike foul into the net. Shows bunt again in the air. Foul again. Strike two. Now he'll swing the 0-2. To center field. Outman has a read on it. Schmidt tacks from second, and he's going to hold.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Patrick Bailey failed to get a bunt down in the bottom of the 10th, and Giants end up not scoring, and they lose 5-2 in 11. So, all right. I got a couple questions for Giants fans. For the Giants fans that are hand-wringing, if you will. And you could be one of those fans right now, right? Hand-wringing, just...
No, I'm just calling it like I see it.
So, let's take their last 6 games. They beat Philadelphia 3-1 in the first game of a 3-game series.
Good game.
Games 1-1 in the bottom of the 8th. Giants get 2 in the bottom of the 8th. They win 3-1. Good, hard-fought win. Pitching, defense. Next night, they win 4-3. Patrick Bailey, the hero, came from behind, came from 3-1 down.
Yeah.
Phillies beat him in game 3, 13-0, big deal. They took 2 out of 3. Then the Dodgers. They win a 1-run game against the Dodgers. They lose a 1-run game against the Dodgers. And then they lose an extra inning game against the Dodgers. You play this many close games, like you won a game in the bottom of the 8th, you won a game in the bottom of the 9th, you held on Friday, and then you let one get away Sunday. I just, like, you can't win all these games.
No, you're living on the edge. And also, the problem to me, Steiny, is why are these games so close after you acquired a bat? That's my major question. Forget the pitching. Why has the Giants' offense still stayed stagnant after acquiring Ralphie Devers? And our guy Leroy, I want you to answer this. I don't have the answer, Steiny. I'm thinking about it. The Giants are losing because Buster Posey tried to fix something that wasn't broken. Talking about the Giants' offense, Leroy, it was broken. You were just getting the benefit of the doubt, and you were getting good luck pulling all these games out. But there is a disconnect since you add a bat like Devers, and now he's batting .202, striking out left and right.
So who do we blame? Devers? Posey? The Giants? I mean, you acquired a guy who's not hitting right now.
And that's the one positive I take, because all we can sit here and do, Steiny, is we don't have to blame anybody. We just hope that it'll come back and they'll play to their normal selves and their history, the back of their baseball card.
Well, and that's where I think we got to be realistic, because Adames is not going to be the back of his baseball card this year. He's just not.
But if he's a 300 hitter the rest of this season, or 280 and looking like his old self, I mean, that's a big deal. Imagine where they'd be without that production of him. And I know you're saying it's just a month, but good Lord, it's a good sign. That's what you need. Devers, it's like, what? There are no good signs. Now teams are intentional walking the guy before you because they think they can get you. And they got him yesterday.
I mean, Willie Adames, saying he'd get up to he's a 245 lifetime hitter, Adames. Like, he doesn't hit for average. Last 4 years, he's hit 238, 217, 220, 251, 220. And then the year before that, but only in 99 games, he hit 285. That's by far the highest average he's ever had. So to say, I don't know that he can hit 280 over the second half of the season. He's not a 280 hitter.
Well, he's doing that now. This last month, Steiny's down near 300.
And that makes it even more so that he's not unlikely to do it, because he's I'm just looking at his lifetime average, right, and it's 245.
Right, but it's a lot of power behind that, too. So just you reading that has me, or any Giant fan listening, Steiny, to where, okay, if you're saying that's where he normally ends up at, it's the power numbers. And that's what we've seen from him. the ability to hit the ball deep. I mean, he's been mastering triples alley the other night. He hit one out of triples. That was a shot. So there's not too far to go there in regard to me talking about Adames and the average, but the power and the thump has been there, Steiny. Now he's your third place hitter. They had him 6 or 7. Now it's about getting the others if they can turn the corner or show signs. And Ramos is in a slump, Steiny, like 62, 63, 64 at bat slump.
I mean, the thing about Adames is, you're right. Like, he's one of their better hitters now, and he's still not very good. They just, like, I don't know. If you're a Giants fan, do you think this team's underachieving? And I'm asking you that as an entire team. Like, we can say their hitting's underachieving a little bit, but I think it's been made up for by the pitching staff. And can we absolutely think that the pitching staff's going to be as good in the second half as they were in the first? Man, I don't know. I think it would be a lot to ask. I really do. But they're going to play low-scoring games because they pitch and they don't hit. And there's going to be a lot of games like the last 6. What's that? 1, 2, essentially 5 out of the 6 games were determined late, in the last 8th or 9th inning. And, like, I don't see any way around that. I think that's just going to have to be their MO right now.
Even with more improvement, if Buster was to make a move or two. I mean, we would still have to see. Obviously, you can't answer that. But, Steiny, if you're Buster, what are you feeling right now?
I mean, this is where I think if you're Buster Posey and you're taking the long view, I think you feel fine about this team, believe it or not. You win 3 out of the last 4 instead of 1 out of the last 4, and I'll bet everybody feels a lot different. But you lose 2 out of 3 to the Dodgers, and, just doesn't quite feel as good after you lose a game that you had a crack at on Sunday. But
you hadn't scored to the 9th inning, and you just hate to see, of all guys, Matos come up there and do what he did, and the place is packed, and not even the impact on the standings, just how good, like you just said, you would feel about taking 2 or 3 from the Dodgers and sending all those Dodger fans home upset. And you don't handle your business offensively because the pitching and the bullpen in the top of the 10th kept the Dodgers off the board.
I mean, and we've seen that a lot this year with big-time pitchers. Yamamoto just absolutely stifled the Giants yesterday. Gave up no runs. So I don't know. I just, if you're asking me, can the Giants play better? Yeah, I think they can. Certainly when they hit it, they can hit better. But I don't think they're a dramatically different team than they've been in the first half of the season. I mean, they played 97 games. Is that what it is? Yeah. 97? Yeah. So they've almost
played. That's a lot.
Exactly. And they're 7 games over. And I feel like, that's about right. I don't feel like they should be 12 over. I don't feel like they should be 500. See, I think they're 7 games over. That's an 86 win pace. And what was their over-under before the season? Like 81, 82?
It might have been around 81, 82.
Yeah, but guys, real quick, that was predicated before you had a bat like Ralphie Devers.
But you got to take away Harrison, too. And when Harrison was traded, it wasn't a big deal, but it's an extra arm they don't have right now. And again, like, how do you could say Buster Posey, go out and make another move or go out and make moves. And obviously, if they can improve the team, it can improve the team. But, you go get Devers and you're 11-16 since you got him.
There's not a walking soul that would have took that bet. It's not. Come on, man. And I'm gonna just say,
what did we expect? Like,
I thought he was healthy. I think he is not healthy. Okay. And if you're going to tell me, partner, they're not going to sit him down or demand him, just take a week, man. We want you to just take a week. And it might not even work. But to sit here and watch Melvin do the same presser each night when Devers is not doing his thing at the plate, you got to scratch your head. The dude has not forgotten how to play baseball. And Steiny, I'll say this to your last point about, Dude, losing 2 or 3 to the White Sox, getting swept at home to the Marlins, even though they're playing a little better baseball, you can't have that. You cannot have that. Those are like, what? Those are 5 losses that you got on the tally that I just thought the Giants were a better team than that. Just putting a jersey on. You won't, you know?
I mean,
so Ramos, Austin San Jose saying Ramos is what he is. He was an all-star last year. Steiny, this is almost 70 at bat. I'm just asking you because I don't know what to make of him. How concerned are you about Ramos? Because he was there. Remember the bases loaded double and all that emotion about a month ago, and he's struggling. He ain't the only one, but I'm assuming he is going, once he gets hot, he's going to get hot and look like the guy that made the all-star team last year.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk studio. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I mean, Ramos, man. I mean, guys, you know, what's Ramos hitting? 265. He's got 14 homers. Like, that's who we think Ramos is, right? 270, 275, 20 to 25 homers, 80 ribbies, something like that. Like he's pretty much doing what he's been asked to do offensively. Let's go to Chris. Chris is in San Jose. Hey, Chris.
Gentlemen, I love to hear you cry. This is my monthly phone call. I'm a big-time Dodger fan, as you can tell. You guys will never be us. It'll be 50 years before you win another championship. And if you got Dibs, you need to put someone behind him. Hello? They're going to pitch around Dibs. God bless him, he can hit. We know that. But if you don't put anyone behind him, he ain't going to get no good pitches. You should know this by now.
Hey, real quick. Oh, you know, he's getting pitches to hit. He's getting pitches to hit, man. I wish it was they were pitching around him. Yes, he is, man.
No,
they're Ohtani threw the ball right by him, man. They're throwing the ball. Average dudes are throwing the ball right by him. Don't say he's not getting pitches to hit, man. He's getting pitches to hit. That's why people are concerned.
He's missing it, isn't he?
Yes.
If he has pitches to hit, why is he hitting them? Because he's been figured out. He has weaknesses in his swing. Have you been watching the game?
And I just told you what I got from watching the game. Devers is getting pitches to hit, man.
But why is he hitting them?
Well, he's in a slump.
The ball is not – he has one spot where he can hit a ball. Way away.
All right, thanks, Chris. Appreciate the call.
No, I disagree.
That's a Dodger fan, though. You knew one was coming.
I mean, Devers is the protection. He's the most accomplished hitter they got. That's why we got all excited. So, what did you say? 11 and 16, whatever the record is, Snotty. I don't know why that is and why he hasn't performed as of yet. And it's bigger than just him being at home too. In this park.
Again, this is the other thing is when people hate when I say this, but when you go get everyday players, then you're going to have to live with slumps like Ramos is having. You're going to have to live with what Devers has done. You're going to have to live with the first half that Adames had. Like, you know, those are Chapman, Adames, and Devers are 3 everyday players that Buster Posey got, put them into the lineup, new players over the last 2 years. And, you know, Chapman's been great defensively. He's been pretty solid offensively, but the other 2 guys are their big bats, and they're not hitting, and Ramos is not hitting over the last month and a half, and there we go.
But Adames is showing life, even though I know you don't like it, but I'm going to say it.
Whatever.
Starting to laugh. Sure. I mean, what does that mean? We got to give him credit for these last month of baseball.
And this is what
He's gotten up off the mat.
Yeah, you give him credit for a month. I'm going to look at the first 3 months. Baseball is baseball. He's hitting 220. Like, yes, he's picked that average up from 201 to 220. But that's not going to win. That's not going to get it done, I don't think, for the Giants. They need Adames to hit. They need Devers to hit. They need a bunch of guys to hit. And I don't look at this. When you have 6 guys hitting below 250 or whatever it is, you're not going to string together a lot of rallies. And then on top of it, you don't hit a lot of homers. So that tells me you have a lot of singles and doubles hitters who don't hit for average. So then you're going to have to put 3 hits together in an inning to score a run. And I don't see enough good hitters in that lineup to do that consistently. So does Posey have to go make another move?
I was just going to ask you, what do you do then? Because I thought Devers was enough. I think a lot of people did.
I mean, the question is how long does the rest of the season go before we start thinking about, a Devers and Adames?
Well, I don't know what's going on in Boston, his former team, but what was their record? You said they're over 500 since his departure. Like, man, I just, again, wow. They lose him and they play better baseball, and the team gets them, and the offense has been impotent.
Yeah, I mean, what do you make of since Devers is here, they're averaging a half run less? I don't know how to explain that other than baseball's weird.
Yeah, you want my honest answer?
Yeah.
And I told Evan on Friday and the listeners, Steiny, I think he's hurt, man. And I can't change his diaper. Nobody's asked him to. But if you don't sit him down or at least try to rest him more than just these 4 games, you're beating your head against a wall if he's showing you every at-bat or every game that something's going on. And I give him all the credit in the world trying to go out there and beat John Wayne, but how long is this going to go?
I mean, honestly, again, this is like you're not taking Devers out of the lineup unless he's going onto the injured list.
Because if he hits like this the rest of the way, Steiny, they're not making the playoffs. And I don't expect him to. And I hope I'm not coming in here trying to give a new Rolex watch to Adames, but I got to give him all the credit in the world for the past baseball's vicious, Steiny. It's every day, and the last 30 days, Friday night, that bomb he hit, Triples Alley, I was like, okay, dude, that was a bomb. So Adames is showing signs, and you're right, you can't change how bad he was at the beginning, but at least you drink your coffee this morning, and you're like, maybe the break came at the wrong time for Adames. How do we get others in that column of they're showing signs of coming out of life, and Ramos is a part of that. And maybe these 4 days off will help him.
888-957-9570 is the number. Giants are 52-45 at the All-Star break. You think they should be better? Should they have 55 wins and 30 and 44 losses? Should this team be 10 over? I knew they were in trouble after that Baggerly article. But said they could get 15 over.
But you understood the genesis of the article. We all did.
Yeah. And
there were standards.
Yeah. And here we are 3 weeks later, and everybody's still crying over the Marlins and the White Sox series. Well, guess what?
I brought that
Guess
up.
what? You got to go out and win games. You don't just win games because you're playing a bad team, and that little stretch hurt him. There's no doubt.
And I'm for the caller, the Dodger fan that called, miss me. Devers is the protection. I know he struggled early on this year in Boston, but miss me, he's not getting pitches to hit. I'm watching the game. He's getting pitches to hit, Steiny. He's not hitting them, and he's striking out more than I've seen him strike out in a long time. So miss me with he's not getting the pitches. That's what's alarming.
I mean, he's hitting 202 since he's been a Giant.
Fastball's getting blown by him.
Let me see how many strikeouts he's got with the Giants in 25 games.
Almost more than half of what he had with Boston.
He's got 34. So he's got 34 strikeouts in 109 games. Yeah, you're right, Goo. He had 3 times as many at-bats against in Boston, and he struck out 76 times.
What do you make of that?
New ballpark, new league. Maybe he's not healthy.
But every game's not here. It's Tony on third and king.
No, but half of them are. And I mean, he's used to, when a guy goes from the American League to the National League or National to American, they say there's an adjustment. Maybe that's what's going on. Not quite sure, but.
Well, then that would apply to Adames. Well, no, it wouldn't. National League to National League.
So anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. All right, on the other side, we're going to get into some 49ers news.
We have to.
Jauan Jennings, their wide receiver, is under contract this season for one more year. It's $7.5 million. Jauan Jennings, a fixture at wide receiver for the 49ers, but he wants a new contract. And if he doesn't get a new contract, he wants to be traded. He's got one more year at 7.5. Fits into this 49er system very, very well. What do you do with Jauan Jennings? It's a year after the 49ers had a lot of turmoil in the offseason, and now we've got an issue with Jauan Jennings. 888-957-9570. We'll talk about that on the other side. Also, Kevon Looney did a podcast with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Of course, Looney now a member of the New Orleans Pelicans. And the Warriors still have not made a move this offseason. No news on the Jonathan Kuminga front. Al Horford still in the mix. DeAnthony Melton still in the mix. And I saw another name in the mix. Ben Simmons.
Saw that.
Ben Simmons. Problem the Warriors have? They have 9 players under contract, but they're only $25 million under the apron, which is something they want to stay out of. So we'll get to the Warriors, but Jauan Jennings. How you feeling about Jauan Jennings and the good feelings of the offseason? They're gone. They're gone right now. Today is the first day of our All-Star Week prize blowout. Every day this week, each show will give out one of our awesome prizes. Today, we're giving one lucky listener a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merchandise shop. Listen at 12:30 to learn how you can win.
It's the Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Show. Let's go.
Hey, coming up tonight at 7 o'clock, the Valkyries take on the Phoenix Mercury, and you can hear the game on 95.7 The Game and the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Kevin Dana, Sophia Jones, they are on the call, and you can watch the pregame on KPIX+. That starts at 6:30.
I'll be in the house.
Oh.
Yeah. Want to go? You had a long weekend. You look.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not.
Stoney, you got a scratch on your forehead.
Yeah.
What happened?
I scratched my forehead.
Oh, okay. Like a little blood.
An itch.
Yeah.
Is it bleeding?
Yeah, a little red. Man, speaking of red.
Jauan Jennings, 49ers wide receiver. There was a report today, Adam Schefter, reporting that Jauan Jennings, who's set to make $7.5 million this year for the 49ers, it's the last year of his deal, and apparently he's told the team, look, I want to renegotiate, or I want an extension, I should say, or if you don't want to give me an extension, trade me. Jauan Jennings.
Tell me, ask your boy Goo how this is going to play out, because this is an easy one.
Oh, Goo,
this is like a loony layup.
How's this going to play out?
Probably in the next 3 days, 72 hours, maybe even 48, he'll have a new deal. He has all the leverage. A guy, he's been Mr. Reliable, never more than 1,000 yards in his career, Steiny. 6 touchdowns last year, and I know that's not all on him, but the bottom line is you ran Debo up out of here, and a lot of Niner fans understood. Your boy is in sick bay, healing on the mend. I'm talking about Ayuk. And if we want to keep it a buck, Steiny, one thou wow, he's doing what he's supposed to at 28 years old. He knows this is probably his last chance at the payday. And now, after coming off a season after you pay Brock Purdy, he's probably sitting there like, I need to get mine. And are you really going to go into a season with if he wanted to get traded? You're not going to trade him, Steiny. With Pearsall, I know they made the move for Robinson and Kittle, so I'm expecting Jennings to get his chick in here soon.
Yeah,
but this is drama.
We'll see.
Who saw it coming?
Well, I didn't see specifically this coming, but look,
tell me.
You're not going to like it.
Hey, why wouldn't I like it?
Because the 49ers have, this is
the disease of
This is the system they set up. And it's a system that they've utilized for 4 years. And just because the 49ers say, you know what, we're going to move off some of our older guys, or we're going to get younger players in here, doesn't mean Jauan Jennings has to play the game. Why should Jauan Jennings not get to play the game? McCaffrey got to play the game. I
would say they're all top tier and better than Jennings.
Well, he's their best receiver right now. He's their best receiver. Everybody gets theirs on the Niners.
Wow.
Brandon Ayuk got his. Trent Williams got his. Whether Jauan Jennings is in that class or not, like, part of me doesn't even care. The bottom line is this is what players are going to ask for when they're with the Niners at this time. They've all done it. They've all done it. Just because the Niners don't want to do it anymore doesn't mean Jauan Jennings has to play that game. So
it's the price of a dynasty, and I know you're going to be like, Guru, there was no dynasty, and what I mean by that is there was a whole hell of a lot of winning, multiple NFC championship visits, 2 Super Bowl visits, and now, guys want to get paid, and Jennings, more power to him. I didn't see this coming. Like, Steiny, my man said, trade me if you don't pay me.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Wow.
Gary's in Daly City. Hey, Gary, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, guys. Real quick, I'm going to go to 49ers. Devers, I told you guys couldn't hit a fastball away, but let's go to 49ers.
You did,
I remember I told you guys that. Yeah. Anyway, 2, real quick, I don't know why Lynch let this go on. I mean, Purdy should have took a little less with third down. Jauan, every time he bailed out Purdy on third down, that was the man. Not Ayuk, not Debo. It was Jauan, and he blocks like hell, too. I mean, why let this go on? I mean, you go around and see everybody else getting paid, holding out, getting paid, and you just come into work like a union worker every day and showing up and doing your job. You deserve to get paid, too. And when you have to go to you're right, Goo, that he's going to get paid. He brought it to the media's attention, which sometimes you just got to do, and he's going to get paid. but he shouldn't have happened like that. Lynch should have took care of this behind the scenes of Shanahan, because that's just showing no respect to him.
Thanks, Gary. Appreciate the call.
Does this come off, Steiny? Thanks, Gary. Is disrespectful the way that he did it?
No. It's all Trent Williams is disrespectful. Ayuk's disrespectful. Like Brent, I'm that's where I'm kind of with Gary. I mean, this is the guy who just shows up and punches the clock. And now he wants what everybody else has wanted and virtually everybody has gotten. And that's more money.
But I'll say, go ahead.
Well, I mean, right now he's their best receiver. And we'll see about Ayuk. But I do think it's, and I get Ayuk's hurt, but what, Ayuk's getting 30? He's not 4 times better than Jennings. I know that's an easy way to do it, but good for Jennings.
Well, not yet.
No, good for him just to do what he's doing. Like, why can't Jauan Jennings do what 10 other guys have done on this organization, on this team for the last 4 years, and especially when everybody sees that everybody gets their money.
Wow,
You're
man.
inviting this.
Okay, I'm going to say something to that, Steiny. And, I'm a man of the people. We're men of the people. But the bottom line is you're doing this after a year that didn't culminate in winning. So Jennings, it's his time, but you're coming off a non-visit to the playoffs. That's one. That might not mean anything. Okay.
Did that hurt Purdy?
But But see, Steiny, you don't like it? I don't know if Jauan is like the guys that pulled this card. Obviously, he's not in Ayuk's class as far as the team is concerned, because they gave him the respect with the contract. So, man, you bring up Trent Williams and Steiny, McCaffrey, and Kip. Those dudes are dudes.
Yeah, and how many titles have they won?
And I love Jennings. I don't know if you have this card to play, young man.
Well, here's
that's all I'm saying to you.
I mean, the idea, like, they didn't win it. They've never won it, and everybody got paid. So, you know what? I actually think it's brilliant what he's doing.
Damn, Steiny, brilliant.
For Jauan Jennings, it's brilliant. And good for him, because he's never been a crybaby. He's never bucked the system. He's always just come and done his work.
Okay, what do you call this, though? This don't count?
What?
Bucking the system and all. Like, this is, we were like, it's a quiet on the set offseason for the Niners.
So this is worse than what Ayuk did.
See, that's a whole different conversation.
It isn't really. They both had one more year left in their deal. Ayuk got extended, and now Jennings has one more year in his deal, and he wants to get extended. What? Tell me what the difference is.
I guess making it so loud in regard to you want traded if you don't get it.
Well, it's still not as much as what Ayuk did with all his social media. Yeah. And here's the other thing. As far as I know, Jauan Jennings didn't go on social media. He did this behind closed doors, and it was found out by a reporter. So he hasn't really gone public with it. For all we know, he just said it to Lynch and Shanahan, and now it's gotten back to Adam Schefter.
So if you're Lynch and Kyle, do you forget the history and the ruckus that has had that you've experienced in regard to these contracts and kind of shotgunning or hijacking the offseason? What do you do, Steiny?
Pay him.
And that's why I said 72 hours.
You paid everybody. And I'm sorry, to single out Jennings, I don't understand.
Like, I'm not mad. I told him, get your chicken like a pro player, but I got to ask you this, and I think I know your answer, but I'll ask you anyway. They wrote those checks to those said players I think they thought they got a chance to win it or they were going to win it. I wonder if that's changed just a tad bit to where they hold on to the bread and be like, okay, we got Pierce already. Like, the show goes on without you, Jauan. You can't come in here and demand that like you're Jerry Rice.
Okay. Then
I'm just throwing that out there.
I mean, to me,
because how they respond is going to be wow.
Yeah, this is what they asked for. This is what they asked for. the 49ers.
No, Theodore Rand said, this is a guy that actually deserves it. I'm with you. I'm not ready to say he's as good as Ayuk, Steiny.
Well, he's better now.
He's been more valuable. Third down, Jauan. We heard the guy. I mean, that's everything. The Green Bay game, the catches in the rain. So I know what he means. I'm just like, boy, I didn't know he had that flex.
Like, can I ask you why you didn't think he had that flex?
Because I don't think he's an all-pro wide receiver. And to come out in the middle of the summer and say, trade me or pay me, I'm just saying, be careful what you wish for.
I'm kind of with the 650 here. Good morning, guys. I don't see how Jennings has a lot of leverage in this. The Niners can just say no and make him play the final year. Exactly. Now, the question is, why would they do that? Well, the only reason they would do that is because they don't think of Jauan Jennings the same way they think of Bosa, Williams, Kittle, Debo back in the day, McCaffrey, Ayuk.
And can't you understand that? Because I just said that to you.
I might be able to understand it, but I'm not Jauan Jennings. I'm not the guy who watched every single teammate go to management in the last 4 years and get every single thing they wanted because I don't know why. You thought you were in a championship window, all right? And from what I'm understanding, are the 49ers still in a championship window? I don't know. If they are, maybe they'll re-sign him. If they don't think they are, I don't know what they're going to do with him.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to follow it. And you guys are right. Haven't hit the buzzer in regard they can make him do that. But I mean, how fun of a trip would that be on the merry-go-round, knowing said player wants to get a contract, didn't get it, just come in here and ball and shut up. But the bottom line is for this to get out, and you're right, maybe he didn't say this on his social media, but for this to get out signals to me, Steiny, that he thinks he's not close to getting a new contract.
I don't know how it got out.
That's how I read that.
I don't know how it got out, but Adam Schefter reporting that Jauan Jennings wants a contract extension. And if he doesn't get it, he's not going to hold out, but he's not going to be happy. Here we go again.
Sounds like Kaminga.
Here we go again. Well, it sounds like 17 49ers that have come through the pike in the last 4 years. And the question is, are they going to hold the line on Jauan Jennings? And can they afford to hold the line on Jauan Jennings in a year where they've lost Debo, they won't have Brandon Ayuk, and Ricky Pearsall is a question mark, not to mention Robinson is going to miss the first 4 games. So what do you do? How important is Jauan Jennings to this offense if you're a San Francisco 49er fan? 888-957-9570. And here's the other thing. If, you think Ayuk's going to be back at some point in the season, and I got to believe the 49ers do, and if the 49ers believe, Pearsall, who's hurt right now, is going to be fine a few games into the season, and Robinson's going to get off the list after game 4, I mean, can you hold on in the first 4 games if you don't have Jauan Jennings? Or do you have to have Jauan Jennings the first part of the season, the early part of the season?
I'm going to put some respect on his name, Steiny, because I'm getting accused of double talking. But the bottom line is I feel like you have to have him, just especially for Brock Purdy. And we just had a caller dub Jauan Jennings third down Jauan. So that is there. And I'm going to say this about Ayuk, who I wanted him to get paid, Steiny. Didn't like how he went about his business. But just because you come back doesn't mean you're back. So you got to have some Geico, or you know what I mean? You still got to have guys that can get it done before he comes back. And if he comes back and it's a slow process, still have threats out there. And I got to believe Jauan Jennings is one of those. But for him to say, trade me, I don't know why, Steiny. I feel like he knows something to where they ain't rushing to get this done.
My question to 49er fans is, is what Jauan Jennings doing? Is it fair game after what's happened the previous off seasons? And everybody's been paid, or most people have been paid. do you have to pay Jauan Jennings? And do you think of Jauan Jennings differently? I mean, I always think it's interesting because Jauan Jennings pretty much has kept his mouth shut for years here, never said a word, just does the job, and has a lot of respect in that locker room and among the fans. And sometimes when you have a player like that, you think, oh, well, he'll just keep punching the clock.
So you take him for granted.
Exactly. And I think as he looks around the landscape of this particular team, I think he has every right to look at it and say, I may not be as important as some guys, but I'm certainly more important than most of the others. And I think that the 49ers need to do a little more right by me. And they probably should. He's Brock Purdy's security blanket in a lot of ways. He and George Kittle. So
and their newly acquired Demarcus Robinson thought he had one more touchdown than Jennings last year, for what that's worth.
Yeah. Andis Brown on the YouTube chat says Jennings is playing this the right way. It's business. And then JF13 on the YouTube chat, Jennings is a B-level player acting like a diva. Trade him. Okay. So we got.
No, he's 28 years old, and he's feeling like I done a whole hell of a lot, and I've been Kevon Looney, take it for granted. I watched Ayuk wreck his knee and get paid. That could happen to me without it. I'm not coming back on 1 year, so I get that. I just don't know if this is going to rattle the cage. And what did we hear, Steiny? I think how many people reported in The Athletic or people that cover the team, the Niners didn't like getting taken behind the woodshed. And I kind of scoffed at that. Like, what's that mean? You paid? What's that mean after the math? But we'll see.
This from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Of all the players to ask for more money the last couple of years, Jauan Jennings seems to be one of the most deserving relative to what he's asking for. That's our main man, Jim Mole, on the Boxer and Gerson's work injury attorneys text line. I kind of agree. Especially, and I don't know, do you put this into the equation or not? I mean, last year, Christian McCaffrey comes, gets a contract extension, barely plays. Trent Williams gets a contract extension, plays half the year. I mean, you got it. This is the NFL.
I get that from the player standpoint. But I want to know, Steiny, what Kyle thinks. Could this offense still move up and down the field without him? Like, we're going to find that out.
Yeah. I don't know. Dave's in Fresno. Hey, Dave, how you doing, man? What's going on?
I'm doing good. Good morning, gentlemen. With the whole Jauan Jennings situation, I think if you look in the history, this recent history of the 49ers and these contract situations, I think they kind of had to cave in because they didn't really have a plan B. You look at Trent Williams, he was able to ask for more money. They didn't really have a plan in place behind him. McCaffrey, same thing. You look at George Kittle, who I think it's no-brainer bringing back, but you obviously don't have a tight end behind him. Fred Warner, there's no really good linebacker in place. So, now with Jennings, it's like you look at the receiver room, you're like, well, we kind of have to because they don't really seem to have a plan in place behind these guys. It's a lot of unknown pieces that they're like, well, we can't afford to lose to Jennings because we don't know what we have in the young guys. And it's kind of been the theme with this team with these holdouts. They kind of had to, and they kind of have to now. So, I mean, I think it's a good player. I think he deserves a raise, obviously. But you can't just keep when guys, I want more money. It's we got to give him more money. Like at what point do you put a stop to this? So they need to really get some better development, in my opinion. So when they get in these contract negotiations, they can have somewhat some leverage, because right now they don't have leverage. All they have is a whole bunch of unknown prospects that you're not ready to give the playing time to. So that's my take, guys, and I'll get your guys' thoughts on the when you hang up on me on the other side.
Appreciate it, Dave. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, he was second in touchdowns and receptions, all behind Kittle. But man, Steiny, I'm wondering. He's 7.5. What number he's even looking for?
Probably more years. who have the 49ers paid? Bosa, Trent Williams, McCaffrey, Kittle,
Warner,
Purdy, Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, Warner. I guess the thinking is Jennings not in those guys' class. Maybe those are considered the most important players.
But Jennings is telling you, Steiny, and anybody in the team, I am in that class, and if I'm not, I still deserve to get paid, and I'm not coming back for 7.5 when I know you just got rid of your Jets and Debo. Ayuk, we don't know when he's coming back, and a second-year player. I mean, man. So I feel like he's got some leverage. I'm just excited to see what the team thinks, because this will send a shot, letting you know, hey, Steiny, you think you're that important? We'll show you, and we'll help you get up out of here.
You know, on the one hand, I know that we like to think that these guys are family. This is a business. And you cannot tell me that Jauan Jennings is okay, that Brandon Ayuk makes $30 million a year and he makes less than a quarter of that or a quarter of that. I mean, like, that's not right.
But it's it's the reality right now. You are correct.
And in the NFL, you get to do this because there aren't guaranteed contracts. So that's why he's doing it. Question is, what do the Niners do now in this spot?
Because you can try to do it, Steiny. And that's what he's doing. We don't know if they'll oblige. So,
listen, if Jauan Jennings comes to camp without a contract extension and he is not happy, that's a problem. Like, it just is. So I don't know how the 49ers handle this one, to tell you the truth.
Man.
Especially a guy who's been, according to people inside that building, has been one of the biggest gamers that this franchise has.
And it's been all Giants and Warriors, and I get it. And we're thinking the Niners just having a quiet off season for the positive, and then bam, this comes out of nowhere.
888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, we've got Valkyries tonight coming up at 7:00. They take on the Phoenix Mercury, and you can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Kevin, Dan, and Sophia Jones have the call, and you can watch the games on KPIX Plus, and pregame starts at 6:30. Valkyries at home tonight. They take on the Phoenix Mercury. And in more important news, Daryl the Guru Johnson will be in the house. Where are your seats, you know?
No, not yet. I don't know, right? Doesn't matter as long as I'm in the house.
Well, let's hope they're not that third level
where we saw the pigeons.
Where we had to sit at that one time.
Steiny, you're off, bro.
All
Way
right.
off.
All right, on the other side, there's a few Warriors nuggets we want to get into. Believe it or not, it's free agency in the NBA, although it seems to be winding down. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
to get a heart.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Dan Dibley, Mark Grandy will be coming to you from Vegas today. Willard's here. Grandy, where's Grandy? He's in Vegas.
Yeah, LV.
Yeah, I said
probably at the blackjack table. They're adding Uno to the tables in Vegas.
What?
Uno.
What about it?
They're adding it to.
No, that's a game.
They're adding it to the tables in Vegas. It broke last night. Just, I don't got all the rules. I'm just telling you what's going on. They added Uno. Anyway.
Yeah, we're only 2 weeks into free agency. We should be getting Jonathan Kuminga updates.
That's
soon.
like a month. We're only 2 weeks in. I told you he was coming back.
Brett Siegel, Clutch Points, is reporting that what it's looking like now is the Warriors are going to try to reach an agreement with Kuminga with the understanding that they'll try to trade him in February.
Okay, so I saw that, Steiny, and I want him back. But the bottom line is, what if he's balling out of control? It doesn't necessarily mean he's getting traded if he's playing the best ball of his career and just helping the Warriors win. So when I saw that, I'm like, yeah, still a chance they bring him back and he plays the whole season. But, man, this is dragging out.
You see Jimmy Butler up in Tahoe?
Yeah, I did.
Saying hi to Steph Curry?
Yeah, him and Bazemore.
Oh, Bazemore was there?
Yeah. Now, why would you? That's family. He got Steph the shoe deal with Under Armour. What didn't you like about it? Because there's something.
No, Bazemore's cool.
Yeah. No, what about the Jimmy part? I liked it. It's like me coming to check you out,
Yeah, of course. Like you, so yeah, it's like if let's say I'm.
Why did I bring it up, man?
I'm doing something really cool that I'm really into, and you feel the need to come by and steal my thunder.
No, it was happening up there this weekend. That I know for a fact.
Yeah.
I know some people that went. Regulars. It was popping.
A couple other things with the Warriors. So right now the Warriors, they have nine players under contract right now, 9. And they have about $25 million left under that apron. So if Kuminga does come back, they've got to fit him and a couple other guys under that number if they don't want to go above that. And there's a name that's popped up.
Bradley Beal.
Ben Simmons. Beal's going to the Clippers.
You think so, Steiny? Damn, man.
Hey, look.
Well, don't say why would he. The Warriors had some action.
Yeah, and here's the other one. And we're seeing it time and time and time again. You see that Cole Anthony was bought out.
Yeah, I did see that.
Hey, how about him?
I would love him.
Hey, he's going to the Bucks.
All right.
He's going to the Bucks.
The Bay ain't for him. We got pods.
Yeah.
No, but seriously, you really think Bradley Beal's going? He ain't coming here.
I think he's going to the Clippers.
Man,
that's what I think.
Yeah, and the price is what's going to hurt if it's just for much of nothing.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. See what else. Kevon Looney did a podcast with Marcus Thompson. And let me play some of it because Kevon Looney
still should be here, but
was a legitimate Warrior. Well, wasn't meant to be. Hey, Kevon, talk to me.
Most was the last straw. That's where you like, I'm done, I'm out.
I guess I wouldn't say that Quentin's my guy, but it was anybody but me. It seemed like at this point.
Who hurt the most? Which move hurt the most?
I don't know. They all seem the same. I don't put nobody there.
Really?
It was not one moment. It was not one moment. It was more of a like even this year prior to the playoffs. Like we blew against Steven Adams. This is what I do. And I'm still not really. They're not giving me the chance to really let me do what I do. It's kind of like, all right, y'all don't trust me. I thought y'all trust me. Right? They put me in that at the end of Game 7. All we had to wait to get to that point. That's what kind of like, all right, y'all really don't think I'm that good no more? What's the problem? But,
I mean, but that's kind of how it's always been, right? When you're in trouble, turn alone. That's your calling card. You ain't like that no more?
Nah, you get sick of that at some point. Like, all right. When you prove yourself the first 4 or 5 years, cool, but after 10 years of it, it's like, all right. You either trust me or you don't.
Wow, man.
Jeez.
I'm
oh, my goodness.
Chin, wow. I'm hugging him through the phone, and I'm with him. And you just brought up this, I don't know if you meant it, Steiny. Oh, he's been a good soldier, talking about Jennings and all that. That's all Kevon Looney's ever been. And I'll just say it with a little volume, is every time you needed him, he's come through, but he sat there and told you, like, and not dissing his teammates, but like, man, you're going to wait to Game 7 to throw me? Like, what do I got to do to get through? When did rebounding die? Let me help you guys out. I got the answer to that question. It never has, but I just hate he left here. But now we know why. He felt like, unwanted, man. Taken for granted. Unless I need a Q-tip and my ears heard wrong. But boy.
Hey.
Wow. For Loon Dog. Wow, it's rough. Yeah.
Yeah, it was interesting. But
still haven't replaced, Al Horford, right? Allegedly.
I mean, they have 2 young centers they want to get playing time to. Quentin Post and Trace Jackson Davis. But, man, I'll tell you what. Now, I don't want to start anything, but Kevon Looney's not happy. Jeez.
Well, he was asked a question, Steiny.
Right.
He was on a podcast.
He was
disappointed.
Yeah, he doesn't like to be called a security blanket and then not be trusted.
Yeah. I understand it and I get it.
Let's listen to more Kevon Looney. Jeez. What a malcontent.
Right. Does that make this time easy to just pull a Band-Aid off and dip and take the money?
Yeah, for sure. Especially not knowing, in the years past, you kind of could bank on your role. I kind of could bank on, kind of know what it was going to be like when I came back. The last few years, everything's been changing. Everything's been kind of up and down. So it's like, all right, well, they're telling me to wait. My minutes are always up and down. It's like, all right, what's really going to happen? I don't know how they really view me, what they really going to offer. It can vary from with the Warriors. It can vary from, the taxpayer mid-level to the minimum. So I'm like, I can't really. That's a big difference. I can't really wait on that. Kind of want to control my own destiny. So that kind of made it easier because I know how they like to negotiate, how they like to, do business. So I know it was going to be a low ball probably to start. And if I couldn't find nothing else to no money out there nowhere else, is going to be,
All right, Kevon Looney basically
I appreciate
saying,
that, man.
The Warriors at that point didn't know if they were going to have the full mid-level or the taxpayer mid-level, and the difference between those is about $5 million and $14 million. And he said clearly the Warriors aren't doing anything until they figure out the Kuminga thing, and that impacted Looney. Looney got an offer, and Looney went bye-bye.
Yeah, and I'll say this about that because, again, by all accounts, Horford or their center's on its way if that comes to fruition. But, I'll use a bad analogy, Sonny, but it's your first day back, so you're ready for it. It's like Casey Schmidt when he first came up and he was batting 400 and looked like the next. He had a hit record going, but you gotta compile an album. And Kevon Looney saw TJD get the opportunity to start games, and there were games he was effective, and you were thinking, okay, where's this thing going? And then that kind of subsided. Volume, went mute. Same thing with QP3, I love a stretch 5, but he's nowhere near what Kevon Looney is in the paint as far as rebounding, altering shots, switching. So we all saw the pearly whites from Looney being the good soldier, but that soundbite, him telling Marcus, he was second-guessing it, but he still put his best foot forward, Steiny, but he didn't like it. And I like to hear that. Give us the real.
I think it's funny that, we always tend to think, like, look, did you hear what Looney said? I know how the Warriors negotiate. They're going to lowball me to start, and then it's going to take some time. And he just was like, I can't do this now. I'm going to take something firm. And he got it from the Pelicans.
But he did mention QP3 being, not personally, the last straw. Like, that was the signal from the organization. Like, he felt like he should have been in there, Steiny.
Well, maybe I thought he was practicing threes before the season.
Yeah, I remember that convo.
Maybe, I don't know. Also, come on, Ben Simmons. Where's talking to Ben Simmons?
Yeah, Beyonce should be here soon.
I don't get it.
What are they talking about? Him coming to a concert at Chase? Because it should be basketball heaven.
Well, they only have 9 players under contract.
Why not, Steiny? Bring him in.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Just bring him in. That's where I'm at this point. But Bradley Beal, if he were to take a hometown discount and the money wouldn't be, I would love to see him come off the bench, man. Like, I'm holding out hope. But if you say the Clippers and that would be their replacement for Norman Powell, it makes and that might even be an upgrade. But I'm just like, wow, if we could get something like that off of the bench, that excites me. But Ben Steiny, what's he going for these days, you think?
Minimum, probably. I don't know that he's got a lot of leverage. I would take Ben Simmons for the minimum. Why not? Goo, are you ready to say it?
The Looney thing has me feeling some type of way. Go ahead, Steiny, for real.
You don't think the Warriors are a perfect organization anymore?
No, I told you
they lowball Looney?
Yeah, no, I told you after, and I'll say it to anybody, I told you after they handled the Draymond Poole situation, that cut me. That culture cut me.
Yeah.
But you were about to say, am I ready to admit?
Warriors have botched the Kuminga situation.
No, not if he comes back. Not if he comes back.
You know what? I'll just take this side.
Okay.
They botched it.
Explain. Roxy Bernstein, please explain.
There's no good outcome anymore. They're not going to get value for him.
Oh, man.
He doesn't want to be here.
But you need his services.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be here. So that's a lose. Like, that's lose. If he comes back for 3 for 60. He doesn't want to be here. There's not a spot for him.
But he can't be mad at the Warriors if...
Sure he can. If they're not going to give him $25 million, he can be mad at the Warriors.
He should know they're not.
I mean, Kuminga has effectively been the reason why they haven't done anything. They wanted to get something done sooner rather than later, and they haven't been able to.
I'm hoping he's on the team, but then I guess I'm ignoring what I say matters, and that's culture, and you're right, his feelings if he wants to be there or not. But, man, Steiny.
Would you be disappointed if I said, and I usually don't say this, I hope he's not on the team.
No, I know where you're coming from.
I hope he's not on the team.
You're rooting for him when you say that, I feel like. Like you want him to start over.
I just don't want him coming back, and here's Butler, and here's Green, and if somebody could explain to me how in the hell it'll be any different next year if Kuminga's on this team, you please tell me how. Oh, Draymond will go to the bench. Okay, for how long? I mean, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
I don't like where Bay Area sports are at right now. We got this Kuminga thing. We got Devers. We don't know what to do. Sit him down. And then now you got dudes wanting to get paid in the red and gold out of nowhere. Like, make it make sense. Hey, listen.
Well,
I'm all over.
This is standard operating procedure for the San Francisco 49ers.
But we thought the Ayuk one was over. That was the last one, and they weren't going to – this was not going to repeat itself.
With all due respect, I'm sure the Niners knew Jauan Jennings wanted more money. Why would they have their finger on the pulse?
But why not handle it before it gets to this?
Because maybe they've already told him to pound sand.
Well, man.
That's it. As for Jonathan Kuminga, okay, you ready? You guys got snookered, which is fine. It happens. We talked all season. Nobody had money. We knew that, but we dismissed it. We just didn't. We didn't. Well, they can get creative. Yeah, okay. They'll use Kuminga in a deal for Giannis. Okay. But the reality of the situation is nobody had money. We all knew it. Dunleavy said, like to get something done sooner. Please tell me how. I don't know how. And they didn't. And now it's mid-July, and they're sitting with a guy who doesn't want to be here.
But we still don't know what's his number. That's what's crazy, Steiny. Yeah. Could 18 or 17 get it done?
I think 14 might get it done.
Man.
Give him the full mid-level. I mean, if you want to trade Jonathan Kuminga, if you want to trade him at the deadline, see if you can get him for 4 years, $62 million. That's building off the mid-level exception. You'll be able to move that contract easy, probably in the during the trade deadline. But I just 408. You ready?
Give it to me.
From the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Oh, boy. Nah, I'm not. Guru, stop with the Warriors need Kuminga. He would be a part if he plays smart, but it's not a necessity that he stays. That's from the 408. The 408.
All right. I'm telling you, and we don't know what's going on. You tell me if you heard anything with GP2. But if you run this thing back, bringing Horford in, and lose JK, GP2, and Looney, and think it's just, it's nothing to see here. Okay.
Hey, Evan.
Be careful.
Evan, can I ask you a question? Because I feel like this is going to be a bold statement, and I didn't want to throw it to Goo first. I'm not convinced. How do I want to put this? Hold on. Let me phrase it right. I'm not convinced the Warriors are a better team if Kuminga's on it. There we go. I said it. I'm not convinced they're better. I'm just not. He's a player. Score some points. But tangibly, I'm not convinced they're better.
Well, if he doesn't play, then yeah. Like he was getting DNP'd, so it theoretically wouldn't make a difference. But let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Third week of the season. Back to back.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jimmy's out.
Yep.
Horford's out. Melton might be out because he's coming off an ACL. Who are you playing?
Tui.
Oh, he finally had his first plus. He's a minus 81 through 2 games.
Yeah.
You know what?
Into a little scuffle.
Hey, Evan, seriously. And
that's his role right now. And his role is when the guy's got to miss games, he needs to be there to start.
And that's why
it's been a failure.
And that's why I think they're not better. Because if Kuminga comes back, he's not starting. And then somebody's going to rest. Kuminga will play more minutes, and he'll either be good or not. And if he's not, guess what? People are going to say, see, he's not that good. But he's going to go out sometimes and get 25. Yeah. And then people are going to say, see, he's the guy. And you know what? I just don't want to go through it for another year. And if somebody can prove to me that if he's back on the team, we won't go through it, then I'd be open to him coming back. But I look at the roster, and if Jonathan Kuminga comes back for the Warriors, it's the same thing all over again.
But that's not them being better. That's just you not wanting to go through it again.
Right, but I'm not convinced that...
he did help you win a couple games last year. That, by the way, you needed to win. Otherwise, you would have been in the 9-10 game.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that he makes this particular team right now a better team with just the situation they're all in right now.
Well, then trade him for Sharge and Carter. Two second-round picks.
That's what you sound like. Yeah, Evan, he sounds like,
do that right now?
Get it over with.
Go ahead. Yeah, why not?
But are you better?
I don't know that you're worse. I don't know anything about Devin Carter.
Well, that's my...
And I don't know anything about Kuminga.
I mean, Carter's all right, but, man. All right, Steiny, be careful what you wish for. That's all I'm going to say. And I think he's coming back. They ain't just... I got to believe, man. He'll be in that Warrior uniform.
A couple texts, and this says it all on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. 415, J.K. took advantage of every opportunity when somebody got hurt over his career. It didn't matter because once they came back, J.K. went right back to playing less minutes. 510, Kuminga does not make the team better. Get what you can for him. I also don't want Bradley Beal.
All right. And I'll say this, just my last thing on Kuminga. I know you two both disagree. I think had he not missed those 31 games with that foot injury, Jimmy Butler might not even be a Warrior. Like, I believe that. And that's just bad luck for him. And that's predicated on him balling, Steiny.
Weren't they a 500 team with Kuminga? And weren't they 25 and 26 when they traded for Kuminga?
But he was out.
I mean, traded for
he was out.
Right, but he had only been out for like what? 10 games?
But they had missed him. We talked about it. Oh, he's coming back, and that thing just kept prolonged. That just was, man. Oh, you sound like Melvin at the podium yesterday.
I mean, you know, I get he got hurt, but nobody was happy with this team when Kuminga was playing like he was playing. They might have been happy with Kuminga, but I don't know where they're at.
And the best part of and I get it, the best part of the acquisition of Jimmy Butler is what it did for Steph, because we were sitting here, bilateral knee tendonitis, is he losing a step? And boy, that thing just, how that went away fast, quick, and in a hurry. When Jimmy Butler got here and put on that Warrior uniform, not only just his play, but what it did for Steph, man.
This from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, 415, but Steiny, it was always choppy minutes for Kuminga. Yeah, and I hear you. And it's going to be choppy minutes in the future. How can it not be? This from the 510, Guru, you still think the war... I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I didn't.
Why would you be sorry? Nobody took money from me.
Guru, you still think the Warriors are the basketball edition of heaven?
No, I don't know how many times I got to say it. You know, they got to get my trust back, man. That hurt. That whole fiasco hurt. And imagine if we won't even do that today.
What?
Imagine if we're sitting with Looney's new teammate, Jordan Poole. How you feel about this? Hey, Steph, take a couple nights off. We got it. Kuminga, we got it.
Kuminga.
Man, what is going... Seriously. I can't wait for it to be done. I think we all agree on that.
Don Dada, 1,200 on the YouTube chat. They would have been easy 15 games under 500, Steiny, the way the 3 stars were playing. I don't know about that, but, nobody thought they were going anywhere when they traded for Jimmy
You think
Butler.
LeBron's off the table?
No, not necessarily.
What is going on there?
In fact,
I'm serious.
We can talk about him on the other side, and I'll relay a little story that happened to me yesterday where I was very something happened, and I was just like, oh my God, I didn't expect that.
I can't wait,
and I'll tell you what that is on the other side. Today's the first day, ladies and gentlemen, of our All-Star Week prize blowout. Every day this week, each show is going to give out one of our awesome prizes. Today, we're giving one lucky listener a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merchandise shop. Listen, at 12:30, that's coming up in 20 minutes to learn how you can win. And if you're wrapping up the workday like me, it is time to flip the mental switch, time to unwind, and when I'm off the clock, it starts with New Vodka, N-U-E, New Vodka, American-made, award-winning, 7 times distilled for that clean, crisp taste you want in your go-to drink. You're getting real quality here with New, ladies and gentlemen. No fluff, no pretense, just great vodka that doesn't make your wallet hurt. No velvet rope needed. And hit up their website to check out some killer cocktail recipes and make sure you try their all-natural flavors, cucumber and citrus. Those are game changers. Remember the name, New Vodka. That's N-U-E. Not just my pick, it can be yours too. So when the show's over and it's time to hit relax, make the right call. Grab New Vodka in stores now or head to newvodka.com to find it near you.
if I were your program director, I would fine you every time you make a reference to a Pennsylvania high school.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up at 12:30, your chance to win a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merchandise store. This is our all-star blowout all week. Listen at 12:30 to our show for a chance to win some awesome prizes.
There you go. That's big. They had a tough loss to the Aces, but they played them hard.
The Valks?
Yeah, over the weekend. They'll get back at it tonight.
Phoenix Mercury tonight.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Let's go to we got a couple. Let me clean up some calls here, and then we'll get back into it. Well, not that we're not going to be back into it once we take the calls. Big D's in the hospital. What's up, Big D? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm all good. Nice to hear you guys again. Calling in on my lunch. I called in. You know, the other day I was listening to my hip-hop throwback station, and I heard Guru on there, man, and you did a real good job,
Hey,
Guru.
thanks, man. I appreciate it. 102 Jams, Donnie.
Hey.
I filled in for Chewy. I appreciate it.
Everybody else was like, who's this new guy on the radio? I said, man, that's Guru from 95.7.
Way
man.
to
He
have
put
my
it down.
back.
Hey, they said,
Yeah.
hey, he's cool.
All
They
right.
said, you're cool with the homies now.
All right.
All right, Steiny, you got to step it up, man. You got to get on there.
I'm on live 105 at 9 o'clock in the morning.
He's got something
Thank you.
going, too.
Yeah, I won't be listening to that one, buddy. All right, you guys, take care. All right, bye-bye.
Oh,
that's all. Oh, wow. Yeah, I filled in for Chewy Friday.
It said he wanted to take. You wanted to talk about Jauan Jennings, but I guess.
Oh,
not.
okay. I am shocked, Snotty, that I feel like he knows they said we're not giving you no new money, and that's how this got out. And I'm not mad at him, but boy, you better be careful because that list that you read off, I would have paid every one of those dudes. I don't know if I do it for Jennings.
Well, I'm not going to pay him $30 million.
Right. Well, we know. Yeah, he ain't asking for that. But it's just more drama.
They're toughest.
The disease of me.
Yeah, all started by players more selfish than him.
So now getting paid is
following.
selfish. Nah,
He's just following.
I ain't
Just
mad
following.
at him. Get paid.
Yeah.
28 years old.
Yeah, it's ruined another offseason.
If your culture
Let me
can't
ask you a
withstand
question.
guys getting money, Stoney, it doesn't ruin anything.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
And I know, we all Lynch and Shanahan. Oh, they're great. They're unbelievable. They're incredible. What a great 8-year run. Well, they made the playoffs 4 out of 8 years. And here's my question. At what point, when you assess Lynch and Shanahan, do you say, well, what about the off seasons? How have they managed the off seasons? Isn't that part of being a great front office?
But I don't think you get to the heights that they've gotten over the
Well, they
last.
haven't. Like, here's the thing.
Okay,
they haven't won a title, and you paid everybody.
But you got to 2 Super Bowls.
But you didn't win
Okay,
it.
all right.
And that leaves people with a bad taste in their mouth.
Except the guys that got paid.
Exactly. And they haven't gotten it done.
Outside of Ayuk, Stoney, is there one Niner that you would have said? Because, again, I heard this. I didn't play in the league. When a guy is trying to get more money, you don't talk about it. Like, you don't look at him or judge him amongst the players. So I don't think if I say the offseason, obviously it looks like it didn't matter because everybody got their chicken no matter how long it lasted. But on the field, they galvanized together and got as close to getting it done as possible. So I'm going to say it doesn't affect the on-field product.
Well, like you said it. Like, you're talking like they won a Super Bowl, and that's why guys got paid. The reality is they didn't win a Super Bowl, and guys got everything they asked for.
Okay.
Every guy who came with his hand out got fed. And now Jauan Jennings has his hand out, and how are you going to play it? How are the 49ers going to play it?
If I was at the helm, do you know what the first metric I look at, Steiny? Is
toughness?
No. How is he an A player or a B player? I'm just going B-level player. And those other dudes you mentioned, there was nothing to see here. And I was Team Ayuk. He got more than I thought he was going to get. More power to him.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, I'm being real, Steiny.
Tell me why Ayuk is better than Jennings. Like, tell me why he's a better receiver than Jauan
Honestly,
Jennings.
I think he's younger. 2, he's more athletic. 3, I think he has a better catch radius. And 4, I don't think the Niners use Ayuk as much as they should. And that's why the biggest form or sign of respect was the contract.
What a terrible deal that was for Brandon Ayuk.
Even before him getting hurt.
Terrible deal.
Oh, wow, man.
And I heard Shasky saying this in the morning, and he actually was talking about, Jennings, but, when he was talking about Ayuk, like they shouldn't have paid Ayuk $30 million. He's not a wonder. He's not a number one.
So why did they?
Because,
and you can't get mad at Ayuk for that.
I'm not mad at Ayuk for that.
I'm just saying, so who's that on?
It's on the front office.
Well, he got hurt.
It's all on the front office. They extended McCaffrey. We'll see what he's like this year. Trent Williams is back. We'll see what he's like this year. Ayuk's back this year, but he's going to miss some time. And what Shasky said that I kind of agree with is the 49ers don't use their number one receiver like other teams use their number one receiver.
Hello, and that's why I thought Ayuk was on the first thing out of here, because I thought it was all about numbers, but you know what numbers it ended up being about, Steiny? The one on the check. So that was like, I know you're going to call me crazy. I felt like that contract was almost hush money. Like, yeah, you don't get to put up the St. Brown numbers and the CeeDee Lambs and the Justin Jeffersons and the Chases of the world and Higgins, but we'll pay you as such. So that's why I would, let's not act like nothing popped off with Ayuk a few months back where there's some weird stuff going on Instagram.
Exactly. They paid
a guy
who doesn't want to be here.
Now that's a problem.
Well, welcome to Jonathan Kuminga's world.
But we don't know that for facts, Donnie.
Okay. No, you're right. Kuminga's chomping at the bit
no, I'm talking about
to come
Ayuk.
down.
I'm talking about Ayuk.
But you were the one who just referenced his Instagram.
Yeah, knowing that I feel like I'm sometimes the IG police, but I still know there's a way for him not to be one out of town.
We don't know that.
It wasn't a good. Yeah, it wasn't a good look.
Let's go to Tim. Tim's in North Carolina.
Tim.
Hey, Tim, how are you, man?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Talk to us, man.
I got a couple of things for you.
Yeah.
I had a couple of things, guys. So, if Looney, the 10-year vet role player, if he eventually was burnt and understood that the mind games kind of got to him, I only imagine the 4-year lottery pick. How can you even come close to thinking this guy's mentally mature enough to go through that? That's one thing. And the second thing, I'm with Steiny 100% for different reasons, obviously. But let the guy go, man. Let him go. Listen to what Steiny just said, Goo. He literally said.
I hear you.
And Evan tried to support it a little bit, but it done got to the point where we don't even think the team is better with him on it. Obviously, we done forgot every good thing this kid has ever even done on this team.
Yeah, not me.
He would never win here, man. He's done. And the thing about the signing trade, JK his team has to agree to the signing trade, which means the team that wants him is offering him a number on that signing trade that he's going to be happy with. So free him. Devin Carter was a lottery pick. Who cares? Your culture is all of that and all of this. Free him and take Devin Carter and do something with him. Let the guy go. But when one of the main hosts on the station is to the point of saying, we're not even good with him here. He didn't do anything in Phoenix to help us win. He didn't do anything in the 2 Houston games to help us win. He didn't help close out the Lakers after the injury to help us win. Guys, we don't even know anything good that he's done anymore because we so burnt out of it. So just free this guy, Steiny. You right. This guy don't want to be here. Let him go. Just let him go. Take pennies on the dollar.
Oh, Tim,
for the guy's
wow.
well-being. Just get you a lottery pick, Goo. Devin Carter was a lottery pick. If your culture is what it is, develop Devin Carter and let the guy go. It's not that nobody wants Kuminga. It's that the Warriors won't agree to let him go.
Yeah.
That's all. I say free him and let's start from scratch, Goo. That's what we got to do.
Man.
That's what we got to do, fellas.
Thanks,
All
Tim.
right, man, y'all take care,
Yeah, you
brother.
too.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah, that's I forget the rapper, Steiny, but his songs, That's What I Ain't Gonna Do. And they very well may do that, but if you and Tim are there and he's looking at Looney and that soundbite trying to correlate it to anything with Kuminga, I just like, man, I'm just not running my team taking pennies on the dollar just because I got to find a way to talk to my coach or the coach. We got to do something to incorporate this dude, what he does good, what he's good at.
I'm not sure everybody knows how tough this is for the Warriors and Kuminga and another team. If another team were to come out of the woodwork right now, and offer Kuminga 4 for 62, and he signs it, the Warriors are going to match it. The Warriors will match that. That's like $18 million a year, right? 36? No, less than that. It's about $16 million a year. At that point, you match. And you bring him back because now it's a team-friendly deal.
Wow, man. And that's why I just, again, play the same record again and again. I get it, Steiny, but the bottom line is there's no way in hell Kuminga or his team, I believe, turned down $30 million, man. I just don't.
All right, it's time to give away that $100 gift card to the Valkyries merchandise shop. Here's how it's going to work. Sometime over the next 30 minutes, we're going to give you 3 clues. All right? 3 clues. And after that, we're going to play a sounder. And that's when you call into our contest line and tell us which former All-Star we're talking about. So stay tuned and listen for those clues. In other words, some point in the next half hour, we're going to give you 3 clues. And then you're going to hear the sounder. And at that point, you call into the contest line. And if you get the answer right, you get a $100 gift certificate to the Valkyries merchandise store.
That's big.
So you can get how much are those really nice, thick, hooded sweatshirts? Are they over 100 or like 85, 90?
I want to say
I think you can get a good one for 100.
Yeah, somewhere around there. And they got some beautiful colors, too.
Who's that?
The Valkyries.
Oh. Yeah, it's colors. So some people probably really like them. Other people might not like them. That's dumb, Steiny. The only thing you do is sign and trade. Well, 408, you may think it's dumb, but a lot of people think that's now within the realm of possibility. Because if you can't get anything for Kuminga now, maybe you bring him back here and you trade him in February.
Unless he's averaging 21 and 10 and playing the best basketball.
Well, if he's averaging 21 and 10, I got to believe the Warriors will be 20 and 28.
We got a Willard text.
At that point.
If the Warriors are so wrong about Kuminga, why hasn't any other team made him an offer at that number he deserves? And I would just respond to Willard. I thought, from my vantage point, is nobody has the bread.
Some teams have the $14 million, I got to believe.
Oh, the 14. Oh, man. Well, yeah.
Boy, was this played poorly.
By both or him?
Kuminga's agent, mostly. But, the Warriors, I don't know if the Warriors messed this up or not.
We'll find out.
But if they really thought that they were going to get a really good sign and trade for Kuminga, I'm not sure why they would have thought that way, because it's hard to get value for a restricted free agent. And the other thing is, and this is a good point, always worth mentioning, if you sign and trade Kuminga right away, you can only take half the money back.
And that was, man.
If you re-sign him and trade him in February, you can get all the value back.
Now, you talked about it, you and Tim, and Willard to a degree. I mean, we've had 4 years of it, Steiny. It's not the worst thing on earth. It's, it's not open heart surgery to have him on your basketball team. And I do wonder all these the stuff that has not happened or manifested this offseason, if you were to bring him back in a crazy world, could somehow this be the most productive and easiest season with him? I don't know. but it don't look like he's not going to be wearing – to me, it looks like he's wearing a Warrior uniform the longer this thing goes.
So I'm looking at Bobby Marks right now on ESPN.
Yes.
And it's got Bobby Marks's Warriors to-do list. And the first thing was get clarity on the Kuminga situation. You know what? They do have clarity. He doesn't want to come back. They don't want, like, the clarity's the clarity. He either doesn't want to come back, they're not offering him enough, he wants too much, they can't get an offer from another team. Like, that's the clarity.
No, the clarity is it's still in limbo.
Yeah. But
so there is no
clarity. The clarity is nobody's offering him crap.
No.
And the
including his current team.
Exactly. So, I mean, I get it's semantics, but I think they've gotten total clarity on Kuminga. So nobody wants to give him what the Warriors want. So what
the Warriors know
back.
He's a talent, and it just makes it more mad. They couldn't fit him into his system for whatever reason, but they know they're not taking pinto beans back for Jonathan Kuminga, who could go on to maybe do some stuff in this league.
The second thing was patch up the front court. Obviously, Looney left. And then the third thing was replace the glue guys, which is Looney and probably Gary Payton II. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean,
good luck. And GP2 is not out of town yet, but Steiny, man, who's your best on-ball defender without Gary Payton II?
I'm looking at the Al Horford. Al Horford's still in the mix, but the Warriors haven't made any. I'm still looking at Bobby Marks.
So for Warrior fans out there, you think GP2's tenure with the Warriors is tied into what Kuminga does? Is that I don't get that.
I mean, how tough is it to say, Gary, we want you back on the minimum? Take it or leave it,
man.
I mean,
I hear you, man.
You and me are very different.
I take that as a compliment.
Yeah, like Looney, with all due, I like Looney, but
do you?
Yes, he should have taken 2 for 16.
But he told you why he was getting a bump on a pickle for Lesser. He basically was saying Lesser was playing. What do I got to do to earn your trust?
I mean,
and you want to bring a 40-year-old in here. Good luck with that. It ain't playing back-to-backs.
Yeah, I mean,
he didn't say that, but that's what he's saying.
What was I going to say about Looney?
Kevon. This is Kevon Looney.
Yeah, Looney and GP2, to me,
nothing, huh?
They're at the end of their run. Wow. I mean, they
you said it. I can't.
I mean, I'm not convinced right now they're worse than last year, just because they lost Looney.
Well, you don't even know who your team is, so
they got 9 guys under contract.
I don't like it's okay. I mean, Steiny Looney ain't even 30 yet.
Right.
You're going boys to men into the road. And shout out to Jesse Moore, J-Mo. Steiny was Richie Rich that said, that's what I ain't going to do. Oakland rapper.
Can I also bring up another thing that's puzzling to me? Because it seems to me like everybody loves this guy, and he was a good player when he played. Like, why would people think DeAnthony Melton will stay healthy this year?
I'm one of them.
Well, they want him back.
But you're desperate for help. Let's put the right on the table. You're trying to get something for a bargain. You're at Ross.
Right, but
Payless Shoe Store. Nothing wrong with those entities.
Yes, there is. And what's wrong with those entities is that you have 3 fossils that are leading this team, and now you're going to go get a guy in free agency who's never been healthy.
Yeah, I'm totally with you.
How about getting an Iron Man? How about getting a guy who can play 80 games a year?
He's in New Orleans. His name was Kevon Looney.
Well, I mean, we need
he was an Iron Man.
We need production out of guys. And
my mom used to say, son, you got a champagne budget with beer money. Like, they don't got a lot to get all what you're talking about, and that's why Melton is being entertained.
What'd they finish last year? 7th in the West? Yeah, 7.
What's your point?
They're not even a playoff team right now.
But you just said they were better, maybe.
What do you
With
mean?
the 9 guys and without Kuminga, you and Tim from Raleigh.
No, I said I don't think they're better.
No, yeah.
Or I don't think they're better with him.
It is uncanny. We'll see what goes down, but I'm on the record. Nobody cares, Donnie. I want Kuminga back and then kick the can down the road. And what if he was to have a great year, a first half? Then you probably don't even want to move him at that point.
El Guapo de Califas. Steiny, newsflash, Iron Men don't want to come to the Warriors.
Well, they got 3 of them already. Curry, Dre, and Jimmy.
Do you know what an Iron Man is?
Stop.
Apparently not. Iron Man is somebody who you can count on day in and day out.
A better movie than the new Superman. I know that. Oops.
Robert Downey.
Dude, Evan.
I have no
Evan
idea.
and I are fighting, Steiny. We're trying
How
not
come?
to.
No. I'm on.
I'm mad at you, Evan. I ain't told you all day. I'm mad at you.
You're mad at me because you're also mad at your kid.
I took my kid and his friend to see Superman. It was sold out. It was the worst Superman of the 11 made I've ever seen. It was almost like a, what do you call that, Steiny? A spoof when you make it funny, a comedy. And then Evan comes next day. I liked it. That made me mad.
I thought it was pretty good. Made me chuckle.
They had Superdog in the movie.
His name's Crypto.
I've never knew Superman had a dog. Steiny, he had lines.
Oh, it sounds like a good movie. No, it does. It sounds like a really good movie.
And Superman was a wimp. He lost every fight.
Except for the one that mattered.
I'm going to stop. My kid got mad at him and his friend.
Why? Because you're a grown man going to a cartoon?
It's not a cartoon.
The way
my
you
God,
said
it's got really actors.
He sounds like Norm.
Have you seen a movie since 1964?
Yes, I have.
A cartoon hurts. Oh, man. Anyway, it was terrible, but Evan liked it.
Evan, how old are you?
30.
What are you getting at, dude?
Superman. Oh, my God.
Oh, boy.
Grown men.
It was the Dwight Howard version of Superman, not the Shaquille O'Neal.
Still in the Hall of Fame.
You guys
man.
are grown men.
Cartoon, Evan. Now I'm mad at Steiny.
Grown men.
We're good, E.
You got to get outside
The movie
more.
theater was packed with grown-ups. What were hardly any kids there?
Yeah.
Grown-ups take this serious.
I think the Daffy Duck movie's coming in next week. You guys going to hit it?
Oh, what was the Looney Tunes Back in Action? You seen that one? That's live.
Oh, I got to give him a 3. Oh, boy.
There's only one cartoon movie I would go to see, and that's a Foghorn Leghorn remake. Now that.
And that's why it would never be done.
You saw Porky Pig this weekend?
That's all, folks.
I don't follow.
I think he hits 3rd for the Giants.
I thought the guys this morning went in
Was
too
that
much.
Devers?
Yes. Shasky and Spadoni say, did we all got a little spare tire? I don't think that's his problem, no.
No, why don't you apply for that Giants trainer job since you want to shut him down?
Oh, Evan, I love you to death, Steiny. You know, yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Don't forget, on the other side, your chance to win a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merchandise store. That's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. The whole league is just this cosmetic piece of crap.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. This is your opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to win a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merchandise shop. And here's how it goes. I'm going to give you 3 clues. And the answer is a player. The answer is a player. So I'm going to give you 3 clues. And then at some point in the next 12 minutes, you'll hear the sounder, that blaring horn. And when you hear the blaring horn sounder, you call in. I'll give you the number at the time. And if you guess the player correctly, you have a $100 Valkyries merchandise gift card.
Ooh.
Here are the clues. 1, I was an all-star in 2015 and most recently in 2022. That's 1. I was born in Palo Alto. That's clue number 2. And number 3, I currently play for the Texas Rangers. Hold your guesses until we tell you when it's time to call. All right? Those are your 3 clues. When you hear the sounder, call in and give the answer.
This is exciting.
I'll do it real quick one more time. I was an all-star in 2015 and most recently in 2022. I was born in Palo Alto, which is in California, and I currently play for the Rangers. Who's the player? When you hear the sounder, call in. There you go. Do you know it offhand?
I think I do.
Well, do you have a rundown?
But that's a big gap.
Do you have a rundown?
No, I don't.
Okay.
So that would mean I'd have to answer. I don't cheat, man. Evan.
It's just little stuff like that. Yeah,
then what?
No, but if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
And
but
I'm not
going
to hold the players accountable. Dude, you guys are something else. You see what's going on in our country?
What?
And you want to come to, that's the problem.
What's going on?
Trash people on strike, Norms, and we can't even get to, oh my God.
Who's on strike?
Teamsters.
Wait,
Norm's garbage was supposed to be picked up Wednesday. It's still there.
Let me check something here.
Dude, I looked at it and I had to tell him.
Hold on.
How much garbage does Norm have?
It's not that much. It's just that it's there. And they said for the people to just leave it out there. They need me to come solidify or, do a deal. I'll do it, man.
Teamsters, diverse range of work, both public and private, truck drivers and warehouse workers, to airline pilots and zookeepers. The union is known for his Okay, I guess you could get away with calling
Dude,
those people.
Come on, Steiny.
Teamsters. I always thought Teamsters were more the truck drivers, heavy laborers, the iron men, the iron workers. By the way, somebody's saying you can't. No wonder you don't know what it. No, I can't.
I was saying you can say it if it's a learning factoid. You can't what?
That
Superman.
The reason you didn't know what Iron Man meant is because you don't come in on Thursdays.
And that is a myth, but this what hurts is when Evan laughs. Like, what could he be behind the glass laughing at?
He thought it was funny.
I'm a family man, and I've had stuff like it. So you guys just gonna make fun of what I have going? I'll tell everybody.
I mean, Steiny did miss 2 days last week.
Dude, quietly, me and Evan.
Oh, and there's more where that came from. Mm-hmm.
You'll come back with
There's more where that
Kaminga
came
signs.
from. Let me tell you what my new name is. Jauan Jennings.
I gotta laugh into the mic, but dude, I can't wait for Willard Dibs.
Hey, Odyssey. I got news for you.
It's something else.
Trade me or pay me. Pretty simple.
Who wants you though, Steiny? You wouldn't work in other markets.
You think Philly ain't coming knocking for me? Please. No. Jauan Jennings wants out. Or wants to get paid.
What? No pun intended. What do you dub this? Is it drama? That's why I can't wait for Willard and Dibs.
This is...
Or is it a misplay by JJ, which I know what he's trying to...
How is it a misplay?
You're not that good to play this card.
Well, He's their best receiver.
You're good. No, I'm putting we'll see.
No, he is right now.
Oh. Well, Kittle, I got it. But Kittle led the team in receptions and touchdowns. But you said receiver, so I get you.
I believe that the 49ers are getting what they deserve.
Damn, Steiny.
They just are.
What does that mean by taking care of our players and overpaying Ayuk?
Well, if you're listen, don't act like they're taking care of their players, and that's all they do. They take care of their players, but it has been at the expense of the offseason. And that doesn't make sense to me. So a guy like Jauan Jennings, who's towed the line and watched everybody get taken care of, even players that have already been taken care of, he's playing his card. Good for Jauan Jennings. And the other thing, we may be more enamored with Pearsall and Ayuk.
Yeah.
But who does Purdy throw to on the money on the money
down
downs?
Jauan, that was a bar. That's real. We've seen it in the offs. But
So
does he have this card to get their attention?
You know what? This is where I would say to the Niners, you want to make an example of Jauan Jennings? Good luck. Good luck. Good luck going into the first 5 games with Ricky Pearsall, who's may or may not be healthy.
Talented,
Robinson.
though.
Oh, no, he won't be there either. Who are going to be the 49ers starting receivers week 1?
Cowings.
Okay.
I'm throwing stuff.
Are you sure he doesn't want to hold out for a contract extension?
Stop.
You like Watkins, Goo?
I do.
I like Sammy Watkins.
Jordan. He's a rookie.
Hey.
He'll come in and light.
My point is, that's scary to have him in a position, and rookies do play and contribute. I get that, Evan. But to answer your question is, how did we get here to where we're dependent on where Pearsall's Jerry Rice 8 years in? That's where this thing is going, and that's why I think, real quick, Evan, we hadn't asked you, Jennings getting paid or not? 72 hours, I said.
I would actually say no.
Dude, wow.
Just because you ask for something doesn't mean you're going to get it.
Well, on the Niners it does. If you ask on the Niners, you get it.
Yeah, but that's in August.
Daddy, can I have more for my allowance? Sure, Buck. Absolutely.
Stop.
I know you didn't do your chores last week, but you know what? We'll bump you up.
Everybody did their chores. 2 Super Bowl visits, multi-NFC. You're forgetting that part.
Yeah.
They don't pay people in July.
No, they don't.
Wait till week 1.
Mm-hmm. They can play hardball, this organization. Woo! Yeah. What's that gotten you?
I mean, only the Lord knows, and the sports police knows, Snotty, real quick, that I was on the airplane coming back from Texas, and I had this thought.
Mm-hmm.
I said, and I'm listening to the Odyssey app, and you and Evan and Willard and Dibs and the Joes, everybody, just national. The Niners, it was quiet on the set. And I mentally gave them a thumbs up of, okay, they're about business this offseason. Yeah. And now, Evan, or whomever out there, regardless of what you think this is, seeing on the score ticker on the bottom of the TV, Jennings wants a trade if he doesn't get paid. It's just a continuance of, I don't know, a miscommunication with the front office, because I'm like the caller said, if you knew he was going to do this, why let it get here? Tackle this before.
Because that's what they do.
Well,
they don't tackle before.
They already extended Fred Warner, George Kittle, and Brock Purdy.
Mm-hmm.
So you knew this was coming.
Yeah, that's why not do it then, is my question.
Instead of this bad pub, if you want to call it that.
Maybe he knows they're not paying him at this point.
Dude, wow.
You know what it is? And you're going to, well, never, I'm not going to say it.
No,
I'm not going to say it.
It's great radio when you come back and say it.
You know, like,
you got people at the Niners. I got it.
What do you mean?
You don't want to.
No,
bring it.
The word I want to say, I can't say it because it'll be misinterpreted. But you know how they say a certain person, somebody always chickens out? Taco?
Yeah.
Yeah. 49ers are a Faco. 49ers always chicken out. They come to the table They come to the table rough and ready, but they get walked over.
And that's why I hated that talk
and that's what life's about.
Yeah.
All right, there it is. It's time to win the $100 gift card to the Valkyries merchandise shop. The first person to call our contest line and guess the former All-Star player correctly, you win. First person to call 415-523-4652 and guess the player correctly, you win. Thank you to the Valkyries for providing us with this great prize. Next prize giveaway, Willard and Dibs at 4:30. And we've got people calling on that.
Bet.
It's the contest line.
Dude, that's a lot of money for the merch store, man. You get some good stuff.
We'll see.
So you think I just get free swag? I go spend too.
When's the last time you bought something?
That black T-shirt, the Valkyries. And then I got a white one in the cleaners.
Kincaid gave you that.
Oh, stop, Steiny. Everything he's given us has been Warriors.
In fact, that shirt there is really nice.
Dude, Evan, why do you laugh at his material? It bothers me.
I do like
I
that
could keep
shirt.
going if you want, but I'm not.
Real quick, garbage pickup in Union City is currently impacted by a Republic Service work stoppage. This strike is affecting residential and commercial waste collection. Wow. It's bothering Pops. As you get older, you just
Tell Pops.
Hey, be careful now.
Tell Norm that every city in the United States, every 5 years, has a garbage strike. Every city in the country. Ames, Iowa, they had one last year. Houston, they had one 3 years ago. Mesa, Arizona, they have one right now. There is a garbage strike every 5 years.
It's just an eyesore, though. When you hit the block, it's like, damn.
This fish is stinking from the head up.
Thank you.
That's a 4.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And don't forget, coming up tonight at 7 o'clock, the Valkyries take on the Phoenix Mercury, and you can hear the game on 95.7 The Game and the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Kevin Dana, Sophia Jones, they are on the call, and you can watch the games on KPIX Plus with pregame starting at 6:30. Valkyries.
Cha-ching!
Valkyries 10-10?
I need to know how many make the offs in the WNBA. I meant to ask you and Evan that this morning.
I'm going to guess 6 total teams.
All right. I think you might be right.
6 total teams. By the way, there's 3 teams coming into the WNBA. Philly, Cleveland, and Detroit, I believe.
Top 8 teams.
Top 8 teams.
Oh, wow.
So what?
Let's go.
Hey, Evan, is that 8 out of 14? How many teams are in it? 16?
13?
Oh, my God. See?
No,
it just never stops.
Dude, I can't wait. Dude, yeah, we're good.
How many? Let me see.
No, he got it. 8. 1, 2,
no,
3,
but
4, 5, 6, 7. We're 8th right now.
No, I want to know total teams. Okay.
I just quizzed you the other day.
I mean, this is what I mean.
Evan passed the test, too. I gave it to him Friday, nicknames.
This is what I mean. You're telling me, Evan, and I don't care if it's women's sport. It's a professional sport. You're telling me that in the WNBA this year, 8 of 13 teams will make the playoffs.
Yep. Dude, I love it.
Evan,
I can confirm that.
That is just.
What's your problem?
I'm actually
what's
surprised.
My problem? 62.5% of the league makes the playoffs.
Hey, Steiny.
Last
year,
it.
Yeah,
66% of the teams made the playoffs. They added the Valkyries.
Dude,
I hate pro sports. I swear to God.
See, I knew you did.
I can't stand.
I'm so glad you admitted it, man.
It's unbelievable.
Evan, we're
joke.
free. He admitted it, man.
What a joke.
But Steiny, it is exciting.
No, it's not. 8 of 13.
But why do
so
you
stupid?
Why do you look at it like that of how many made it rather than just enjoy the first round?
Because it's not playoffs. It's just have an open tournament. At the end of the year. You know what? We'll do it this way. There's 13 teams. If you finish in 13th, you're out, okay? I know I'm being tough. I know I'm being harsh on that 13th team, but they don't make the playoffs. And then you know what? It's just an open tournament for the rest of the 12. Just do it. Just do it.
I can't wait. They got to keep playing.
What can't you wait for?
The Valkyries.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
That building has
Stop
had
it.
playoff atmosphere already. Imagine it playoffs.
8 of 13 teams make the postseason.
Dude, you are incredible. And I believe you're really bothered.
I am. It's a joke. But that's the way sports has gone over the last several decades.
What if you had 4 teams?
That's fine.
That would be a that's all. No, the more the merrier.
Well, then,
and what about upsets?
Then stop crying about your participation trophies. Seriously, you got half the NBA teams make the playoffs. You got 8 of 13 WNBA teams that make the playoffs. You got 12 of 30 in baseball. That'll be bumped up to 14 soon. You watch. Giants will finish in 7th. They'll finish as the 4th wild card. But fret not. Next year, they'll take an extra wild card, so you'll have a chance. Just like the NFL. Anybody want to bet that the NFL doesn't add 2 more playoff teams in the next 5 years?
See, working with you,
of course they do.
Has tainted me.
Of course they will.
It really has, Evan. Not you. You're my bright light. But working with you has really rubbed off on me. Like, there was a feel-good story. Friday, Evan and I talked about the all-star rosters. Christopher Sanchez, the Philly stud, 8-2, 250 ERA, came in, shut down the Giants pretty much. He didn't make it, Steiny. And then they had an injury, and he still didn't make it. And I'm reading yesterday on the sofa, feeding my pie hole. The Phillies gave him the bonus that he would have gotten had he made the All-Star game.
Oh, they're like the Niners.
He didn't make it.
Oh, so they're like the Niners.
No, he didn't make it, Evan. Why? I don't know who I am as a fan anymore. Why does that bother me? He doesn't get the bonus. Oh, but because he was upset and went on social media and was mad that Evan is that a little whack that they gave the man, a grown man, the bread?
I thought it was because he should have made it, but the guy who everybody's mad about making it took his spot, which is Mizorowski.
But he still didn't make it.
Well, but Robbie Ray made it. He want to, can't pitch.
Look,
Donnie, that bothered me.
When are you going to get with the program?
What is
now
it?
We have first of all, the NFL, God love them, doesn't do an all-star game.
I kind of like
can't.
it.
Secondly, when are you going to realize? You think these athletes are like, oh, they're so... No NBA player wants to play in the NBA All-Star game, and no baseball player wants to play in the baseball All-Star game. How many guys have bailed out? How many pitchers?
Stop.
Pitchers, no, but I think 3 position players have declined.
This is what is so incongruous that it just blows me away. You all complain. The regular season doesn't mean anything.
To me, it does.
Oh, yeah. Okay. It doesn't. You know why? Because everybody makes the playoffs. You want to make the regular season more meaningless? Continue to add playoff teams.
I'm a guy that
Plain
likes
and
the
simple.
college divisional tournaments because
That's great.
The teams that are
Sure.
the bottom feeders
Yeah.
get that one last
Right.
opportunity.
Because they didn't
Let's go out there and
25
do it.
games into the season, they didn't do it. They get to go 5-20, and if they win 2 or 3,
I just love that. I could coach a team like that. We had the bad year, but we got a chance. Well,
and you wonder why guys don't play 78 games in the NBA regular season. Don't
We're
you
about
get
to
it?
get him-
They
well.
play 55 and 60 games respectively because the regular season doesn't matter. That's the
for the
bottom
NBA,
line.
it does, Steiny.
No, it doesn't.
You try to get out of the play-in.
Okay, yeah.
That's real. You
Oh,
can say whatever.
yeah, okay.
All right.
Sure.
And we're bringing in a guy possibly that has said on his AARP version basketball card, I'm not playing back-to-backs. We're the last team that needs the services.
What are you talking about?
Horford. He can't. If he's not playing back-to-back, how you helping us?
Because the regular season doesn't matter.
Until you're messing with that play-in, Steiny. You know I'm right.
You're not right, Goo. You're flat out wrong. In fact, you're so wrong that Adam Silver and the entire NBA has been working on this problem for 3 to 5 years. You don't have to play a lot of games in the regular season to make it into the postseason. And so hence, you're going to have a big group of players who are going to play 60 games a year. Why? Because they can play 60 and still get the 6th seed, and that's all that matters. The regular season is a joke. Mm-hmm. Oh, boy. What happened on Friday with the Barry Bonds takes?
Evan, read this text. I'm going to let you read it. It's somebody at the station trolling. We had a good day.
408, Evan, on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Goo, the last hour of Friday's show was atrocious.
Well, we didn't.
Especially the Barry Bonds takes.
Oh, we played the audio of Barry talking to Dwayne Kuiper about his
taking
home
days
run.
off?
No, off of Eric Gagne.
We're living off that. That was 15 years ago.
That was also the second hour of the show.
Yeah, this is a troll.
Well, it seemed like the fourth, I guess, for that guy.
Or, guys, could this be me filling in for Chewy?
I don't know. Did you talk about Bonds?
No, I didn't. Oh, that running some material. Anyway, to hell with you.
What do you mean?
I didn't like that.
Because you know I'm right.
No, we had a good show. I'm talking about the hour. It's bothering me.
Oh.
Yeah. We held it down.
Teams play their hardest the whole year, and then they got to play an 8th seed. 8 out of 13.
Yeah, it's called a tournament. It's called the playoffs.
No, it's not.
So had the Warriors had a better regular season a couple of years ago, they wouldn't have been in that cockamamie game when the Kings ousted them. Had they played that better regular season,
right,
what
they finished? They finished 9th.
Had they had 3 more wins, they would have been out of that joint.
Yeah.
Okay, so it does matter. That's how you keep
No, it doesn't matter.
The pitfall of
that. It does not matter. It doesn't. You think it does, but I don't think it does.
Well, I do.
Okay. Yeah, there was. Did you see the way Dallas and Phoenix went after that 10th spot this year? Oh my God, it was a battle royal. Holy Toledo. And then, boy, Dallas, from that 10th spot. Boy, it's a good thing they made the postseason. Oh, that's right, they didn't.
Well, you're reaching if you're using those two teams for your argument. Point goes to Goo.
Okay. 20 out of 30 teams have a crack.
What's the alternative, Steiny, if 4 teams make the playoffs and the rest of the teams try and tank?
4 teams
that's what
in
they
each
would
conference.
all do.
4 teams in each conference.
Yeah, so you would just have more teams trying to tank then.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
Why wouldn't you?
Why?
Because tanking doesn't work.
Then why did teams do it?
I don't know why. But the bottom line is the teams with the 3 worst records did not get any of the top 3 picks.
And yet I bet they're still there tanking next year.
No doubt about it.
What you call tanking is simply a terrible team playing as hard as they can, but they're just not very good. Like
the Jazz are trying as hard as they can.
The Jazz players that they have on that team are trying as hard as they can.
They load manage a 26-year-old.
Well, they've load managed him for 6 years. Because the regular season doesn't matter.
Oh, my goodness.
See, it's coming full circle, people. Don't you get it? These problems are all rolled into one. And we've got a problem. But you know what?
WNBA playoffs,
teams.
here we come.
Yeah, 8 of 13.
Let's go. Ooh. Starts tonight.
Boy, they are playing hard. I mean, who's in 9th right now? Who's clawing? Who's scratching and clawing right now in the
Just
WNBA?
Yeah, no doubt.
No, seriously, who's scratching and clawing?
They're half game up on the Aces.
Oh, we're almost at the halfway point. Boy, that ninth place team is. Hold on, Evan.
Yeah, do the Valkyries read now.
I did it 3 times this segment. Okay, hold on. I'll do it. Coming up tonight, the 8th place Valkyries take on the Phoenix Mercury. It is a play. They're our team, and they're 10-10. They've won 3 games more than anybody thought, so I'm not denigrating them. You can hear that game, Phoenix versus the Valkyries, right here, 95.7 The Game. And it's also on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Kevin Dana, Sophia Jones, they're on the call, and you can watch all the games on KPIX Plus with pregame starting at 6:30.
It's found
Everything
love.
you say is an indication of where we are in terms of sports sadness.
Stop.
Let's not talk about Klay Thompson's 3-point percentage.
It doesn't even matter now.
It's really hard for me to explain.
I'm with you.
But there's something
missing
about pro sports that's missing. And it's really hard to explain. For me, anyway. But these guys go through it all, and they finally make it to the pros. And then it's almost like all the pro leagues get together once guys become pros, and they say, okay, now we have to protect these guys. We have to protect these guys. Well, what do you mean? Well, we have to protect them. That means let's not put them into, let's take away pressure situations. Like, let's make there be fewer pressure situations in a regular season so as to protect them. Well, what do you mean, Steiny? Well,
Because I'm saying, what do you mean?
Yeah, okay, here's what I mean. Oh, guy can't make foul shots? Let's change the rule. Let's change the rule for Dwight Howard and Shaquille O'Neal. They want to change the rule instead of making your foul shots. Why? We don't want to embarrass a guy at the line. Poor Andre Drummond. It's not fair. He looks bad. If somebody can tell me here's the other. If somebody can tell me in the next 3 minutes who led the NBA in turnovers this year, I'll buy you a prize.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, you won't be able to find it. It's so hard to find individual turnovers by players, it's not even funny. Why? Well, because it's turnovers. It's a negative stat.
Russell Westbrook.
They don't want people to know that Trae Young set an all-time record.
Trae.
If he did. I don't know if he did or not.
That'd be my guess.
Mine was Russ.
Yeah, those are
We don't
good
have it
guesses.
as much as...
Those are good guesses. So if you look at it that way, I mean, everybody complains about the length of the regular seasons. Football's gone to 18, but then we don't understand why we can't understand why the regular season has become less important, but we keep adding games.
But Steiny, who's it? LeBron led the league in turnovers. Russell was second. Oh no,
Yep.
scratch that.
Yeah, I know. Isn't it hard?
No,
it's hard. No, seriously, go ahead and Google NBA turnover player. Yeah, you get teams. You won't get players.
It's Trae Young.
Yeah, Trae Young.
Okay. Good job. 3 minutes and 5 seconds.
355 turnovers.
Okay. No. Let's not talk about that.
No, Steiny.
You know I'm right.
No, you're a little right. I'm here for you, bud.
And I've said this before. Like, if 25 years ago.
Oh, boy.
He also led the league in assists, but.
If 25 years ago, there were 28 teams in baseball, okay? And 4 made the postseason.
I'll never forget it.
Okay? And now, 30 years later, there's 30 teams. There's now 30 teams.
2 more.
And 12 teams make the playoffs. That's what's known as watering down.
But it's also called growing, Steiny.
Right. And then what happens, here's the other thing about how these guys are all protected. So then we have players back in the day who've never played in the postseason, and they get judged the same way as a guy today who doesn't make it. It's like it doesn't make any sense. Like Ernie Banks, did he ever make the playoffs? I don't think he did. But there's all these players in the past that never made the playoffs because they didn't have 18 teams make the playoffs.
Right. And that was pre-social media, though. But you understand, Steiny, it's more. You want to grow. And how do you have upsets now?
Don't tell me like a guy who gets to play in the postseason for a team that finished 10th out of 30 teams. Like, tell me that's fair to a guy in the past who never got to play in the postseason, even though his team finished in second 8 straight years. Like,
I think you're kind of arguing against yourself.
No, I don't think so.
If Ernie Banks had played today, he would have gotten to play in the playoffs a bunch of times, and we would have got to see how great he was.
Exactly.
On a big stage.
What I'm saying is,
the new Ernie Banks is making the playoffs.
That's right. And the old Ernie Banks never made the playoffs.
Well, I'm sorry that Ernie Banks was born in 1950.
And that's cute. That's, I get
Scotty,
it.
that's real, though, what he said.
No, I get it. But don't, stop.
1930, sorry.
Stop trying to tell me that these guys, with more and more playoff teams than in the past, tell me how that
is fair.
Tell me how you can hold it against the guy in the past for never playing in the postseason, but these guys get to play in the postseason.
But tell me what
if they
party
finish in the
or
10.
location or social media platform you went to and Ernie Banks was getting dissed. It's all taken into people know that.
Social media means nothing.
No, I'm just saying.
It has nothing to do with my argument
forget
right
that.
here.
But any party, where are you having that conversation where Ernie Banks needs defense? He needs
Everywhere.
to be defended. No.
It's a joke.
It's an era, Steiny.
Okay. So 30 years ago, 100 major league players got to play in the playoffs. 100.
Right.
25 on 4 teams. This year, 300 players get to play in the postseason. I don't that's a joke.
Right, but Steiny, gas was 18 cents compared to what it is. We could do that all day. We can't. Nobody's doing that on purpose. What do you mean? You got to grow the business, more sales.
They haven't grown the business. They've grown the playoff business. They have not grown the business. There have been 162 games for 2018.
Seriously, Steiny, why do you think they've added playoff teams?
For money. Money.
But
money,
for more
money,
teams
money, money.
and their fans to be in it longer, right?
And that is the participation trophyization of our world. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
But there's a bunch of wild cards that get in and win it all.
That's right.
So that's a bad thing?
The Giants being one of them.
The Giants have a dynasty because of the wild card.
It's not about a team that can win as a wild card or a team that wins as a number 1 seed. It's about 3 times as many players get to play in the postseason for a shot at it, when years back there was 1/3 as many. And to me, that's kind of a joke, because then you have 40% of the players in the league get to play in the postseason. Okay, 2 out of 5. But before, it was more difficult to get to the postseason.
And I guess my question is, and I hear what you're saying, who's omitting those guys?
Well,
that era's not even throwing rocks at this era.
What it does
is
is
natural evolution.
What it does is you get to be a 6th place team, which would have never gotten into the postseason, and now you get to participate in the postseason, in the playoffs, when 80% of baseball over the years, you would have never gotten into the playoffs. Well, so now, what do you mean? I'm just saying.
You guys also had the reserve clause, which was effectively indentured servitude, and players had no power.
This is about the number of teams that make the playoffs in professional sports.
Yeah, but players like Ernie Banks could not leave their teams.
And when are you going to let it go, Steiny, to be like, okay, that was then, this is now. And you know why now more are let in?
Right, because of money. Because of money. Don't say interest. That's a joke. Interest is a joke.
If you now listen, because you're making some points, so is Evan. But if you're going to sit here and say that the wild card has not added excitement in Major League Baseball for dump truck teams that would normally be over in late July,
the San Francisco Giants are creating no more interest as a 7 seed than. Well, because they're in it, right? They're in it. They're in the playoff.
Well, if they were in the 4 seed, were just the division winners, it would be night.
That's right.
So who wants that? Nobody.
I do. I don't want every team making the playoffs. I want it to be hard to make the playoffs. I heard, that
it is hard, Steiny. The Giants play in the same division as the Dodgers, who are the best team every single year.
Evan, I get it. The bottom line is 1 out of 7 teams made the playoffs back in 30 years ago. Now, 2.5 out of 7 make the playoffs, or 3 actually. 3 out of every 7 teams. All I'm saying is
that's too much.
The standard has changed to such a degree that, it's just, I don't know. The old guys get the short end of the stick, and the new guys who finish in 5th place every year but get to play in the postseason can rack up postseason at-bats and who knows, maybe have a great postseason.
But all you guys do is talk about how the playoffs are a different game than the regular season, specifically the NBA. So why, as a viewer, would I not be more interested in having more playoff games? Like, I would argue that they've bent towards the viewer, the audience, not the actual athletes.
You don't think it's about money?
Well, yeah, sure, but having an extra round... So the NBA used to be 5 games in the first round instead of 7.
3 it used
Sometimes
to be.
3.
Okay, sure. So that's an extra 4 games in the first round. Like, how much money is that in reality? 4 extra games across 4 rounds.
Probably a lot, or they wouldn't do it.
Well, but it's not worth the exponential amount of money that it's become. I would argue that it's moving in that direction because there's a ton of viewers that can generate this sort of interest.
What percentage of teams in a pro sport should make the playoffs? What do you think? Just a number.
It depends on the sport.
Well, and that's what I think's a joke.
I like what the NFL's doing. The NHL has always done it, and so has the NBA, Steiny.
No, they haven't, Goo. They haven't always had 16 teams in the
going
postseason.
David Stern.
Not only that,
okay,
they didn't have 7 games, 7 games, 7 games, 7 games.
I got you.
So it's about money is all I'm saying. The other thing is, yes, I think it's a joke that 16 teams out of 30 make the playoffs in the NBA. And it's even a bigger joke that 4 more teams have a shot at it. It's all I'm saying is, don't ask me why nobody cares about the regular season when you're giving 20 teams a shot at making the playoffs after playing 82 games.
See, I think you're selling the team short and the players, Donnie.
How so?
Because you're talking as if nobody's giving a rat's behind about making the playoffs or busting your tail.
They don't
the
play as
Giants
hard
and
as they
Dodgers
have.
were busting their tail collectively yesterday in a game early on in the season that won at 162. But I'm not watching ball predicated on nobody's trying because everybody gets in.
I'm not saying nobody's trying. I'm saying
the world's about money, Steiny, and growth. That's how you get more surplus.
Then I don't want to hear anybody ever complain about how the regular season doesn't mean anything.
Well, I think it's more of an NBA problem than anything else. Like you're originally angry because the WNBA is 8 of 13 teams. It's 62.5%. The NBA has over half their teams make the playoffs. Yes, that's too much. But that's not the case for every single league.
Evan, when did Major League Baseball now has 3 wild cards. So something's changed over the last 15 years. They've let in 2 more teams in each league, right?
Yes.
Okay, there it is. More players are given an opportunity to play in the postseason. If you think that's a great thing, I respect it. I don't. I just don't. I don't like the idea that somebody 30 years ago had less of an opportunity to play in the postseason as a team now that's 3 games over 500.
I think they're trying to generate more teams in postseason play because it's a product of people not caring about the regular season. Like across sports, people are not interested in the regular season.
And I am not convinced that a 7 seed versus a 2 seed in the NBA captures the imagination of fans. And I'm not convinced that a wild card team that makes it in the playoffs
why have they not gone away from it though, Steiny?
Because of money.
Well,
because of money. I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about quality.
Well, they want more teams with a race to the postseason, as opposed to having 4 teams across both conferences.
Yeah. I'm not watching late July. Okay. I'm done. See you later.
So Phoenix and Dallas in the NBA, you really noticed the difference the last 3 or 4 weeks of the season as they vied for the 10th spot.
Well, Dallas, until Kyrie got hurt, they absolutely had action.
And the only Kyrie got hurt with 6 weeks left in the season.
But a couple years ago, Dallas said, we don't even want the 10th spot. Remember that debacle? They didn't even want it. But you don't have all kind of examples like that. That's like a lunar eclipse, Steiny.
The bottom line is because of the times we live in.
Oh, there
are 3 times as many guys in this day and age who get to play. They get the privilege to play in the postseason. And back in the day, 1/3 of the amount. All I'm saying is, don't compare the modern day athlete and their playoff appearances to anything but the modern day player playoff experience.
Nobody is.
And
Of course they are.
that's it right there.
Who is? Who is, Steiny? Seriously.
Who leads the league? Who has more postseason wins than any pitcher in baseball history?
I don't care.
Okay, it's Andy Pettit.
Yeah, and does anybody care? And is anybody going to say that he's better than Tom Seaver or Jim Palmer or any of these greats that are legitimately better than him?
The point is, he has more postseason wins than any of those guys. Why? Because there's 3 rounds of the playoffs.
LeBron has more points than anybody in NBA history. He's not the best scorer in the history of basketball.
That's not.
He just played the most games.
That's irrelevant. That's not the same argument.
I think he's spot on.
What are you talking about?
He's telling you he's got a award that we all know.
Which is what?
The most points, but he's not the best.
But that's over the regular season. I'm talking about the post.
But it was an example, though. It's an example.
Explain to me what he means by that.
LeBron has the most points. He's not the best scorer ever to do it.
But what does that have to do with
his
more teams going to
longevity?
the
Is a
playoffs?
byproduct of him getting that award.
What does longevity have to do with the playoffs?
Because people can
it's a completely different argument.
Okay, Steiny, fine. James Harden's not a better three-pointer than Ray Allen or Reggie Miller, but he's got more postseason threes than they do.
Draymond Green's not a better three-point shooter than Larry Bird. He's got more. We understand why. We understand why.
No, you don't. You don't, though. That's the thing.
For me to bring it up, you know I do.
Look, the bottom line is, I'll stand by my original point, and that is, despite the quality not changing, more players they just get to go to the postseason than we've had in the past. They haven't earned it because a 6th-place team in baseball, that team didn't make the playoffs 15 years ago.
But you got to get used to it.
I am used to it. Right. But stop saying like who? Oh, Trae Young. Trae Young he's played 38 playoff games. Yeah, as an 8 seed,
but Evan's
4 years.
Yeah. Real quick, Sonny, nobody in their right mind, to your point about the Andy Pettit, is saying that's the baddest dude to ever do it.
Well,
we would all know. Real ones would know.
He has more wins than anybody in postseason
but
history.
Nobody would stick their chest out to say Pettit is better than the guys he just mentioned.
You don't think you've never heard that Andy Pettit is the best big game pitcher in baseball?
Oh, Steiny. Okay. All right. Well,
you haven't heard that?
No.
Steiny, but also some athletes can make a legacy in the postseason by being given the opportunity. Like Jimmy Butler
but they
would not have a chance to get to the finals as a 7 seed.
That's right.
If he wasn't able to get in.
Thank you. That's my point.
He's still a great player, though.
That's my point. So the Jimmy Butler 30 years ago doesn't get that. He doesn't get that opportunity. So
that's not his fault.
I know it's not his fault, but you're going to compare Butler to somebody in the past, and it's like Butler gets to play 100 playoff games because they take every team.
No, but I can say he's a great postseason performer.
Okay, and that's right. And it's unfair that players back in the day never got the opportunity to do that, even though they would have been in the exact same position as Jimmy Butler is in today.
But that's also why someone like Bill Russell can have 11 NBA championships because there's less competition and his team is the best team.
Well, the arguments that I've just made, they haven't expanded the league, okay? There were 28 teams in baseball, 4 made it. Now there's 30 and 12 make it. NFL, they've got 32 teams, and now they've got, 12 playoff teams.
But it's always been about money. The New York Yankees have more money to spend on everybody. That's how they can keep all the greats of all. That's why they have 27 championships. They play in the biggest market. They make the most money. And they keep the best players forever, and they win all the titles. And now, God forbid, expansion happens, and they're not the greatest franchise to ever walk God's green earth, and you got a problem with that.
And we're not trying to make you like something. It sounds like you understand why it's different, and there's nothing to see here.
Well, you guys don't, you just, I don't know,
I enjoy
you don't understand. You don't acknowledge the fact that 40% of players now get to make it to the playoffs.
Steiny,
so that's 25% more players who get to play in the postseason, and guys in their exact same situation never had that opportunity. That's called
get that point.
Watering down.
Okay, I give you that point.
Okay, that's all.
But you make it seem like there's a podcast or a television show nightly of guys.
It's called recency
that got the benefit.
bias. It's called recency
guys
bias.
didn't have that opportunity.
It's called recency bias, and it's one of the reasons why we tend to think this generation stars are better than the past stars. That's what I think, because this pro sports right now is like they just give more players and
like
teams
you said,
an
it's
opportunity.
oversaturated.
It is. It is.
I love the play. I love more. You know, I'm a college tournament guy.
Right. Well, then that's fine. But then don't ask a team to bust hump in the regular season if they know they've got a safety valve of a tournament at the end of the year.
Especially if they're 38.
Okay. Well, let me ask you: did the Warriors bust hump after they got Jimmy? They took and they're on record as saying it, Steiny. We were playing playoffs before the playoffs started.
Okay.
But see, you used that against me when they lost, like they might have been tired because they were busting hump into the regular season because they were behind the A ball.
Okay, but what about the first 50 games?
Well, they just weren't that good.
Well, maybe because they didn't play. Okay, why did the Warriors get off to a 12-3 start? I believe it's because nobody gives a rat's ass for the most part the first 15 or 20 games.
Would
of the
you
regular
use that
season.
on the Giants? There's a good start. I'm just asking.
Maybe. I don't know. You think I'm kidding? But
no, I don't. You can't fix what you're trying to get. I hear what you're saying.
Let me tell you what they should do. If they're going to continue to do this, just have I agree. Have an open tournament. Just play the regular season, okay? And then in the NBA, if you want 16 teams to make the playoffs, just go 1-16. And
we might not be too far from that.
Just do it in baseball too.
NCAA tournament style.
Which is what?
1 through 64.
Yeah. And everybody has a crack at it.
Well, it's 68 now. And it's going up higher. They're adding teams to the tournament.
Which I love.
Sure.
And yet, all 1 seeds still made the Final Four this year.
But Steiny, that Andy Pettit hit me, though. Nobody's running around, even New Booty's saying...
You don't know that. Guru, it's about thinking that it's about recency bias. And I bet if you look at all the postseason leaders, they're all players from the last 15 years.
I give you that.
Okay.
But a true one even knows.
Okay.
Andy Pettit's brother
Everybody's
knows.
a true fan. Everybody knows it. Okay.
Well, if you're getting down to the nitty-gritty to where you know that Pettit has the most wins, you should also know he wasn't better than all the aces Evan just mentioned.
Well, doesn't matter. He won more games. He's the most clutch postseason pitcher of all time. He has to be. He won more games than everybody else.
Not in my book.
Well, but the record book, that's the one. That's the big one. What's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
baby, live in Vegas. Let's do this.
What's up, Dibbers? Yeah.
What's going on, guys? It's life is good out here in Vegas. It's what do you think, Grandy? It's about 79 degrees inside, and it's 109 outside. Hello,
Let's
friends.
go.
Look at my man. I hear the whistles and balls.
Well, whistles and balls. That's that'll be your fantasy team name this year.
Could be. Yeah.
But anyway, Dan, the last time we had you on live from Vegas, it had a different sound, so I could get used to this.
It's early, and
It is.
I am looking at multiple like snack stands. I don't know if they call them that anymore, but I got beer to the left of me. I got liquor to the right of me. Here I am, stuck in the middle again.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Did you have any action on yesterday's Giant game? Because, man, Willard just came in, but they let one get away, and I just feel like Dibs, Willard, Steiny, that was a microcosm of their whole season offensively. You had to get that one. They tried to give it to you.
I mean, you tried to give it to them, and I look at the totality of the weekend, and not that you were lucky to get one because Friday night was fun, but yesterday you were dead on arrival until Luis Matos rescued you, and then, the 11th inning, things got a little bit squirrely, and what was it, 2 bloops and a misplay, and that's the ball game, but I hate the automatic runner for that very reason.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I also this is so frustrating.
No, I get it. I appreciate the honesty.
But it was all. If you look at it, take our fandom and the rivalry out of this. This is a great baseball series.
Oh man,
you had 2 1-run games. You had an extra inning game. Are there some little things that the Giants need to clean up? Yes. But if I'm going to go into the 10th inning, put up a 0 with Joey Lucchesi, and then put 2 runners on and have Devers hit a ball 106 to the wall, and then you lose in the 11th with them running out there with wet newspapers, how are we going to get so mad about that? If you want to be mad at something for the weekend, I'd like to get mad at the San Francisco Giants players for pointing at the fans.
Okay, now that's where I was coming.
That was BS.
Yeah, you didn't like the players talking about it.
B to the
I was
S.
there Friday. I swear to you guys, Dibs, I'm at the snack bar, and I'm like, I missed something. The Giants got a hit. It was the Dodgers. I'm like, where am I? Wow. But you didn't like the players talking about it.
That's life. That's like we love it when the Niner fans take over L.A. That's West Coast sports, number 1. Number 2, there's an Ohtani factor here. What is
incredible?
What do you want Giants fans to do? Control the internet? They bought the tickets. They came to the game. What do you want to do? You cannot. They are the 8th in attendance this year across baseball. The fans have been there. I love Logan Webb. I love Willie Adames.
Yes.
Do not talk about the fans and what they do with their dollars to come watch you play baseball. Don't do it. You want to talk about fans, it better be because someone got in a fight, someone said something inappropriate, or someone threw a ball on the field. Outside of that, you have, as a player, in my opinion, nothing to say about our behavior. Nothing inappropriate.
What do you think the Giants' record should have been in the last 6 games?
That's an interesting question. Last 6 games. So the homestand.
So they win 3-1 against Phillies. They scored 2 in the 8th. They won 4-3 against the Phillies. They scored 3 in the 9th on a Bailey
inside the park homer.
They lose 13-0.
You were down 2. Yeah.
They win Friday, 8-7, hung on. 1-run game Saturday, they lose, and then these are the
3-3.
This is who they are.
Yes, 3-3 feels kind of about right.
Yeah, that's what I think.
But your new toy, they intentionally walked Ramos to face your version, I'll just call him Bonds, of your new toy.
And he crushed
he did.
the baseball.
But Willard, I wanted that to be the welcome to San Francisco moment, man. And I thought he hit a granny Saturday, but it didn't happen, and now you're 6 back. So are you concerned about Ralphie Devers moving forward with the bat?
Not even one hair on my body. Not even a little bit.
Dibs?
No, that's baseball.
Yeah.
I mean, it's early, and like Mark said, what more do you want out of that at-bat? He absolutely smoked it, and I didn't know it was 106 off the bat, but that makes sense because that thing was hammered, and, the center fielder's playing deep, and it's kind of hit right at him, and he goes back and he makes the play, and that's the way that goes. I wonder why Casey Schmidt wasn't thinking about tagging up. Not that it would have mattered that much, but it's an extra 90 feet. He didn't even really go halfway. He just was kind of about 10 feet off the base, wondering what to do. And if you're going to be that close to the bag, then just go ahead and tag up. And again, it's an extra 90 feet. I don't think that he eventually scores, but it puts you a wild pitch away. I think that, to answer your question, Steiny, 3-3. That feels about right. You're going to have games where you come from behind, and you did it in a wild way at home with the walk-off inside the park home run. And, you could have done it again yesterday, but you came up just short.
Yeah, I mean,
the tag-up thing. Can we talk about that for a second? Because I think what Schmidt and Matt Williams are probably thinking, and I don't even know to what level Matt Williams it was calling for that. If the ball goes over Outman's hand and it pops off the wall, and Casey is standing on second base when that happens, does he score?
He scores.
I think he scores. I'm with Dibs easily.
I don't. It short hops the wall,
and that's
he grabs it,
like
turns
he should
around,
have been on
throws
the
it in.
bag,
No,
if that's the mentality, then you should at least be halfway to third base.
Well,
he was 10 feet off of second base,
which is enough.
Completely pointless.
I totally disagree.
If you're looking to score on an over, if it goes over his head and you're looking to score, then you're at least halfway to third.
Dibs, how many bang, by an inch plays are we talking about at home plate this year? How can you say 10 feet doesn't make a difference? It makes a huge difference.
Well, he's 10 feet off the base when he should be 45 feet off the base, because if the guy catches it, then you have plenty of time to get back. I just was watching it thinking he's in no man's land. You're not tagging up, and you're not a threat to really go ahead and score. And I thought that if it went over his head, unless the ball caroms perfectly to him, and by the way, we've seen caroms lately that don't go right to fielders, so I just thought that was a spot where you either tag up or you go halfway and you think about trying to score. Again, it ultimately didn't matter.
No, it didn't. Listen to this stat. Guru's been asking me about this one. How can the Giants get Devers and be 11-15, and the Red Sox are 17-9?
The Red Sox went on a huge winning streak. I mean, it's
no indictment on them.
It's baseball.
I know. That's the only thing you can say.
It's just baseball.
It's being cruel to the Giants.
The Giants won 3 World Series, and we nicknamed it a word that is awful. This is baseball. It's freaking painful. I told you this on the air, and I don't know if it was to you guys, maybe just to Dibs or whatever it was. Last week, a guy I used to work with in L.A. is a huge Dodger fan. And he does whatever. He does content for the Dodgers. And about a month ago, I saw him tweet something during a Dodger game. They'd lost maybe 2 games in a row, 3 games, something terrible.
I think I know where you're going.
And he tweeted, he goes, God, we just cannot get the big hit. And I replied to him, I go, is it hard to root for the Dodger offense? This is difficult. You know what I mean? And so my point is, even Dodger fans think that watching baseball players hit the ball is sometimes frustrating. Yeah, it's baseball.
Yeah.
It's
I get it, but Willard, I'm going to say this to you. And Steiny and I had a sparring match on this. I need you two to back me up, Dibs. Adames, I can't take away the 220 on the year. But Helen Keller can see he has been locked and loaded, and you would hope that continues once they get back at it. And I'm hoping that for Ramos, this is a 60 at bat, 62 at bat, kind of like this ain't. There's 5 guys I can name that are kind of underachieving with the bat. And the whole thing is, if I can't blame Melvin, which I'm not, Pat Burrell, it's up to the Devers. They got to turn it around. But don't tell me Adames doesn't give you hope that he's not coming out of it.
I mean, I would say not only do I have your back, but Steiny, you made me mad today.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Good.
I was cruising around having a great day, and then I was listening to Steiny Guru, and I'm like, oh, now I've got to come get mad at him when I get to work.
Right before you get married.
Well, okay, so if you're going to dismiss 3 to 4 weeks of Adames by saying, no, I have to look at the whole year. He's batting .220.
Yeah.
Okay, well then how are you allowed to say anything about Rafi Devers? You're not allowed to only look at the last month. You have to look at the whole year.
I can look at the last month because Devers has been a Giant for a month.
That's a BS excuse. That's
No,
BS.
it isn't.
No, it is.
Oh, Willard.
If you're gonna,
I thought you'd come in with something stronger
if you're going to
than that.
dismiss 3 to 4 weeks, then dismiss 3 to 4 weeks. By definition, that's not enough to count for you for anything.
The difference is Adames has stunk all year, and he's had 3 or 4 good weeks.
Stunk all year.
He's been terrible, Mark.
He's stunk until the last 3 to 4 weeks.
Okay, that's my point.
That's not all year. That's a fourth or a third of the year.
Okay.
Is it not?
Mark. Adames has stunk.
I can't even believe you're digging in on this. You're so wrong. It's wild.
And you know what?
You're leaning into negativity. Is what you're doing. You're leaning into negativity.
Are you going to listen?
Of course.
So I'm taking I'll take into consideration what Devers did the first half of the year.
Great.
Which was good.
Yeah.
He had 15 homers for the Red Sox.
I haven't heard you say that yet. I've heard you say, boy, you're worried about Devers?
Let me ask you this.
Why would you be worried about Devers?
Why
would you be worried about a guy that's this accomplished?
I'm not worried about Devers. Who said I was worried about Devers?
You say it every day. Or you're trying to get other people to say it.
I'm not worried about Devers, but I want you to say, so Adames has 3 good weeks, and now we forget about 3 months. Adames has stunk this year.
That's not what I said.
Come on, Mark.
That's not what I said.
Mark, he's hitting 220. Mark, just say he's been bad. Mark, say Adames has been lousy.
I'm not going to do.
all I'm saying.
I'm not going to do what you want me to do.
Well, and I'm not going to say he's had a great year.
I'm going to rewind and not let you put words in my mouth because I never said Adames was great.
No, he's terrible.
I'm pointing at you. We're not talking about Willie Adames.
Okay.
I'm talking about Matt Steinmetz.
Okay.
Why does the month of July matter for Devers but not Adames? Why? It's leaning into negativity.
So what? He's
What do you mean, so what?
I'm not going to sit here and praise Willie Adames, the big signing in the offseason, for hitting 220, and he gets hot for 2 weeks and goes from 200 to 220.
They do that for Devers, too. The last 3 weeks doesn't count. It doesn't count because Matt Steinmetz doesn't want to look at July. July doesn't matter.
I'm looking at the whole year, and Adames has stunk.
Then do it for Devers, too.
I am, and Devers is better. Devers has 17 homers.
Okay.
He's hitting 260.
I haven't heard Matt Steinmetz say these things.
I'm saying it right now.
I know,
I don't care what Devers. You pinned me. I don't care what Devers did for the Red Sox. Who cares?
But it matters.
Mark,
it matters.
No, you're right. Adames is having a great year. Well, you're listening.
Once again, I didn't say that.
No,
I didn't say that. We're not talking about Willie. We're talking about you. Do your leaguer. You're good at it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Hey, I don't want to try and get between you guys, but I just saw Earl Watson walk by.
Earl,
pretty cool.
Yeah,
that's former Bruin.
That's super random.
That is right. I think it did what did.
That's what summer league is like.
That's totally what summer league is all about. And the other game, Grandy and I are kind of not really playing. But
don't do that.
You see people walk by with jerseys, and I've seen Carmelo Anthony. I saw somebody had a Zadrunas Ilgauskas on. And that's the beauty of Summer League. You get some of these jerseys of players that you totally even forgot about.
Look at Devers.
Anyway, back to the fight. This is great.
I was just trying to get Steiny to talk during the crossover once in a while.
But it worked.
Yeah,
it worked.
Yeah, no, I mean, no, you're right, Adames.
Again, I didn't say
no, you're
that.
Right, no, you're right.
Wait, Steiny, I didn't say it.
Was Earl Watson.
No, I didn't.
You brought up something about Devers that I haven't even been talking about Devers. Guru's worried about Devers.
Steiny,
I'm not worried about Devers.
He's saying
you're
Devers
cooking the
every
books
day
for your argument, Steiny.
Huh?
You're cooking the books for the argument.
What argument?
If you're going to tell me Adames has stunk all season, then judge Devers on what he did all season, which was part of Boston.
Thank you.
So he hasn't stunk all.
That's right. Devers has not stunk all season. Adames has stunk all season.
Well, the last month he has.
The last 3 weeks, he's hitting 268.
Okay,
seriously.
has Jung-Hoo Lee stunk all season?
Yes, he has.
Okay,
he has.
so actually, in April, he was an all-star. And in July, his numbers would suggest, again, he's an all-star.
And this is
in
why...
In May and June, he's absolutely a waste of a uniform. So, again, my point is, I don't think you can say anyone's been anything all season. That's not baseball.
Yes, it is baseball, Mark.
You gotta ride.
Baseball is 100, like, he's bringing up at Ramos, 60 at-bats. Like, that's a so what to me. Guys go through slumps. Adames has not hit in 18 of 20 weeks this year, 15 of 18.
Yeah.
And he's been terrible in the field.
Not the last 3 or 4 weeks.
All right.
So, I mean, like, do you just want to act like that? Like, we're not allowed to talk about the last 3 to 4 weeks?
You can't manage to tell me Adames is having a bad year.
You literally have a drop on this station that says I'm a man of nuance, and you won't do it here. You won't, like, allow that something is evolving. A guy changes teams, gets $180 million, feels the weight of the world on his shoulders, has a new ballpark. Maybe, and I think Goo is saying this, maybe something finally clicked.
Maybe. Maybe stunk up until now.
Nobody's arguing that.
Okay, that's all I said.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not. You have wildly dismissed him all day
what
for saying
what kind
that
of years
Willie,
Adames has. Tell me what you think of Adames' year's been like. Give me an adjective.
Disappointing.
Okay.
Disappointing.
And I think it's been lousy.
Fine.
Okay.
Fine.
That
has nothing to do with what anyone has said here today. Guru is trying to point out that something might be up, and
I see it.
And you're dismissing him.
Right.
You're dismissing him.
Are you actually one of these baseball fans that think if you get hot for 3 weeks, it's going to last 3 months?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I don't think anything.
I'm not either.
I'm here to wait and see what's going to happen next.
Right.
And I'm going to act like
I don't know what's going to happen.
None of us do.
But we know what happened for 97 games.
No, we don't.
Yes,
Because
we
you're
do.
ignoring the last 25 of them.
I'm not ignoring the last 25.
You are focusing on the first 60.
He's had a great year, Mark. He's had a great year.
And again, no one said that.
Look, Mark, if you think his last 3 weeks are more important than his first 3 months,
and no one said that
that's
either.
fine.
No one said that.
Mark,
what I said,
please.
and I'll say it one last time so everyone can hear me in the back. What I'm saying is
he's been great.
Guru's point today has been a valid one, and you have totally dismissed it. And
Don't tell me what I've dismissed. I haven't dismissed anything.
We're listening to you on the radio.
He might be hot. Adames might get hot. That doesn't change the fact that for 97 games, he's been piss poor.
Not for 97 games.
Okay. For 79,
65.
For 79 of 97 games.
I don't know why you can't hear what we're saying.
I don't know why you can't acknowledge that he's been terrible.
You asked for a word, and I said disappointing.
I should have known that was coming.
I mean, you asked for a word, and I gave it to you.
No, I mean,
now we'll go back to what we're actually talking about, which is Guru is pointing out an observation about the last 4 weeks, and you don't want to acknowledge that it means anything.
You're absolutely wrong.
That's what it sounds like. That's how he feels. He's sitting here looking at me, not me. He's talked to you for 4 hours. And he feels like his point's been dismissed.
That's you and him. I'm good.
And you want to feel like 4 weeks?
No, I don't.
First half
no,
of the
I want to
season.
feel like Guru's got a point.
We just want to hear you say Adames for the last 30 days is turning it around.
That's my only point today. It's nothing to do with Willie.
I don't know that Willie Adames is turning it around.
My point today is that Guru's got a point. It had nothing to do with Willie.
Okay.
The 220 you have, but you can't say he ain't got hot. That's all, Steiny.
Since June 1st, Adames is hitting 242.
Why is your bag on your shoulder at 207?
Because I'm going to leave soon.
Scared of Willard.
Not scared. Just, I mean, it's just
put the bag down.
No, he's had a great year.
No one said that.
He's been a little disappointing.
No one said little.
He's been a little disappointing.
No one said little.
Okay. No, that's all right. So since June 1st, he's hitting 242. Is that what you mean by getting hot?
But if I go to June 2nd or June 3rd, it'll be greater. That's all cooking the books.
That's a month and a half.
The dude is hitting the ball to all fields, Dibs. I saw it Friday Night Live.
Yeah.
No, we got the deal.
295 in July, which is 12 games, which is not nothing.
That's a whole season.
I got just one piece of bad news. It wasn't Earl Watson.
Oh, crap.
Yeah.
Who was it?
Sorry.
Is this some guy?
Somebody who had Earl Watson-like ears. If you know Earl Watson, you remember the ears.
Yeah, I got you.
I got duped by the ears. But anyway, Willie Adames, hotter than me, because I'm apparently running cold here in Vegas.
Now look at this. Stop. I got to ask you guys this before we get out of here. Do you pay Jauan Jennings or no?
I give him something.
You have to.
I give him something, but like, do you know what this?
Debo's gone.
Do you remember?
Ayuk's in sick bay.
Do you remember when Raheem Mostert's agent requested a trade on Twitter? And it was like,
but he got 40 cents more.
Yeah. But the Niners came in and gave him a couple bucks, and then he showed up. This is one of those, like, Jauan's not wrong.
No,
he's not wrong at all.
I just don't think you're that type of player to play this card. I hope you get your bread.
I don't know. It's not about right or wrong.
Tell
2
me.
years ago, they gave him a contract, and now he has outperformed it 1 year into it. So just because you outperform your contract doesn't automatically mean that the team owes you a new contract.
Ooh.
Like, he signed a deal, and things worked out to where he had a better year than anybody thought. Ayuk got hurt. Debo underperformed. You had no McCaffrey. And so, yeah, he put up numbers, and you went 6-11. It doesn't automatically mean that you get to now knock on Jed's door and say, I want more money. My answer is you don't pay him anymore. You agreed to a contract. It was for 2 years. And, yeah, 1 year in, he's outperformed it. It doesn't mean that you have to now break him off.
So why does it work the other way when it's the opposite is true? How come when they underperform, you can just void their contract and cut them?
Because that's the way it works in professional football.
Yeah,
and
so that's why.
If we go back to Willie Adames, like, if the Giants decide that they agree with Steiny that Willie Adames stinks, well, you've got him for 6 more years. So there's really nothing you can do about it other than hope he hits better. Football, the construct is different. So, yeah, he has the right to go and say, I want more money. And they also have the right to say, well, no. And if you don't play, then that's going to be that.
Yeah, he's got a truckload of leverage here. The Niners have no receivers for week 1.
That's what we said, man.
They have
no receivers for their first 4 games. Then they should be
Robinson. We don't even know yet what the Robinson thing is.
I thought we got that. I thought it was 4 games.
No, I haven't heard that. He just
pleaded, I thought it was 4.
He just pleaded no contest like 3 days ago. Like, it wasn't even done legally until this week. I think everyone's expecting a 2-gamer. I don't think it's done yet. But that's one situation. That's an interesting thing, Dibs, that you just said, because to me, I completely support at least a player's ability to go rediscuss a contract because of what you just said.
But go public and say demand a trade is where I'm like, whoa.
He didn't go public.
That's because they've been talking about it for 3 months.
It got out, Steiny. That's public.
No, I do think he went public, but that's because
he went public.
It doesn't end up with Schefter on accident. Somebody called Schefter and said, "Tweet this."
It doesn't necessarily need to be Ayuk's. It doesn't necessarily need to be Jennings' agent or Jennings. It could be another agent that's heard. A friend of an agent could also do that.
So someone's agent other than Jauan's is saying that he's requesting a trade?
Because I think the Niners look bad.
So someone who's not representing him is speaking for him?
Do you think that other GMs in the NBA don't know what the Warriors are up to this offseason?
That's not the point.
Yes, it is.
Another agent would never request a trade for someone they're not.
My point is that if Schefter is talking to the general manager of another team and goes, what's going on in 49ers? And they go, they got problems with Jennings.
Nah, Steiny.
That would be journalistic.
This coming out puts pressure on the Niners to me.
What are you talking about?
You can't do that without sourcing it to the people who are actually.
He said it's source.
Yes, source. He's requesting a trade.
Mark. It's a source inside NFL football.
You're just in a mood today. I'm not going to do this. There's no way you could do that if Jauan or his agent didn't say this is our plan.
Let's just do a hypothetical here. Let's say I call Travis Schlenk.
Okay.
He's in Washington.
Sure.
And I go, hey, tell me something that's going on with Kuminga. And he goes, nobody wants him. Like, just 4 teams have offered him stuff, but nobody wants him.
Okay.
That can be sourced.
So
Travis Schlenk doesn't know what's going on with the whole league?
Hold on. In your hypothetical, the next thing you would do is that the Brian Windhorst would then tweet that Kuminga is requesting a trade. That's very different.
What do you mean?
He said in the story that Jennings either wants a new deal by next week or a trade.
Right.
You can't do that if the Jags GM said
it. You can. You absolutely can.
All right. I'm not going to argue with you.
Are you ready for me to do this?
I'm ready for.
Who's the journalist? That is common practice, Mark.
Steiny.
Mark.
Go reread the story.
Mark.
Go reread the story.
Okay, so a GM for the Milwaukee Bucks is not a league source to you.
Steiny, they're requesting a trade.
Right. What is that? That's just
the
business story.
The Lions GM
it puts pressure on the Niners.
So you guys
are assuming that it's Jauan Jennings.
I think the pressure is on the Niners.
You need to read the report again.
You guys know.
You
know how it works.
That's just me.
Yeah.
You don't think it could be a guy on another organization who knows what's going on, because maybe the 49ers have even contacted him about a trade.
So they're now speaking for Jauan, who's requesting a trade next Wednesday.
That's how it works, Mark.
Okay.
All right. See you later.
All right. Have a good day.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be listening, Dibs.
In the Bay Area.
And them white boys, they cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
You just heard all that I didn't get to go to Vegas vibe on this crossover.
Well,
that's what you heard.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, and the heat clearly was on, and it is legit 109 out today. And it's funny because I'm here with super producer, board op, host extraordinaire Mark Grandy. And
yes, sir.
I was telling him we got to the hotel early, and I put my bag with the bellhop, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm going to go over early." And I said, "You know what? I think I might walk. It's only about 2 miles."
Oh God, you did?
No.
Okay.
I thought about it,
Okay.
and then I got out of the hotel at about 12 o'clock, and I stepped outside and thought, I could die. I could die if I walk. Because I like to walk in Vegas. It's flat, and it's 109, Mark. Like, if it's 102, you can do it. 109 is like you might die kind of heat, bro.
Bro, listen, if you even have that thought again, if you have that thought again this week, I will Uber for you. My God, please don't even think about that. It's July 14th.
It's a dry heat, Mark.
It's a desert. It's a desert, and you walk with a limp. You got to know, like, my man.
I'm actually moving pretty good today, but you're right.
Good,
yeah.
good.
I thought better of it, and, you get here, and you get out of the air-conditioned Uber, and you step outside, and it's like, oh, my God, I may not make it to the front door of the Thomas & Mack Center, but here we are, and Summer League is full on, and Grandy actually did point out we actually did see somebody, Jim Boeheim, former Syracuse head coach.
I'll wait for corroboration if you don't mind.
Grandy's the one who pointed it out. So.
It was indeed Boeheim.
Yeah, thank you, Grandy.
We're going to wait for a second source. Steiny is on his way to Vegas to source the.
Thank God, because he's a journalist.
Yeah.
So, and we need a journalist up in here.
Yeah. No, we should set the table for everybody for why you're there. Why are you in Vegas?
It's NBA Summer League, and we got 2 gyms going. Actually, there's a game right now, Atlanta and Houston in the big court, and then you've got Chicago and Indiana getting ready to start here in about half an hour in the smaller gym. Summer League is fun because there's 2 different courts, and they kind of stagger the games, and there are NBA players, former players, coaches, fans of all ages and sizes. It's really the best time to go and get your full NBA experience on. The Cooper Flag games apparently have been bananas when he was playing. I do think he's been shut down now, Randy.
Yes,
so
he's been shut down.
His summer league has ended, but when he was here and playing, it was unbelievably crowded and popular. But as the day goes on, it gets more and more packed. People are into this event.
Yeah, absolutely. And we will let people know, I'm just, you know me, let's just let everybody know why I'm not there. I'm getting married later this week. Not to Steiny.
You are.
Not to Steiny. But
anymore.
No, you're gonna have to find a new. Anyway, but I'm getting married later this week, and so it would not be good to travel a few days before that happens because we got a few things to do. But you guys are going to hold it down in Vegas. I do know, for example, one of the Warrior draft picks, Alex Tui, the kid from Australia, is going to join us probably in about 45 minutes, right?
Yep. look forward to that. And, I've got my eyes out for him walking by. And one of the fun things about Summer League is as we sit here, and we are literally on the concourse right outside one of the suites here. And as you sit here, you see somebody walk by, and if they're 6'8", 6'9", 6'10", you do like a triple take and you try to figure out who they are. And so at some point, Alex Tui, who I think goes about 6'8", he'll saunter by, and it'll be the Warriors, one of the Warriors draft picks.
Absolutely. So we're gonna see who we see or who you see, because I know it's not just going to be the Warrior draft picks. I know that there's going to be most likely a larger cast that's going to come on by today. Thomas and Mack Center, Dibs in Vegas, flanked by Grandy. I'm here in the city in our studios, flanked by Lucas and Ken, by the way, and we're ready to go on a day that's got a lot going on, and we touched on a lot of it here in the crossover with regard to the Giants weekend against the Dodgers. I know we've got some things to say. I'd definitely like to further this conversation about Jauan Jennings with you, because it sounds like you and I don't actually see eye to eye on that one. We can dig into it, and we don't really need to get into who the hell reported what on Twitter. The bottom line is Jauan Jennings would like more money, or he would like to not be a Niner anymore. And so I think that's pretty interesting. And then the other side to this is that you guys are out there in the Summer League with the Summer League version of the Warriors, and we've had another 3 or 4 days go by, and still nothing from the Warriors, but also largely nothing at all with regard to all the things that might be interesting to the Warriors. And so I look at this now from sort of a larger view, and I wonder what your take is on it. It's not just like, the Warriors and the Kuminga thing. None of the restricted free agents have done anything. We still don't know what's happening with LeBron James. Damian Lillard is still sitting there. All of the things that we sort of were thinking about a week ago, not a damn thing happened with any team.
Right, and I do think that you mentioned this last week, or it might have been earlier in the week or a couple weeks ago, but this unfortunately is kind of the new normal now for the NBA. It used to be day one was crazy, and then it slowly tapered off, and you'd have some things trickle in down the road, but now it's almost like Major League Baseball, and you said this before, Mark, with the hot stove. Now, in the NBA, they're kind of emulating baseball players, and if you don't have any real need to sign early, why would you sign early? And I'm not only thinking about guys like, Al Horford, and we're waiting for DeAnthony Melton and some of these other veterans where what's the point of signing in mid-July when you could sign in mid-August and get the same amount of money? So I don't think that the urgency is in place anymore for these free agents.
Well, I think that's true. And then as far as how things go for the Warriors, I think the lack of movement across the league is sort of what I put in my hip pocket with regard to why things are going the way they're going. We've heard a lot of people, and people much more tapped in than me, say the longer this goes, the more likely Kuminga stays. And Mike Dunleavy did have a comment at the beginning of Summer League, a public comment that he made, and it sort of insinuated that he, quote, wanted to keep Jonathan Kuminga. Then again, GMs say things into microphones all the time, and maybe it's lip service, I don't know. But I guess my point is I've sort of arrived at a spot where I don't know that we could read anything into anything. I don't know that the longer it goes, it means JK is going to stay. The longer it goes, it means he's going to go. Obviously, there is some sort of holding pattern. I do wonder if it's LeBron. Like, there is some sort of holding pattern in the NBA as a whole right now. And so my read is that's why the Warriors haven't done anything, not because they're more likely to do this or that.
And I wonder how the LeBron piece would affect the Warriors, because I don't know financially how they could actually make that happen to bring him here. But maybe the whole idea of LeBron has all these teams waiting to see what might actually pop off with LeBron, and then from there, other teams can make their decisions. I think for the Warriors, it's just as simple as Kuminga, and they're trying to figure out how they can make something happen with Kuminga, whether it's a sign and trade or if they wind up just keeping him on the qualifying offer, the QO. I think that until that is resolved, they really can't go forward and do any of the other things. But of the other things that they want to do, none of them, in my opinion, are that major. And if Horford is willing to just chill and wait, and if DeAnthony Melton is not being hounded to sign somewhere else, well, then the Warriors have the luxury of maybe laying back and taking their time.
Well, what's the first move? You know what I mean? It's like, oh, the Warriors can't do X until they've figured out Kuminga. But they're also, the whole league is sitting there going, well, we also can't do anything until the restricted free agents figure their stuff out, or LeBron, or Dame Lillard, or whatever. Like, this is all sitting there and has arrived at a complete and total standstill.
Yeah.
So what is that? You know what I mean? This is like a Jenga tower. What is the first little piece that you're going to pull out there that's going to make everything start falling? I don't know.
Yeah, for me and the Warriors, it's Kuminga, and if it's a sign and trade, then that at least gives you clarity on what you're able to sign and trade him for, and what you're able to get back, and what you have remaining, and then you can go forward with the moves you want to make. For other teams, I don't know. I mean, it feels like the majority of this stuff has been resolved, and then you've got Bradley Beal, and you've got Damian Lillard, and the whole idea of LeBron. I don't know if he just wants to be always in the news, but for me, it feels like he's going back to L.A., but there's always this idea, LeBron, he didn't fully commit, so what might he do? It sounds to me like he just wants to be in the spotlight, but you never know. And here we are at Summer League, and normally you get to Summer League, Mark, and it's like after Summer League, everything's done. And now we have the real off season, but here we are. You mentioned it July 14th, and Summer League is here, and we still have a lot of unanswered questions.
A ton. An absolute ton. And I don't know what the linchpin is. Again, it feels like maybe it's the LeBron situation, but if it's not, I don't know what's holding everything up, and therefore who's going to blink? I really don't. I'll tell you what I do know. We all know this. And if you've been listening to the station all day, you know that opportunity is knocking for you, the listener, every day, every show, all week long. It is our All-Star Week prize blowout. So every day this week, each one of the shows is going to give out an awesome prize. Today, we are giving one lucky listener a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop. And the Valks aren't just popular, they've also got great colors. Like, their gear just looks really, really good. We rock the gear. You can rock the gear. $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop. Listen at 4:30 today to learn how you can win. We are also sponsored by Safeway. Dibs is on the scene in Vegas for Summer League. Alex Tui and many others are going to be stopping by the show, but we will also get into Giants, Dodgers, and Jauan Jennings. And I'd like to go down with you to talk about what played out at Oracle Park over the weekend coming up next. So that's around the corner. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What is your favorite or the best play on words using your last name that you've heard?
That ball got Schmidt on.
On 95.7 The Game.
It'd be nice if the Giants would Schmidt on more balls.
Yeah, well, yeah, I hope I didn't step on that in case we wanted to go ahead and capture that for later.
No, you didn't.
No, you don't. No, you don't. But, yeah, that would be nice. And then the one ball that they did, and, well, there's kids around now.
Mm-hmm.
The one ball they did actually Schmidt on. Sorry, kids. It's Summer League. It's a family event. The ball was hit, absolutely devoured into center, butt caught. And that's Oracle Park. And, you know, I'm kind of with you, Mark, about the series. It was a damn entertaining 3 games. And, yeah, you'd love to win 2 of the 3, sure. And you had a chance to win yesterday. I get it. But at the end of it, we mentioned this before, Philadelphia and L.A. both come in, and I offered you 3 and 3. And you said, Schmidt, yeah, I'd take 3 and 3.
Yeah.
And that's what they got.
Yeah, it's not a disaster. It's just frustrating. It's frustrating, and I get it. But I just didn't come away from yesterday's game. It's always funny. I don't want to get all philosophical here, but every fan, when your team has a chance to win the game and they don't, you're like, we should have won. I mean, a very different way of looking at this is the Giants were like 2 outs away from losing that game 2-0.
Yeah.
Right? And so a Dodger fan's like, crap, we should have won. And then Matos puts one up into the seats. And now you have a whole new ball game. And then the Giants are granted an opportunity in the bottom of the 10th, and their best hitter smacked one 106 miles an hour and ended up in a glove. And so you keep playing, and then Texas leaguers and seeing eye this and that and whatever, and now it's 5-2 and you lose a ball game. And you go to bed all ticked off like, we should have won. And you could have, but that was like, I don't know, there were 2 things that stood out to me this weekend. And I thought this was highly competitive, close, one-run type Giants-Dodgers baseball with a very activated crowd. That's the beautiful side of it. Now, the other side of it is how much blue was in the stands.
Right.
And then, which is not surprising, but to me what was surprising was it made its way to the Giants clubhouse, to where they talked about it in front of microphones.
Well, that's unacceptable. I'm with you on that. Surprising, but also I think unacceptable, because if you're a Giants fan and you have season tickets and you get to go to 81 of them, and you know you can't go to 81, and you kind of want to recoup what you can recoup outside of, going to the games that you're going to go to, well, the Dodger series becomes one that's a natural one to sell. And I'm sorry if Giants fans, or in this case Giants players, take umbrage at the fact that there are more Dodger fans in the building. That's just going to be the way it goes. The Dodgers are a massive global brand. They've got some of the most popular players in the game globally, so they're going to have fans all over. And I liked what you said during the crossover. You can't complain about Dodger fans at Oracle and at the same time champion the fact that the Niners are the best traveling team in the NFL. So we're all proud of that. Well, the Dodgers are kind of that version in baseball where the Dodger fan is going to travel because they're really good.
Dude, it's mid-July. It's an easy trip. Obviously, there are tons of Dodger fans who live here the same way there are tons of Giants fans who live there. I did this for years. I lived there and wore Giants hats and went to Dodger Stadium, and I was not alone. I don't think it's a takeover kind of a thing. I think a Dodger fan is pretty freaking loud right now because they are a traveling show. There's no 2 ways about it. But before we continue this, we should let everybody hear what was said. This is both Logan Webb and Willie Adames, and this is, I think, after the Friday night game? Okay, so this is after a win. Logan Webb and Willie Adames both referenced it.
Every time we play these guys, it always seems like it's a great atmosphere. Probably a little too many Dodger fans in the stands, but yeah, it's always fun playing against them. Always a great energy.
Not gonna lie, I feel like we had too many Dodgers fans today here. So maybe tomorrow we get more San Francisco fans. But no, the energy was intense. I loved it. It felt like a playoff game, to be honest. that's how high the energy was tonight. But like I said, I loved it, and I love playing games like that. So
now, listen, I don't think anything that was said there is like offensive. It's not like, right? They didn't go over the top. And Logan, for one, I thought actually those two statements were a little different. Logan is like, well, a little too many Dodger fans. I think Giants fans feel the same way. Willie, when he says, hopefully more Giants fans will show up tomorrow, that's where I think we're starting to dip our toe into the water of, dude, don't go there. Don't just don't go there. I don't think professional athletes have anything to say about fan behavior unless it is essentially law-breaking behavior. If you're getting into fights, if you're yelling racist things from the stands, if you're throwing a ball on the field like somebody did earlier this year, now we can have a conversation about the fans. But if you want to get into their pockets, how much money they spend, what they do with their weekend, I'm sorry, that is not your domain.
Yeah, and I would add just the one piece of it's the first time that he's ever played in this series at home as a Giant.
Yep.
So, I mean, he doesn't have that deep back history, the backstory, to where he actually could compare it to other experiences. So that was the part that kind of caught me a little bit off guard, because I know he's been here all year, but this is the Dodgers' first series in town, so he hasn't even been through it yet. And, Giants fans in general, they show up. They're loud. They support the team. And, yeah, when the Dodgers come in, it's always going to be a little bit different because of the proximity and the fact that they're really good right now.
I mean, I would just say this. I honestly would say this, and you referenced it. If somebody is, and I don't know how many people, are we talking about all season ticket holders here, but if you did buy one of those like full plans, or even if you did like a half plan or whatever, and I don't even know what the hell that costs. I've never been a season ticket holder for anything. But if you bought that and your business model literally was like, so let's say I bought 40 games, and I'm going to take 6 of those games, the Dodger games, and I'm going to put those things on the market, and I'm going to make back 50% or more of what I spent for the entire season. Dude, good on you. Good on you. And I say that as diehard of a Giants fan as there is. I don't think there's any embarrassment in that whatsoever. We are not on the team. We don't have an assignment here. That is not how sports entertainment works. We don't we do not have something that we're supposed to go do. You're supposed to go do it, and we're supposed to watch and enjoy it. And if we enjoy it, we'll come more. And if we don't enjoy it, we'll come less. That's how it works. Honestly, that's the end of the story. You got to stop romanticizing this idea of like painting your face and going into Section 120 and having an effect on the game. You don't.
I mean, you almost never do, and, as a crowd, you can be impactful in your cheering or your booing or whatever, but like you said, that's not your responsibility. Your responsibility is to obey the rules as they're laid out on the back of the ticket, and the fan code of conduct and the behavior. That's all that you have to do, quote unquote. And if you buy an 81 game or a 40 game, whatever you buy, when you buy those tickets, you now own the right to that ticket. And if you want to sell it and make a little bit of profit, by all means. And, I'm not asking Willie Adames to, go out there and play with an extra edge when it's the Dodgers and go out there and fight somebody, because I really hate the Dodgers. And so I need you to go out there and spike somebody, or I need Logan Webb to go out and throw at somebody because I hate the Dodgers. No, his job is to go out and play baseball. And as a fan, your job, you don't have a job. You get to show up to the game and do what you want to do.
Yeah, actually, and by the way, I just pulled up the Major League Baseball attendance figures.
Yeah.
There's a couple things that are quirky and interesting, I think. First of all, the Dodgers are number 1, as you'd expect. The Giants are number 8. They're averaging 36,000 fans per night.
That's good, yeah.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic. But how about this? They are also number 8 in road attendance. And I'll give you one quirk of this stat that I find interesting. You can do whatever you want with it. But the Giants have a higher per game road attendance than the New York Yankees do. How about that?
Yeah.
So, the larger point is this. If I play for the San Francisco Giants, I have nothing to say to my fans but thank you. That's it. That's it. There's nothing else to say. Their behavior has been exemplary. I don't know of any incidents this year other than the wackadoodle who threw the ball from the upper deck. I don't know of any incidents this year. I know that almost every game, again, they're averaging 36,000. The weekends have been absolutely packed. The weekdays have been good enough. And the weather has been whatever, so fine. And the Giants are a very good home team. Like, this has been performed exactly as you would hope it to. And again, I'm not saying that Logan Webb or Willie Adames, and I know Elliot Ramos spoke about it as well the following day. I'm not saying that they're criticizing the fans. I just, to be honest with you, I don't even like that's something that they notice. It's like that should not be on your mind when you're going out there to play the Los Angeles Dodgers. It was an energetic environment. It was a playoff type series. It looked like one both in the stands and on the scoreboard. Bravo! That's it.
Yeah. And what would you put the mix at, Mark, on like Friday night where the comments came out? Was it 70% Giants? Was it 70-30?
Grandy's sitting next to you. He was there. I didn't go. I watched these games.
Yeah.
Is Grandy out and about? Or
He's
is he
here.
Right there?
No, he's here. What would you put it at, Grandy?
Yeah, what would you say, Mark?
Yeah, probably around 70-30. Down the first base line, obviously the Dodgers dugout, and I was only there Friday night, and specifically Friday night, there was a lot of blue down the first base line.
Yep.
But the rest of the park was definitely vast majority Giants fans. Down the first base line was majority Dodger, but everywhere else was majority Giants. So I think 70-30 is probably fair.
Okay. I just don't. That's not concerning to me at all.
No, I mean, and it shouldn't be concerning to them, quite frankly, because not that it's none of their business, but like you said, Mark, the Giants are number 8 in attendance, and if you're averaging 36,000 fans a game, that is phenomenal, and it's because your team's been good. The team's been good, and the fans want to come out, and the fans are coming out now in larger numbers. And, yeah, when the Dodgers come in, it's always going to be a bit of a factor. You're not going to get 100% Giants fans. And I think about the Giants when they took on the Marlins, right, a couple weeks ago when Miami was in town. There was no talk about, the Marlin takeover because they don't have fans.
Right.
So when you have the Dodgers, you know the Dodger fans are going to show up. And I just was a little bit put off that they would even, like you said, to notice it is one thing, to comment is another. And the whole idea about road attendance, now that you had me thinking about that, I'm looking at the Yankees, and their first series, they had 3 in Pittsburgh, 3 in Detroit, where they didn't even get 15,000 fans. They had 4 in Tampa, and they actually went to Sacramento as the Giants did to take on the Athletics. So sometimes your road attendance numbers are skewed based on who you happen to draw on the road.
No doubt. The Giants had an early road trip this year in April where they went to visit the Yankees and then the Phillies. And then, by the way,
it's pretty good.
Then they went to the Angels for a weekend, which surprisingly is a well-attended ballpark as well.
Yeah.
So, I'm not saying by any stretch that this is some sort of definitive stat. I just look at the whole board, and I go, I don't think that the Giants have anything to be concerned about with regard to how their fans are behaving. But the secondary thing, if they did, I know what most fans would say. You want more fans? Get more hits. How about that? Get more hits. Right? The Dodger fans are loud and activated and traveling right now because their lineup is really fun. Really fun. In fact, kind of generational when you add in the Shohei factor. Shohei Ohtani is a whole entity in and of himself. And so I don't know, quite frankly, how any baseball team in America is going to sort of compare itself and its fans' behavior up against the Dodgers simply because of Shohei Ohtani.
Well, yeah, it's not only Shohei, but you're right. And if you look up and down the lineup, they've got a lot of guys who can hit, and fans are into that. And if you're a Dodger fan who lives up here, you've already marked down the 2 times that the Dodgers are going to come up, and it becomes appointment viewing, and you absolutely have to show up and be there. So I get that. I just look at what the Giants have done this year attendance-wise and the comments that they made, and they're just a little bit out of line because the Giants fans have shown up this year. Even though this team doesn't have a great offense, attendance is up, 20% this year from last year, and it's gone up and up and up each of the last couple of years, and now you do have a lineup that people can recognize and that they can rely on. And so this team is much more watchable than ever before. But when you get a series like this against the Dodgers, you have to understand that there will be Dodger fans who show up.
Yeah, this was not – did this catch somebody off guard?
Right, Adames maybe.
I guess. I mean, I could have told anybody that that's what the ballpark was going to be like this weekend. And by the way – in many respects, if we can, and I actually feel this about the final score too, if you can kind of remove the fandom emotion from this, just for a second, I don't want you to remove it for the whole weekend because that's what we're doing here. But if you can step out of that for just a moment, I really don't think anything happened in that ballpark this weekend that's all that concerning. You know what I mean? They played very close baseball with the Dodgers, one-run games, extra inning games. They had some sore luck on Sunday. They also didn't help themselves in a couple of little spots. And then as far as the fans, dude, playoff atmosphere, 3 sellouts. I don't know, man. That weekend, that's what you wait for. That's what we're doing here.
Yeah, and you're hoping you get more of that in October, maybe not against the Dodgers, but against somebody where you get that electric atmosphere. I just look at, a little bit too much sloppy play that continues to kind of rear its head. And, Wilmer Flores at first base is an ongoing problem, and I don't know if Devers will be ready by the time the break is over. He looks like he's been playing hurt, and maybe he gets a week off and he's able to come back and look better and look fresher. And, Elliot Ramos, I feel like has hit a wall a little bit offensively. Jung-Hoo Lee is in a big-time struggle at the plate, and now it seems to maybe be bleeding over into the field. So you're right about, in general, there aren't that many things to be worried about, but there are a bunch of little things, I feel like.
I know July is only halfway over, but Jung-Hoo Lee's OPS in July is 852.
Yep, been better.
Yeah, he's he's had a good July, a terrible May, and an even worse June.
Somehow, yeah.
But he to me, he looks like he's perking up a little bit. And I get what you mean about the field. I think some of those were some tough plays. He made some good ones too. I don't know, man. I'm with every Giants fan. It feels sort of unfulfilling and frustrating, but I don't point to anything as larger issues in the moment. They're not a great team. Remember that also. I think they're a good team. They're not a great team, but I buy what Bob Melvin said when you come out of those 6 games against division leaders. I thought the Giants had some great moments. The other team had some great moments. You went 3-3. I mean, I think that looked the way that you want it to look. It looked like playoff baseball.
Right, and you went 3-3, which, 2 really good teams, and you'd love to do better, but I'll take 3-3, and we talked about it last week. Would you take 3-3? We both agreed that you would, and yet here you sit now at the All-Star break, and a few more than 60 games remaining, and you still have a lot of work to do to make it into that wild card, let alone to be in a spot where, maybe you could get through and advance out of that wild card. I think that, the way they're going about it right now, winning 3 out of the 3 or 3 out of the 6 or whatever, that's fine, and that's kind of what you were hoping for, but I see some things that need to get shored up if you really want to make a move.
By the way, there actually was one fan. There was one fan.
Yep.
We need to discuss, which we'll get to in just a second, but let's do Richie and Queens first. Richie has called in on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Richie, what's up?
Hey, guys, how are you?
What's happening, man?
Well, yeah, you guys, the first half, I got to give them a B to be 8 over. They're like 5 hits from being B+. Even higher because their hitting is just, you touched on a few things. I know Lee's gotten a little bit better. Chappie was 1 for 9. I have no faith with 2 outs and a man on. They had a couple of chances with Adames, with a man on third, get the hit. You know, up until yesterday, until the extra innings, they had given up 4 runs in 2 games, and they wound up going 0-2. I mean, Devers just is a ground ball to first. If he hit another ground ball to first, I was really going to say there's a definite issue with his back or whatever. But, you know, and I know he hit those balls deep or whatever, but the bottom line is you still got to get a hit. When he came up with the bases loaded, 1 out, we need a line drive hit. He gave us a sacrifice fly, made 2 outs. So it's frustrating. And you mentioned some of the guys that, you know, I know Ramos has definitely hit a wall. Without a doubt, Flores at first, isn't it? Bailey is, you know, at interstate at 200, made that big play the other day. But they've got to come up with the more consistent hitting. And the reason that they're in these games, their pitching is so solid. It's really been good. Even, you know, Verlander being a little shaky. Rupes proved to be a solid 3 or 4. You know, Ray gave you 2 runs. Again, give up 2 runs in 6 innings against the team. And the Dodgers have struggled. They really have. And real quick, guys, I go a little older with the All-Star game. You know, I was talking here today. I remember the 3 games. They used to play 2 games in 59 to 62. And there were years when they'd have even picked a relief pitcher because, you know, they dominated the National League so far when they had Koufax for 3 innings and Drysdale for 2 innings and Gibson for 2 innings and Marichal for 2 innings. So there was no need to have 12 pitches like now. So the middle relief guys were just like, you know, there was no need to pick them. And so, yeah, I just think we have work to do. Again, I'm going to Milwaukee in late August. I want to see them in the race.
Nice.
But they've got to pick it up with the hitting. You know, guys, they
do.
They've got to go. They really, really do.
No, there's no doubt. Richie, thanks so much, man.
Richie.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. I'm certainly not arguing otherwise, but I just found yesterday to be, while frustrating, maybe the wrong day to say, wow, the Giants blew it. I look at it as one of their young kids clutched up with an amazing hit, sent the game to extra innings, and then what was supposed to be kind of the ultimate moment at the end of the game, your best hitter got into one, and it didn't fall. It didn't fall. And then they brought wet newspapers to the plate in the top of the 11th, and things went their way.
Yeah.
Like, I throw my hands up in a game like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would look at the bigger picture, though, of that game where, you know, you couldn't hit it all. And it felt like the last couple of games you couldn't get anything going. Friday night, the offense was there, and you had to hold on, and you did, and you got the win. But Saturday and Sunday, it felt too familiar, Mark. Like, this is the offense, and you can take out names like Adames and Chapman and Devers, and you can put in other names like Wade and, you know, Wisely or whoever you want to put in. It felt too familiar with a flaccid offense inning after inning.
I get it, but look, I mean, 18 innings over the weekend, the Giants had scored 3 runs, the Dodgers had scored 4.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm asked what good baseball is supposed to look like. Did you see this fan that we caught on our Twitter page? And she had a poster board with a Giants logo and a Dodgers logo.
I didn't see that, no.
And so on the back of her poster board, she explained it. She wrote, "Born a Giants fan, became a Dodgers fan.
Oh, boy.
Love them both."
Well, I mean, baseball teams are like children, Mark. You love them equally.
I feel like this lady should have the same treatment as that guy in Arizona who keeps catching homers in left field.
Banned for life?
Yeah, you're not welcome here anymore. We're not doing this. Yeah.
Yep.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Dibs is in Vegas at Summer League, and one of the Warriors draft picks, Alex Tui, is expected along shortly. So we'll be chatting with him, and we'll get into the Jauan Jennings situation. We'll keep taking your calls. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
We're live in the Laughing Monk studios. Laughing Monk is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Dan Dibley is not righteously in San Francisco right now.
No.
I am, but he's in Vegas. You in Vegas, dog. Vegas.
Yeah, and I also am righteously brewed, for sure, without a doubt.
Well, that's remains to be seen. You got a sick night ahead, brother. Sick night.
Yeah, I've already kind of laid it out. Early dinner, early tuck-in. Tuck-in time. No toddler, no wife, no issues.
I tell you what, with our Cache Creek trip, I got a quick little view. I think you learn a lot about a person when you hit the road with them, and they're kind of away from their norm, which is their people, their family, whatever. And I think that the Lovely Supper will be happy to know that what you do, like people have these little sayings, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. When the family's away, Dan will play.
Yeah, the cat will play.
Whatever, like
the mice.
All of that stuff is very much not you. Like when left to your own devices, you go to sleep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. What happens in Vegas stays in his hotel room.
Right.
Is the way the expression actually goes.
I think for you, it's what happens in Vegas is sleep.
Exactly.
That's it. There it is.
And I mean, as you know, Mark, you got to bank your sleep. So I'm going to sleep now because when I get back home, I'm going to have that sleep in the bank, thank God.
Don't do it.
No, we're not going to do that. But I will probably stick and stay and enjoy some of this summer league because,
good.
Ultimately, I love basketball in person probably the most out of all the sports. Baseball's great in person, but Summer League, you can get a good seat. You just walk in the arena. You might be 10th row, and you get a chance to see some players who will be the future of the league and some guys who this is it. This is the pinnacle. And I remember I came here with Joe Lowe and Dibs many years ago, and the Warriors had a guy on their Summer League team named, I want to say it was John Clavel.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Something.
He went for like 14, and the next day, Low Neal was like, this guy's it. He's the future. He's the truth. And he had one more Summer League game and gone.
Yeah.
I believe he is now playing in the Turkish Second League.
This is, to me, Summer League is great. It's a great event. I do think things happen there. I just don't think that the things that happen there are usually on the basketball court. I think that execs are meeting right now. I think conversations are happening. I think it's networking through the roof. But what you see on the basketball court largely can be fun.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. It is very much like preseason football. Do not get excited about the player that scores double digits or the player that only scores 4 points. And then you decide based on your one Summer League watch that this player is either going to be good or going to be bad. Like there is a whole journey and career out there for these players, and it is not decided based on what they do tonight.
Right, and I mean, as evidenced by Cooper Flagg, who came on out and had a Summer League of, 2 games? And, all right, Coop, thanks. That's going to be about all we need from you. And so he gets to go back home and chill. And, you get to this point in Summer League, and the majority of the top prospects are going to be getting shut down. I mean, you don't want to, as you were mentioning, have anybody possibly get hurt. And then what is fun is you get into the elimination portion of Summer League where a lot of these players who won't make NBA teams, they're actually out there competing hard to try to get more run and to try to get more exposure and maybe win a Summer League chip.
888-957-957 is the number. As you can hear, Dibs is in Vegas. Alex Tui, one of the draft picks for the Warriors, expected along sometime soon. We've got the Jauan Jennings situation. If you're unaware, today, report has come out that Jauan has been talking to the 49ers about a restructured deal. He would like a new contract. They've not given it to him as of yet. He would like it by the time camp starts. If not, he will show up, but he will show up with a trade request in hand. And apparently that has been reported to Adam Schefter by the Tennessee Titans beat reporter, apparently. I personally think that came from Jauan. That's just me. But anyway, we'll discuss that in a little bit because Dibs and I have some differing thoughts on that. But let's go to Jack in Berkeley. Hey, Jack, what's going on? Thank you for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, what's
just
up?
a few comments on Rafi Devers. When they got him, I didn't know a lot about him, but I did. I read about him a little bit and said, and then it really piqued my interest. So I started watching like every game. I record it and then sometimes fast forward and stuff like that. But you wait for him to come up. You wait for it, and some of these things about not being the face of the franchise, fitting in the clubhouse, things like that. What I think if he was hitting just close to where he was in Boston, things like that, he did.
Jack, unfortunately, your phone is betraying you.
Yeah.
Almost like Rafi Devers back.
A little bit, yeah. Unfortunately, you never know. You wake up one day and your back hurts and you jump on with Willard and Dibs and maybe the phone goes out. That's just the way that goes sometimes. But I'm kind of with you on Rafi Devers, Mark. Like, we are about a month into a 7-year career. It has not been great to start, but we can go ahead and, slow play it and hold the panic for a little while right now because it's going to be a long way to go before we get to the point where we have to actually worry about it.
Yeah, I'm with you. And by the way, I know Alex Tui is stepping in here in just a moment.
He's got a great handshake.
Okay, beautiful. Lead the way, man. Alex Tui is here.
Yeah, he is here, and he's just getting the headset on. And, when you see somebody, Alex Tui, welcome to Willard and Dibs. I'm Dibs. My partner Willard is back in San Francisco. And, I kept looking for a 6'8" guy to stroll up. And here you are. How you liking Vegas so far, Alex?
It's hot. It's really hot.
Wait, hold on a minute. Are you telling me that 109, you consider that hot?
The thing about Australia is we don't live in the places where it's not meant to be lived in. We live in the nice areas. But, yeah, this heat's next level for me.
But there are places in Australia, the middle of the country where it would get this hot.
It gets this hot all the time, but I stay away from those places.
There you go.
Alex, if it helps at all, don't worry. The NBA and America, we do the opposite as well. So when you hit Minnesota for a roadie in December, you get to do that too when it's like 4 degrees.
I can't wait.
Yeah. So, hey, I know last night was by far and away the best performance that you've had so far. How did that feel? Was there like a light bulb that kind of came on? Take us through the journey so far.
Yeah, I mean, not the start I was kind of looking for in those first 2 games, but I think just kind of adjusting to the pace and the level of physicality and that sort of thing. And I think now just being comfortable playing with these guys and feeling comfortable in the system and still not kind of playing at the level I'd like to, but definitely a good step in the right direction. So, keep getting better each day and we've got a few more to go, so hopefully keep progressing as a team.
And do you like that sort of pace and that sort of style of ball? Because, the Warriors last year, they wanted to be up and down and go and play fast and shoot threes. Is that something that makes you comfortable on the court?
Definitely. That's kind of one of the reasons I stayed in Australia, like the 24-second shot clock and playing in a high-pace offense. So it's definitely something that excites me, and I think it's hard to guard. Like, guys don't want to play that fast for 48 minutes, and obviously the shooters and the smart players the Warriors have, I think it plays to their advantage, and different teams have different play styles that suit their players, but I think the Warriors playing fast is something that I enjoy, and I can't wait to really do it.
Warriors rookie Alex Tui is with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game, the home of the Warriors. Alex, have you connected with any teammates so far? We know that some of the guys are there in Vegas, Buddy Hield, Draymond, Pods, etc. Have you had any conversations with guys yet?
Yeah, so I met Draymond and Buddy yesterday, which was exciting, and seeing them around at the facility here and how they're training and showing their commitment to the team, and they're supporting the young guys coming to watch games, and then kind of QP, BP, and Trace, seeing those guys around, and they've been training with us a little bit in the lead up and the California Classic. So seeing them around, and they're great guys. They have a conversation with anyone on the team if they're on the roster or not. So yeah, it's just a great organization, and just great leaders all around.
You mentioned QP, Quentin Post. How much has he been somebody that you can model yourself after in that, he came in and took him a little while, but then he was able to find the shot and make an impact. Do you look at a player like that as far as your own trajectory?
Yeah, I think he's a great story, and obviously being a second-round pick like myself and Will, I think just shows that the Warriors value talent, and if you're good enough to play, they'll find room for you. So it's definitely exciting that if you're good enough, you're gonna find a spot somewhere. So I think just the conversations with him, he's a great person, and he's a chill guy. He knows what it's like. He knows the business now. So he's definitely given me a lot of advice.
Alex, I know that you're probably aware of this. The Warriors are in such a win now mode that when they get to the draft, they tend to look for players who are not necessarily projects, maybe guys who could play right away. What is your thought on that, and to what level do you feel ready to contribute this year?
I think I'm definitely ready. It's obviously an adjustment from any league to the NBA. I mean, the athletes are better, the pace is faster, but I think the faster you can adapt to different situations and adapt to the daily routine and the offense, I think that's kind of stuff that sets players apart, and I think I'm one of those guys that can pick that stuff up pretty quickly and find ways to understand what certain players on the team like and how to get players in the right area. So I think just, being able to have that mental fortitude to kind of adapt and be ready in different situations, and then continuing to get in the gym and work on your shot every day, and understanding that might not be that many minutes at the start, but if you're in the G League for a bit and showing what you can do down there and continue to just get better each day, they're going to appreciate that, and then eventually if you're ready, you can help out. Yeah,
you'll force your way up here if you play well enough in Santa Cruz. And I wonder, being down in Australia, how much of the NBA growing up you watched, and which team and which player did you gravitate toward?
The NBA, when I was growing up, it was kind of hard. It wasn't really on TV in Australia, and it was more just like YouTube highlights. So kind of like that Lob City, Blake Griffin era. That was when I started to really get in the.
There, you hear that, Mark? Lob City, Blake Griffin.
Yeah, that was when I really got into it. And then like Steph Curry and the Warriors are such a big deal in Australia, so I like watching them. And then Klay Thompson's one of those guys that I like to watch, and obviously his shooting's incredible, but his footwork and how he gets to his spot, and then defensively Draymond and how much he changes the defensive scheme of the team, and he's always in the right areas telling guys where to be. So I think everyone always has a bit of information, and I can't wait to get around those guys and try and pick off as much as I can.
Warrior rookie Alex Tui with us live, Summer League in Vegas here on Willard and Dibs. Alex, allow me to be the 800th person to ask you about Andrew Bogut. And so, but I'd love to know just kind of what conversations happened there with regard to knowing that you're coming to the Warriors and the fact that he played for, he played for this coach, he played with some of these players. What did he tell you about what you're about to experience?
He was super honest. He said they value smart players that can shoot, pass, and dribble. So he thinks I'll fit in that area, and then it's just from there that the league is a different level of physicality. The pace is another level, but kind of the guys that can adapt to that and understand the flow and the cadence of the game are the guys that last a long time. So having pretty good conversations with him, and he's pretty blunt in his texts about what he sees, so I definitely value that from him.
Have you gotten some texts since you've been out here? Like, has he given you some real-time feedback on your couple of games here in Vegas?
Yeah, definitely, and kind of asking him about the physicality, and he's like, that's how it goes. The superstars will get their calls in the season, so he's got to expect nothing as a rookie coming in, and everything you get away with, you got to take it.
Alex, you said he's blunt. That means he's giving you some constructive criticism. I'd love to hear more about that. What does he see?
He just thinks I'm playing a bit timid right now, which is probably fair. I think just trust myself a little bit more, find my ways, and kind of let the game come to me. So he's definitely a big help. And I also messaged Delly when I signed, and I said, hey, man, give me some tips on guarding Steph. What do you got for me? So
hold on. Does Delly, and when you say Delly, Matthew Dellavedova, does he actually still think that he's the Steph stopper?
Delly's a great guy. I think he plays every game as it is, and he's still going down in the NBL. So he believes in himself, and I think he's done some great things in his career, and he's just appreciative of everything that's gone his way, and he's kind of one of the hardest workers and kind of like that TJ McConnell. He probably shouldn't be where he is, but he found a way and got it done. So definitely kind of epitomizes that Australian toughness and culture.
Yeah, and we have a soft spot for him because Dellavedova went to St. Mary's, which is in the town where I actually live in the Bay Area. And so I wonder about you as a kid. Did you ever have any thought about American college, and did you get recruited by Randy Bennett to go to St. Mary's?
I did. I got recruited by Randy, but in the end I decided to commit to Gonzaga and then went back to the NBL and stayed in Australia, and I loved my time there, and I think it definitely prepared me. But this last off-season I got all the Australians there I'm very close with. So last off-season I drove up from LA and saw them all, and I was like, hey, can I watch a practice? I was like, oh, Randy's going to be so mad at me, but he was the nicest dude I've ever met, like so genuine. And, it just shows the character of him. And the Aussie pipeline they've had for ages is super cool, and I'm glad to be around them, and I'll definitely pop in.
So, Alex, I'm gathering from your opening comment about the weather there in Vegas that you've never been there before. Is that so?
I came here 2 years ago just to watch, and I don't think it was this hot.
Okay.
This is kind of next level to me.
Well, but I'm interested in what else strikes you about Vegas and sort of how you handle a night off in that city right now.
Yeah, it's pretty full on. Obviously, the heat kind of keeps everyone inside during the day, and then they go out at night. But there's good food here, which is nice. There's good food. It's easy to get around. I haven't really done much gambling, so haven't done any of that. So that's kind of cool to just people watch and see how people come here, and it's you obviously watch The Hangover and that sort of thing. So it's a pretty iconic place. But yeah, it's just cool to see, and we kind of don't have anything like this in Australia. So every new city is kind of cool to look around and explore.
And you're 21 now, so you actually can get out there and get after it a little bit, and no game till tomorrow. So the nightlife could come your way. Is it hard getting to know your teammates in Summer League, knowing that the majority of them are going to wind up in other places? In other words, a Summer League team, you want to be a team, right? But at the same time, you've got to kind of be out for yourself as well. Is that a little bit of a weird experience?
I don't think so. I think the Warriors, they've done a great job of finding good guys, and I think watching some teams play Summer League, it's just like it's an ISO ball game where the stars just trying to get their own, and I think they've done a good job of finding guys that play the right way, share the ball, and I think that's kind of the way the Warriors play. So, and those guys are generally the guys you want to hang around and build connections with, and I feel like I've definitely done that with these guys. So obviously, end of the day, everyone will split up and do their own thing, but it's kind of those memories you'll build forever. And like thinking of this, Joe Ingles played Summer League for the Warriors, so like that's kind of random that some of these guys I'm sure will be having some great NBA careers eventually. So it's definitely cool, and kind of build that connection now and then link up whenever we see each other again.
You're listening to Alex Toohey, Warriors rookie at Summer League in Vegas. Dibs is on the scene, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Alex, it's really fascinating to hear you talk about all of these connections with the Australian players, especially, obviously, those conversations that you're saying you have with Bogut. And it got me to thinking, because I think most people know Andrew is part owner of a team for which you played over there in Australia. Does this go back maybe to even before the draft? In other words, were there conversations maybe even between the Warriors and Bogut that you think led to them being interested in you?
Maybe not like off the bat. I think obviously you got to be good enough to make it that level, but I think after that initial interest of this guy's a good player, and kind of realizing that we've got someone that we've had around and we enjoyed having around in Bogut, and then they can reach out and be like, hey, what's he like off the court, and how's he in training and that sort of thing. So I think that's probably the further connection where they probably found out a little bit more than the average scout's able to find out. So having that, and then Luke Longley's another owner as well, and Luke obviously played with Steve Kerr and very fond of each other, and Luke's been a big help in this process as well, and he's been super supportive. Both those owners have been in my whole journey.
And when did you realize that your journey might percolate into this? Was there a moment where you're playing well and you're starting to get noticed? Because Australia's literally half the world away, and I don't know how much Australian basketball my partner watches, but I'll be honest and say I don't watch any. And then you see these prospects come over. I wonder for you when it really started, when it hit you that this dream might actually be realized.
Probably, I had a tournament over here in Atlanta with our NBA Academy team, and kind of got a few offers out of that, and that was kind of the start of, all right, like, there's steps to getting where you want to get, and it's making the high school varsity teams the biggest deal, and then you make that, and it's like, all right, I want to go play Division I college or play pro, and then kind of looking at that, and when you're one step away in the NBL or at college, I think that's when you can kind of eye towards, if I get to the NBA, what's it going to look like? What do I need to do to get there? What position would I be in? So I think the NBL definitely helped me prepare for that. And then being in Australia and seeing Giddy and Dyson and kind of being with them before they are who they are, and kind of seeing them when they're in high school and their habits and the things they do, and they're being like, oh, I can probably do what Giddy does, or I can take pieces of Dyson's defense and kind of apply that in my own way. And then from there, you just get confident, and you get to not just watch NBA as a fan, but kind of analyze it and realize that, I can be in that position, or this guy's probably in the wrong spot to get this catch and shoot shot. So I think you just get confident in watching and playing, and then you kind of have that intrinsic confidence in yourself that you're ready.
Alex, great stuff. All right, take us inside your trip and your experience. Have you had any sort of like starstruck moments? Who have you run into across the league?
Seen a lot. Pretty cool seeing like Wemby walking around the hotel, and Kawhi Leonard as well. And I think meeting Draymond was pretty cool as well. And he's been around for a while. And my brother played Division II basketball at Saginaw Valley State University, so got to talk about that for a while.
Yep.
But yeah, it's been cool and meeting all these guys, and they're just humble people. They're superstars from afar, but when you meet them, they're just ordinary people too.
What did Draymond say to you?
It was just a brief hello. He was taking off and we were coming in, but yeah, we'll have some good conversations.
All right, Alex, really nice to meet you, man, and best of luck. We'll be watching, obviously. Thank you so much for stopping by today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Okay.
There he is.
There he is. By the way, you said good handshake?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eye contact.
That matters a lot. I think that matters.
It is everything. And, Alex, you're still here, and the handshake, 10 out of 10. And that is a reflection on your parents. My son just saw my father-in-law recently, and he comes in the room. Both my kids stood up off the couch, went over, eye contact, firm handshake. It means everything. Raymond, I'd get up, but, I got a bad knee. Apologies. But, Mark, with your sons, when your sons, meet somebody and they do it right, it's like, yeah, Abe, yeah, Jude, right on, kids.
Oh, I know.
Awesome.
I love it when they do that, but it always makes me walk away and go, why the hell don't they act that way at home?
To me, exactly.
Why don't you treat me with any respect? You respect everybody else.
Yeah,
anyway,
there is that.
Yeah,
I
there
get
is
that.
There is that. Well, that was fun, man. He's a delightful guy to talk to.
Yeah, good, solid kid at 21. And, I will say this in honor of Guru. He needs to get in the lab, and he will. He needs to put on, probably 20 or 30.
Sure.
And he mentioned the physicality probably 8 times. And I'll just say this, not with any envy, but he's a slender kid. He's a slender fella, so he's going to need to bulk up a little bit to get up into the association. He's got time.
Yeah,
he's only 21.
Listen, I do like when the NBA players on my team are in good shape. That's one thing that I do like.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Anyway, today is day 1 of our All-Star Week prize blowout here at 95.7 The Game. So every day this week, each show, every day, we'll give out a phenomenal prize. And today we're giving out a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop. One lucky listener will win that, and it'll happen in the 4 o'clock hour. Exactly an hour from now is when you need to start listening at 4:30 to learn how you can win. Dibs is on the scene in Vegas for Summer League. We're expecting more people to stop by, absolutely for sure, but also want to get into the latest on Jauan Jennings of the 49ers. So much for a quiet offseason. We've got some things to discuss. If you don't know about it, stay tuned. That's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Thank you, Dibs. Thank you, Mark.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Dan Dibley could win at nothing. No, don't do that. Don't do that. See, don't do that because it's out of context. He's out of the office. I'm about to be out of the office. We got plenty of time for this fight. I know that it's coming. Can you let me go on my honeymoon first? And then we'll have this fight when he gets back and I get back. I'm going to give him a straight because he's not here. Yeah, Dan Dibley could win at nothing. I said it. He needs,
on Friday?
He needs the context. We will have this fight in August. Okay?
I mean, yeah.
We'll have this fight. I've already had my fight for the day.
Well,
that's it.
There's no fight to have. I learned a little bit from that drop that you're a backstabber. When I'm not around,
I'm not.
You're out there.
It's not
I'm
a
catching
backstab.
strays, and I'm not even around.
Yeah,
that's just
I know.
Straight up backstabbing.
Okay.
When you're hating on a guy who's not around to defend himself,
well,
that's pretty weak.
Usually when you're not around, you're about to call. So let's be real.
I weigh in when necessary.
I know, and again,
when I feel like the show needs a lift, I call in, which is every time.
Yeah, thanks. That's more a shot at Grandy than me. But anyway,
he's right next to me. At
I know. Yeah, punch him in the arm.
Huh?
Anyway, it's coming. Don't worry. It's a tease. It's 2 weeks away. We'll get to it. I'll explain. But anyway, I hear Will Richard's going to be by here shortly.
Yeah, we're hoping
Okay.
any minute now. And
right.
you know how it works where, Raymond Ritter comes up, and it's fun to see summertime Raymond Ritter. And for those people who don't know who that is, he's the vice president of communications with the Warriors, and he's always nattily dressed in a suit and tie, buttoned up, and he's looking like absolutely dressed to the nines. Well, here he's wearing gigantic oversized basketball shorts and some sort of a poncho.
Yes, that's incredible. Yeah,
is that an accurate description,
Well, I
Randy?
don't know about the poncho, but he's also wearing like slides, like Nike slides,
Get
with mid-calf socks.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
This is fantastic.
He walks up, and I look at his credential, and his credential says Peter Goober on it. Peter Goober. So,
well, that's better than just saying Goober. Like if that's all it said.
Well, and apparently his credential was underneath, so that tells me that Peter Goober at some point will be here today. I would imagine.
Yeah, or just said, I'm not coming, so go ahead and use my credential if you need to get up into the really high floors.
I guess.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway, I mean, you almost did a disservice to what Raymond usually wears. Like, it's not just the suit. Like, it's that vest and those sneakers.
Oh, yeah.
That vest and those sneakers, you could see him from anywhere in any building when the Warriors play at all times. So if you're seeing him in slides, that's a special moment for you.
Yeah, and socks. And
socks.
Honestly, for the amount that he walks at a Warrior game, I would be wearing sneakers too. Otherwise, his feet would be absolutely throbbing.
Brutal, yeah. So anyway, the other Warrior rookie, Will Richard, expected by shortly. Meantime, there was plenty from Warrior veterans and even former Warrior veterans, mainly courtesy of the Lake Tahoe Golf Tournament, where Monty Poole did catch up with Steph Curry, but also the guys from The Athletic, including Marcus Thompson, caught up with now ex-Warrior Kevon Looney. And I honestly think we should just let everybody hear this without even a lead into it. Just listen, because I actually think, Dibs, there's a carryover or a comparison to what you're about to hear Looney say and what Jauan Jennings brought to the table with the Niners today. And I'll explain after we listen to it. But I know you want to react to this too. So a couple things from Kevon Looney. And again, this is from the Warriors Plus Minus Pod with The Athletic. And here's the first one from Kevon.
Right. Did that make this time easy to just pull a Band-Aid off and dip and take the money?
Yeah, for sure. Especially not knowing, in the years past, you kind of could bank on your role. I kind of could bank on, kind of know what was going to be like when I came back. The last few years, everything's been changing. Everything's been kind of up and down. So it's like, all right, well, they're telling me to wait. My minutes are always up and down. It's like, all right, what's really going to happen? I don't know how they really view me, what they really going to offer. It can vary from with the Warriors. It can vary from, the tax-deferred mid-level to the minimum. So I'm like, I can't really. That's a big difference. I can't really wait on that. Kind of want to control my own destiny. So that kind of made it easier because I know how they like to negotiate, how they like to, do business. So I knew it was going to be a low ball prior to start. And if I couldn't find nothing else to no money out there nowhere else is going to be, I was just have to take it. So I didn't want to do that again.
Okay, so let's pull this apart a little bit. What he's talking about is the negotiation that led him to the New Orleans Pelicans, and he knew the Warriors were not going to be able to, A, match what New Orleans was going to do, B, he says the Warriors kind of play a low-ball style with their negotiating, whatever. Most companies do, quite frankly. And he said he didn't want to go through that process again, so that's why he bounced.
That's exactly it. And I think that the part that was most, I think, alarming to me is just talking about his role. And, we've only heard that Kevon, he's a team guy, and he is a team guy, and he was throughout the whole thing. But now you hear a little bit of the emotion coming out like, yeah, my role's always changing. And as a result, I didn't know where the money was going to be. And then the other piece that you mentioned, Mark, is, the Warriors always go about doing the low ball thing. And I think that's every team. You're going to start at a certain point, and then the negotiation goes on from there. But the idea that he wasn't sure about his role, that was the one that hit me the most.
No doubt. Well, and there's more on that. So listen to this exchange between Kevon and Marcus Thompson when he starts to go a little bit deeper into his role and the specifics of how that played out this year.
Most was the last straw. That's where you I'm done. I'm out.
I guess I wouldn't say that Quentin my guy, but it was anybody but me. It seemed like at this point.
Who hurt the most? Which move hurt the most?
I don't know. They all seem the same. I don't put nobody there.
Really?
It was not one moment. It was not one moment. It was more of a like even this year, prior to the playoffs, like we blowing against Steven Adams. This is what I do. And I'm still not really. They're not giving me the chance to really let me do what I do. It's kind of like, all right, y'all don't trust me. I thought y'all trust me. Right? They put me in that at the end of Game 7. All we had to wait to get to that point. That's what kind of go like, all right, y'all really don't think I'm not good no more? What's the problem? But
I mean, that's kind of how it's always been, right? When you in trouble, turn alone. That's your calling card. You ain't like that no more?
Nah, you get sick of that at some point. Like, all right. When you prove yourself the first 4 or 5 years, cool, but after 10 years of it, it's like, all right. Either you trust me or you don't.
Okay, now this,
Wow.
Now this is where it gets interesting to me.
Nah, that gets old.
Well, yeah, like Kevon is essentially saying, like, I don't want to be the captain save the Warriors again because I don't want to go through that process of I prove myself, then you bench me, then I save you. I prove myself, then you bench me, then I save you. And so he's talking even through the specifics of the Rockets series, saying that you didn't want to put me in there against Steven Adams, and this is what I do. I don't know, man. I got mixed feelings because let's be real. When Kevon was given opportunities in the second half of the year, it did not go very well.
In the second half of the year, sure. And, you could look at the playoff that he's talking about, and he almost didn't play at all in the Houston series. He got 8.5 minutes. He got 13. There was a game he played 2 minutes. They lost by 8. And so I get the frustration. And, the other piece of it is he was Mr. Reliable. He had a long consecutive games played streak, and it was snapped by the coach who decided that he wasn't going to play him one night. It was a DNP, even though Looney was healthy. So I hear Kevon just saying, not only does he want to be paid more than the Warriors probably were going to offer, but he wants a role that is more consistent, and I think he's in line to get that in New Orleans.
Is he? I mean, I don't know that at all,
Well, I would guess that he gets a consistent role just because they're not in a championship window, you would say.
Right, but I don't know why that necessarily turns toward Kevon. Like, I guess, look, the bottom line is that what Kevon is sort of leaving out here, and this is where I think it's fair, and it's not even about the fact that he at times does look like he's aging, but during Kevon's career, the league has continued to evolve. And the simple fact is, and I know a lot of roads go back here, but when your front court is going to include Draymond Green, it's going to be challenging to have the other front court mate be Kevon Looney for lengthy periods of time because of what that means on the offensive side. It becomes difficult for lengthy periods of time for the Warriors or any NBA team to put that many non-shooters on the floor. It becomes very, very difficult. That is not the Warriors' fault. That's the way basketball is being played right now.
And I get that, and it's been that way for a number of years, and yet Kevon has had a role. And I like the answer that he gave about, which one set you off? And he's like, well, all of them. It wasn't just the fact that they brought in QP, Quentin Post, but it's a long collection of others. Will, Dan Dibley, nice to meet you. I'm sorry to do this live on the air, Mark, but
no, that's what
he's
we're
here.
doing.
This
Yeah.
is what we're doing. And another rookie in the building, and Mark Grandy's getting them all set up, and the hooded Raymond Ritter is sipping on the Mountain Dew, and we're here. Willard and Dibs. I'm Dibs.
Yes, sir.
My partner, Mark Willard. Welcome to Vegas. Welcome to the team. I'm afraid, Mark, don't look at his hat. It may upset you.
It's just fashion. It's just fashion.
Okay. It's just fashion.
All right, good. Appreciate you, yes, sir.
He's got a Dodger hat on, Willard.
Just fashion. Just fashion.
It's fashion. It is a black and white Dodger hat, and he's assured me it's fashion only.
Yeah.
So it's not a statement about your love of the team.
It's not at all.
Okay, Mark, we can proceed now.
Okay. Look, yeah, it's a hat. I'm not
dodged a bullet there.
It's all good. It's all good.
We're not going to get triggered by that. We're just going to welcome Will Richard onto the River Islands guest line and joining us live at Summer League out in Vegas. Will, just open-ended, how's it going so far?
It's going well. I mean, it's been fun. I've been learning a lot, getting adjusted to NBA life, and it's been good to get out there and play some games, so it's been fun.
I mean, you're adjusted to the championship life coming off
Sure.
of your season last year. What was that like in terms of, the run you guys went on and how that is going to prepare you for the NBA life? Because that was like an NBA team you had.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, we had a very talented team. I'll just say the run itself, I mean, playing 40 games, just playing those games at high stakes in a tournament, it definitely prepared me for that next level. So I was excited to be able to go out there and win a national championship with them.
Well, we've been talking a lot lately about the business process of the NBA and all of these, right? The apron and the trades, and it's very hard to follow. And I wonder what your experience was like. You were technically drafted by the Grizzlies. Somehow a trade brings you here. Can you take us through what you were learning in real time and what the experience was like?
Yeah, I mean, draft night was very stressful for me, to be honest. Me and my agent, we had Golden State marked off from the beginning. We loved the opportunity. We loved the team. And then draft night came around. It was Memphis' pick, and they said that they were going to take me. And we were like, Golden State is right around the corner. We love Golden State. That's where we want to be. So it was a blessing that Golden State was able to trade up and get me, but it was definitely a little stressful, I would say.
What is it about the Warriors that made you so enamored with wanting to be a part of it?
Yeah, for me, I mean, it's a team that I watched since I was a kid. I mean, I've always grew up a Warriors fan, and just the way they run things, their system, they win at a high level, and just how they develop players, I feel like that's an organization that you would love to be a part of.
Warrior rookie Will Richard is with us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Will, you use the word opportunity. Like I get, okay, you watch the Warriors, you like the organization, but why an opportunity? What is it you feel is the correct fit?
Yeah, for me, I feel like I can come in and do little things that impact winning. I feel like I can come in and guard at a high level, make the right plays, move without the ball, cut at the right time, just do little things that help impact winning without having to put up a lot of points.
And that's kind of what you did in Florida. And, I mean, the way you guys all fit together, so many different players playing their role. When you look at the NBA, and you've obviously watched it closely for your whole life, is there a player that you see in the association who you're trying to model yourself after?
Yeah, I watch a lot of guys like Aaron Nesmith, Aaron Wiggins with the Thunder, guys that can guard at a high level and then can space the floor, cut, make the right reads, and just play the right way to help their team win.
Those are interesting names as far as...
Those are great names.
Yeah, like that. I'd like to hear more about that. Like you just brought up guys who are not stars.
For sure. I mean, I always feel like starting your role is definitely important. And I did that at Florida for 4 years, so I know what it means to start in your role and do whatever it takes to help the team win. I feel like those are guys that help model that perfectly, so I definitely model my game after those.
Did you have any sort of pre-draft conversations with the Warriors?
I just had the pre-draft workout with them, and it went great. I mean, we watched the whole first half of the national championship, and definitely had great talks in that meeting.
The reason I ask is I can already tell that your answers are literally exactly what they want to hear. Mm-hmm. I can tell by listening to this that your mindset is to come in and do all of the dirty work and the little things that contribute to winning. Is that pretty much how you're patterning what you're doing?
For sure, and I feel like that's who I am as a player. I feel like I've been doing it my whole career, and I've been blessed to have coaches that know that and value that's important, and know that doing that can help a lot for your team. So it's definitely been a part of who I am as a person.
Have you had a chance to meet Brendan Pajemski, and have you watched his game and seen how he tries to star in his role with the team?
Yeah, for sure. I've definitely watched him. Got to have some conversations with him. So just seeing how he makes his shots when they're open, and just does whatever the team needs to help win.
Will Richard is with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Okay, I believe, do I have this right, that you said that meeting Steph Curry was a top 3 moment in your life?
For sure.
Okay, why? And take us through the meeting.
For me, I mean, that was my favorite player growing up, him and Clay. So that was definitely a top 3 moment in my life. And just how it happened, I mean, we were at the first Cali Classic game. I wasn't able to play because the trade hadn't gone through yet. And fans, they were calling me to go sign autographs, so I had to walk past him. And, he's Stephen Curry. You don't want to go up and intrude on what he's doing. So I went up past him by the fans and signed some autographs. When I was coming down the steps, he came up to me, shook my hand. I was like, welcome to the Bay. We're happy to have you here, and I'm excited to work with you. So for me, that meant a lot. It was definitely some motivation, because you hearing that from a guy that you grew up watching, grew up loving, grew up wanting to be like. So it was definitely some motivation.
Okay, so hold on, Dibs, because if that's his top, if that's a top 3 moment, we'd be crazy not to find out what the other 2 are.
That's true.
For sure. I'll probably say winning the Natty. And let's go with being born. Let's go with those.
That's nice.
Those are the 3.
I was going to say, because two of them have just happened in the last few months.
Yeah, it's been a good few months.
I'm glad you went on a Wayback Machine to get the other one. That's good.
That was a long drought, though, between great moments. You went from day one to early April when you won the Natty.
Sure.
So that's fantastic. And I just was curious how you became a Warrior fan growing up in Georgia. I mean, Atlanta, the Hawks are right there. Is it just because they were good, or is it just because the way Steph and Clay played?
For me, it was the way Steph and Clay played. I mean, I always grew up liking guys that could shoot, and just seeing how they played. They played the right way, and they had fun doing it. They played together. I feel like that was fun to watch for me, and I grew up, and that's what helped me love the game so much.
So take us through your 3-point shot, Will, and how you look to adjust to the 3-point line being further out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for me, I feel like the thing I can work on is my balance. I feel like a lot of times in my shots, I can either be falling out of it too quick or leaning from side to side. So for me, once I get some time off to really work on it, just working on balance, going straight up and straight down on every shot, and just making sure I'm sticking my follow through.
And defensively, I know it's something that you're passionate about. Is it one where you are a ferocious on-ball guy? Can you play off the ball D? Can you guard point guards and shooting guards? Take us through what we're expecting from you as a defender, because this team needs a little bit more perimeter defense.
For sure, yeah. I think I'm a very versatile defender. I feel like I can do a little bit of on and off ball. I feel like I'm a little better off ball for sure, but I think I can pride myself in being an on-ball defender, getting into guys' space, being physical, and I feel like those are some things that I can definitely improve on, but those are things I pride myself on as well.
Warrior rookie Will Richard is with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Now, Will, we're going through a lot of subject matter here that I'm sure you talk a lot about. We always try to get everybody talking a little bit about stuff they don't often get to talk about. So who are you when you're not playing hoops?
When I'm not playing hoops, I mean, I'm a homebody. I love being around family and friends. I don't really do much. I'm either on the game, watching shows, or I get into yoga a little bit too. But I'm trying to expand. I'm trying to get into golf. I've been watching a little bit of that. So.
Okay, I know Dibs is thinking the exact same thing I am.
I mean,
right? Like, okay, so you do yoga. Have you ever heard of or practiced the combination of jogging with yoga, which is called yoga?
I've never practiced that.
Okay, you
may want to get ready.
When you meet Moses Moody, I'd like you to ask him about it, because he's been doing it for the last few years with Kevon Looney, and Kevon is no longer on the team. He needs a new partner, Will.
That might have to be me then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, that might be me.
Yeah, they did yoga, and it became a big thing, and it's something that Mark and I loved when they would talk about. But I'm fascinated by your journey into golf now.
Yeah.
Like, have you started with lessons? Have you gone out and played 18 holes? Where are you right now, Will Richard, the golfer?
I haven't got into the lessons yet. I'm going to do that when I get some free time, but I've been to the driving range a few times. I played 9 holes with some of my friends at Florida, some of my teammates, but I haven't really got fully into it yet. I'm trying to work my way into that.
Will, have you met any of the other Warriors?
I have. I met Buddy. I met Draymond yesterday. Quentin Post. I've been around Trace Jackson Davis, Guy Santos. So I've been around a few of the young guys, but that's about it.
Okay, let's focus in on Buddy Hield and Draymond Green for a second, and let's hear your first impressions of both of those people.
Oh yeah, both real cool people, real cool. You can tell they're about the right things, and just very, very welcoming. I feel like everybody from the Warriors, from the top to bottom, they've all been welcoming. So it's been cool to be able to meet everybody.
And still Jimmy Butler out there for you to meet. Is there anyone in the association currently who you're looking forward to going against?
Man, going against.
I mean, when you put on the Warrior uniform and you look across, and it's going to be that player who you get to go up and compete against.
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably say like seeing LeBron or something like. I mean, those are guys you grew up watching. But for me, probably going against my teammates in Florida. I mean, we're all seeing our dreams come true. So just going against them, that'd be fun.
Will, you could probably beat LeBron at golf.
I've seen a few videos, but I don't know. I might look just as bad.
Well, yeah. All right, we'll check it out. Hey, man, congratulations on everything. Has there been kind of a highlight of the trip so far out to Vegas?
Just spending time with the team, to be honest. Just spending time with everybody, getting to meet people, and just being able to play basketball. I mean, it's always a blessing to be able to do that, so it's been fun.
Will, congratulations again. It's wonderful to get to talk to you. I'm sure we'll get to do it again sometime soon.
Yes, sir. Sounds good. Appreciate you.
Okay.
Thanks, Will.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Right on. Yeah.
Yes,
Will Richard,
That's right.
the other Warrior rookie. We got them both there in the 3 o'clock hour.
Yeah, just great kid, and we're gonna put the Dodger hat aside. It's just fashion. That's what he's telling me, Mark, and I believe him. There's no blue, and he's doing it fashion, and now, as is the tradition here in Summer League, he's doing autographs and he's taking selfies.
Yeah, it's okay. It's the All-Star break. You're not going to get me triggered, Dibs.
No.
It's okay. It's not even a blue hat.
No.
So, that's actually a thing down in L.A., and I know I can see his hat actually said the word Dodgers.
It did.
But the L.A. logo that they have, it's a debate even among Angelinos as to whether that's quote-unquote a Dodger hat or an L.A. hat.
Gotcha. Although, I mean, if it's blue, for me, if it's the L.A., then it's a Dodger hat.
It's a Dodger hat, yeah.
Yeah, and this hat could have said, Dibley on it, and if it was stylish, then he would have worn it for the fashion.
That would have been weird, though.
Super weird, and less fashionable if it says Dibley as opposed to Dodgers. So there you go. Will Richard, looking forward to seeing him out there, and he got a certain amount of confidence, Mark. This young man is going to, no matter when he makes it with the big club, he's not going to shy away from the moment, I can tell you that.
No, and he hasn't so far in some of these games. It's been a mixed bag, as it always is with everybody. Again, I don't get too far into, oh, God, this guy looked great, this one didn't. But Will Richard, if you've watched some of the Warriors Summer League games, yeah, man, he's had some moments. There's no doubt.
Yeah, he gives off the air like he belongs. And, we'll see ultimately when we get to October and November, and maybe he starts out in the G League, and maybe he makes the big club and he steps right into a reserve role.
They're looking for people, obviously, who will contribute right away. So Will Richard is high on the list. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We're also here to give you stuff. That's part of what we're doing here during our All-Star Week prize blowout. So stay tuned, because next hour, right around 4:30, we'll tell you how you can end up with a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop. I do think you and I should let's get into it a little bit about Jauan Jennings. You ready?
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's get into it. So we'll do that coming up next right here on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
My man's in Vegas.
Yeah.
Absolutely on the loose.
Not quite yet. Sitting here at one of those classic folding tables with a tablecloth on it on the concourse.
That's hot. Where are you staying, by the way?
We're staying at Planet Hollywood, which is, right across from the Cosmo, right down from Caesars. It's one of the Caesars properties, and, Planet Hollywood, pretty nice. Not bad.
Yeah, I know exactly where it is, and there's some good eats in there, dude. Good eats in there. Yeah.
Well, there's a Gordon Ramsay. Grandy and I had lunch. We were a little bit rushed, so we just went to the food court, little food court pizza run. Kept it simple for lunch, but we're going to be at dinner now. Dinner's going to be had, Yeah.
Another meal now. Yep. It's coming.
Oh, yeah.
It's coming like a freight train. I can't wait to hear about it. Dibs is in Vegas. So's Grandy for Summer League. We've had both of the Warrior rookies on. I'm back in our San Francisco studios. Lucas and Ken are here. We have started the week, and there's a lot going on. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the Warriors with you out there in Summer League. The Giant-Dodgers series was pretty interesting, both from a baseball and a in-the-stands perspective. And then there's this. Jauan Jennings, for those of you who didn't hear today, a report comes out from Adam Schefter that Jauan Jennings is not happy with his contract, $7.5 million. And if you look at the wide receiver market in the NFL, you get it, why he's unhappy and would like a new deal. And apparently there have been some conversations. They have not gone anywhere. So it came out today that Jennings is not going to hold out, but he's not pleased with his current contract status and would like a new deal. And if he doesn't get a new deal, then he would like to be traded. And that's where it stands. Now, you and I expressed some different thoughts on this in the crossover, and I basically would love to ask you this. Like, in a sport where contracts are not guaranteed, and dudes have deals that get cut in half all the time, why is a player not allowed, when they show that they are overperforming their contract, why are they not allowed to go ask for more?
Nobody said he's not allowed to. You can do whatever you want to do. I just don't think that the team should feel beholden to the fact that just because he outperformed his contract, now they have to go out there and give him more money. You agreed to a contract, and Jauan Jennings had a 2-year contract, and in year 1, he played better than what the pay would indicate. That's great. That's a win for both sides. It doesn't mean to me that now the 49ers owe it to him to go out and give him a bunch more money. Well, I don't see it that way.
Okay, so I here's where I would take issue with the word that you're using, owe. You're right. The 49ers have the power to say we're not going to do that. Jauan has the power to then become a problem
of course.
or not show up. And so I guess I'm not looking at it through the lens of who owes anybody anything, but I firmly back a player in the way that the finances are structured in the NFL. When they wildly outperform their contract, if I were their agent, I would tell them every single time you march into that office right now and say, we need to restructure this because millions of dollars are on the line. And I've already seen some people sort of suggest, oh gosh, you'll be unrestricted next year. Just bet on yourself one more time, and then it'll be even more lucrative. And I laugh at that. This is football. Ask Brandon Ayuk if it's that easy to just get through a season as a wide receiver. There's millions on the line. If you're in a position to ask for it, and he is, you have to do that. And if I'm the 49ers, it's not going to be that expensive. You have a ton of cap space. I want that guy on my team, both the way he performs and the locker room presence he is. I'm going to give Jauan something here if I'm the Niners.
And I probably would not, because the precedent's already been set where you have players who line up, and, Christian McCaffrey, he wanted more money, and Trent Williams, he wanted more guaranteed money, and this is not a new thing. I get that. And Jauan Jennings is just the latest in a line of players who are looking to get more. And honestly, if you look at the season, when Brandon Ayuk comes back and you've got Ricky Pearsall and then you have Jauan Jennings, and in theory, I guess you're going to have Robinson if he is able to avoid a prolonged suspension. But I don't think that Jauan Jennings has as much leverage as you think because they have other wide receivers on the team. And Jauan Jennings had such a good year because the 49ers utilized him more than he'd been utilized before. Yeah, he played well, and he's a great blocker, and he stayed healthy for the most part and would have had 1,000 yards had he not gotten ejected in the last game. But I just look at a situation where you signed him to a 2-year deal, and it was not a team-friendly deal, but he got 2 years, and he's outperformed it. So go out there and do it again, and if you're a free agent, you're going to be able to go out and get a ton more money.
From Matt Barrows today, I want to read this line to you and get your kind of your reaction to it. It's going to take me a minute to sort of get to this, but Matt Barrows wrote today that Jauan Jennings' leverage in this moment absolutely could not be higher, because when you say he doesn't have leverage because they've got other receivers on the team, I mean, sure, technically there are people there who play that position. But
well, you're high on Ricky Pearsall.
I'm very high on Ricky Pearsall.
You were talking all summer about Purdy to Pearsall being the new thing.
But that's one guy, Dibs.
Right, but they don't run a lot of 3 and 4 receiver sets.
Well,
so
they don't even have a second one. Who's
6 receivers?
Who's the second one on week 1? You know what I mean? Like, who's 2?
Right, it would be Jauan Jennings, who's under contract.
Yeah.
And so if he wants to draw this line in the sand and say, I want more money, or I'm going to request to be traded, then all right, here we go. Let's just go ahead and line up for another distraction.
Well,
another camp of distractions.
I don't see that. To me, that's an overstatement. And by the way, 888-957-9570. If anybody wants to weigh in, what would you do with Jauan Jennings? I've heard a lot of people today, both other shows, quite frankly. Spadoni was saying it. Steiny Guru were saying it like, oh, here we go with the offseason drama again. I do not find this to be very dramatic at all. I find this to just be...
Well, it's early.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing going on.
Right, but it's NFL business. This is business, and we're not talking about an Ayuk situation or a Bosa situation where we're at the top of the market of a position. Jauan Jennings is, in effect, I think, I don't know this, but based on what he's making, you're probably looking at Jauan as asking for, like, can you restructure this deal to add, like, $2 million to it? That's not a big deal for the 49ers at all. And if it causes them to extend him for one more year beyond this one as well, great. Like, dude, I want that guy on my team. He's such a good teammate. He's a good receiver, a good blocker. You mentioned it. I do love Pearsall, but I don't love Ayuk, and he's not healthy. And Robinson is a question mark and probably going to be suspended for a couple of games. And then after that, what do you got? I know that there's some young guys.
Yeah, you got a lot of young guys.
Yeah, there's guys they're high on, but we have no clue who they're going to be in the NFL.
I don't think that an extra $2 million gets it done, and I'm just looking at Over the Cap, for example, and Spot Track. They both estimate his value at about $10 million a year, average annual for 2 years. So
that's $2.5 million.
He's only making what, 4.5 this year guaranteed?
No, 7.5. 7.5. That's you're talking about the guarantee, but the contract. He is due to make $7.5 million this year.
I think the cap hit is $4.5 million is what I was looking at.
Right, so. but the number that you're building off of is 7.5. So that's what I mean. Like, he'd probably get another $2.5 million, extend him another year. Like, that's, to me, what's crazy here is a year ago, this same organization was willing to give Brandon Ayuk 30. And you won't give Jauan 10?
Well, going into last year,
God.
Brandon Ayuk was a far, far better player based on what he had shown.
But he was not.
You're coming off of Jauan's special magical year, and Ayuk got hurt. So that's an unfair compliment.
Not at all. Brandon
got hurt last year. The guy tore up his knee.
Brandon is coming off of his magical year that he had never matched. And you know this. We were doing the show together. At no point did I think that the 49ers should be giving Brandon Ayuk $30 million. That contract has been a multi-pronged disaster
Yeah, well,
for the
after
49ers.
1 year, it was a mistake, without
Yes.
a doubt. 1 year in, it does not look like a great contract. And so you've already got young drafted receivers that you are going to rely on in the future. So whatever Jauan Jennings wants, you've got him right now at a reasonable number. And if I'm the 49ers, that's what I want to see. I want to see you go out there and do it again, knowing that I have Pearsall already in the hopper and they drafted a couple more receivers this year. You're going to have Ayuk to pay anyway. So long term, I don't know how many roster spots you're going to have for receivers.
I just know they've got one of the highest cap space numbers in the league right now, and Jauan's not asking for a lot. And this from The Athletic today, Jauan Jennings is in a massive position of strength considering the 49ers' situation at wideout. That's per Matty Barrows. Let's keep talking this out. We'll get to your phone calls that are starting to line up. As mentioned, today's day one of our All-Star Week prize blowout. Every day, every show, all week long. And today, it's a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop. More info on that coming up in 15 minutes. Be listening at 4:30 to find out how. Dibs is in Vegas. This is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I walked over here, supposedly as a tough guy. He just told a story. That just said, Ronnie, have you done that?
On 95.7 The Game.
That was a fun night. We're having some fun today. Dibs is in Vegas. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Layford? We've had two of them already. Both Warrior rookies, Alex Toohey, Will Richard, have stopped by the River Islands guest line with Dibs on the scene there at Summer League. Reminder, 10 minutes from now, All-Star Week blowout. Every day, every show, we'll have something to give away. This show will be doing it at least starting the process at 4:30 every day. And so in 10 minutes, we will let you know more about how you can win a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop. It's always interesting to me to have these kinds of conversations, and I hear your opinion. I don't have an issue with it. I just don't really share it. I get it, though. But it's always interesting to me. For instance, let me read this to you, Dibs. This is, and then we're going to go to the phones. But the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We got this from 650, and I would love to spotlight this and get your reaction. Someone wrote in, if Jennings gets a new deal and then underperforms this year, would the Niners be able to take money away? Funny how it only works one way. Jennings has no leverage. Hold on a second. First of all, I would use your line against you. Funny how it only works one way. Seemingly in the minds of many fans, only the team is allowed to knock money off when they don't like a contract that's been signed. So my answer to you, if he gets a new deal and then underperforms, would the Niners be able to take money away? Yes. Yes, that's exactly what they would do. It's what they will do to Brandon Ayuk in another year, for example, if he doesn't get his body and his act together. This happens in the NFL all the time, where a contract is signed and then non-guaranteed money, the Niners are great at it, by the way, at the end of the deal just dissolves because the player is not performing up to standards anymore. And it's exactly why I support players in their efforts when they overperform their deal. You have to go get that money now. Football's too violent.
Yeah, it's probably what he wants, and I was just looking at his contract, and he could make up to $7.5 million this year, but $3 million of what he potentially will earn comes from snap count bonuses, catch bonuses, yardage bonuses, all of which he met last year. But that's where it becomes sticky for Jauan Jennings is all this money's not guaranteed. So if Jauan looks at it and he could make $7.5 million, he's probably thinking, I would much rather have $10 million guaranteed over 2 years and then have some of that other funny money, but he wants that guaranteed money. And you look at his deal now, and a lot of it, the money that he is set to make in this contract, he's already been paid in the form of the signing bonus. So the actual money that he's going to get direct deposit every other Friday, that number is not as big as the $7.5 million that's being reported.
So what if he actually just asked, and this is quite possible, what if he just asked for them to guarantee that $3 million?
Then
what would you say?
I would say that the 49ers would be much more willing to do it, but I also would think that they would want to be able to add on a year on the contract. That way they remain in control of the situation. Instead of just, hey, we're going to give you $7.5 guaranteed right now, and it's, we're going to rip up the 1 year and give you a 1 year. I would bet that the team would want to have an additional year built in so that then they have the control.
And I would think that Jauan would want to do that. That's more millions of dollars. Like, again, that's kind of what I'm getting at here. You're looking at, this is why I don't understand anybody who wants the Niners to play hardball. You're talking about very little money and a player in his 20s who is asking for more money, and you want that player on your team. At least I would think. I know I do. I want Jauan to be one of the top 3 wide receivers on the 49ers. Absolutely, 100%. I love his presence there with young Ricky Pearsall coming in, because Jauan is an awesome teammate with his head screwed on straight, and he performs at a level higher than I ever thought he could. So to me, in a wide receiver market that continues to go crazy. Garrett Wilson just got $32.5 per year in a new deal earlier today. When that's the top of the market, Jauan is not asking for much, and I think it is beyond fair to make sure he stays happy and stays a Niner.
Well, you signed a contract, so that to me is where this whole thing hits me in some kind of way, because if he goes out and he meets these bonus numbers, 50% of the snaps, last year he was at about 66%, 60 catches, he got that, 600 yards, he got that, 6 touchdowns, I don't think he got 6 last year, he might have been right about that, but that's where all these bonuses kick in, and it's a deal he signed. So you get 1 year into it, and now you're unhappy. That, for me, is where I push back a little. And I understand the nature of football, and the team has a greater ability to cut the player. You know, the player is kind of at the team's behest. But for me, it's just a deal where you sign a contract and you honor the contract.
Yeah, he did have 6 touchdowns last year, by the way. But yeah, I guess I'm just waiting. I've never heard you say this when a team cuts a player before their contract that they signed is up.
I've said that, absolutely. Like, you said what? Like,
no,
I mean,
again, when you say you signed a contract, I've never heard you say that to the team when the team cuts a player before that contract is up.
Well, when the team cuts the player, they have to pay the player the guaranteed amount that they said that they were going to pay him. They don't get to just not pay him what they owe him.
Right, but when we, for instance, when we get all hot and bothered about Brock Purdy making $52 million a year, you know this better than anybody. If the 49ers cut him before that deal's up, they're not paying him $52 million a year. So
no,
like
they're paying him whatever they have to pay him based on the contract.
Yeah, but
we could talk about $52 or $53 million a year, and we know this, Mark. It's not that.
Exactly.
It's
exactly.
not that.
I mean, there are so many things built into a contract that allow an NFL team to get rid of it and not honor what is at least in spirit being written when that contract is signed. And injuries are a huge part of that. You hear guys have to go through injury settlements. They have to fight for every single thing. Teams have all of the advantages built into these deals. When you have a wide receiver market that's topping out at $36 million a year, and you're getting this guy for a base of 4 and bonuses for 7, and he's asking for a little paper.
But we don't know what he's asking for.
Well, he's not asking for. Well, I mean, again,
in all fairness, we don't know what he's asking for. Right?
We don't, but I don't think he's asking for 25 or 30 million bucks. I don't think that.
I think if he was asking for a small, meager amount, then this would have been handled behind closed doors. And he waits until mid-July, and now he comes out with it?
He didn't wait. No, this conversation's been going on for months, and he's coming out today because it hasn't gotten anywhere.
Right.
So, that's how this went. And by the way, like, again, remember the Raheem Mostert trade request? That got taken care of with literally, I think, less than $1 million. So, I mean, I do think this stuff happens sometimes over what we feel is not a lot, because it is a lot. It's a lot of money.
Relative to what other people are making, it's not a lot
and
of
he's
money.
a 7th-round draft pick, so his rookie deal was peanuts.
Right. And then he signed a deal 2 seasons ago for not peanuts. It was a good deal, and now he's outperformed it, and so now he wants more money. And I get that. I don't begrudge him, and he has every right to do it, and he has every right to not show up to camp if he wants, even though there's been no indication that he'll do that, and he can want to be traded and all the rest of it. It doesn't mean that the 49ers have to flinch and go out and give him money that maybe they don't want to give him.
Yeah, I understand that. I really do. I just don't. To me, this does not. And again, you're not wrong. We don't know what numbers are being thrown around, but I don't feel like this is I don't think that this is a huge ask, but my God, he is incredibly important to this team. And I feel like at the start of this year, more so than normal. Like
absolutely.
They have got to have it.
Ayuk is out for probably 4 games, if not more.
At least.
You brought in a guy who's got a DUI hanging over his head, and I was looking at that during the break, and the standard suspension is 3 games in the NFL. You usually get 3 when you have a DUI, your first DUI, so you're probably looking at 3. Ricky Pearsall cannot stay healthy in the offseason, and then you're left with Jauan Jennings. So I do think all of those factors give him more leverage than he normally would have. But this team doesn't throw the ball that often, so it's not like they need 5 and 6 receivers.
Wow. I don't agree with that. I know when people talk about the way the Niners play offense, we make it sound like they don't need receivers. They've had 1,000-yard receivers, often multiple ones every year. They throw the ball. They throw the ball plenty, and they need good wide receivers on this football team. He's one of them, and I don't know how many other people other than him you can count on this year. Unless he's asking for something that's just completely ridiculous, I don't understand why the 49ers would not entertain this other than it's the Niners being the Niners again. And they are. I know this. We know this. Parag and whatnot, they're very stubborn, and they don't want to lose deals. The problem is the last 2 offseasons, they did lose deals that were way, way, way bigger than this one.
I also think that part of it, if I'm looking at it from the Niners standpoint, it's enough. Enough is enough of players coming to us and wanting to rework their deal. You had a good year, and now you want more. That, to me, would get really tiresome because you sign these guys, and now you've got every single offseason somebody coming to you and saying, I want more, I deserve more, give me more.
That's every team. That's every team every year. Like, that's, again, this is what at least where I'm coming from, that's the NFL. That's what happens. If you want to do this to your players and have non-guaranteed contracts, then this is what you're going to get. When people outperform their deals and what they go through physically, they would be moronic to not try to go leverage that situation.
Sure. Doesn't mean that the team has to bow down and give the player everything they're asking for. And it just seems like more and more this team is the team that's being hit up. And maybe it's because of the way they structure these deals. And Jauan Jennings gets, a signing bonus that's a bigger portion of his contract. And so that money's paid out. And now you're left with a salary, quote unquote, that's $4.2 million. And you're right, Mark. You look around the league, and Garrett Wilson gets whatever he got today, $150 million and $80 million guaranteed. Yeah. So, you start to, not that you're pocket watching, but you definitely have some contract envy.
Yeah, I don't think the Niners deal with this more than others. I think it's just the team we follow. Look at the Bengals right now. The Bengals, this is constant. And we could bring up examples all around the league when players overperform. Back to that in a second, but we have reached that time. It is time to give away the $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop. So here's how it's going to work, okay? Sometime between now and 5 o'clock, sometime over the next 30 minutes, we're going to give you 3 clues. After that, you'll hear a sounder, and at that time you can call in to the contest line and then tell us which former All-Star we're talking about, based on the clues that we've given you. Got it? So we're going to give some clues. Hopefully those clues jar a name loose in your mind. And then when the sounder hits, you call in. And then if you've got the name right, you're going to be the winner. And again, today, we're going to do this every day, every show on 95.7 The Game. But today, it's a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop. So stay tuned right now over the next 25 minutes or so. We'll give you those clues, and then you lock in for the sounder. And then the prizes are great all week, too. I want to mention that. Every day, every show, it's going to be something different and something fantastic. So just keep it locked right here and see if you can nail it and go home with something great.
I love it. I'm excited. I have no idea who the player is. I'm in Vegas, and you're there, so I'm going to follow along and see if I can't guess it on my own.
Well, I'm looking at the clues right now. And I'll just say I was able to get it.
Okay.
But it took a moment.
Yeah.
You got to think about it. You know what I mean? You got to, as you would say, you got to yak in.
Okay. You have to yak in.
Yeah, you're gonna have to yak in here. Like, we're not just giving it to you.
That's right.
You got to go get it.
I'm into it.
Okay.
I can't wait.
All right. So anyway, look, I do think often there are clues within what we hear that tell us what people actually want. And the fact that Jauan Jennings, in this report, it states that he will show up to camp. To me, that I take that as a sign of good faith. I also take that as somebody who is kind of doing what you, and I know others who might agree with you, really want him to do, which you hear people say this, honor your contract. And I think Jauan is going to honor the contract. But I also think as long as he's not asking for the moon, and I doubt that he is, he's not in that kind of a position, I think it would make sense not only to give him a little something, but I look at this as an opportunity to extend him. Probably only one more year, but wow, I just find this guy to be vital to the team right now. And if the whole reason that you gave Brandon Ayuk 30 last year was because you're like, man, we're in a window and we really need to go for it, so that's more than we want to spend, but hell, let's do it because we need our important pieces. God, why wouldn't you use that same philosophy in this conversation?
Well, and it's a meager amount relative to what Brandon Ayuk got, so that part of it I understand, but I look at the future of the wide receiver position, and if you're going to have Ayuk here, and right now you have Ayuk here because he's signed and he's hurt, and there doesn't seem to be any action out there, and you've got Pearsall who you drafted, and you're going to give Jauan Jennings an extension to keep him around, then you're running out of spots for your wide receivers. The one thing about Jauan is he's a really good blocker, and you need your receivers to be willing blockers, and he is that. So from that standpoint, yeah, I'd love to have Jauan. I just look at a situation where, and maybe it is just me following this team so closely, but year after year, you got guys knocking on the door looking for more money.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, like I don't know, man. I feel like that happens literally in every locker room. The difference might be, and I think this is where maybe we kind of meet in the middle. Like, one of the reasons we know about this is because the Niners approach it with a lot of stubbornness. Like, don't you think Garrett Wilson was asking for a new deal? And he
was
got
his
one.
deal up? I mean,
no. Like
he wasn't at the end of his rookie deal.
No, but it's extension time. But nobody heard a word about it. Why? I don't know. The conversations must have started in a good spot. Nobody ever felt the need to threaten anybody on Twitter. And then poof, on July 14th, you come out and he gets $90 million guaranteed, and Garrett's happy and the Jets are happy, and on we go to Cincinnati. You know what I mean? But like, you look at the Bengals, they haven't signed the first rounder, they haven't signed the second rounder, the Trey Hendrickson thing is still sitting out there. Everybody's mad. Jamar Chase was talking last year, T. Higgins, guys have been mad the whole time, all the time, and that's the Bengals. The Niners are a good organization, but they are very stubborn when it comes to the deals. And so this is obviously a conversation that went on behind closed doors, and now it's reached a point where one side at least feels like this isn't going well. So now I've got to use what I've got.
Yeah, and you use what you've got, and it's not a lot because, yeah, you can request a trade, and, well, the 49ers probably aren't going to trade you because, as you mentioned, they don't have a lot of wide receiver options. So
they need him, yeah.
You're a team that runs a lot of two receiver sets, and of the two receiver sets, you need guys who can block, and he's that. So I don't know about the idea of trading Jauan, and even if you wanted to entertain that, I don't know what sort of a haul you'd get for him, and whatever that haul would probably be a draft pick, and you don't need a draft pick right now. You need a receiver.
No.
So the whole idea of pay me or I'm going to request a trade, okay. I mean, you're allowed to request a trade. I just don't see the Niners being motivated at all to even entertain that.
No, I agree with you. They're not going to trade him. But now we fall into, and this is where, for instance, this is why I'm really hoping the Warriors end up trading Jonathan Kuminga. Not because I hate Kuminga, but what I don't want, you don't want unhappy people in your building pushing in the wrong direction. And that's what you risk if you just look at Jauan and say, too bad. Go play football. Go risk your body on a daily basis for like millions and millions below market value just because you signed pen to a paper a year ago when life was totally different. I just don't see that as fair, and I roundly reject. This opinion comes up every time we have this conversation. Someone from 707 just texted in, on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. If any one of us, billions of people, tried this BS at our jobs, they'd laugh and tell us to go pound salt and we'd get pencil whipped. Your job and my job are not their job. It is totally different. Contract guarantees are different industry by industry, and very few jobs send you out there to physically get beat to a pulp on a daily basis. So
that's what they signed up for.
I understood
that's the job.
Right,
so
but also
I don't think because of that you have to change your business practices, because that's the nature of the business. And whether or not it should be guaranteed, you and I both agree their contract should be fully guaranteed because of the nature of the job, but it's not. And so you signed up for it. You literally signed up for it. And you said, yeah, 2 years and $15 million, where do I sign?
Right.
And now you want to tear it up.
But part of the culture, as you also know, every year is that certain guys, if you don't do right by them, fine, they won't show up. And now where are you? Now where are you? Like
now he doesn't get his money, and I don't get a receiver.
Exactly,
so
and nobody wins.
That's not a win for either one.
And
exactly.
Nobody wins. Yeah, this is what has been set up, and I completely support at least the players' half of it. I'm not saying they get all the leverage, but my God, they've got some. And if they're going to go out and risk their bodies, and you're going to play hardball with them when they've clearly shown that they're more important to you than maybe you thought they were going to be, dude, you have to pay for that.
Was it hardball when they gave him $15 million over 2 years? That wasn't hardball.
No, life was different then.
Right, and life is still the same. Football is still very violent, and he still has a contract that he signed.
No,
just because Ayuk is hurt and you need him more and he had a good year doesn't mean that you have to go break him off more millions.
I think it kind of does.
Yeah, see, I don't believe that.
I mean,
and I don't think that they do either.
Okay, then fine. Don't have Jauan. Good luck.
If that's the way he wants to go about it, I mean, his career could be over then if that's the way he wants to go. He wants to go full Devondre Campbell and just quit on the team?
No, he's going to hold out, just like people have every single offseason. And you watch, what do the Niners do? If the Niners have all this leverage, then why do they keep signing these guys when they hold out?
Well, they signed a guy who was DPOY, and they signed a guy who they thought was going to be their number one wide receiver, and then he got hurt.
They've signed them all. They've signed every single holdout, actually. Trent Williams, everybody.
Right, Hall of Famer.
Right.
I mean, we could. You want to put Jauan Jennings in that bucket? Go ahead.
I didn't. I put him in a bucket of he's worth a hell of a lot more than $4 or $7 million to you, so you better figure something out. That's what I put him, the bucket I put him in. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. All right, the lines are open, 888-957-9570. We got to let you hear what Steph Curry said over the weekend about losing Kevon Looney and All-Star Week prize blowout. Stay right there because the $100 Valks merch card is coming around the bend with the clues real soon on Willard and Dibs.
Corner's ready to crash. And Bailey bunts his strike foul into the net. Shows bunt again in the air. Foul again. Strike 2. Now he'll swing the 0-2. To center field. Outman has a read on it. Schmidt tags from second, and he's going to hold. Devers rockets a ball to straightaway center field. It's caught by Outman on the warning track. Oh, did you?
And he did.
Flores, fly ball to left field. Pages toward the line. He makes the catch, and that's a win for LA. It took 11 innings and an innumerable amount of gray hairs.
Yeah, I mean, baseball can be a cruel game. Ball 106 off the bat there, and they hit balls like 40 miles an hour in the last inning. So, it's just the way it is sometimes. Unfortunately, it didn't work in our favor.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'll just say it. I'll say it right now to my friend Dan Dibley. I hate baseball. That was all from Roku. Yeah, Roku.
Yeah. Roku, yeah. I'll take your word for it.
Put the Giants-Dodgers games on Roku.
I mean,
what are we doing?
I don't want to get too deep into it and sound like the old guy, but it was one of those things where I was on the golf course anyway.
Yeah.
So by the time I got off the course and figured out what was going on, I had missed the game on Roku.
I had actually what was a really comical and amusing old guy moment with regard to this game. You ready for this?
Yeah.
So I'm out running around yesterday doing stuff. We got this event we're getting ready for later this week. But anyway.
Oh, yeah.
So I get home, and I'm like, hey, what y'all turn the game on? Or actually, there was no one upstairs. So I walk into the main room of the house. I'm like, where the hell is everybody? Jude, come on. Why aren't you watching the Giants game? He's like, Dad, I'm watching it downstairs. And I go, okay. He goes, it's on Roku. I'm like, he's 11 years old. I go, I know it's on Roku today. And this is one of those things. I'm like, okay, so we have Roku? Like, you end up paying for so much stuff. I'm like, I don't even know what we do and don't have.
Yeah.
So I say to Jude, I go, we have Roku? He's like, well, I found it. And I go, great. Can you come put it on upstairs? We sat together for 9 minutes, and not only could I not turn it on Roku, I couldn't even find Roku.
Yeah.
Now, the TV downstairs is a smart TV, apparently a smarter TV than the TV upstairs.
Well, and the smart TVs now come with Roku already on there.
Right, exactly. So we never found it upstairs, and when I asked him how he found it downstairs, his answer was, I don't know. I just did. So when you're 11, you're able to navigate this stuff. When you're 50, you're not. End of story. Giants lose. Yeah, that's it.
I think we have a TV, an older TV, and we have an external Roku in the office. So when I go in the office, I will watch everything through the Roku, and you add on different apps and you get your Xfinity and whatnot. But the sound that you played coming back from Roku, exit velo of 106 off the bat of Rafi Devers. Expected batting average on that hit is 720. So when you hit the ball like that, 72% of the time you get a hit, but not in that spot, sadly.
Not this time. Not this time. All right, more on that in a moment, because also the Derby is going to start here in a few minutes. I want to get off a thought or two about all of that, but it is time. All-Star Week prize blowout. We've got the clues right now. So again, if you're just joining us, don't call now. That's not what we're doing. We're about to give you your 3 clues. Hopefully the clues lead you to go, oh, I know who that guy is. And then once you've got that name in your head, then you wait for the sounder. When you hear the sounder, that's when you call Ken. Ken will answer your call. The first thing you should say to Ken is, Ken, pick a hat. And then after that, then you give the name of the person. And if you get it right, then you're going to win a $100 gift card to the merch shop with the Valkyries. Does that make sense for everybody? All right. So here are the 3 clues. Dibs, you get to play along because you don't know who this person is.
Nope.
All right, it's 3 clues. Number 1, I was an all-star 3 times in my career, all with the same team in 2015, 2018, and 2021.
All right.
Okay, that's clue number 1. 3-time all-star, same team, 2015, 2018, 2021. Clue number 2, I was born in Mountain View, California.
Aha.
Clue number 3, my path to the big leagues took me from Foothill High School in Pleasanton to UCLA before I was eventually drafted in the 4th round by the team for which I grew up rooting.
Ho ho!
Uh-huh. Okay?
Uh-huh.
So those are your 3 clues. Hold your guesses until we tell you that it is time to call. You'll hear the sounder soon, and at that point, you can call Ken and try to win the $100 gift card to the Valks merch shop.
Love it.
Okay?
Yeah.
Do you think you know who it is?
I think I do. I like those clues. And, if you follow along, and you could probably even, put that thing into the old AI, and AI would probably spit out the answer. But
well, that's not a very fun way to do it. I mean, my
it's
goodness.
not, but
I mean,
everything's AI these days.
I know, but in theory, some of the people listening are driving around. I'm not going to, start talking to Siri or whatever. Like, what happened to good old, I'm a big fan and I know my stuff? What happened to that person?
There's that, and you still have to hear the sounder and then call in, so
exactly.
Still some work to do.
Yep, you're still going to. I was actually watching a video last night. Did you ever get these things on Instagram where you're just scrolling around and it's like, heady, inspirational stuff, guidance, whatever. And I was watching Will Ferrell popped up, and he was telling his story about how he got into comedy. And I guess he sat his dad down and was like, Dad, I want to at least give this a shot. And the dad, and I thought this was good parenting, the dad did not kill the dream, even though that's a hard thing to do, right? Go make it in comedy. The dad said, listen, here's my advice. Go for it as long as you understand that it's not just about your talent. If it was just about your talent, there'd be no question. You would be a crazy success. You're very funny. But understand that a huge piece of this will just be luck. A huge piece.
And that's with anything, exactly.
Right. And so that's true with the Valks merch shop, too. You could have the answer. You could be a great listener. But there's going to be some luck involved. You're going to have to beat other callers to the punch.
And, you're going to have to be the lucky caller who gets answered, and then you get it right, and then you win. There's a certain amount of luck that goes into all these things.
I put a few dollars on a couple of the participants tonight in the Home Run Derby.
All right. Which ones?
I went with Matt Olson. And I
like that.
And I went with Brent Rooker.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I like the Olson one because if I'm not mistaken, it's in Atlanta, right?
It is,
and he
correct.
plays for Atlanta.
Yep.
So my conspiracy radar was such that maybe when he goes out to take his session, the ball that he attempts to hit might be a little bit harder and tighter.
Oh.
Because they might want to root for the home team. If he doesn't win, it's a shame.
Well,
so I just had a brief thought earlier today. I was looking at one of the emails from the great Jimmy Shapiro, betonline.ag, and he had put some of the lines out, each individual first round over, under, and all the rest of it. So I actually saw his number and thought, I think it's 16.5, and I thought that might be a good overplay for the hometown kid, quote unquote.
I like that. Well, and again, he's replacing Ronald Acuna in this because they did want a Brave. They wanted a Brave. And also, here's one of the reasons I like Olson. I think of all the guys doing it this year, Olson's the only one who can say he's done it before. This is not his first Derby.
Oh.
So he's got a little experience on how this works and all of that. And then Rooker, I just took because, A's, he's hot, and they're good numbers. Like they're the underdogs. They're the underdogs. I do not think Cal Raleigh is going to win this thing. I just don't.
That's a lot of pressure. What's he got, 38 on the year?
Yeah, 1,000. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he's got a big loopy swing, and it's about the repetitive flow of this, Matt Olson's one of those Ernie Els type deals where it's just real smooth and easy.
Are they still doing the format where it's like a timed thing and you get a couple of timeouts and you can't swing until the other one hits the ground or whatever?
Yeah, it's all those things.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what they're doing.
They've kind of lost me, the home run derby. Over the last, just for one, the format it's just kind of cockamamie, and I don't know.
You think everything is cockamamie?
Untrue.
No,
That's not true.
No, but okay, hold that thought. It's time to win the $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop. They got good-looking stuff, okay? First person to call our contest line and guess the former All-Star player that we clued you in on, you guess that player correctly, you will win. The first person to call this number, 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652. You guess the player correctly, you win. Thank you to the Valkyries for providing us with the wonderful prize. The morning roast will be next up. The Joes will have another prize tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. Good luck to each and every one of you crazy campers. Okay?
There you go.
All right.
Go get it.
Yeah. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. All right, go back to what you were saying about cockamamie derbies.
I just, the fact that you have a timed session and then you got to swing as fast as you can, and then, you come back and you get multiple rounds. For me, it's not enough entertainment for the buck, and I know it's free, but the bang for your buck just isn't quite there for me. Now, it's more entertaining than the slam dunk competition, that's for sure.
Yep.
But it's just not something that I've really been drawn to over the years.
Yeah, no, I get that. Look, it's the All-Star game. It's a big whatever. It's not like appointment viewing for me, but I will tell you this, and largely this is just based on me kind of watching the way my young sports fans at the house operate and get excited. They are much more excited about tonight than they are about tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that.
More into the Derby than they are into the game. And that makes sense.
No question at all.
The All-Star game itself is, I don't know what the over-under is, but it's usually a good solid bet to bet the under because you get the best pitchers in baseball all throwing 100+, none of whom want to be shown up very much. And so a lot of times these All-Star games turn out to be low-scoring affairs.
Dibs, you know this show. You don't need to wonder about what lines are. You can go live directly to our degenerate facility next door and ask.
I don't know if he's A, here, or B, paying attention.
Both are true. Let me give you a yes to both. Here and paying attention. So go ahead. Let's go live to our degenerate headquarters next door. What is the over-under on the All-Star game, Lucas?
It is an even 7.
7. There you go.
All right. An even 7. I like it. Last year it was the total was 8, and then before that it was 5, 5, 7, 7, 14 back in 2018. Oh boy, that thing really got away from them. We got a 2-1 in here. We got a 4-2. So 7's about usually where it kind of lands. So yeah, 7's a tough under to try to go for, but I'd go under if I had to lean on the All-Star game.
Pretty good hitter's park. I think that comes into play too when you're trying to think this stuff out. This is a pretty good hitter's park, Atlanta.
No doubt. Yeah, and you had last year at Globe Life where 5-3 final, the AL getting it done. The AL, I mean, can you just win every year? My God, National League, why bother showing up?
I don't even ever remember the next year who won the year before. Once they stopped doing you want to talk about cockamamie, when they were doing the home field advantage thing, that was cockamamie. But,
no doubt.
I never remember from one year to next who won the All-Star game.
Yeah, it's been the American League has won, just scanning back, it looks like 10 of 12. Okay. 10 of the last 12. So, pretty thorough beatdowns from what they used to call the junior circuit.
I guess, but I mean, the National League is the National League's got they've got better teams this year than the American League does.
No doubt.
And I'm not going to let tonight be, or tomorrow night be some sort of a narrative on which has the better league. The deeper league this year is the National League, I think.
Yeah, and, the All-Star game, 9 innings, it's hard to really determine which league is better based solely on that. And what's the expectation for Logan Webb? Do you think Logan gets in there and gets an inning? And Rodriguez, maybe if they have the lead, he gets in?
Right. Yeah, obviously. Like Robbie Ray is there but not eligible to pitch.
Right.
But Logan Webb is now somebody who has really, really established himself as one of the top starters in the league, well-respected, being managed by an in-division manager. Yeah, I'm sure that Logan will get in there. And then Rodriguez, I would argue the same result for different reasons. If I'm Dave Roberts, I'm probably thinking to myself, who are the relievers on this staff who may never be here again? And that's not me not believing in Randy Rodriguez, but until he pitches back-to-back games more and becomes a closer, I don't know if Randy's going to get back to an all-star game, So I'd put him in there for that reason.
That makes sense. I don't know if they always operate with that in mind, and I'm just looking at the rosters, and they've got 18 pitchers on the roster. Now, you mentioned Robbie Ray, who is ineligible, and I don't know who else threw yesterday to where they wouldn't be eligible either, but you got a lot of guys to get in there. I see Yamamoto. He pitched yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. So
He did.
He won't be able to go tomorrow either, but you got a lot of relievers with more experience than Rodriguez, so I don't know how much Dave Roberts will try to win the game or just try to get as many guys in as possible.
Yeah, I think you I don't know. To me, if you're managing it right, you're thinking about all of these things, and then maybe you do get a little bit competitive. I mean, obviously he's going to take care of the guys who are on his team and make sure that he puts them in the best position to succeed coming out of the break. Obviously, Kershaw is going to get in. Because that's what he's there to do. So there's that side of it. So, yeah, no guarantees on any of them. But I would be shocked if Logan didn't get in and mildly surprised if Rodriguez didn't get something in the 6th or 7th inning.
Yeah, depending on how they're going to go about doing it and, who he wants to throw. And you look at so many of these starting pitchers on the All-Star team, and most of those guys aren't used to coming out of the pen, so maybe you get some of these veterans like Chris Sale, who's like, "Nah, I'm good. I don't need to go in there in the 4th inning just to be a part of it."
Yeah, no doubt. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. If we could re-unlock those when possible, just because I'd like to circle back while we're on the baseball topic, and we'll get to Steph Curry on Kevon Looney here shortly. But while we're talking baseball, 888-957-9570. It's kind of a two-pronged question for anybody who either went to a Giants game this weekend or even if you just watched and kind of consumed what was being discussed. A, how does it make you feel that so many Dodger fans were in the building? But B, how does it make you feel that it got the attention of the Giants players to the point where they talked about it after the game? For instance, on Friday night after the victory 8-7, here's both Logan Webb and Willie Adames referencing the crowd.
Every time we play these guys, it always seems like it's a great atmosphere. Probably a little too many Dodger fans in the stands, but yeah, it's always fun playing against them. Always a great energy.
Not gonna lie, I feel like we had too many Dodgers fans today here. So, maybe tomorrow we get more San Francisco fans. But no, the energy was intense. I loved it. It felt like a playoff game, to be honest. That's how high the energy was tonight. But like I said, I loved it, and I love playing games like that.
Look, these are light, innocuous comments. I'm not fired up or mad at it, but my message to both Logan, Willie Adames, and Elliot Ramos, who talked about it the following day, is I would not dance on that floor if I were you. That's just me. I would keep fan behavior for a team that is 8th in the league in attendance, averaging 36,000 a night, has a long, historic, great fan base here. I would not make this about them and sort of questioning either what they do with their dollars or even what they do with their behavior. The Giants fans are not in charge of StubHub. There's nothing I can do about a Dodger fan buying a ticket to these baseball games. And by the way, fan responsibility is is to me goes no farther than when you go to a game, don't act like a jerk. Other than that, there's nothing you can tell me about what a fan is supposed to do with their free time and their money.
Right, and so if you're a Giants fan who's a ticket holder and you want to sell the tickets when they're playing the Dodgers, you're not going to vet the person who buys it and make sure that they're not a Dodger fan. They can sell it to whoever they want to sell it to. And I think that if it was a bigger issue of attendance, then maybe you could have a point. But you make a good point, Mark, that the Giants have done really well in attendance. 36,000 fans a game. The fans have shown up, and they've been very supportive of this team all year long. So you're going to come out in this series and in this moment. Now you're going to say something about it. I think that the timing was not good, and I think that it turns out to be a little bit of a bad look to hear that from them.
Yeah, I agree. And then here's the other thing I would say. If you're a Giants fan, this whole idea that it's like, oh, my God, you let the Dodger fans take over your building. Again, this is completely out of your control. And the next point is this is not embarrassing. It's not embarrassing. I actually look at it the other way, right? Do you think that it would have looked and felt like that necessarily if the Giants were 14 games under 500? I don't think it would have been intense at all. I think the prices would have been a lot cheaper. I think fewer people would have sold their tickets. The fact that this was such a show and was intense, and Grandy estimated Friday night was probably 70-30 in favor of the Giants. Like, there's nothing embarrassing or offensive about this at all. It is the two flagship franchises of the West Coast. It's a rivalry series. They both have winning records. Shohei Ohtani is in the building. That's the way that's going to look. There was never any question about how that was going to look.
Right, and I do think if the Giants were a bad team, you'd have, even more Dodger fans in the building. And I do think that if the Giants were a bad team, you would have an increase in attendance for Giants fans because of what you're talking about. It's a big game. It's always a big series. It's a rivalry, and it's a great time to go to a game because you're going to have that intensity of Giants-Dodgers. But this one is even more so because the Giants are good and the Dodgers are really good, and the Dodgers are as close to America's team, and actually more likely they're the world's team with all the different countries that they represent and the amount of really marquee players that they have. So no matter where the Dodgers go, it's going to be a big deal. And I wonder if are they the leaders, Mark, in road attendance this year in Major League Baseball?
The Dodgers? The Dodgers or the Giants?
The Dodgers.
Yes, the Dodgers. Yeah, I think that they are the let me look up to make sure, but I'm pretty sure that they are the leaders in both home and road attendance.
That would make sense.
Yeah, the Dodgers do. They lead baseball, averaging over 50,000 per night at home. And yes, they are number one at 37,000 per night on the road.
Yeah, so there you go. So should you be embarrassed that the Dodgers came in and, quote, took over your yard? According to these numbers, they take over everyone's yard.
Yeah,
they're number one in road attendance.
I also think that while they had a major presence, I'm going to push back a little bit on they took over. To me, taking over means that literally you have more than 50% of the building. Like, Niner fans take over SoFi when they play the Rams.
I was going to say, taking over is when he has to go to a silent count. Right. When Matthew Stafford had to go silent count at home.
Crazy.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
That is a takeover.
Yeah, and by the way, I also don't really find that, like, quote-unquote, embarrassing. We've got to stop this whole thing about, like, it's embarrassing for fans. Here, like, dude, we live in major vacation hubs, and it's summer, and like the Rams-Niners thing, the Rams went away for a bunch of years, and then they came back, and so fandom changes, and the Niners have been the more successful franchise, and they've been anchored in the Bay Area the whole time. Like, they have such a wonderful marketing arm. These things are just reality. They're not embarrassing. Embarrassing is like what the A's ownership has done. That's embarrassing. Other than that, like we're talking about successful outlets right now that people want to experience and see. And there's no escaping this. This is just kind of the way it is out here, and Shohei Ohtani is on that team, and so that's how it goes.
Yeah, embarrassing is when you go to a Saints game and fans had bags over their heads. That was embarrassing.
Exactly.
Or when you go to a Tampa Bay game and the place is empty, or the Miami Marlins and no one's there. And, yeah, you mentioned the A's, even when they were in Oakland the last few years. That was kind of embarrassing where you couldn't get fans to even really show up to that Coliseum because of the way the owner comported himself. And it wasn't embarrassing for the fans who still cared. It's embarrassing for the franchise itself that put themselves in that position to where fans didn't want to show up.
See, here's something on the Boxer and Gersten Work Injury Attorneys text line I want to throw at you and see if you agree with me. 650 says, how can you say it's completely out of your control? Giants fans are selling their tickets during the greatest series of the year against their greatest rival. You don't think that says something about the fan base? All right, ready for my answer? No, I don't. Again, take the romanticism out of fan behavior. We're not on the team. This is not, we don't need to paint our face and go get one for the Gipper because the Dodgers are in town. If you want to go to the game and you have tickets, knock yourself out. I bet it's a great watch. But if there's a different Giant fan out there who's like, you know what, financially, I get to buy season tickets, go to tons of games, and then recoup the majority of my costs by selling off the Dodger series, I don't think that that's dumb. I don't think it means we've got a bad fan base. I don't think anything. I think that means that there's somebody who found a way to do this in a financially advantageous way.
And where do you draw the line? Like, okay, so Dodger series, you can't sell it. Can you sell the Padres series? They're a division rival. Can you sell the Red Sox series? Because that's a big ticket item. Can you only sell the games that people actually don't want to buy?
You can sell whatever you want.
That's my point.
Yeah.
Is where do you draw the line? If you are the ticket owner, you buy the ticket, and you have a legal ability to resell the ticket on the resale market, then there are no rules. You can go ahead and sell whatever you want to sell.
Yeah, I just think this entire idea of the team is out there playing, they're making millions of dollars, and somehow the fan behavior is attached to that entire product, and therefore you've got a bad fan base if some people decided to stick their tickets on the internet. What are we talking about? 36,000 a night are going there, and I don't even need those metrics. Most of you listening to our voices live here. You don't need we don't need a study on whether or not this is a good fan base. That ship sailed a long time ago.
Yeah, and you don't need to necessarily go to the attendance figures to prove your point. Like you were saying, all you have to do is watch the game and walk around and feel the excitement that people have in the Bay Area for this team, which is why, we go back to the comments that you played from Adamas and comments from Logan Webb. Those are unnecessary because they know that the fan base has been supportive. So if there's a series where the opponent has a lot of fans in your building, well, that's just the way it is in baseball and the way the Dodgers are so popular.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. So to me, I'm going to more lean into something Grandy texted us after going to the game Friday night. He was just like, that was a vibe. I didn't go to any of these games, but just watching them on TV, dude, it looked like it was bananas. And to go to a night game, have 15 runs get scored, all the drama that went into that, and have large portions of both fan bases represented and have loud voices the whole night. Dude, that's like a playoff game. That's awesome.
Yeah, and to get the win, too, made it even more awesome.
Of course.
Of all the games to win, that would be the one that you'd most want to win on a Friday night, Orange Friday, full house. And, yeah, you want to win all of them, but something about that night vibe there when you've got a playoff-type atmosphere, full sellout, Dodgers in town, that must have been an exciting game to go to.
Speaking of Grandy, is Grandy right next to you still?
Right next to me, yeah.
Okay, all right. Have you been there in that seat the whole time, Grandy?
Most of it, yeah.
Okay, you're not Like, I don't know, like up and around. Like, is there, like, can you find Buddy Hield or something like that?
No one has walked by. And
But do they need, like, go get him?
Well, Raymond Ritter is working on that. I have, I'm the only other guy here, and Dibs doesn't know the equipment, and fans keep walking by and kicking the camera.
Dibs knows the equipment. Dibs, my God, that man's been sitting in front of radio equipment for 40 years.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, maybe 35. Sorry,
I did have
whatever.
a moment with Danny Ainge a little bit ago when he walked by, and he looked over, and I gave him the wave, and he gave me the wave back.
Why don't you tell him to come on so we could ask him about trading Markkanen? Let's go.
Yeah, why'd you want so much for Markkanen, Danny? What the heck happened?
Are you going to trade him now?
Yeah, I mean, they might. They're allowed to now,
They
finally.
are. They're allowed to.
They're allowed to.
I'll go track him down and say, you want to answer questions about Lauri Markkanen for us Warrior fans?
No, that's not how you do it, Granny, because then he's going to say no. You say, do you want to come over? Those two guys over there want to talk about the great moments of your career as both a Celtic and a Blue Jay.
Got it.
Did you even know he was a Blue Jay?
I did not.
Exactly. So you get him over here, and then as soon as he sits down, then we railroad him about Markkanen.
That's right. We start to just badger
Danny
him.
Ainge, the pride of Eugene, Oregon.
Exactly.
We've seen Mark Few has come by a few times, I will add.
It's a two.
He can't seem – no, it's a fact. He can't seem to stop walking around. The thing is so we got a game going on in Thomas and Mack. You got a game next door at the Cox Pavilion, and people are just literally doing loops on the concourse, just walking around the concourse. I would say of all the people in this building, only half of them are actually watching basketball games. The other half are just walking around in circles.
Well, yeah, that's Vegas. That's an event in Vegas. You just walk around aimlessly and sort of like take it all in. That's kind of what you do, right?
Yeah, and it's a lot of people watching, and here it's like, ooh, that guy's 6'9". He's got to be somebody. And so you start to stare, and even like there are some younger people, like clearly high school age kids here, and it's like, oh my God, that kid's 6'6" already. And you start to think, there's one right now. Kid just walked by, got to be 17, and he's maybe 6'8". It's like, oh, he may be playing here someday.
He might, or he might already be playing. Who knows? Like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe he is on one of the teams, and you just don't know who he is.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny you say that because the first guest we had, after he left the table, he went in with Raymond Ritter, and then moments later, he is just walking over to the snack bar, just a 6'8" guy getting a snack. Alex Toohey.
Alex Toohey doesn't get free food at Thomas and Mack?
He might, but the point is Alex Toohey was just going about his business, just walking down the concourse, and not a person batted an eye nor tried to bum rush him for an autograph.
Of course not. Of course not. Now, if this guy were to walk through the building, the whole place would stop. We know that. But he's not going to do that because I would imagine he's kicking his feet up after 3 grueling days at Edgewood Tahoe and relaxing today. And that's none other than Steph Curry. We wanted to play this for you. While out there in Tahoe, he sat down in the Dubs Talk podcast with Monty Poole. You remember you and I, or actually maybe it was Grandy. I can't remember.
It was me.
No, it was you. We had Monty
on his
Poole.
drive up.
Yeah, on his drive up to Tahoe. He was going up there to talk to Steph for the Dubs Talk podcast. Here's Steph on Kevon Looney moving on.
When you joined the Valkyries at the beginning of the season, right off of winning the title in Italy, it was a smooth transition. Same thing.
It appears that has been cut incorrectly. Gentlemen next door in the degenerate facility, it appears that something has gone haywire with that screen.
Okay.
Because that was not Steph Curry.
It didn't sound like Steph.
That was not Steph. That was
sounded
supposed to be
closer
Steph.
to like a Stefania. Stefania Bell, perhaps.
So
it was definitely not a Steph.
Anyway, Steph thinks that Loon was great, man. You know, he was great. But
he was great.
Now he's gone.
I mean, he's gone, and not that he fired shots on his way out, because that's not the way I would describe what Kevon said, but Kevon's comments definitely kind of hit me like, oh, it turns out he was not necessarily as happy-go-lucky as I would have thought.
See, and let's talk about that for a second, and then we'll play the comments that Dibs is referencing. Here's kind of how I view this. Kevon Looney, I have no doubt, loved being a Warrior. And Kevon Looney, no doubt in my mind, loved the teammates. I also think that from a large view, he probably thought the Warrior organization was classy, and he thinks that Steve Kerr is smart. Those things can be true, and you can also be annoyed with your boss and annoyed with your parent company because you don't feel like they value you and are willing to pay you as much as you would like them to pay you. I can't think of anything more relatable on planet Earth. Like, how many people think of your job right now? Do you love your job?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Do you love your coworkers?
I mean, I'm sitting next to one.
Do you love your coworkers?
Sure, Mark. I'll play along with the bit.
Do you love your boss?
Look. Love the boss.
Okay. Do you disagree with him sometimes?
Yes, I do.
Do you love your parent company?
I love Odyssey, Mark. I've got multiple Odyssey coffee mugs at home.
Have they given you every dollar that you wish they had?
No, they haven't, Mark.
All right. So,
additionally, they have not always put me in as often as I'd like to be put in.
There you go.
I am here in Vegas on the company dime,
exactly.
So my tune's changed a little bit.
Yeah, but does everybody feel like they've been in the starting lineup as much as they wish they were? Who's Kevon Looney? He's Dan Dibley. He's Mark Willard. He's all of us. He loves his company. He loves his job. He loves his coworkers. But sometimes he disagrees with the decisions the boss makes, and he wishes that his company would pay him more. What the how's that different than anyone you've ever met?
Yeah, it's really not. I just was surprised to hear him put the words out there. And what he said is absolutely right. And they are his feelings, and he's right to feel that way. And he basically said, I am looking for more consistent playing time, and the Warriors weren't going to offer me as much money, most likely, as he was able to get elsewhere.
Well, let's play it for everybody, the comments that you're referencing, and then I think that we've got the Steph Curry thing fixed. Did we, Lucas? It's all fixed now? Awesome. That was karma, by the way, which I'll explain in a second. But anyway, here's Looney on the Warriors Plus Minus podcast with Marcus Thompson. You'll hear his voice, too, kind of talking out his frustrations over playing time and money.
Most was the last straw. That's where you I'm done. I'm out.
I guess what is I wouldn't say that Quentin's my guy, but it was anybody but me. It seemed like at this point.
Who hurt the most? Which move hurt the most?
I don't know. They all seem the same. I don't put nobody there.
Really?
It was not one moment. It was not one moment. It was more of a even this year prior to the playoffs. We blew against Steven Adams. This is what I do. And I feel not really. They're not giving me the chance to really let me do what I do. It's kind of like, all right, y'all don't trust me. I thought y'all trust me. Right? They put me in that at the end of Game 7. All we had to wait to get to that point. That's what kind of like, all right, y'all really don't think I'm not good no more? What's the problem? But
that's kind of how it's always been, right? When you're in trouble, turn alone. That's your calling card. You ain't like that no more?
Nah, you get sick of that at some point. Like, all right. When you prove yourself the first 4 or 5 years, cool, but after 10 years of it, it's like, all right. Either you trust me or you don't.
Either you trust me or you don't. Now, here's what's interesting. I'm with you, Dibs. It's jarring to hear this come from Kevon Looney.
Yeah.
Then again, there are 5 people on the floor at any given time. All of those people over there sitting on the bench have these exact same thoughts every single night.
Yes, but he's got 10 years under his belt, and he even said it after 4 or 5 years, you kind of don't want to be that guy anymore. And, y'all don't trust me? I was the guy, and then now you get into a playoff series, and he only gets to play in the end of Game 7, really, when the team kind of needed him. So I get exactly what he's saying, but you're right. In any game, if I go in the gym right now, right behind me, in a summer league game, and there's 10 guys on the bench, all 10 of those guys think they should be out there. And the 5 on the floor, when they come out, they're probably thinking, I shouldn't come out. I'm the best player out here.
Let's go through the roster, and how many people do you think have had Kevon Looney-type thoughts in the last couple years? Let's go. Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, of course.
Moses Moody.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. Do you think GP2?
Probably when healthy.
Trace Jackson Davis.
For sure.
Buddy Hield.
Probably not.
Okay.
I mean, he plays in every game, and he's just buttered, right? I mean, he probably gets as many minutes as he wants.
Maybe. I mean, there was that middle period
if I
during
see
the
him,
season.
I'll ask him.
Okay, yeah, ask him. That'd be great. Brandon Pajemski.
Probably not. I mean, that guy gets to play all the minutes, although I mean, he probably thinks that he should be a 48-minute-a-night guy. So I'll put him in the list, too.
I mean, I guess my point is that, because we could get really far down the list and go to Pat Spencer and Guy Santos. And you know what? I don't know if they think they should. I bet they wish for it.
Yeah.
But that's all. Like, Looney is not, throughout his career, has not been an every-game kind of full-time type player. And so I know these comments are jarring. That's all. I just think they're normal as well.
They're normal, and the fact that it took 10 years for them to come out, and maybe he's felt this way for a long time, and I do believe that this year was one that probably frustrated him more so because he got into a spot where he was getting DNPs, and he had the long consecutive games played streak, and just that little piece of the cut where he's like, yeah, you guys don't trust me anymore? Is that what it is? That to me is the really jarring part where he feels that way, and he's right to feel that way because they didn't trust him anymore.
Right, but at the same, I don't know, man, these businesses that we cover, and maybe even our business too, these are egomaniacal businesses. So this is kind of the way I look at it. In order to achieve what these guys have achieved, they have to think completely irrational things about themselves. You have to be nuts. Like what Steph Curry has achieved, you can't do that. You cannot think that to be possible. You have to be nuts to think that you can do that. But he did. And he is nuts. And now he's become one of the greatest in the world. But go all the way down to the 11th and 12th people on the bench. They've made the NBA. You have to be so incredibly confident in yourself that for sure, you also, when you arrive somewhere, you think that your boss should put you in. Your boss should believe in you. But it doesn't work that way, man, because the guy sitting next to you made the NBA too.
Right, but if you're Kevon and you look at your career, you've played a lot of games. You're always available. In the past, and I'm looking at it here, for the majority of the past 7 seasons, he's been healthy, and he's been ready to go, and they've needed him, and they've used him, and then they didn't use him, and that's where the frustration lies, is last year he played 15 minutes a game. He suited up in 76 of them, almost all the games, and yet he played 15 minutes a game, which was the lowest he's had in 5 years. So that's where it stems from.
No, I get that. I mean, I totally get it. And I'm sure all of this stuff feels frustrating some of the time. But, we're talking about big business. We're talking about big dollars. If the Warriors were going to offer him, he referenced the mid-level, $5.7 million. The Pelicans gave him $16 million. Yes, it's over 2 years. But dude, that's to Kevon, that's a ton of money. And we attach that to ego and what it means and all of that. And by the way, sometimes it doesn't mean any of those things. Sometimes it means the Pelicans have a bunch of space and the Warriors don't.
Yeah, and not only space and the money, and I do think the money part of it made it an easy call for Kevon, but also the playing time part of it where, like I said, he was down to 15 minutes a game this year, and it didn't really go up in the playoffs, and so you got into the biggest games of the year, and Kevon Looney was mostly out of the rotation. So, yeah, money is a big factor, but also you get to a spot where, you're running out of years in your career, and New Orleans perhaps will give him more of an opportunity to play.
By the way, we have now arrived at this Steph Curry on Kevon Looney sound being available. I told Lucas it was karma because basically there was a snarky, snide joke remark made back here. It's kind of why I put Grandy on the spot. Lucas felt like if he were in Grandy's shoes, we would be more mad at him for not landing other people at Summer League as opposed to when it's Grandy.
Yeah, we also wouldn't have been on the air in the first place.
It's a fair point. It's a totally fair point. Boy, this one boomeranged on your head, didn't it? So then when it was time to play Steph Curry, we got 2-minute version of some female, an unnamed female. But anyway, we have it now. Here it is.
My reflections are all positive. Like, it's always tough and kind of heart-wrenching when you lose a guy that's been a part of, winning at the highest level, that's been a part of building, our success and culture. Clay, like you said, Loon, like, those guys are instrumental in me being who I am, Draymond being who he is, and what our careers have looked like. But it's more positive in the sense of we held it together for a very long time. So we held off the nature of the NBA for, a very long time, and that's a big deal. So I'm more proud of that than sad at the same time, even though there is a little bit of emotion that comes with it.
Because you are well aware that most teammates don't get to have that longest period of time together.
A decade with Loon, 12 years with Clay, now 13 with Clay, and now 13 with Draymond. So, yeah, that's kind of unprecedented.
All right, what do you make of that? That's Steph Curry on Kevon Looney.
I think that he's right when you talk about, holding the NBA and the way things go, holding it at bay. The Warriors have been able to do that, and that's really hard to do, and it's really impressive. And I know winning leads to a lot of it, but, when you have this many guys play this long together, it's special.
Yeah.
You okay?
What's that?
Oh,
okay?
I saw you, make some sort of a gesture. I wasn't sure.
Oh, yeah, you want to know what that was?
Kind of. I'm not in the room with you, so I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah. Well, I'm watching the Derby, Dibs, and I told you I put a couple of thingamabobs on a couple of players.
And
well, we're in the bonus. We're in the first round, but we're in the. I know I don't want to. All the rules that you talked about. When you get to the end of your time, you have some bonus swings, and then you can earn more bonus swings based on how far you hit balls and et cetera. Blah blah blah. Anyway, bottom line is Brent Rooker, one of the guys that I put a couple of thingamabobs on. Rooker, yeah, he hit his 17th home run of round one, which passed James Wood, who had 16. So they're the only two who have gone yet. You need to be in the top 4 of the first 8 to move on to round 2.
Gotcha.
And Rooker now finished 1 home run ahead of Wood, which is a significant development in round 1 for those of us who put a couple of thingamabobs on Brent Rooker. So that's why my arms flew into the air there a minute ago.
I wasn't sure. Because I'm watching I guess it's the YouTube feed. I'm not watching the actual YouTube page, but I can see the split screen of you and I, and so I was just wondering what the overt reaction was all about. I was pretty sure it wasn't about the great point I was making because I was in the middle of the point.
No, that's what it was too.
Okay.
I had 2 arms up. One of them was for Rooker. The other one was, I'm like, man, that was a great point by Dibs that he made about something.
Right. Yeah. About Kevon Looney and how special it is to have a core group of guys that all play more than 10 years together.
Yeah, and obviously, we've moved on to a new era now, and I'm still pretty interested to see the way that this whole offseason plays out. I totally get the fatigue. I understand that people in their minds are either anxious or now just bored with the fact that the Warriors have not done anything. But I would be more concerned if I was looking around the league and sort of seeing all of the players dried up, all of the teams have sort of done what they're going to do. But Dibs, there's a ton of stuff still sitting out there. We've just hit a standstill. I don't really know why.
Yeah, it's just a weird free agency period where it never really got started. And now we're here in Summer League mid-July and still waiting for some stuff to pop off, still waiting for some free agents that are out there and wondering if the Warriors can still be a player at some level for one of these guys.
Now, there's also this. We do have developing news. We have some developing news that we would like to pass along. The first part of it is that in about 7 minutes, Quentin Post is going to come on the show. Okay?
Nice.
Yeah. The second part of it is he's got something very special to talk about. Apparently, there is this thing, and I'm going to read more about it so that I can share more about it. There's this thing called the Chestival. So it's basically a chess festival.
Chess Fest.
So, they went with Chestival.
I like it.
I think chest vest has a nice ring.
I think it's better than chesticles if they wanted to go that route.
Crying out. I don't
Nope. Exactly. That's my point. They could have gone that route, but they didn't.
Oh, my God.
Anyway, you were saying Chestival is a chess festival. Yes, Raymond.
It's a
Quentin, I'm literally reading the text live on the air.
It's a chestival, and Quentin won it. He won the chestival. A chestival is for the rest of us. And Quentin won it.
He has an oversized check. Considering how big he is, this check must be 71 feet long.
It's not that big. It's not like Happy Gilmore sized.
Dude.
It's bigger than normal, but it's not that big.
He's holding this check like I hold an actual check, and this check is the size of a billboard. Literally.
He's a large man. But anyway, he is no longer Warrior Center Quentin Post. He's now Chestival champion Quentin Post, and he's going to join us coming up next, okay?
I love it.
All right, so that's what's about to happen, and all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Dibs is in Vegas. I'm here in our studios. This is Willard and Dibs.
Dub Nation, it's Quinton Post. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Hey Dibs, your picks stink.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Totally out of bounds. Wish he was here in person.
Oh.
I'd have a bone to pick with that young man.
I mean, you can talk to him right now. He's on the River Islands guest line, joining us.
He's on the phone?
Yes, he is. He's in Vegas, but not where you are in Vegas. He's out and about celebrating his Chestival victory. He is none other than Quinton Post, joining us live on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. QP, what's going on?
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you for doing it. Tell us about what did you do yesterday? What is a Chestival, and what did you do to win it?
Yeah, so it's an event hosted by Magnus, who's the former world champion and chess champion, and then Derek Rose, who you guys probably know.
Sure.
Who, apparently plays a lot of chess, and they set up this event together where, like, NBA meets chess players, I guess. And, I participated and ended up winning.
How many different players did you have to go through on your road to the title, QP?
So I played 5 matches, and I won 4 of them, and I drew 1.
Who was able to gut out the draw against you?
So it was a bad draw where I was in a winning position, but I kind of messed up. It was Grant Williams.
Oh, Grant Williams. Yeah, that's. And wait a minute, just so people understand, this isn't just like regular chess, is it? Like there's something about a blind draw of all of the pieces in the back row. Is that right?
Yeah, correct. It's they're trying to promote freestyle chess. It's like a different version of chess where you randomize all the pieces on the back row. So it was interesting to do and very funny, very fun event.
Okay, and was it all NBA players?
Yeah, it was all NBA players and former NBA players, and then obviously the grandmasters who also were attending.
Okay, all right, and you won $25,000 that you're now going to donate to charity. Is that correct?
Correct.
Where's that money going?
So it's going to Reading Partners, who is an organization that I did some charity events for earlier this season. It's basically just about making sure that kids in all places of the U.S. get and Cali especially get the opportunity to learn how to read and get set up for life. With being able to go through education, and I thought it was a nice cause to donate to.
When were the nerves higher for you, QP, in the final of the Chestival or playing legitimate playoff minutes this year?
No, definitely playoff minutes. All of the NBA players that were there took it very serious because everybody obviously is highly competitive and wants to win, but playing real playoff minutes was a little more nerve-wracking for sure.
Quinton Post with us on Willard and Dibs. What did you learn in those playoff experiences that you will now take into year 2?
Yeah, it was a great experience for me. It's very interesting to see a team that many times in a row, and I learned that I want to improve on my physicality and my inside game, both offensively and defensively, but just in general, getting that experience and being able to run it back next year, very exciting.
We talked to Alex Tui earlier today, Warriors rookie here at Summer League, and he said some of the same things about getting used to the physicality. How do you, as a younger player, go about getting more used to the physicality of the NBA?
It's really just reps. Like, that's all that really can how do you say it? Like, there's no other way to kind of get used to that, right? Like, you just have to be out there. So I was very fortunate to get some real reps during the regular season and even be out there during the playoffs. Was just a great experience, and he'll have to go through the same thing, whether that be starting in the G League or going straight to the big team. But he'll get used to it.
Quinton, what have the Warriors told you to expect about your role next year?
Not much. We're just going to have to see till the season starts.
I mean, what is your thought on watching the offseason unfold? And quite frankly, so far, the Warriors have not really gotten involved.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just have to wait. Kind of, I think you don't know what's going to happen in the next couple of weeks, months. I mean, as a player, you're not really involved into this, obviously. I'm not paying too much attention to it. I'm more so just focusing on myself and trying to improve every day. And, yeah, we'll kind of see what happens in the next couple of weeks.
What's happening in the next couple of days or more? I mean, you're here in Vegas. You're out there rocking Chestival championships. What else you got on the docket, Quentin?
I mean, I've just been working out every day. We have a great facility here in Vegas for the Warriors where, together with some other of the young guys, you know, we work out every day, lift every day. And then, you know, it's unfortunate that they're not playing the Summer League, but that's all right. We're more so focused on my development right now. And, yeah, no, it's been great so far.
Quentin, I mean, look, you're human. It's got to register with you in some sort of a way when you see someone else on a teammate at your same position who then departs in free agency. So what did it mean to you to see Kevon Looney sign elsewhere, and you know, how did that kind of land with you?
I mean, Loon was just a great vet for me and for everybody else in our locker room. I think he was just I mean, he did so much for this organization. So as a person, like, I'm sad that he's leaving, and I think the whole organization is sad. I mean, it obviously means that there's a role to fill. So I'm excited for that opportunity for next year, and I'm excited to take the next step myself.
Yeah, it certainly is a role that the Warriors are desperate to have somebody step into. And when you think about your game, where are the areas that you really need to improve upon in order to get in there and get more minutes at the 5?
Probably defensively mainly, and then also offensively, my inside game. I mean, I had a lot of success shooting the 3-ball last year, and I definitely need to keep prioritizing that as a floor-spacing big, which is, you know, what kind of gets me on the floor. But then I can definitely make strides in being an inside presence, and then defensively, you know, being quicker on my feet. But I definitely think that just being having a year of experience under my belt is gonna really help me next year.
Okay, Quentin, what is your favorite non-basketball part of Las Vegas?
Non-basketball part. Well, what I do know is that I'm a terrible gambler. I've tried a little bit and without any success. So, well, I'm probably gonna check that off and never have to try that again. But no, Vegas is cool. It's very hot out here, but it's a fun environment to be in.
Too bad they don't have chess as a gambling game, I guess, huh?
Hopefully I would be a little more successful in that.
Wait, what games did you try that didn't go well?
I just had to try a little bit of everything. I tried some roulette, I tried some blackjack, and some of the slots. You know, my girlfriend actually had more success on the slots than I, which is great for her. But no, me myself, not great.
Not great. Well, yeah. You're not the first person to walk out of Vegas thinking, not great.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
We take it on the chin and we move on.
Hey, Quentin, congrats on being Chestival champion, and thank you so much for spending a few minutes with us.
Yes, no worries. Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, there he goes. Quentin Post here on Willard Dibs. Yeah, Chestival champion.
Getting it done. That's awesome. And
yeah.
$25K to charity. I had to feel good. And after he goes out and hits the tables and drops about $8,000, he's probably thinking, man, why can't that charity be me after last night at the tables?
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, and he called it freestyle chess. So, like, you move all the pieces around and then play.
Yeah, I don't know if you randomly start with all the back row in different spots, or maybe you get to just freestyle where you put it.
No, I think that you start the game by getting, like, a random set, and your back row is just kind of like, and then you got to deal with it.
Your back row is a random back row.
Right, and then you got to just do something with that.
I wonder if the pawns go back there, because normally you start with all pawns in the front, and then the back row is set up in a certain fashion.
Yeah, I just read it as the back row, but I've never played freestyle chess, so
Yeah, me either.
I do not know. But
Do you play a lot of chess in general?
No. I had a little cup of coffee with it, like back in college and afterward, but no, I haven't played in a long time.
Yeah.
Long time. So anyway, all right, Lucas, what's happening here in a few minutes? What are you going to do?
Well, Grandy's in Vegas.
Yes.
Yeah, we're going to let him host. He's going to talk to some people, see who stops by. Maybe he'll grab someone for his show.
Oh, okay, great. Grandy, you're going to do radio, huh?
For a little bit at least. I think I'm going to talk to this guy named Warren Legary. He's essentially the architect behind NBA Summer League.
Oh, yes, he is.
I think that's coming up next.
I know exactly who Warren is. Good for you. All right. And Dibs, you be safe tonight, okay?
Of course. I'll be asleep by the time Grandy gets off the air.
I don't doubt it. All right. So that's what's coming up, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, for Ken, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
We take it on the chin and we move on.